The Counter-Revolution of 1776. Slave Resistance and the Origins of the United States of America. Gerald Horne. Preface. It was January 2012 and I was ecstatic, and with good reason. I had been working on the book at hand for some time and had traveled extensively. However, building renovations had prevented my access to the New York Historical Society in Manhattan until my tardy arrival in early 2012. However, as it turns out, my wait was rewarded amply when I encountered the richly informative Daniel Parrish, Jr. Slavery Transcripts, which cover extensively colonial slavery in North America and beyond. 1 Unfortunately, this treasure trove is not organized adroitly, which may account for its relative absence in the footnotes of scholars and also sheds light on the nature of my references to it. Still, my research peregrination has convinced me that this collection should be better known to scholars seeking to unravel the complexities of the 1776 revolt against British rule. 2. For it is the argument of this book that slavery permeated colonial North America, underpinning the pre-1776 economy, in terms of not only agriculture but insurance, banking, shipbuilding, and the like. Yet the enslaved resisted fiercely, as we will see, and did so quite often, at times with the aid of competing colonial powers, notably Spain and, to an extent, France. Their resistance helped to drive settlers from the Caribbean to the mainland, particularly in the years leading up to 1776. The sprawling land mass of the mainland versus the limited land mass of the Caribbean allowed European empires to more easily bump into one another, for example, on the Georgia-Florida border, causing sparks to fly. 3. The crucial turning point for North America and arguably, the British Empire as a whole emerged in 1688 with the so-called Glorious Revolution, which, inter alia, caused the monarchy to retreat and led to the ascendancy of a rising class of merchants. This, in turn, empowered the private or separate merchants entrepreneurs who wished to enter into the lushly lucrative market in enslaved Africans to the detriment of the Royal African Company. These entrepreneurs descended maniacally upon Africa, igniting a quantum leap in the slave trade which at once developed immensely the economy of the Americas and, likewise, engendered ever more angry resistance from the enslaved, causing ever more anxious settlers to migrate to the mainland. The year 1688, with its simultaneous launching of vast economic transformation particularly in North America and a riotous instability driven by enslavement, is the hinge moment in the creation of what is now routinely referred to today as modernity. As the economy developed on the mainland, thoughts of independency grew accordingly along with slave resistance. The latter was manifested most dramatically in Manhattan in 1712 and 1741 and South Carolina in 1739. It is an error to view the history of colonial British North America as simply pre-US history in a teleological manner. It is likewise useful to integrate events in the Caribbean into our contemplation of the mainland. Though London's provinces in the Americas may not have been wholly unitary, it remains true that North Americans had been trained to regard the southern mainland colonies as part of an extended Caribbean region that was a primary source of wealth. 5 Put simply, London realized that massive slave uprisings in Jamaica and Antigua, most particularly, could portend the collapse of the Caribbean colonial project as a whole, as Africans strained to assert themselves forcefully, if not rule altogether. Such rebelliousness made London more susceptible to sweet reason and, ultimately, abolition, as it considered the further expenditure of blood and treasure that could have gone to bolster British India or territories elsewhere. At the same time, slave rebelliousness caused settlers particularly on the mainland to dig in their heels, hastening the split between province and metropolis. This slave resistance was aided immeasurably not only by the indigenous but also, as noted, by competing colonial powers. As London jousted with Madrid in the Americas, both came to rely upon armed Africans, and this crucial factor, along with the substantial resources that had to be expended in order to maintain a slave system, inexorably helped to spur a nascent abolitionist movement. Increasingly, the development of the economy on the mainland, including the ability to engage in mutually profitable trade arrangements with French settlers in Hispaniola, along with apprehension about the presumed anti-slavery tendencies of the British Crown, evidenced by the notorious Edict of Lord Dunmore in November 1775 in Virginia, helped to push the colonists into open revolt by July 4, 1776. Though it may be hard to imagine at this late date, my conclusion in this book is that many Africans had different plans for the destiny of colonial North America that decidedly did not include a starring role by the now famed Founding Fathers and their predecessors, but, instead, contemplated a polity led by themselves in league with the indigenous and, perhaps, a compliant European power. As such, the ongoing persecution of descendants of mainland enslaved Africans is in part a continuing expression of what tends to befall those who are defeated in bloody warfare. Often they are subjected to a heinous collective punishment. In essence, simply because Euro-American colonists prevailed in their establishing of the U.S., it should not be assumed that this result was inevitable. History points to other possibilities, and contemplating them may shed light on at least why Africans suffered so grievously in the aftermath of the founding of the Republic. Strikingly, as London was moving toward abolition, the Republic was supplanting the British Isles as the kingpin of the global slave trade. 6. Hence, this book diverges sharply from the consensus view of the origins of the post-1776 Republic, a view which has united a stunningly diverse array of scholars. 7. In short, unlike previous analysts, I do not view the creation of the Republic as a great leap forward for humanity, though I concede readily that it improved the lives of a countless number of Europeans. More than this, I believe that perhaps understandably there has been a desire to create an uplifting anti-colonial narrative to explain and undergird the fruits of 1776. The problem is that irrespective of the diverse ideological persuasions of the creators, this narrative serves to obscure the point that as July 4, 1776 approached, Africans had been involved steadily in the poisoning and murdering and immolating of settlers, creating, at least, a yawning deficit of trust between Africans and Europeans. Portraying the Africans as bit players supporting a revolt in 1776 dominated by Europeans as the uplifting narrative tends to do not only distorts and caricatures the historical record but also obscures a trust deficit that may still be of relevance today. Hence, 1688 gave rise to a Cousins' War 8 but also a continuing civil war that was evidenced not only in Indiana 17769, when Africans largely sided with the Crown, but also in 1836, when Texas split from Mexico, with the abolitionism of the latter being a signal factor, and then 1861 to 1865, when finally the Africans were able to escape bondage. In sum, 1688 delivered a promise of modernity or bourgeois society, or what has been called of late the end of history, in the form of capitalism dripping in the blood of Africans who involuntarily provided the impetus for the takeoff 10 and the republicanism which helped to unite Europeans in this enterprise 11 in the Americas in the face of perpetual sedition and liquidation plots from this rambunctious labor force. However, this was an exceedingly elongated process that took decades to lurch toward a sort of justice in 1865, or, perhaps, 1888, a precise 2 centuries after the tumult in London with abolition in Brazil. To the extent that 1776 led to the resultant U.S., which came to captain the African slave trade as London moved in an opposing direction toward a revolutionary abolition of this form of property, the much celebrated revolt of the North American settlers can fairly be said to have eventuated as a counter-revolution of slavery. 12 To the extent that the tumultuous events leading to 1776 tracked the accelerated decline of the Royal African Company of the Sceptred Isle and the rise of newly empowered slave traders in the new republic, 1776 can fairly be said to have eventuated as a counter-revolution of slavery. Defenders of the so-called Confederate States of America were far from bonkers when they argued passionately that their revolt was consistent with the animating and driving spirit of 1776.13 slavery-fueled a rising capitalism. However, ironically, breaking the bonds of slavery was necessary if capitalism was to realize its full potential, not least since enslaved Africans were fiercely determined to destroy the wealth they were creating, along with the lords of the lash. Contradictorily, slavery was both a boost for nascent capitalism and ultimately a fetter on its productive force. More than this, chattel slavery grounded in racist chauvinism of a uniquely Republican and toxic type was one of the more profound human rights violations of the previous millennium. To the extent that 1776 gave such slavery a renewed lease on life, it was truly a lineal ancestor of 1861 and, thus, a counter-revolution of slavery. 14. It is evident that this book sits on the shoulders of the work of previous scholars. 15. Nevertheless, my own opinion is that it is more instructive to place this work in the context of a long line of writings by people of African descent which have called into sharp question the events that constructed today's America. 16. And the steep price paid by Africans as a result. 17. Certainly, much has been written about the Revolutionary era and the role of Africans and the indigenous, though beginning the story in the 1770s as this book is intended to show evades the pre-existing dynamics that crucially shaped this critical decade. An armed revolt, particularly in its incipient stages, creates a dynamic of its own, causing rebels to engage in actions, for example, positive overtures to Africans and indigenes inconsistent with their previous, and to a degree subsequent, behaviors. Moreover, I feel compelled to stress that when officials of colonial Cuba and Spanish Florida lent aid to Africans in the Carolinas, they were motivated more by self-interest than abolition. Otherwise, slavery in Havana would have ended well before the late 19th century. The same holds true for London's abolitionism, which too was self-interested and hardly inevitable. It emerged in part from a unique set of circumstances, shaped indelibly by the Crown's growing reliance on armed Africans, just as the rise of China in the 21st century was hardly inevitable but shaped indelibly by the late 20th century circumstance of apprehension of the Soviet Union. 18. Similarly, when Washington allied with Moscow from 1941 to 1945, this alliance was driven by realpolitik, as opposed to the co-signing of the entire Soviet agenda. The enemy of my enemy is my friend continues to be the engine of international diplomacy and was certainly operative in pre-1776 North America. And to echo a current phrase, during a good deal of the colonial era, as far as Africans in the British colonies were concerned, Spain simply had the cleanest dirty shirt. Nevertheless, there was faint recognition on the mainland of a reality recognized by a latter-day scholar, in contrast to Spanish and French slaves, who were considered an inferior subject, wrote Thomas James Little in 1989, English slaves were considered to be a unique type of property. 19. Quite able to tease out meaningful distinctions, rebellious Africans, when they were not engaged in hell-raising, tended to flee from Carolina to Florida, from New York to Quebec, and from Jamaica to Cuba. Not vice versa, all to London's detriment, creating a crisis for London that was hard to resolve without severe rupture. Then when the rapturous rebels revolted in 1776, their previous concern about the supposed ubiquitous hand of Madrid stirring up Africans was transferred smoothly to hysterical concern about the supposed hand of London doing the same thing. This meant that their triumph forged a conflation of anti-monarchism, and republicanism and Africans standing in the way of the two in a manner that virtually guaranteed that the path ahead would be exceedingly rocky for those who became U.S. Negroes, then African Americans. Nonetheless, as one of the few who has investigated systematically the dilemma of Africans enslaved and free from the 17th century to the present, across continents and far-flung seas alike, I am tempted to conclude that the older radical slogan "Black and White, Unite and Fight" as a prescription for transformative change in this Republic 20 needs to be supplemented, or supplanted altogether, in favor of a less poetic and catchy "Africans here and abroad unite and fight in league with a powerful foreign ally." Such a conclusion inferentially suggests a design flaw at the heart of the Republic, Africans being excluded and persecuted not by accident but purposively, that compels this sizable class of citizens to disregard Republican sovereignty in pursuit of justice. This aforementioned slogan is not the only aspect of this book that continues to resonate. The deregulation of the slave trade led to the mass entry into this dirty business of separate and private traders, which coincided with free trade in Africans and capital flight of this same valuable commodity. All of these italicized terms are part of today's jargon and should remind us of their less than glorious antecedents and their role as recurring building blocks of today's capitalist society. More than this, those who reside in a nation constructed by slavery need to think longer and harder about contemporary manifestations of this peculiar institution, not least in terms of the kind of capitalism and republicanism that now obtains in North America, but, as well, the degradation of labor 21 in this nation and how the racist stigmatizing of a formidable segment of the working class can reinforce a reactionary conservatism that bedevils the nation. Point 22. My Manhattan ecstasy in January 2012 proved to be short-lived, as I sought futilely to hail a taxi from the sidewalk abutting the New York Historical Society on Central Park West after gathering my glittering research nuggets on colonial slavery. Yet I recall thinking at the time that these taxi drivers, some of whom had a dark skin tone similar to my own, were rudimentarily reenacting the drama I had just researched moments earlier. That is, I was seemingly enduring what is now a reigning Manhattan cliché, being bypassed by taxis because of the color of my skin, the outward manifestation of African ancestry. That is to say, as a putative descendant of mainland Africans who had fought the formation of a slave-holding republic, then a Jim Crow regime, I was continuing to incur a penalty as a result, this time in the form of having to walk part of the way to my next destination. As had happened previously in Gotham when I was subjected to such a slight, I recalled my experience earlier in the century teaching at Hong Kong University, when this former colony had just reverted to Beijing's rule. Their taxis would zip past Chinese to pick me up on the presumed premise perhaps that I was not an indigene but, possibly, a tourist or diplomat capable of a nice tip or, at least, a foreigner bearing no felonious intent. On the face of things, Chinese cabbies perceived me to be less of a threat than those in my ostensible homeland. Even then I was wondering if China's rise would have a positive impact on the dire plight of my ebony compatriots in North America, just as Spain had centuries earlier. As I ambled along in the wintry clime of Manhattan, I smiled to myself, thinking that dialectically the added exercise I was receiving might allow me to live to fight another day, confirming the continuing viability of jiu-jitsu-like maneuvers which had allowed us Africans to survive for centuries in an ocean of hostility, a heartening thought to ponder roughly 240 years since abolitionism had begun to assert itself dramatically in London. Introduction. It was just past 10 in the morning on June 22, 1772 in a London courtroom. And the presiding magistrate, Lord Mansfield, had just made a ruling that suggested that slavery, the blight that had ensnared so many, would no longer obtain, at least not in England. A few nights later, a boisterous group of Africans, numbering in the hundreds, gathered for a festive celebration. Strikingly, none defined as white were allowed, though they toasted Lord Mansfield, the first Scot to become a powerful lawyer, legislator, politician, and judge, with unbounded enthusiasm. 1. Others were not so elated, particularly in Virginia, where the former property in question in this case had been residing. Is it in the power of Parliament to make such a law? Can any human law abrogate the divine? The laws of nature are the laws of God, wrote one querulously questioning writer. 2 Indicating that this was not a sectional response, a correspondent in Manhattan near the same time assured that this ostensibly anti-slavery ruling will occasion a greater ferment in America, particularly in the islands, than the Stamp Act itself, a reference to another London edict that was then stirring controversy in the colonies. 3 The radical South Carolinian William Drayton, whose colony barely contained an unruly African majority, was apoplectic about this London decision, asserting that it would complete the ruin of many American provinces. 4. This apocalyptic prediction was shaped inexorably by the inflammatory statements emanating from the London courtroom. The lawyer for the enslaved man at issue sketched a devastating indictment of slavery, an institution that undergirded immense fortunes in the colonies. He observed that slavery was dangerous to the state, perhaps a veiled reference to the forced retreat of colonists in Jamaica a few decades earlier in the face of fierce resistance by African warriors designated as Maroons, Their militancy seemed to augur at one point the collapse of the colonial regime. 5 Caribbean revolts were so frequent that according to one analyst this unrest underscored colonists' pathological fear of Africans as their natural enemy. 6 A situation that was inherently unsustainable but, simultaneously, indicated why this London case had fomented such raw emotion. This lawyer's reproach of slavery was not only part of enlightened conversation in London, for as far afield as Madrid and Paris, serious reconsideration of this institution had arisen. In the late 1750s in Hispaniola, dozens of Europeans and thousands of livestock had succumbed to poisons administered by African herbalists. Unsurprisingly, French physiocrats had begun to raise searching questions about the future viability of slavery. 7. Slavery inevitably bred angry disaffection that could be quite destabilizing, particularly when combined with intervention by other European powers. Consequently, this attorney railed against the unlawfulness of introducing a new slavery into England from our American colonies or any other country. Yes, he conceded, by an unhappy occurrence of circumstances, the slavery of Negroes is thought to have become necessity in America. 8 But why should this pestilence be extended? Hanging ominously in the air was the implication that if slavery were to be deemed null and void in London, then why not in Charleston? Even before these foreboding words were uttered in London, the Virginia Gazette, whose audience had few qualms about enslavement of Africans, had noticed that since this case had commenced, the spirit of liberty had diffused itself so far amongst the species of people, namely Negroes, that they have established a club near Charing Cross where they meet every Monday night for the more effectual recovery of their freedom. 9. The New Yorker was prescient, as we know, while the man from Carolina summarized neatly what was to befall the British holdings south of the Canadian border. The eminent 20th century historian Benjamin Quarles has argued that this London case hastened slavery's downfall in New England. 10 Moreover, what came to be known as Somerset's case emerged in the wake of a number of decisions emanating from London that unnerved the powerful slaveholders of North America and was followed by others, all of which aided in lighting a fuse of revolt that detonated on July 4, 1776. This is a book about the role of slavery and the slave trade in the events leading up to July 4, 1776, in igniting the rebellion that led to the founding of the United States of America. 11 Notably, as the seditiousness of rebellious Africans intersected with the machinations of European powers, Spain and France most particularly. It is a story that does not see the founding of the USA as inevitable or even a positive development, for Africans, or indigenes, most particularly. 12 I argue that a number of contingent trends led to 1776. As we know, the now leading metropolis that is New York was once controlled by the Dutch, the area around Philadelphia once was colonized by the Swedes, New Orleans had French, then Spanish, then French rule once more, Jamaica went from Spain to Britain in the mid-17th century. The colonizing of the Americas was a chaotic process for which teleology is particularly inappropriate. It was not foreordained that the stars and stripes would flutter at all, least of all over so much of North America. The colonizing of the Americas was a wild and woolly process. Guy Fawkes and Oliver Cromwell were surging to prominence as London's creation of colonies in the Americas was accelerating. These two men represented plotting and attempting to overturn an already unstable status quo that was hard to hide from Africans. Moreover, the colonial project unfolded alongside a kind of Cold War between Catholics and Protestants. 13, studded with the periodic equivalent of a kind of Sino-Soviet split that from time to time disunited Madrid and Paris. The chaos of colonialism combined with this defining religious rift ironically created leverage for Africans, as they could tip the balance against one European power by aligning with another or with the indigenous. Then there was the developing notion of whiteness, smoothing tensions between and among people hailing from the old continent, which was propelled by the need for European unity to confront raging Africans and indigenes. This, inter alia, served to unite settlers in North America with what otherwise might have been their French and Spanish antagonists, laying the basis for a kind of democratic advance, as represented in the freedom of religion in the emergent U.S. Constitution. Surely, the uniting of Europeans from varying ethnicities under the umbrella of whiteness broadened immeasurably the anti-London project, with a handsome payoff delivered to many of the anti-colonial participants in the form of land that once was controlled by the indigenous, often stocked with enslaved Africans, not to mention a modicum of civil rights denied to those who were not defined as white. Ironically, the founders of the Republic have been hailed and lionized by left, right, and center for in effect creating the first apartheid state. Assuredly, as with any epical event, the ouster of London from a number of its North American colonies was driven by many forces, not just slavery and the slavery trade, a point I well recognize. Point 14. As ever, there were numerous economic reasons for a unilateral declaration of independence. When British forces in 1741 were in the midst of attacking Cuba and Cartagena, an officer of the Crown mused in case of victory about settling North American colonists in the east end of Cuba, since if they could be settled there, it would be much better than their returning home to a country overpeopled already, which runs them on setting up manufactures, to the prejudice of their mother country. 9 years earlier, another Londoner fretted that while once almost all the sugar made in the West Indies was brought to England in British-built ships, now it is as notorious that 1 ship in 3, which bring that commodity, are New England built and navigated by New England sailors. From whence it follows that New England has supplanted Britain in its navigation to those colonies 1 part in 3. These North American colonies were surpassing Britain in making hats, so useful in frequently inclement weather. Thus, it was concluded portentously, independency of these colonies must be the consequence, a fatal consequence to this kingdom. This independency was highly probable. 16 by 1761, yet another Briton was arguing that these North America colonies were far from being beneficial to Great Britain, that it would have been much better if no such continent or no such colonies had ever existed, since from their very establishment they have been a growing evil to Great Britain, which has thereby laid the foundation of an empire that may hereafter make her a colony. Emphasis original. Point 17. These economic conflicts were all very real and deeply felt by settlers and Londoners alike. Yet, even when one posits this economic conflict as overriding all others in sparking revolt, the larger point was that it was slavery that was driving these fortunes, particularly in the North American colonies. For example, in Rhode Island, epicenter of the slave trade during a good deal of the 18th century, these merchants of odiousness moved rapidly to plow their vast fortunes into sectors that competed aggressively with the mother country, notably manufacturing, insurance, and banking, indicating that slavery remained at the root of the conflict. Point 19. Negroes were considered essential to New England's prosperity, argues historian Lorenzo Green, speaking of the colonial era. Point 20. In South Carolina, always on edge because of the presence of a restive African majority often in league with Spanish Florida, care was taken to build roads and establish ferries in order to more effectively gain access to lands rocked by slave revolt, but this infrastructure spending also spurred economic development generally. Point 21. In sum, the argument between these colonies and London was in a sense a chapter in a larger story whose first lines were written in 1688 during the Glorious Revolution, when the Crown was forced to take a step back as a rising merchant class stepped forward. 22. Not least in corroding the monarch's hegemony in the slave trade. Arguably, it was then that the groundwork was laid for the takeoff of capitalism, a trend in which slavery and the slave trade played an indispensable role. Point 23. The growing influence of merchants in the aftermath of 1688 turbocharged the African slave trade, which allowed for spectacular profits growing from investments in the Americas and the forging of a wealthy class there which chafed under London's rule. It was in 1696 that the House of Commons received a petition objecting to the monopoly on this hateful trade in humans then held by the Royal African Company, RAC. The petition was signed by individuals referring to themselves as merchants and traders of Virginia and Maryland, who argued that their plantations were capable of much greater profit and production, and if they were sufficiently supplied with Negroes, they would produce twice the quantity they do now. Indeed, the shortage of slaves was hindering the development of the tobacco colonies. After wrangling, their prayers were answered, leading to spectacular increases in the number of Africans in chains crossing the Atlantic. Point 24. This business benefited handsomely some entrepreneurs in New England, notably in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, where the trade flourished. This region contained the greatest slave trading communities in America. According to Lorenzo J. Green, the profits from the slave trade were almost incredible. Seldom has there been a more lucrative commerce than the traffic in Negroes, since gross profits were sometimes as high as 1,600%, as the slave trade easily became the most lucrative commerce of the 17th and 18th centuries. 25 The Puritan colonies, says Green, were the greatest slave trading communities in America. From Boston, Salem, and Charlestown in Massachusetts, from Newport, Providence, and Bristol in Rhode Island, and from New London and Hartford emerged these vessels of opprobrium and profit. And of the American ships involved in shipboard insurrections, those from New England suffered the most, with Massachusetts leading the pack. 26 Simultaneously, this phenomenon bonded colonies north and south on the altar of slavery and nervousness about African intentions. To be sure, for the longest period it was the sugar colonies of the Caribbean that were the cash cow for London. In 1700, the average English person consumed 5 pounds of sugar per year. In 1850, the figure was 35 pounds. By value, sugar had become Britain's number 2 import, after cotton. Poor people in England spent about 5% of their wages on sugar. Sugar planters, as a result, became fabulously wealthy and influential in London itself, as William Beckford, whose fortune was centered in Jamaica, became Lord Mayor of this sprawling metropolis, only to be mocked as Negro whipping Beckford. 27. Yet, because the gain was so potentially stupefying, this dirty business bred conflict among the European powers almost effortlessly, igniting piracy and privateering, all of which, as we shall see, allowed Africans to tip the balance against one of these powers, which in most cases meant disfavoring London and its colonies. In a like fashion, the gargantuan wealth generated by trade in human commodities fed conflict between London and the colonies over taxes and who should pay importers or exporters, not to mention clashes between insurers and merchants over losses at sea or the much dreaded shipboard insurrections. At a certain point, some colonists may have wondered if deluging the mainland with Africans was part of a ploy by the metropolis to place in their backyard a force that could discipline if not eliminate them. Africans were victimized by this trade, but the clash of interests opened the door for their engaging in political arbitrage. This influx of Africans also bailed out the colonial enterprise in another sense, for as the historian Colin G. Calloway has observed, up until the end of the 17th century the British had feared for the survival of their infant American colonies. 28 By 1698, the RAC was obliged to yield and rescued the colonial enterprise when so-called separate traders and private traders filled the breach with slave trade profits and filled their pockets with filthy lucre, many of them enabled to climb the class ladder to esteemed merchant status. Thus, in the 15 years prior to 1698, slavers transported close to 5,500 enslaved Africans to the North American mainland, and in the 15 years after, the figure increased dramatically to more than 15,000. The heralded reforms flowing in the aftermath of 1688 were as important to slave trade escalation as the reforms of 1832 were to slave emancipation. 29 Finally, in 1750, London declared the trade to Africa to be even more free and open, which sent a cascade of Africans across the Atlantic to the mainland, with wide consequences hardly envisioned at the time. 30. This enormous influx of Africans laid the foundation for the concomitant growth of capitalism. The advent of this system has been seen widely and schematically as a leap forward from the strictures of feudalism and, therefore, a great leap forward for humanity as a whole. 31 Nonetheless, this trade did not signal progress for Africans, as their continent was besieged by separate traders with the demented energy of crazed bees. It was an early example of the immense profit and productivity, and devastation, that accompanied free trade, but this time in Africans. In fact, to the extent that 1776 led to the ossification of slavery and an increase in the illegal slave trade captained by U.S. nationals, particularly after 1808, when it was thought to have gone into desuetude. 1776 marks a counter-revolution. 32 The de facto repudiation of Somerset's case on the mainland was an affirmation of the necessity of slavery, and this at least for the Africans meant a counter-revolution. This affirmation in turn made the explosion in 1861 a deepening of the counter-revolution of slavery and the continuously heightened denunciation of the import of Somerset's case virtually inevitable. Such was the onrushing momentum, the electrifying intensity, of this powerful counter-revolution that arguably it continues today, albeit in a different form. 33 Inexorably, the process of brutal and hurried enslavement generated an opposing and fierce resistance. Reports of various plots and conspiracies by the enslaved were rising sharply in the years preceding 1776.34. What was at play was a crisis of rapid change, when the pace, force, and pressure of events increased sharply in a frenzied manner, making pervasive ruptures veritably unavoidable. The enormous influx of Africans and the settlers' intoxication with the wealth they produced meant that more whites had to be attracted to the continent to countervail the ferocity of the fettered labor force, and ultimately, an expanded set of rights for these European migrants, along with land seized from the indigenous, was critical in enticing them. The unforgiving racial ratios in the Caribbean basically determined that slave rebellions would be more concentrated and riotous there, yet this placed London in a vice, for as noted there were growing reservations about focusing investment in North America given that region's growing competitiveness, while militant Africans were driving settlers away from the Caribbean, precisely to North America. Yet this brought London no surcease, since the arrivals of these enterprising individuals in North America brought as well those who had experienced the fright of riotous Africans. It was in early 1736 that a conspiracy was exposed in Antigua for the enslaved to liquidate the European settlers. According to the authorities, all the white inhabitants of this island were to be murdered and a new form of government to be established by the slaves among themselves, as they were determined to possess the island entirely. 35 This was preceded by yet another horrid plot that was exposed in early 1729, in which the enslaved were determined to cut off every white inhabitant of Antigua. 36 Eliza Lucas, the daughter of the lieutenant governor of Antigua, promptly migrated to South Carolina, where she became the spouse of Charles Pinckney, a leader of this colony, and their sons became leaders of the revolt against London. Unsurprisingly, she found Carolina greatly preferable to the West Indies, though by March 1741 she was anxiety-ridden once more, as Charleston, she thought, was to be destroyed by fire and sword, to be executed by the Negroes before the first day of next month. 37 Then, as some of these colonists fled northward, they brought with them enslaved Africans, well aware that their oppressors were vulnerable, which was not the kind of insight conducive to stability in the mainland colonies. Among these was the influential Isaac Royall, who by 1737, it was said, had arrived in Massachusetts with a parcel of Negroes designed for his own use and a willingness to pay the duty of impost in a province where as elsewhere nervousness about the growing presence of enslaved Africans was growing. 38 Then there was Josiah Martin, the final colonial governor in North Carolina, who outraged fellow settlers in the immediate prelude to 1776 by allegedly threatening to free and unleash Africans against rebels. He too had roots in Antigua and, thus, had reason to possess a healthy regard for the fighting spirit of Africans and their own desire for domination, a point that may have occurred to residents of what became the Tar Heel State. 39 As settlers fled from the Caribbean to the mainland of North America, they brought with them nerve-jangling experiences with Africans that hardened their support of slavery, just as abolitionism was arising in London. But the point was that rebellious Africans were causing Europeans to flee the Caribbean for the mainland, as the productive forces in the latter were already burgeoning. The following pages will reveal that slave resistance in the Caribbean too merits consideration when contemplating the origins of the U.S. Thus, in 1750, 50,000 more Africans lived in the islands than on the mainland, but as 1776 approached, 30,000 more Africans lived on the mainland than on the islands. Likewise, in 1680, almost 9 out of 10 Africans under London's jurisdiction in the Americas lived in the Caribbean, and half resided on the small island of Barbados, while the Negro population on the mainland was relatively small. 40 This rapid transition to the mainland by 1750 reflected many forces, particularly investors betting on the mainland more than the islands, as Africans had inflamed these small territories. But this transition occurred as restiveness was growing on the mainland about the nature of colonial rule. The mainland and the metropolis were approaching confrontation for another reason. Abolitionism was rising in London, not least because Britain was becoming increasingly dependent on African soldiers and sailors. It was not easy to enslave those of this important category of workers, particularly when they carried weapons. One observer detected 12 Blackmore sailors serving in one of the king's ships at Bristol in 1645, nor was it unknown that black body servants to rise into battle alongside their Roundhead or Cavalier masters. Some of these men whose presence was recorded on Civil War battlefields may well have been born in these islands. 41 The Civil War in which these Africans participated and the fractiousness of English, then British, politics virtually preordained that various island factions would seek the support of Africans, notably as their numbers escalated in the 18th century. Moreover, a number of Irishmen, quite dissatisfied with London, often sought succor with the Crown's most obstinate foes, providing further impetus for reliance on Africans. Strikingly, in early 1748 in South Carolina, a plot of the enslaved was uncovered to liquidate European settlement, which was said to be assisted by an Irishman, Lawrence Kelly. 42 In the run-up to 1776, there were numerous Irish soldiers of fortune who had thrown in their lot with His Catholic Majesty in Spain, including Alejandro O'Reilly, Spain's chief representative in New Orleans, and General Richard Wall, who served in the post of Spanish Secretary of State. The powerful O'Reilly was deemed to be the most respected figure in the military of Spain. 43. Many Scots were similarly unhappy, a discontent that has yet to disappear. 44 The Act of Union, formally consolidating Scotland's role in the United Kingdom, came only in 1707. There were two massive uprisings, 1715 and 1745, that had a particular resonance in the Highlands, where resistance was the strongest, which happened to be a point of departure for numerous migrants to North America. Some of these migrations were involuntary, as prisoners of war were shipped en masse to the colonies, many of whom arrived in no mood to compromise with London and eager for revenge. 45 Satisfying the needs of these migrants often meant massive land grants to them in the colonies. 46 Necessitating either enslaved Africans to work the land or armed Africans offshore to protect them from attack, goals at cross purposes leading to strains in the colonial project. Thus, in early 1776, Arthur Lee of Virginia was gleeful, as he reported from London. "The Irish troops go with infinite resistance to North America," he averred, "and strong guards are obliged to be kept upon the transports to keep them from deserting wholesale. The Germans too, I am well informed, are almost mutinous. London," he said, "found it impossible to recruit in England, Ireland, or Scotland, though the leading people of the last are to a man almost violently against America." 47 The presumed unreliability of the Irish and Scots facilitated London's increased reliance on African soldiers and sailors. Yet the sight of armed Africans was quite unsettling to the settlers. It was in 1768 that Bostonians were treated to the sight of Afro-Caribbean drummers of the 29th Regiment actually punishing their fellow white soldiers. In the heart of Boston Commons, these Negroes whipped about 10 alleged miscreants for various misdeeds. One can only imagine how such a sight would have been received in Carolina, though such displays gave resonance to the growing perception that London would move to free the enslaved, arm them, and then squash colonies already perceived as a growing rival. It was also in Boston in 1768 that John Hancock and other eminent petitioners accused the redcoats of encouraging slaves to cut their masters' throats and to beat, insult and otherwise ill-treat said masters. It was felt that with the arrival of more redcoats, the Africans surmised they would soon be free and the Liberty Boys slaves. 48. It was not only the British who felt compelled to place weapons in the arms of Africans. It was in 1766 that Louisiana's governor, Etienne Boucher Perrier de Salvert, asserted that since soldiers fled at the first flash of the Indian gun, it would be much better to trust Negroes on the battlefield and use them as soldiers, because they, at least, were brave men. 49 Actually, the governor was an inadequate sociologist, for what drove the indomitable courage of Africans was the perception that, if captured, they could easily wind up in slavery, while their European counterparts alternatively had numerous options available, including becoming property owners stocked precisely with the enslaved. London felt compelled to rely upon Negro soldiers and sailors, as the colonists came to rely upon Negro slaves. This was becoming an unbridgeable chasm. The Crown, the sovereign in both London and the colonies, had created a highly combustible political volcano. This instability was also propelled by another contradiction that the Crown helped to create. The model in the mother country was based upon a certain privilege for the English, as against the Irish and Scots. In contrast, the colonies, desperate for men and women defined as white to counter the fearsome presence of Africans in the prelude to 1776, could empower the Irish and Scots and provide them with more opportunity. All this was occurring as economic conflicts brewed in the transatlantic relationship. Ultimately, the mainland model based on racial privilege overwhelmed the London model based on ethnic privilege. London's ethnic approach implicitly, at times explicitly, sacrificed the interests of Irish and Scots and Welsh, and even the English of certain class backgrounds, and made up for the shortfall by seeking to attract Africans to the banner, a policy propelled not least by competition with Madrid. But such a policy could only alienate mainland settlers, driving them toward a unilateral declaration of independence on July 4, 1776. One sees part of this trend unfolding in the Chesapeake during this tumultuous era. Beginning in the 1680s and stretching until at least 1720, there was a decided shift from the use of servants to the use of slaves. As the population of the latter increased at twice the rate of the European-derived population, instability increased. But for present purposes, note that the term white, the vector of a potently rising identity politics still operative centuries later, only began to supplant Christian and free as favored designations in the 1690s, as the monopoly of the Royal African Company eroded and separate and private traders began descending in droves on Africa, providing the human capital for economic expansion. 50 In short, the privilege of whiteness was based heavily upon the increased presence of Africans. But since mainlanders were coming to suspect that London would deploy the Negroes against them, or, at least, had a more expansive view of their deployment than settlers, this meant that independence in 1776 was tied up with complicated, even fearful, sentiments about humans designated as slaves. This expansion in the colonies, fueled by enslavement of Africans, then undergirded the conflict with London that erupted in 1776. Unfortunately for London and its energetic North American colonies, there were other forces that had a vote on their future. In retrospect, it seems appropriate that the Spanish term for blacks, that is, Negroes, invaded the English language almost as effortlessly as the Bronze troops of His Catholic Majesty invaded the territory ostensibly controlled by London. For as early as 1555, Madrid was deploying in the Americas attacking forces heavily composed of Africans, and by 1574 in Havana the darkest of us all had their own militias under African command. 51 Thus, as Africans began flooding into North America, forced to endure the most heinous of circumstances, this prepared a delicate recipe for the exquisite taste of Spain, which wished to reverse London's gains. It was in mid-1742, as London and Spain were at war once more, that Madrid's man in Havana barked out blunt orders: after taking possession of Port Royal, South Carolina, it will be proper to send out Negroes of all languages, some of which should accompany the militia of this place for this very purpose, to convoke the slaves of the English in the plantations round about, and offer, in the name of our King, liberty, if they will deliver themselves up of their own accord, and to say that the lands will be assigned them in the territories of Florida, which they may cultivate and use themselves as owners, under the direction and laws of the Kingdom of Spain. 52. In the long run, enslaved Africans in the British colonies and then the early US itself may have absorbed Iberian notions about the relation between slavery and freedom, notably the seditious notion that freedom was a permissible goal for a slave. 53. The threat from Spanish Florida led directly to the creation of London's colony in Georgia. A motive force for the founding in 1733 was to forge a white buffer where African slavery was to be barred between South Carolina, which labored anxiously with a Negro majority, and Spanish Florida, from whence armed Africans continually probed. Establishing Georgia evidently did not hamper unduly Madrid's plans, particularly when a few years after the founding, South Carolina endured the Stono Revolt, the bloodiest in the history of colonial North America, in which it appears Spain played a starring role. Thus, it was also in mid-1742 that the founding father of Georgia, James Oglethorpe, confessed disconsolately that the devilish Spaniards had fomented a mutinous temper at Savannah, and, as a result, the destruction of that place was but part of their scheme for raising a general disturbance through all North America. Their correspondence with the Negroes too fatally manifested itself in the fire at New York and Shawtown, Charleston, and the insurrection of the Negroes in Carolina. 54. These were not Oglethorpe's views alone. The idea was growing that the South Carolina, then Georgia, border separating British from Spanish soil was the soft underbelly, the Achilles heel of London's mainland colonial project that could push the Union Jack back to the Canadian border. It was in mid-1741 that an official investigation poking through the debris of the September 1739 Stono uprising by the enslaved, which led to buckets of blood being shed by Carolina colonists, more than 24 were slaughtered, observed that these Africans would not have made this insurrection had they not depended on Florida as a place of reception afterwards. This was very certain, and that the Spaniards had a hand in prompting them to this particular action, there was but little room to doubt. Emphasis original. For the previous July, a Spanish official in Florida arrived in Charleston with about 30 aides, one of which was a Negro that spoke English very well. This arrival was under the pretense of delivering a letter to Oglethorpe, though it must have been known that he did not reside there. It was feared that this Negro was tasked to incite Carolina Africans. 55. Oglethorpe thought he knew why Madrid relied so heavily on armed Africans, and inexorably, given the intensity of religiosity, the reason was to be found in Catholicism. Madrid and Paris, he stressed, contained 100,000 cloistered females, not permitted to propagate their species, and the number of males in a state of celibacy is still abundantly greater. Besides, a considerable part of their great armies tended to resolve against marriage, meaning a birth dearth that could only be resolved by a more dedicated inclusion of Africans that Protestant London abjured. 56. If Oglethorpe had paid closer attention to Iberian politics, he might have noticed that, like Scotland, Catalonia, which included Barcelona, was not wholly reconciled to being administered by Madrid. It was on September 11, 2012 that an estimated 1.5 million Catalonians called for more autonomy for this region, which contained a population of about 7.5 million. It was on that date in 1714, at the end of the War of Spanish Succession, that the Bourbon monarchy suppressed regional institutions. 57. Madrid's reliance upon Africans in the Americas may have seemed less risky than reliance upon men with roots in Catalonia. Ultimately, the clash between London and Madrid at the South Carolina, Georgia, Florida border in the 1740s proved decisive for the future of what was to become the U.S., on the same level as the better-known conclusion of the 7 Years' War in 1763, yet this former struggle, even more than what befell Quebec, had the enslavement of Africans at its throbbing heart. 58. Moreover, after the 1740s, Georgia's role as a white equivalent of the Berlin Wall rapidly crumbled, bringing more Africans to the mainland and, thus, increasing the anxieties of mainland settlers. There was a kind of arms race that ensnared London and Madrid, involving competition for the often angry affections of Negroes. London, with a developing empire and a relatively small population, could hardly ignore Africans. London's negotiations in the 1730s with Jamaican Maroons suggested that the Crown recognized early on the value of an entente with Africans. In this contest, London was at a blunt disadvantage, not least since its blustering mainland colonies had opted for a development model based on the mass enslavement of Africans and the reluctance to build an escape hatch for free Africans. The very name St. Augustine, Florida, sent a frisson of apprehension coursing down the spines of the British, particularly after it became a citadel where armed Africans were known to reside. By the late 1720s, British subjects returning to Carolina battered and bruised from captivity in Florida told spine-shaking tales of Africans, and the indigenous, selling British scalps for 30 Spanish pieces of 8.59. Unfortunately for the settlers, it was not only Carolina that was terrified by the dual prospects of internal revolt and external invasion, particularly from Spanish Florida, for this dual nightmare was a frequent topic of discussion in Virginia at the highest level. 60. Moreover, London was administering an overstretched empire, which too necessitated the employment of more Africans. By 1757, after a battle with Bengal's Muslim viceroy, the East India Company found itself in possession of a territory 3 times larger than England. Less than a decade later, the company had successfully undermined the ruler of Awadh, the largest of the Mughal Empire's provinces. 61. Yes, the distraction of India benefited the North American rebels, but it also underscored the importance of Africans as a military force in the Americas. London probably undermined its cause with the mainland colonists during the all-important siege of Havana in 1762. There was conscription in North America for this campaign, which admittedly was designed in no small part to ease Spanish pressure on the Carolinas and Georgia, though these settlers thought their time could have been better spent subduing the indigenous and the land they controlled. But then London's commanders were instructed that the corps of Negroes to be raised in Jamaica for this battle should have an equal share in all booty gained from the enemy in common with his regular troops. This only served to add heft to the gnawing feeling on the mainland that settlers were being treated like Africans, which, in their argot, meant being treated like slaves. 62. Britain finally ousted the Spanish from rule in St. Augustine in 1763, though the future Sunshine State continued to be the dog that didn't bark, since it was the 14th colony that did not revolt in 1776, perhaps because Africans continued to play a martial role there, and like most Africans were not enthusiastic about a settlers' revolt that augured an ossification of slavery. Strikingly, Africans also fled en masse as London took the reins of power. 63. Interestingly, in 1776, Governor Patrick Tonin, in what was then British East Florida, created 4 black militia companies to join in defense of the province, mostly with success, designed to foil attacks from Georgia, which these companies then proceeded to attack. 64. In summary, the post-1688 tumult brought London mixed blessings. Surely, the enhanced slave trade it augured lined the pockets of numerous merchants in Bristol and Liverpool, but in Rhode Island too, which instigated dreams of independence. This tumult delivered more Africans to the hemisphere who were not immune to the seductive appeals of Madrid. This tumult also brought more Negro insurrectionists who helped to spur an abolitionist movement that served to create a gulf between London and its increasingly obstreperous colonies. These Africans played a pivotal role in spurring once proud British subjects to revolt against the Crown. Thanks to the final colonial governor in Virginia, Lord Dunmore, he was viewed as a villain by the rebels, particularly after his notorious November 1775 decree to free and arm enslaved Africans in order to squash the anti-colonial revolt. Dispatched to bolster his deteriorating rule were 160 men from the 14th Regiment at St. Augustine. 65. But often forgotten when Dunmore is invoked is the run-up to November 1775, when rebellious Africans had sought to eliminate settlements, leading some colonists to feel that the world could be upended and they could assume a status below that of vassals. Thus, the threat of Negro revolt was magnified in the desperation driven by the Yamasee War, featuring the indigenous rampaging against settlers, which led to the arming of Africans in South Carolina in 1715. In other words, in addition to competing European powers, for example, Spain allying with Africans, settlers also had to worry about slaves bolstering revolts of the indigenous. Engaged typically in dickering and arbitrage, Simultaneously, Africans were also negotiating with and cooperating with raiding parties by the indigenous. In some instances, they even entered into formal alliances with the indigenous and commenced their own unilateral wars against the colony. There must be great caution, several planters warned, lest our slaves when armed might become our masters. This was the profoundly significant fear that hovered like a dark cloud over the colonial project, a fear London unwittingly ignited into raging fever as 1776 approached with its tentative steps toward abolition while arming and deploying African soldiers in the colonies. 66. Besieged by Africans, the indigenous, and European powers alike, mainland settlers found their options narrowing. Creating a buffer class of free Africans was a potential alternative to what appeared to be impending disaster. Indelicately, Governor William Gooch of Virginia had to explain in 1736 why such policies were inappropriate for his province. Why pass a law, he was asked, depriving free Negroes and mulattoes of the privilege of voting at any election of burgesses, or at any other elections? Well, he huffed, recently there was a conspiracy discovered among the Negroes to cut off the English, wherein the free Negroes and mulattoes were much suspected to have been concerned, which will forever be the case. Indeed, he continued, such was the insolence of the free Negroes at that time, that the next assembly thought it necessary, to fix a perpetual brand upon free Negroes and mulattoes by excluding them from that great privilege of a freeman, well knowing they always did and, every will, adhere to and favor the slaves. 67. Mainland settlers railed against overtures to Africans while they made overtures to London's staunchest foes. In early 1751, London was informed that mainland settlers were involved in a clandestine trade with the French, Dutch and Danes that was such a success that now these devious merchants were seeking to introduce foreign sugar into Great Britain itself, along with great quantities of foreign rum into Ireland, as well as into Halifax. In turn, mainlanders were bringing to North America all kinds of French and Dutch merchandise directly interfering with those of Great Britain. This was causing irreparable injury to the commerce and manufactures of the mother country and to the great increase and strength and riches of Britain's most dangerous rivals, leading inexorably to impending ruin, falling upon Great Britain. 68. In 1756, London railed against an illegal trade that had been carried out between British plantations and the French settlements. 69. Indeed, mainland trade with Hispaniola was so sizable, particularly with regard to trade implicating slavery and the slave trade, that it may have contributed to the demographic racial imbalance leading directly to the vaunted Haitian Revolution, 1791–1804, meaning these mainland settlers were active agents in two of the major developments of the past few centuries. In 1762, British officer Geoffrey Amherst complained that some of the merchants on this continent, particularly those of Pennsylvania and New York, were entering into schemes for supplying the Havana Cuba with provisions. In August 1776, the British seafarer James Stokes, who had just arrived on the French-controlled Hispaniola, noticed armed North American vessels loading arms and ammunition, presumably for the anti-colonial revolt. 70. Thus, even before 1756 or 1763, these settlers, apparently unable to resist the stupendous profits emerging from an ascending slave-driven capitalism, were busily cutting various deals with their erstwhile opponents, particularly the French, even though London repeatedly warned that this was jeopardizing British interests. The settlers had good reason to believe that if they cut a deal with Madrid and Paris against British interests, they would emerge as the eventual winners. In other words, from 1756 to 1763, London fought an expensive and largely successful war against Paris and Madrid to oust the latter two from a good deal of North America to the benefit of the colonists, then sought to raise taxes to pay for this gigantic venture only to have the settlers go behind the back of London and conspire with Spain and France against Britain. Yet even this gloss on the founding should not be allowed to downplay the role of Africans, for it was their conspiring with the Spaniards in Florida in particular which was a driving force behind the 7 Years' War that contributed to London's loss. London had created an inherently unstable colonial project, based on mass enslavement of Africans who could then be appealed to by Spanish neighbors and wreak havoc, and an inability to hedge against the fiasco that such a policy promised by building a buffer class of free Negroes and mulattoes. This conspicuous weakness drew London into a seemingly endless cycle of conflicts with Spain and its frequent ally France, culminating in the so-called 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. This proved to be a catastrophic victory for London, as in eroding these external threats to the colonies, it allowed the settlers to concentrate more of their ire on London itself, leading to the 1776 unilateral Declaration of Independence. That is to say, before 1763, mainland settlers were huddling in fear of Negro insurrection combined with foreign invasion, particularly from Spanish Florida or, possibly, French Canada. Afterward, it appeared to a number of colonists, particularly as abolitionist sentiment grew in London, that Negro insurrection would be coupled with the throttling of the colonies by redcoats, many of them bearing an ebony hue. Minimally, a mainland settler deal with Madrid in particular could forestall the eventuality of another Stono, no small matter, as reports of slave conspiracies rose in the years immediately preceding 1776. The threats to London's interests were multiplying as some mainland settlers were busily conspiring with the Crown's enemies. London did not seem to realize that when the RAC monopoly eroded, set in motion were virtually unstoppable economic forces that would place stressing strain on mainland provinces, ultimately setting them adrift toward independence. The traditional narrative of the Republic's founding has emphasized insufficiently the amorality and transborder ethos that came to define capitalism, which often was at odds with traditional notions of patriotism and even sovereignty. This trend was reflected in the earliest stages of the mainland revolt. Quite naturally, this dearth of patriotism also came to characterize Africans, the human capital which propelled this system, who had little interest in identifying their interest with that of their so-called masters. Moreover, the settlers thought that London's special relationship with Africans had gone too far, to the point where they thought they had reason to fear that the Crown's sable arm would come down with a crash upon their heads. Every slave might be reckoned a domestic enemy, according to Benjamin Franklin, speaking almost 2 decades before 1776.71, just before July 4, 1776. A fellow Philadelphian denounced London for not only urging savages to invade the country, but instigating Negroes to murder their masters. 72. The embodiment of colonial secession, George Washington, may have spent more time overseeing his enslaved Africans than he did supervising soldiers or government officials. 73. Suggesting the importance of this troublesome property, by 1764, he owed one of his London creditors a still hefty £1,800 74, and certainly had an incentive to both preserve his slave property and escape from the Crown, which seemed to be calling it into question. John Adams, who earned handsome fees as legal counsel for slaveholders in cases against the enslaved, had little reason to disagree. 75. Ditto for John Hancock, whose large signature on the nascent Republic's founding document was somehow appropriate since he was one of Boston's largest slave owners. 76. James Madison speculated in late 1774, if America and Britain should come to an hostile rupture, I am afraid an insurrection among Negroes may and will be promoted. In one of our counties lately a few of those unhappy wretches met together and chose a leader who was to conduct them when the English troops should arrive, which they foolishly thought would be very soon, and that by revolting to them they should be rewarded with their freedom. 77. Prominent slaveholder and anti-London rebel Henry Laurens of South Carolina was told that just before the April 1775 confrontation at Lexington between the Republicans and the Crown, the latter planned to instigate the enslaved to revolt to blunt the settlers' initiative. By 1774, he was reportedly convinced that if London had its way, none but slaves and his officers and their taskmasters shall reside in America. He may have heard of the British subject of African descent David Margaret, who was in South Carolina in 1775 preaching about abolition. 78. As the tempting of fate by Margaret in Carolina suggested, there were strong hints from Britain that sensitive settlers may have found in every sense unsettling. As June 1772 approached, beating slaves was much less common in London than in the colonies. Increasingly, Londoners were beginning to see slavery and slaveholders as an American phenomenon that sophisticated metropolitans disdained as uncivilized, partly because that was the view propounded by the growing number of Africans, perhaps 15,000, in British streets in the 1770s, that the colonists were prating about liberty while enforcing a draconian enslavement tended to induce an adamantly defensive response among Londoners, who began to castigate the settlers as tyrants themselves. 79. Wittingly or not, reform proposals by London only served to incite the settlers even more, particularly those who were bent on imposing a model of development based on mass enslavement of Africans. In 1775, a leading British official proposed that London was willing to return to the status quo ante of 1763 with regard to taxes and the like if the settlers would concur with the notion that slavery was a vice that was contrary to the law of God and, thus, every slave in North America should be entitled to his trial by jury in all criminal cases, as a foundation to extirpate slavery from the face of earth. With a flourish, it was added, let the only contention henceforward between Great Britain and America be, which shall exceed the other in zeal for establishing the fundamental rights of liberty to all mankind. Settlers may have thought that this official was either daft or engaged in a dangerous provocation, but in any case, this was not the kind of proposal designed to attract the sincere attention of rebels, many of whom had invested fortunes in slavery and the slave trade. 80 London appeared to present a clear and present danger to the lives and fortunes of settlers. The decision to rebel, though festooned in the finery of freedom, wound up depriving a countless number of Africans of the liberty that the 1776 revolt has been thought to have provided. As the 21st century proceeds, one point is evident: the heroic creation myth of the founding of the U.S. is desperately in need of revisiting. In November 1965, in remarks that escaped attention for the most part, Ian Smith, the leader of the newly founded racist republic that was Rhodesia, which became Zimbabwe in 1980, argued that his unilateral declaration of independence was a replay of 1776. He and his comrades were seeking to escape the logic of decolonization, just as 1776 sought to escape the logic of slavery's abolition. 81 Smith had a coarse disregard for the aspirations of Africans, as did his counterparts in 1776. Contemporary observers should note that Smith had as much success in integrating Africans successfully into his ill-fated republic as did his North American counterparts in the aftermath of 1776. Smith was defeated and, justifiably, has passed into the ignominy of history. The rebels of 1776 were victorious and have been hailed widely ever since, suggesting that there is something to be said for winning in the shaping of history's judgment of a rebellion. A few years before Smith's telling remarks, Blas Roca, a leader of what became the Communist Party in Cuba, then in a desperate confrontation with Washington, asked a question not often posed in Washington: why, he asked, was the plight of Negroes in the U.S. probably worse than that of any other group of Africans in the hemisphere? 82. Roca's plaint reflected the point that unlike in Cuba, where the anti-colonial and anti-slavery struggles merged, in the person of Antonio Maceo 83, or in Mexico, where an early leader was of African descent, Vicente Guerrero 84, in what became the U.S., there was a divergence between the struggle against London and the struggle for abolition. In fact, arguably these goals were at loggerheads. With Africans on the mainland standing largely at the side of London, and even more so after independence, it was inevitable that the path ahead for U.S. Negroes would be exceedingly rocky. Indeed, one of the more striking aspects of the anti-London struggle on the mainland was how often it merged with a black scare in the form of the imprecations tossed at Lord Dunmore and Governor Martin of North Carolina. Well after 1776, it remains striking that white supremacists were quite clear and precise as to the identity of their bête noire. For example, it has become veritable folklore that in order to escape successfully the pincers of Jim Crow, Africans with deep roots in the U.S. often began speaking in French or Spanish so as to escape the damning accusation that they were descendants of mainland slaves. 85 A group not notorious in its celebration of 1776 and quite willing to align with the Republic's foes in London thereafter. 86. Though historians have pointed in various directions in seeking to explicate what has befallen Africans on the mainland. 87 It is difficult to ignore the point that one central reason for this awful persecution has been the simple fact that this besieged group had their own ideas about the configuration of North America and that their conceptions often involved collaboration with the antagonists of Euro-American elites, be they indigenes, Madrid, or ultimately London. The Negro dalliance with London was then followed by various relationships with Mexico City 88, Tokyo 89, New Delhi 90 and Moscow 91 in a repetitive pattern of seeking leverage abroad to overcome rapacity at home. However, it was not until the 1950s that Washington came to realize that, perhaps, easing racist oppression at home might serve to foil such dangerous diplomatic alliances. Until then, such relations served partially to provide further grist for the oppressive mill. Nevertheless, today the continuing invidious discrimination that undermines the descendants of enslaved Africans on the mainland 92 stems in no small part from their historically consistent and staunch opposition to the capacious plans of slave-holding rebel then Republican elites, which too often targeted these very same Africans. This chapter began with a remarkable instance of opposition to a sacred principle of mainland settlers' slavery which in June 1772 helped to ignite a new departure in our complex history. Part of the background suggesting how these Africans came to be in a London courtroom and how their audacity helped to ignite a Republican revolt will unwind in the following pages. 1. Rebellious Africans. How Caribbean slavery came to the mainland. The news from Barbados was frightening. In 1676, a Londoner reported breathlessly about the bloody tragedy intended against His Majesty's subjects there at the hands of the heathen, the Negroes. Fortunately, it was said, the conspiracy was miraculously discovered 8 days before the intended murder was planned. 1 An orgy of beheadings and immolations of Africans, particularly those designated as Coromantee or Gold Coast Negro, ensued. But this bloodshed was insufficient to wash away fearful apprehension about what could befall this small island. For the Africans not only sought to eliminate the European settlement and establish their own polity in its stead, they also intended, said one contemporaneous writer, to spare the lives of the fairest and handsomest women, their mistresses and their daughters, to be converted to their own use too. The authorities sought to quarantine the contagion by ordering that no Negroes concerned in the late rebellion or convicted of other crime in Barbados be permitted to be bought or sold. There was fear of what would occur if these Africans wound up in neighboring Jamaica. 3 But this was a difficult mandate to observe when African labor was so needed beyond this island's borders. By importing Africans in such ratios to the point where they grossly outnumbered settlers, the Crown was riding a tiger. It was hard to dismount and harder still not to do so. The colonial governor, Sir Jonathan Atkins, was convinced that foul play was planned by the Africans. Their damnable designs, he asserted, was to destroy them all, meaning those like himself. A more thorough inquiry found this conspiracy far more dangerous than was at first thought, for it had spread over most of the plantations, especially amongst the Coromantee Negroes, who are much the greater number from any one country and are a warlike and robust people. For perhaps Africans should be dragooned from elsewhere, but that could mean enhanced conflict in Africa with the French, Spanish, and other competitors. Just a few years earlier, the Dutch had burned to the ground an English encampment in West Africa with considerable loss. Perhaps inspired, the Africans on an island near Gambia rebelled against the European invaders in their midst, and in the resultant unrest, almost 36 of the English were slain and about the same number of Africans. At this juncture, even the densest and least observant Londoner might have wondered about the costs of colonialism. 5. However, as things turned out, rebellious Africans in the Caribbean did not cause London to abandon colonialism but, instead, to move more assets northward to the mainland, as a host of settlers from Barbados simply moved to South Carolina. London feared that small islands more so than the more spacious mainland could more easily fall victim to internal revolt by the enslaved, coupled with external attack by competing European powers. This was a reasonable assumption, though London was to find that South Carolina too was not altogether exempt from attack by Africans aided by Madrid, underscoring the difficult dilemma faced by settlers. Increasingly, settlers were referring to their principal labor force as intestine enemies, a deadly threat that could not be easily expelled or digested. Moreover, as the number and importance of enslaved Africans grew on the mainland, as Caribbean colonists and their valued property made the great trek to Carolina and points northward, predictably there was a concomitant nervousness about the ultimate rebellious intentions of these manacled workers. In any case, London should not have been surprised by a murderous turn of events. In 1649, a plot by the enslaved was discovered that called for the planter class in Barbados to be eliminated and, as it was reported, their wives to be kept for the chief of the conspirators, their children and white servants to be their slaves. 7. A full century before the famed lurch for independence in 1776, it seemed that other dreams of independence were brewing. The subjugation and settling of the Caribbean in particular and also the mainland was a riotous and chaotic process accompanied by frequent plots and conspiracies, involving not just the usual suspects, the indigenous and Africans, but, as well, Irish and Scots. This chaos provided opportunities for arbitrage and leverage for all concerned, the Africans not least. Ultimately, conflagrations in the Caribbean were to drive London to focus more on the mainland, but this did not provide a long-term remedy. It was almost as if the settlers were deeply equivocal when it came to Africans. For a few decades earlier the Bahamian elite had complained that there were too many Negroes in their midst and sought to transport quite a number to Bermuda and Virginia, both of which had Negro problems all their own. 8. A similar plot by the enslaved had been uncovered in Bermuda in 1673 near Christmas Day, a familiar day of revolt for Africans in the Americas. A result: the colony's free Negro population was effectively expelled, which narrowed the base of support for the colonial project, necessitating the importation of perhaps more unsteady Scots and Irish. A decade earlier, the authorities in recently claimed Jamaica already were hedging against the possibility of an African mutiny. 9. Undaunted, in 1682, recently imported enslaved Africans from Jamaica, brought to Bermuda, devised a far-reaching plan to organize brigades and murder leading planters during Sunday religious services, then flee via the highway that was the vast sea. Settlers were in a quandary since the well-founded fear of external attack meant incorporating Africans in the militia, but this decision could well give succor to the idea that the oppressed should deploy their martial skills against the local elite. 10. This fear of Africans using their weight in colonialism and numerical superiority to turn the tables on the Europeans was a lurking fear during this era, signaled, for example, in 1682 when leading English official William Blathwayt warned darkly about the rise of piratical Negroes. 11. Runaways were known to hide in the woods, waiting to rob or murder Europeans. 12. By late 1675, the authorities in Jamaica, which only had been seized from the Spanish 2 decades earlier, were fretting about several insurrections and rebellions of late by the enslaved. The planters were instructed to take care to provide themselves with one white servant for every 10 Negroes on their plantations, but left unsaid was where these whites would be found who would be sufficiently intrepid to reside among angry insurrectionists. 13. Almost through absence of mind but actually driven by the desperation of mere survival, the base of support for colonialism was expanded to include groups often disfavored in London itself, for example, those who were Jewish and the Irish now admitted into the hallowed halls of a form of colonial whiteness. 14. In other words, the ethnic discrimination of the British Isles had difficulty in withstanding murderous uprisings of the Africans and indigenous. And the ineluctable adaptation in the colonies was a grouping together of Europeans in the evolving racial category that was whiteness. This process facilitated the degradation and subjugation of a recalcitrant African labor force. Yet, ultimately, racial formation was not a long-term solution to London's thorny problems in the Caribbean, not least since it was hard to override by fiat or otherwise the Protestant-Catholic divide. Thus, The undeterred authorities in Barbados quickly moved to increase the supply of servants from Scotland to strengthen the island against the outrages of the Negroes, but casting increasingly restive Scots into this turmoil was not necessarily a formula for calm repose. A further suggestion was loosening barriers on trade between the island and New England, but far-sighted Londoners might have seen that this could only bolster independence sentiments on the mainland. 15. In 1683, on the island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, the governor was murdered, and the enslaved were enmeshed in seemingly perpetual plots involving poisoning. 16. That same year, yet another plot was uncovered in Barbados, and between 1685 and 1688, dozens of enslaved Africans were executed for various acts of sedition. Then in 1692 yet another major plot was revealed, as the Africans were planning to revolt on the plantations of Barbados, then move toward the urban node that was Bridgetown, where they intended to capture the fortifications, assume control, and dispense an uncertain fate to the settlers. Hundreds were arrested, while dozens were executed. 17. An army of enslaved Africans intended to take advantage of the chaos of war to stage a rebellion and form their own polity, which would depend on the assistance of Irish servants as well as the French. 18. Adding fuel to the fire was the seeming reality that as the crisis in London mounted, leading to the Glorious Revolution of 1688, tensions in the colonies proceeded accordingly. In the late 17th century, Barbados was gripped with nervousness over reports of rebellions by Africans, of which the preceding examples were merely the tip of a larger iceberg. After all, by this point many of the enslaved could understand quite well the language of the enslaver and the reports that filtered in from various vessels and overheard at dinner tables. Ultimately, however, the mutually intelligible language best understood by the Africans and the colonizers alike was the language of force. The colonizers were encountering violent resistance at the source of their labor supply, Africa. Near Whydah in 1686, the would-be enslaved engaged in a shipboard insurrection that, it was reported with sadness, led them to kill all the white men. 19. Near Accra in 1695, the would-be enslaved rose again and massacred their captors, though the Africans too absorbed major casualties. 20. Of course, tension in London was nothing new either, as various Catholic plots had become a staple of the 17th century. That a significant Catholic population resided in Barbados contributed to the combustibility, as many of these servants were convicted political rebels banished from Ireland. There was reason to believe that this group were involved in plots to massacre island elites in 1634 and 1647. Regional unrest in the 1650s was followed by regional revolts in the mid-1660s, connected to warfare in the Leeward Islands. There was a depressing suspicion in London that these servant revolts in the Caribbean were coordinated with foreign invasions devised by, for example, France and Spain, which could only accelerate the growing fear that such a fate could befall England itself. Such was the conclusion during this tumultuous era after the French invaded Antigua and Montserrat, when a combination of Irish insurgents and invaders plundered and burned both colonies. 21. Protestant English planters with sizable holdings ruled Montserrat, while the Irish were small tobacco farmers, as the hierarchy of Europe was replicated in the Caribbean, which proved to be unstable in both sites. The Irish presence complicated the attempt to construct a smoothly synthetic white solidarity, which made more complex the overriding objective of exploiting African labor. That the Irish could and did defect to Catholic invaders did little to dissuade the developing notion that, perhaps, the mainland, with a more diverse and substantial European population, was a preferable site for investment. 22. Yet in 1689 in Maryland, there was frantic discussion concerning a confederacy with Papists and Indians to destroy Protestants that mirrored Montserrat. 23. A decade later, a general insurrection by the Indians was feared in this and neighboring provinces, and though Catholic or Papist influence was not noted, surely they and their external allies could have taken advantage easily of this situation. 24. During this same era, Nevis and St. Christopher in the Caribbean were under constant threat from the French, a threat that was magnified not only by the presence of alienated Africans but by problems in supplying these distant outposts, leading to what Sir William Stapleton referred to as a sad condition featuring the want of armies and ammunition, the soldiers for want of pay and recruits generally, destitute of everything. 25. In the overriding context of Catholic-Protestant conflict, seizing more Africans for enslavement, while trying to incorporate Irish and other dissidents in the superseding category of whiteness, made sense except for the Africans, for which this trend was disastrous. Incorporating the Irish was not easy either, not least because of religious rifts. After all, it was in the late 17th century that one Londoner proclaimed haughtily that a papist hates a Protestant worse than he doth all others, just as a Jew hates a Christian far worse than he doth a pagan or a Turk. 26. Actually, this writer Thomas Gage might have written that those who were Jewish had reason to resent his Catholic Majesty in Madrid, not least because of the Spanish Inquisition, which led to their mass persecution and their fleeing en masse to the Americas, among other sites. Many of them were residing in Jamaica, then Spanish soil, until the arrival of the English in 1655, in which case they defected in huge numbers to the side of the invaders, emulating and providing a template for Africans subsequently. Thus, London encouraged migration of Sephardim to Jamaica, and just as the Spanish had co-opted countless Africans on English soil, the English returned the favor with the Iberian Jews. No synagogues were built in Jamaica until after the Spanish were ousted. Thus, just as London was forced to try to protect Africans under its jurisdiction from often harsh measures by settlers, English elites in the metropolis had to act similarly in Jamaica in overriding special taxes against Jews pursued by local elites. 27. Oliver Cromwell had been scheming against Madrid virtually from the moment he seized office, that is, when he was not squabbling with Scots and Irish and other Englishmen. When he favored a compact with France over Dunkirk in 1651, and when in 1653 he attempted to draw the Dutch into a pact for the common conquest of Spanish America, it was Madrid that was on his mind. But the ongoing religious war intervened, especially with Paris, when he sought assurances about the position of the Huguenots. As things turned out, his plotting was not for naught when Jamaica was taken from the Spanish in 1655. It was well that the Jewish population rallied to London's side in Jamaica, for the Africans took the opportunity to become Maroons, that is, fleeing the Crown's jurisdiction and establishing independent communities on the island, raising the possibility of ousting European settlers altogether. London was obliged to negotiate seriously with these rebels and grant grudging concessions by the 1730s. Few slave societies, argues social historian Orlando Patterson, present a more impressive record of slave revolts than Jamaica, pointing to the 1673 rebellion. 200 Africans kill their master and 13 other Europeans then plunder, and the 1678 uprising, which was similarly serious, then the 1690 conflagration, which may have been larger than those. 29 The Maroons were implicated in the latter disturbance, and, as one subsequent report put it, poor white men were, miserably butchered as hundreds revolted, mayhem and murder ensued, Europeans were slaughtered indiscriminately, and arms were seized by Africans, promising future unrest. 30. The authorities in Jamaica were besieged. William Blathwayt, who had oversight of the Caribbean and North American colonies, in the 1680s began to receive a steady stream of ever more disturbing reports about rebellious Negroes in Jamaica. 31 The militancy among Africans in Jamaica eventually made that of Barbados seem mild by comparison. Thus, by 1684, legislators in the former island were reminding settlers that slaveholders should search their properties' houses diligently, every fortnight, for clubs, wooden swords, and mischievous weapons. Other laws guarded against the enslaved seeking to commit murder, rise in rebellion, or make any preparation of arms, or conspire for that end, while any slave who sought to do any good service against the enemy, the French, shall forthwith be freed. 32. But killing French who fit snugly into the evolving potent category that was whiteness might not have been the best incentive to dangle before Africans. 33 For as was to be the case virtually until the end of colonialism in 1962-34, it was Jamaica that provided the most severe angst and angina for settlers. As one British writer put it in 1740, by 1690 the Negroes began to make disturbance, the runaways and those descended by the Spanish slaves, who were never conquered, began to make eruptions in the midst of unheard of barbarities, which caused other slaves to rebel. On one plantation, hundreds revolted, entered the big house, and murdered the master, and every white man that belonged to the plantation, seized about 50 muskets, blunderbusses and other arms, together with a great quantity of powder and shot. Then the Africans marched to the next plantation where they repeated their murders and killed every white man they could find. This gave impetus to what came to be called Maroon Wars that surged for decades until the 1730s settlement. What vast expense of blood and treasure the island expended to suppress the rebellious Negroes, it was said with dismay. Despair reigned among the colonists during this turbulent era. Neither the 1694 attack on Jamaica by the French nor the concomitant 1695 attack by London on neighboring Hispaniola settled things and, in fact, may have given impetus to the idea among Africans that the fate of these islands could only be settled by force of arms. 35 Unsurprisingly, revolts by Africans in Jamaica occurred in 1694, 1702, and 1704 as tensions with competing European powers accelerated. 36. Punishment was articulated for the enslaved who were so bold as to become involved in laying violent hands on their owners. A few years earlier, there was legislation promulgated concerning keeping the number of white men, in proportion to the working slaves, and to ensure that white men were sufficient, encouraging the importation of white servants was devised. A ship having 50 white male servants on board shall be free from port charges. Africans were barred from certain occupations in order to facilitate this European migration. 37 Yet this latter population failed to grow in Jamaica between 1680 and 1756, and by 1774 were only 6.1% of the isle's population, and by 1760 Jamaica endured Tacky's Rebellion, probably the most serious and long-lasting slave uprising in London's possessions, leading to a 1761 law designed to curtail the power of peoples of color generally, anticipating legislation in the region, as well as in Bengal. However, the dilemma faced by London was exposed when the point is bruited about that bringing white or Irish settlers who might conspire with His Catholic Majesty or Scots, many of whom were not reconciled to being yoked in union with England, was hardly ideal. 38. But London had few viable options. By the 1660s, the idea of enslaving Europeans, even Irish and Scots, in the Caribbean was disappearing. Simultaneously, if not sooner, the terms Negro and slave were becoming synonymous on the mainland, and this equivalence may have emerged even earlier on Providence Island, the Puritan colony in the southwestern Caribbean. One contemporary scholar has found the first use of the generic noun white in January 1661. It is easy to infer that the colonizers came to recognize that simultaneous enslavement of Europeans and Africans was too formidable a task, and that narrowing bondage to the latter was more practicable. 39 Certainly this narrowing made more sense on the mainland, where competing European powers were quite close and indigenes seemed more fearsome. Moreover, and as will be detailed later, the construction of whiteness or the forging of bonds between and among European settlers across class, gender, ethnic, and religious lines was a concrete response to the real dangers faced by all of these migrants in the face of often violent rebellions from enslaved Africans and their indigenous comrades. Still, enslaving Africans was hardly a consolation prize, as evidenced by the London writer who acknowledged that in the 1680s, when English ships headed for the El Dorado that was Lima, Peru, the Spanish, hearing of their impending arrival, killed most of their slaves, fearing they should revolt from them to the English. Indeed, one English seaman related, "There came a Negro to us, running away from the Spaniards. He informed us, if the Spaniards had not sent all the Negroes belonging to the city farther up into the country, out of our reach and communication, they would all undoubtedly have revolted to us." 40 Such was the dilemma of the beset colonizing power in desperate search of a reliable labor force to exploit mercilessly. What poison should be picked, bellicose Africans or disgruntled Irish and Scots. It was during this time that legislators in Jamaica were formulating a law with a lamenting preamble, whereas the runaway and rebellious Negroes in this island have of late murdered several of the inhabitants, and have plundered and destroyed many of the small and out settlements, and do still in great numbers continue doing what robberies and other mischiefs they are able, and daily increase their numbers, by other Negroes running away and joining with them, which may be of fatal consequence. The latter point was blunt understatement. As before, rewards were offered to Africans who participated in fighting the French, with little regard as to how this clashed with the goal of compelling slaves to fear humans defined as white. By 1703, caution was cast aside as a bill was devised to encourage the importation of white men in order to provide security. Little regard was accorded to the difficult reality that both Spanish and French foes could insinuate themselves into the colony, since after all they could pass as white men. 2.41 Frankly, who was to say that a preferred French Huguenot was not actually a despised Catholic? Sadly for London, Jamaica was a bellwether for the region. Shipping networks carried news and updates about plots and schemes and wars from one island to another and to the North American mainland, along with printed books, pamphlets, and newspapers that substantiated oral reports. 42 Things were so bad in Jamaica that by 1696 there was such fear that one official concluded morosely that even fleeing Europeans must of necessity fall in a short time into the hands of the enemy from abroad or the Negroes from within, neatly encapsulating the internal and external dilemmas faced by the colonizer. 43. Before 1692, colonizers in Jamaica only had to worry about Negro insurrection combined with foreign invasion, but then in that fateful year, this anxiety was compounded with the arrival of a major earthquake. It was one of the worst in recorded history. 44 A self-described truest and largest account of this epical event exuded anxiety with fear of the forcible invasion of barbarous French or insurrection of domestic slaves as the ground rumbled below. Of course, said a contemporaneous account, the first fears were concerning our slaves, those irreconcilable and yet intestine enemies of ours, who are not otherwise our subjects than as the whip makes them, who seeing our strongest houses demolished, our arms broken, and hearing of the destruction of our greatest dependency, the town of Port Royal, might in hopes of liberty be stirred up to rise in rebellion against us, that is, kill and slay all the whites, men, women and children combined. With the forcible invasion of our enemies, who see our hearts are low, our arms broken, our forts lacerated and useless. This analyst worried if the earthquake meant that God's will had spoken. Surely the nightmare he conjured was reason for reconsideration of what was going on in Jamaica. 45. Part of the problem was that after taking Jamaica in 1655, an intoxicated London thought it could use this island as a base to take Cuba, Hispaniola, and other glittering sources of wealth. 46 London quickly found that to compete in this region it made sense to bow to best practices of colonialism, for example, those of Spain and France, which often deployed armed Africans. 47 But as Britain came to see, this would only complicate relations with the settler class, which feared this trend as much as it feared foreign invasion. In the late 17th century, in one of the many examples of clashes between the colonial powers, France sought to oust the Spanish from Cartagena with a large fleet that included dozens of Africans from Hispaniola. These were the first to be ordered to embark ashore in South America and were crucial to the attack on this growing town of 20,000 that had a heavy concentration of Africans. 48. At this juncture, colonial territories were up for grabs, and enlisting Africans on one side made sense. In 1678, the Frenchman Robert Cavalier de La Salle was confident that mulattoes, Indians, and Negroes once promised their liberty would assist Paris in driving the Spanish from Mexico. 49 But how could this overture to mulattoes, Indians and Negroes occur as colonial momentum was pointing toward the intensification of the degradation of these groups? London was hoisted on its own petard. By the late 17th century, the colonizing project presupposed enslavement of Africans, but, simultaneously, to gain an advantage against a European competitor could involve arming Africans, which could lead gradually away from the degradation that enslavement dictated and, ultimately, Toward abolition. Seeking to fortify colonialism by trying to deploy Irish Catholics invited their defection to the Catholic powers of Madrid and Paris, just as France had difficulty in deploying Protestant Huguenots for fear they might defect to Protestant London, yet France's slave code was not necessarily helpful in winning the hearts and minds of Africans. 50 Paris was emulating London, which decades earlier had acquiesced to the ousting of the governor of Virginia in part because he was seen as insufficiently harsh toward Catholics, and indigenes. 51. Late 17th century realities were seemingly contradictory, arming Africans and enslaving Africans, incorporating religious dissidents and ousting religious dissidents. By 1684, realization of the racial stakes at play was slowly dawning on at least one Londoner, who wondered pensively, should a man be made a slave forever merely because his beard is red or his eyebrows black? Included in this premature abolitionism was an enlightening discourse in way of dialogue between an Ethiopian or Negro slave and a Christian that was his master in America. 52. By 1693, coincidentally, as demonstrated rage was rising in Jamaica and Barbados, a sober colonist in Philadelphia was arguing that Africans were a real part of mankind and reminding that in some places in Europe Negroes cannot be bought and sold for money or detained to be slaves. Therefore, he continued, in true Christian love we earnestly recommend it to all our friends and brethren, not to buy any Negroes. 53. By 1702, the famed Daniel Defoe was raising searching questions about the slave trade, though he later backtracked, but his initial skepticism was a reflection of the heavy price in lives and money brought by building slave labor camps. 54. Yet another Londoner crowed about the growing greatness of distant colonies and the wealth and prestige these lands delivered, in contrast to the unrefined opinion of the famed novelist. However, the writer Richard Blome also complained about maltreatment of Africans in Barbados, not least since if this brutality were not eased, it would lead to crises that could ultimately throttle the goose that was laying these golden eggs, in the form of mass rebellions of the enslaved. 55. The counterpoint between enthusiasm for the wealth that slavery generated and apprehension about the bloodiness it engendered was reflected in a legal zigzag. Thus, as early as 1569, it had been decided that English law would not recognize the status of a slave. This was reversed in 1677, then reversed again before entering a kind of limbo that was clarified in June 1772.56. It may have been demanding too much to expect London to move toward abolition in the late 17th century, in the face of debilitating unrest in the Caribbean. Expanding operations on the mainland as a hedge against further painful losses in the Caribbean, for example, that absorbed by Spain in Jamaica in 1655, had the added advantage of countering and blocking the Spanish in Florida and the French in the north and west on the mainland. 57. London knew that unlike diamonds colonies were not forever, and, thus, opportunism was a necessity. This may have dawned on the famed diarist Samuel Pepys when he landed in Tangiers in September 1683 and confronted Moors far from delighted to see him. Tangiers was a possession of the crown beginning in 1661 and ending in 1684, shortly after he had arrived. 58. The kind of anger Pepys witnessed in North Africa was mirrored in spades in the Caribbean, casting doubt on the future of the colonial enterprise there. Thus, as African rebelliousness surged, the besieged planter class of Barbados began a great trek to the mainland. By the late 17th century, Caribbean settlers and their enslaved Africans from this sugar island were trickling into Newport. By the 18th century, the Rhode Islanders had learned their lessons so well that this Atlantic town became a principal hemispheric slave market. There were 25 distillers making rum in Newport, and their busyness meant that a healthy African male could be bought for 115 gallons of rum, with only 95 gallons purchasing a female who by rough means could be induced to produce even more chattel. 59. Yet as important as Rhode Island was to slavery and as a refuge for retreating Caribbean colonists, it was far from being singular. By the summer of 1671, about half the Europeans and more than that of the Africans who were in South Carolina, in some ways the prismatic and paradigmatic province, which illuminated the mainland as a whole, 60 hailed from Barbados. This trend continued for about 2 decades, at which point a continuing influx from Africa began to assert itself. During this earlier era, what became the Palmetto State was effectively an extension of this small island. There was also little doubt that tales of bloody resistance of the enslaved in the Caribbean indelibly marked Carolina, particularly since there was a high proportion of men from the Caribbean in the legislature that came to preside there. These men were still quite active in the 1690s, as they represented some of the wealthiest and most influential colonists on the mainland. Ultimately, Jamaica was to surpass Barbados and much of the mainland as a source of wealth for London, but before 1700, it was Barbados, though 25 times smaller than Jamaica, which far surpassed it in sugar production, a major source of riches. Carolina, as an extension of this small island, thus, gained in importance, but did so while carrying fresh Caribbean memories of rebellious Africans more than willing to upset the status quo. Surely, news of African unrest in the Caribbean received a wide audience in Carolina. 61. Certainly the racial ratios on the mainland were more forgiving and less dangerous for the settlers. Nonetheless, the colonists there discovered that what had beset them in the Caribbean Negro insurrection and foreign invasion had not been eluded by simple arrival on the mainland. The city that became Charleston, South Carolina, was the only real defensible port between Spanish Florida and the valuable real estate that Virginia had become, and with a chain being only as strong as its weakest link, subjugating the Palmetto province with the aid of disaffected Africans could jeopardize the entire colonial project on the mainland. 62. By 1686, the Spanish from Florida had landed with a force of Africans and indigenes to launch a surprise attack on the Carolina settlers. This occurred 50 miles south of the population node that became Charleston. It was the typical warfare of the time: plunder, along with taking prisoners, and murder, along with seizing about a dozen enslaved Africans. 63. Obviously incentivized, the Spaniards attacked again in 1687, with the usual multiracial crew, and the usual result, burning and pillaging. 64. A hurricane had compelled their retreat to their base in St. Augustine, known to house an encampment of the settlers' disturbing nightmare, armed Africans. The English pillaged St. Augustine in 1702, but in the long term that only served to further enrage Africans, who scattered, recovered, and lived to fight another day. 65. Juan Marquez Cabrera, who was part of the earlier attacking forces, reported that the enslaved he encountered asked him if he had some canoes in which to be able to flee with them and come to St. Augustine. It was not reassuring to Carolina settlers that Africans considered to be troublemakers in Havana were routinely dispatched to St. Augustine. Apparently, Carolina Africans were taken by these Spanish plunderers to Havana and in turn were capable of returning to their home eager to settle scores. That Carolina was facing an ongoing conflict with the indigenous that created a flood of African refugees heading southward to Florida only served to underline the fragility of this extension of Barbados on the mainland. 66. For in 1693, His Catholic Majesty offered a kind of freedom to any enslaved African who escaped from British soil who would accept Christian conversion. 67. Which increased instability in Carolina. In turn, the Carolina elite tended to favor the arrival of French Huguenots, rather than Catholics of any type. This influx of Europeans also contributed to the increased arrival of manacled Africans, given the Herculean task at hand in this vast land, and since some of these new settlers arrived from Hispaniola without their most valued property. 68. Moreover, the proximity of a competing colonial power on Carolina's border provided opportunity to flee, and not just for Africans. As early as 1674, John Radcliffe, a yeoman servant, sought to run to Florida with, as colonial elites put it, 2 of his fellow servants along with him to the Spanish habitations, there to conspire and procure the ruin of this hopeful settlement and all His Majesty's subjects therein. 69. As South Carolina developed a Negro majority early on, there was little incentive to impose quality control on the type of Europeans who arrived, which came to include criminals of various types and political dissidents with little disincentive to conspire against London. The greatest desperadoes of the Western world landed there, according to one analyst, and that pirates were strung up at the entrance to the main port apparently did little to discourage their arrival. This frail reality was overlaid by antipathy toward the Spanish to the south, who returned the disfavor by an order of magnitude. 70 For the Spaniards were able to do what the Carolinians were reluctant to pursue: form a regiment of Africans, in some cases composed of those escaping to Florida, arming them, and then unleashing them on a colony where they had scores to settle. 71 Yet boldly, perhaps foolishly, the Carolina elite continued to import enslaved Africans, their population increasing nearly sixfold between 1685 and 1700. 72 Moreover, Carolina's importance was underscored when it became the major point of entry for arriving Africans, who were then distributed throughout the mainland colonies. The estimate is that almost half of this group brought to the mainland from 1701 to 1775 were imported via Charleston, with a preference for Angolans no strangers to warfare to this very day, and those with roots in today's Gambia and Senegal. 73 Suggestive of the breadth and depth of the developing slave trade was that as early as the 1690s, mainland settlers and their suppliers had rounded the Cape and had begun kidnapping Africans from Madagascar for forced labor in English possessions. 74 That this was an unwise source of supply became clear when it emerged that those from Madagascar had become leaders of the Maroon Wars. 75 But the profits were simply too handsome to ignore. Slave labor camps on the mainland stocked with workers from Madagascar were part of a profitable trade that deposited tobacco into some of the most elegant pipes in London. 76 Others from the east of Africa may also have made it across the Atlantic at this time, not least because the mainlanders early on proved themselves to be masters of smuggling, thereby defeating the keenest statistician. 77 The profits from the slave trade and the profits wrung from slave labor created an indecent circle of riches that fed upon itself, while infuriating Africans and making them even more susceptible to seditious appeals. This was occurring even though there was constant nervousness about what legislators referred to as the designs of the Spaniards and the French. 2.78 Not only were Africans being referred to in English by the Spanish word for black, some mainlanders had begun to view this seditious labor supply as being almost inherently agents of Catholicism, no small point as religious conflict raged. 79 Despite this fright, the colonists persisted in selling what were described as rebellious and runaway Africans to the Spanish West Indies, which required seasoned Negroes for mines, though these disgruntled workers could just as soon return arms in hand and eager to inflict pain on their former captors. 80 This was also occurring as Europeans themselves had to worry about their own compatriots being swept into slave markets in northern Africa and further to the east of Europe, which, at least, was suggestive of what a terrible destiny and what a frightening counter-reaction enslavement could engender. If one's cards were not played properly. 81 Ultimately, it is estimated that thousands of individuals with roots in the sceptred isle alone suffered through this plight. 82 Mainlanders may have understood this from first-hand experience when in 1654 the Dutch from New Amsterdam conquered Delaware and reputedly sold the defeated Swedes into slavery in Virginia. 83 The point was that when subsequently mainland settlers came to fear that London was plotting with Africans against them, there was reason to suspect that they were not simply hallucinating, for back then, numerous Europeans were suffering an even more horrible fate difficult to envision today. Delaware was an emblem of the riotous instability on the mainland that could allow Africans and indigenes alike to seize advantage. For beginning in the mid-17th century until the beginning of the 18th, Europeans of various sorts were at each other's throats. The Dutch ousted the Swedes, who were in turn ousted by the English, just as in what is now New York, the English surged to power in 1664, then were ousted by the Dutch in 1673, before returning to power shortly thereafter. It was not easy for Africans to believe in the mystique of the power of whiteness, as propounded by the English, when Londoners were being repeatedly ousted. 84 At the same time, the unstable and unsettled nature of colonialism provided more leverage and arbitrage opportunities for Africans. Furthermore, because of the threat from the indigenous and European powers, the colonists were forced into the ultimate indignity arming Africans, a textbook example of tempting fate. 85 The militia system in South Carolina, designed to repel invaders and the seditious alike, was probably more comprehensive in scope than that of any of the other original 13 colonies, not least because of proximity to Spanish soil and the presence of a large African population. Naturally, it was modeled after that of Barbados, which faced similar challenges. A 1708 Carolina census revealed the presence of a population of 9,580, including 1,800 enslaved African men, 1,100 enslaved African women, and 1,200 enslaved African children. Of this population, only 950 white men were available for military duty, a laughably small number given the threats faced, as the greater majority of the Europeans consisted of women and children deemed hardly suitable for martial duty. 86. Carolina was the firewall that protected Virginia, the mainland's trophy colony, from Spanish depredations. This protection facilitated the rise of such grandees as William Byrd, who over a span of 30 years in the late 17th century amassed almost 30,000 acres of land. By the 1680s, per the mainland pattern, he had switched almost wholly to the exploitation of enslaved Africans, as opposed to European servants. 87. Naturally, this trend produced unease, with cries about the growing presence of Africans emerging as early as 1677.88. This was understandable since plots by servants had become prevalent by the early 1660s. The famed Bacon's Rebellion has been described as a civil war as much as an insurrection spearheaded by servants. There were about 2,000 slaves and 6,000 servants in the colony's 40,000 strong population, as tabulated. The indigenous population also has to be accounted for when assessing the balance of class and racial forces. The growth in the population of enslaved Africans, their numbers reputedly tripled between 1680 and 1690, happened to occur as the more encompassing category of whiteness ascended 89 and, perhaps, as a result of this abortive revolt. This rebellion, according to a recent study, illustrates the illiberality of the settlers, making it difficult to swallow wholly the progressiveness of their revolt against London a scant century later, for, it is reported, driving this rebellion was a settler desire to enforce a quicker extermination of the indigenous, which was thought to be resisted by London's delegates. After this revolt, religion and race, which pointedly excluded Africans, helped to bond the colonial elite and European servants. 90. The discernible trend on the mainland in the late 17th century was the growth and importance of the enslaved African population as the economy grew, particularly vis-a-vis the population of European servants. At a time when there were servants of European descent, indigenous and African slaves, and free Africans, the latter could belong to the militia and were expected to arm, though masters were not required to provide arms for slaves after 1640, but presumably could do so if they wished. Even Nathaniel Bacon, whose revolt took aim at the indigenous, enrolled in his ranks European servants and enslaved Africans. 91. This was also suggestive of the reality that a flood of Africans, with the resultant fear of their presence, had yet to descend on the colony. By one estimate, there were 500 Africans in Virginia in 1645 and 2,000 in 1660.92. This situation was to change dramatically in coming years, which did not tend to reduce the danger of exploiting slaves. The continuing arrival of embittered Africans had predictable consequences. By June 1680, there was legislation for preventing Negroes' insurrection. 93. That this bill had little evident effect on subsequent events did not seem to deter the authorities. 94. Reliance on the labor of enslaved Africans brought real danger, a reality that emerged when in 1687 a conspiracy of the enslaved was uncovered in the northern neck region of Virginia, with the aim, including according to an official report, destroying and killing. The Negro conspirators were in custody, but it was not self-evident that this, as was suggested, would deter other Negroes from plotting. 95. Particularly since the design of the plotters was carrying it through the whole colony of Virginia. 96. That this was taken seriously was implied when in 1688 the authorities discussed a stricter law to be made for preventing insurrections of Negroes, which was supplemented in 1693.97. Thus, by 1691, there were rampant complaints about problems of runaways committing depredations, and the conclusion emerged that such Negroes, mulattoes, or slaves resisting, running away, or refusing to surrender may be killed and destroyed, with compensation to master for slave killed as a powerful incentive. A European bond or free intermarrying with a Negro, mulatto or Indian was to be banished forever, thus hastening the consolidation of whiteness. 98. However, by 1700, there were an estimated 20,000 Africans in Virginia, and according to Th. Breen, as a direct result, whites had achieved a sense of race solidarity at the expense of blacks, a landmark in the evolution of mainland colonies. 99 This pan-European bonding came with a steep price. By 1710, the Byrd family was facing a report of a conspiracy of the enslaved to rise against their captors. We directed the Negroes to be arraigned for high treason, it was said, though a mere legal arrangement could not reduce the unsteadiness delivered by bonded labor. 100. In spite of the dangers in the mainland colonies, it did appear at first glance that a masterstroke had been executed by colonists by escaping from the Caribbean to the mainland. Assuredly, the racial ratios were more appealing than those of, for example, Barbados and Jamaica, though the problem for the settlers was that a continent required many more enslaved Africans than an island, thus multiplying the danger for London. For as Carolina and Virginia suggested, escaping the wrath of rebellious Africans and their allies would require more than a simple boat ride northward. Yet, with all the problems provided by the mainland, it seemed a tonic compared to small islands seemingly more subject to internal subversion and external attack. This may have occurred to the governor of Antigua in 1709 when he was the target of a murderous attack led by an angry African. Sandy, the African, was accused of acting on behalf of the executive's opponents, yet another example of the opportunities for arbitrage created by enslavement. This assassination attempt came on the heels of a murder of a slaveholder a few years earlier when he refused his enslaved labor force a Christmas holiday. It was dreadful, said one analysis, as they actually hacked him to death. 101 His Excellency, however, escaped with mere fractured bones and a shriveled arm that had lost mobility and, it was said, a great deal of torture after a large musket ball hit his exposed limb. The assailant, London was told, was a very noted fellow who was very remarkable for his courage and his skill as a good marksman, being a native of the place and employed to shoot wild pigeons. An evil parson was blamed for this mess, but the colonizers and London too came to recognize that the difficult geography and demography of small islands had to be obviated in the long run. 102. Unlike the mainland, small islands such as Antigua provided little room for an orderly retreat by terrorized settlers. Evacuating to the mainland would also mean a need for a larger encampment of slave labor to subdue a vast continent. Plus, another demerit for the Caribbean from London's viewpoint was that it was easier for the enslaved to flee a small island, albeit via swimming or a hijacked vessel, than a sprawling continent, and war between and among the powers only lubricated this path, a policy encouraged by competitors. 103 That the enslaved would do so at crop time wounded the colonizer more deeply. 104 Serendipitously for the settlers, the erosion in influence of the Royal African Company meant free trade in Africans, facilitating the spectacular growth of the enslaved population. But this jolt of adrenaline to the mainland economy also delivered terror in the form of rebellious Africans. 2. Free trade in Africans. Did the Glorious Revolution unleash the slave trade? The Glorious Revolution of 1688 was not so glorious for Africa and the Africans. The year 1688 was also a setback for Catholic rule in London, though the Bill of Rights that emerged makes understandable why this conflict has been seen widely as a step forward generally for Europeans. As for Africans, there is little need to hedge about its deadliness, though the blow absorbed by Catholics suggested that London would have to rely more heavily on armed Africans. The compelled retreat of monarchy and the strengthening of the rising class of merchants already buoyed by the wealth generated in slave labor encampments in the Caribbean and North America led to a weakening of the monopoly of the Royal African Company, backed by the Crown and chartered in an earlier iteration in 1660. This weakening meant the entrance into the frenziedly lucrative business of slave trading by separate or private traders, that is, freelance merchants, ugly traffickers in humans. In a rudely choreographed pas de deux, as the monarchy took a step back in control of the slave trade, the merchants took a step forward. This deregulation of the trade in human flesh fomented a kind of free trade in Africans. This aided immeasurably in providing the forced labor needed to develop the mainland, which in turn brought this local elite into increasing conflict with London, particularly when it sought to trade with neighbors who happened to be foes of the crown, for example, the French in Hispaniola. This strain eventually burst the garment of colonial rule, leading to 1776. Yet this increase in the slave trade also delivered deadly perils in the form of enraged Africans who could reverse the theretofore delightful fortunes of colonizers and murder them all, or as mainland settlers came to fear ally with a European power, then murder them all. Though this acceleration of the slave trade propelled the productive forces of nascent capitalism, free trade in the most unfree of commerce was a cataclysm for Africa and Africans, as kidnappings of free Negroes, the degrading of their status generally, and the like became more common, notably after the monopoly was eroded in the 1690s. Accounts of shipboard insurrections also became more common in colonial and English newspapers, which did raise doubts about the entire American enterprise, adding to the momentum of abolitionism that culminated in June 1772, which in turn unsettled the mainland, contributing to the unilateral Declaration of Independence. Colonial planters desired a steady supply of Africans at moderate prices, and, it was felt, the RAC was inadequate to the task, which complicated relations between London and the provinces. 1 The RAC hardly coddled African captives, but the routine maltreatment of this unit of labor may have seemed that way after a wave of gluttonous merchants entered this dirty business. 2 Thus, the flood of Africans across the Atlantic provided the European elite in Virginia with the possibility of downplaying European labor servants who, as the Caribbean suggested, could more easily ally with foreign powers. When 1688 eroded the RAC monopoly in the context of a Protestant victory over Catholics in London, both epochal trends made it easier to rely more on enslaved Africans and less on often cruel exploitation of Irish and Scottish servants. Besides, after 1688, London theorists were more inclined to see the poor as a necessary resource for ensuring the prosperity of the metropolis itself, notably as a reservoir of labor that should not be squandered in colonial projects. These developments coincided with the push for the Act of Union culminating in 1707, bringing Scotland more firmly under London's hegemony, which meant that at least technically Glasgow was on equal footing with the rising slave-trading cities of Bristol and Liverpool. That is, increased use of forced African labor allowed for a kind of white racial unity in the colonies and ethnic unity at home. 3 An auspicious moment for Africa and Africans arrived when Parliament mandated that on June 24, 1698 and continuing in force at least until June 24, 1712 the trade in Africans would be open to all His Majesty's subjects, this latter date being about 60 years to the day before the arrival of Somerset's case. This augured the further influx of private or separate traders into this unscrupulous business. By 1730, it was acknowledged by one informed source that the price of Africans had risen, but that only served to benefit merchants and their economic interests, which tended to be more diverse and entrepreneurial than that of planters. Indeed, the increased supply tended to drive up demand, as more and more need could be easily found for more and more Africans, creating a vicious circle. The influx of these businessmen into the slave trade brought roiling complications. There was the potent point of maintaining forts in Africa, so necessary for the subduing and holding of those who were to be enslaved, and who would subsidize same, with private traders arguing for the most part that the exchequer should bear the cost. Why? Said one propagandist, the value of lands in Britain itself depended on colonial products, and thus there is not a man in this kingdom from the highest to the lowest who does not more or less partake of the benefits and advantages of the Royal African Company's forts and castles in Africa. Thus, there was good reason to demand that the public, that is, the whole body of the people of this realm, Pick up the tab. Point 4. Unfortunately for Africans, this logic tended to implicate the entire realm of His Majesty in their subjugation. The reforms of the slave trade following mid-1698 marked a great leap in the number of Africans enslaved, which contributed mightily to the development of the colonial economy, while it was a world historic defeat for Africa and Africans. The battle between the private or separate traders on the one hand and the RAC on the other was to stretch throughout the next decades following 1698, but the trend line was clear early on: the ascending merchants would prevail. Jamaica and the Chesapeake colonies were prime beneficiaries when the RAC monopoly eroded, which was appropriate since merchants and planters there had been persistent and energetic opponents of the RAC. Point 5. Thus, in 1690, Africans and their progeny were 7% of the population on the mainland, but, emphasizes historian Robin Einhorn, from 1750 to 1780 they were 40% of the population. In South Carolina, says this scholar, from 1720 through the Revolution, slaves were over 60% of the population. 6. The reluctance of Africans to be subdued mandated an increase in the settler population, which meant ushering previously disfavored Europeans into the warm embrace of whiteness, and these migrants were enticed by heady dreams of prosperity driven by a slave society and a complement of rights doled out via apartheid. In 1686, when the RAC monopoly came closest to being enforceable, slavers from the Isles embarked upon 39 voyages. By 1729, as free trade in Africans ascended, there were 81 voyages. During this era, the company's market share of the legal trade fell from 100% to 4%, as the hawkish titans of mainland colonies in particular benefited handsomely. Point 7. Of course, the path to reform was not smooth, with private traders repeatedly risking punishment by violating the RAC monopoly even before the late 1690s. Point 8. As early as 1689, there were loud and public complaints about the administration of the slave trade to the disadvantage of planters and merchants. "One of the great burdens of our lives," said one, "is going to buy Negroes. But we must have them, we cannot be without them," and the best men were involved in this process, and they were losing out to the Dutch, French, Danes, Swedes and others, and the English planters in America were the big losers, not the people of Africa, he added pointedly. What about the fortifications in Africa subsidized by the RAC? If a head tax were to be imposed on each captive African, the plantations would have cheerfully submitted, eliminating that subsidy problem. Instead, the RAC and its minions were treating these traders as downright enemies, dragging them into the Admiralty courts, which was quite burdensome. Of all the things needed for development and profit, it was proclaimed, Negroes are the most necessary and the most valuable. And therefore to have them under a company, and under a monopoly, whereby their prices are more than doubled, nay almost trebled, cannot but be most grievous to the planters. Point 9. Meanwhile, back in Jamaica, despite the real fear of slave uprisings, discontent rose among planters in mid-1683 at the perceived dearth of Africans. Point 10. Demanded were combat ships to be dispatched to Africa in order to facilitate the slave trade. Such a proposal veritably guaranteed London would come into conflict with Africans, European competitors, and pirates alike. Point 11. Sighs of relief may have been emitted when in April 1684 a ship filled to the brim with 216 Africans arrived from Gambia. Point 12. As so often happens, the reform only ratified what was already occurring, with private traders particularly from Newport, Rhode Island, the developing epicenter of the slave trade, repeatedly violating the RAC monopoly in the prelude to 1698.13. The RAC fought back, blaming its competition for disrupting the market for this strategically important commodity, but the tides of history did not accommodate the company's sentiment. Point 14. Meticulously, colonial officials kept records on numbers and prices of Africans to the colonies by the RAC and private traders, respectively, suggesting the monopoly was unraveling even as it was challenged. Point 15. The merchants proved themselves to be skilled in fighters, producing a steady stream of literature assailing the RAC and its absurdities and abuses and its monopoly, which meant imposing what prices they please. Untold wealth was promised by these merchants, if only they and their animal spirits were unleashed on Africa, igniting the magic of the marketplace. If the planters were furnished with Negroes from Africa, answerable to their industry, then 4 times the sugar, indigo, cottons would be imported every year, it was said boastfully in 1690. Let every rational man judge, it was averred with a sniff, if this would not be infinitely more advantageous to the kingdom in general. Plus there were larger strategic concerns in the ongoing religious war, since many of the Africans were Muslims and the French had their priests in Africa too. Yet, said William Wilkinson, in the space of 12 or 14 years on this besieged continent, I never saw an English minister there, and was not the RAC to blame for this nonfeasance. Undoubtedly the Royal African Company cannot be ignorant of this defect, he charged hotly. What opportunities and advantages they give the French and other nations, to our own ruin, was incalculable. Playing the religious card, private traders asserted vigorously that the established faith in London was losing ground in Africa, not only to the Catholics but also to Islam. 16. Other analysts argued that the slave trade was of such magnitude and importance, requiring as it did force and forts on the land on another continent, that joint stocks corporations were mandated. There was a need for constant coercive power to enforce this business, which required more revenue. 2.17 Surely, the state was involved in this new departure, but as capitalism was taking off, what was striking was how the rising merchant class so often complained that the state or at least the RAC monopoly was a hindrance, while hypocritically this class relied on the coercive power of official London for protection. To the extent that one of the most significant fruits of 1688 was a quantum leap in the slave trade, it can be affirmed that the Glorious Revolution was a necessary precursor and instigator of 1776, the first stage of a transformation of the productive forces of the Anglo-American economy. One of the sorely neglected and cruel ironies of what has come to be called modernity was that its rudiments, capitalism and early republicanism, were simultaneously a catastrophic fiasco for Africa and Africans. 18. Planters as a class were not wholly supportive of free trade in Africans, arguing that it benefited merchants or Negro traders, not themselves. From Barbados in 1709 came an appeal from 75 of this group, complaining of the late high prices of Africans, which has risen from no other cause but the liberty given to separate traders, which unless remedied in time is likely to prove fatal, not only to us but to the British trade upon the African coast. They claimed to hold at least 2/3 of all the land and Negroes in Barbados. A competing petition from separate traders was signed, they huffed, mostly by a number of mean, inferior persons. In the good old days when RAC had less competition before the revolution, it bought Africans at £3 and could even resell them at 16, but since 1697, when the interlopers arrived, the price has arisen gradually to such a height that now they were being bought for £8 to £10 and resold at near 60, which was crippling their business, as it was enriching a class that could quickly become their betters. 19. A number of colonial planters thought that diluting the RAC monopoly simultaneously debilitated the crown and enhanced the strength of rivals in Madrid and Paris. Most notably, interlopers was the favorite epithet they used for the private traders, as pro-RAC petitions railed at the alleged strengthening of French, Dutch, Danes, Portuguese and weakening of the crown through their unrestrained liberty that had soared for some years after the Revolution. 20 In 1710, petitioners from Barbados backed the RAC, arguing that it did deliver cheap Africans, but now the price was rising, occasioned by different interests of the company and separate traders, facilitating the natives of the African coast taking an advantage, as they raised the price. 21 Sir William Danes and Bristol merchants begged to differ with their contrasting petitions. 22. A group in London agreed with this critique from Barbados, however, arguing that these private traders were also unpatriotic, willing to cooperate with the foes of their homeland in pursuit of naked profit. Besides, deregulation of the trade had introduced chaos in West Africa, which also allowed African leaders to manipulate one European against another and the Dutch to manipulate them all. These European neighbors have tried all the ways they could think of to render the people of England contemptible in the eyes of the Africans, with untold downstream consequences. The implication was that New York, still retaining a substantial population of Dutch descent and a growing center of the slave trade, was collaborating handsomely against London. Prices of Africans had risen, not fallen, meaning the prices of commodities produced, for example, sugar, cotton, and indigo, were rising too. Private traders were arguing otherwise, but they were forging figures, it was said. Liars ought to have good memories, they reminded, an eternal bit of sage advice frequently ignored. Point 23. Suggestive of the immense stakes at play was the fact that even as the mid-18th century approached, arguments about events in the slave trade from many decades earlier were still erupting. One Londoner in 1744 recalled the attempt in 1660 by the Dutch to gain the entire possession of the most valuable parts of the coast of Africa and to exclude Great Britain from any share, as they have done in spice trade, centered in what is now Indonesia and the Malay Peninsula. This brought on themselves a war with this kingdom in 1664, thus illustrating neatly how the lust for foreign plunder, notably in Africa and Asia, brought war to Europe in a pattern that hardly had abated in the 20th century, notably in 1914, emphasis original. Point 24. The road from 1672 to the 1698 reforms was rocky. The RAC had been given an unrealistically optimistic term of 1,000 years, not unlike the Reich it anticipated, suggestive of the ambition of this business and how uncooperative Africans disrupted ambitious plans. The RAC also immediately encountered strong headwinds in West Africa from the French and the Dutch and the Portuguese particularly, who had dreams of enrichment all their own. This turmoil and the resultant difficulty of the RAC in providing the shackled labor force that planters needed added to the pressure that led to free trade in Africans. But this did not end the debate in London over who was to pay for African fortifications, needed to fend off what was equally destabilizing in the colonies, African insurrection and foreign intervention. Point 25. Separate or private traders were not up to the task, it was asserted forcefully, particularly by planters. Point 26. Erupting in the streets and coffee houses of London from the late 17th to the mid-18th centuries was a spirited debate which encompassed the future of Africa and the Americas. An irked commentator charged accusingly that separate traders brought as many Africans in a 3-year period to Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua as the RAC brought in many years to all the colonies in America during the time when the RAC's monopoly seemed firmer. Thanks to these traders, Maryland brought more income into Her Majesty's exchequer, not to mention the wealth generated by Virginia, so precious a jewel in the British crown. It was unfair to allot such power to the RAC when it could not deliver the goods, leading to Negro shortages, price fluctuations, and advantage to European competitors, it was claimed. Reliance on the RAC and its mismanagement had almost led to the collapse of the entire colonial project. Point 27. RAC defenders claimed contrarily that it was actually the private traders whose entry into the market had been disruptive, accelerating inflation triple in some cases, not least in Cabinda, theretofore a happy hunting ground for Africans, and forcing enhanced vigilance from European competitors, fomenting tensions. In 1723, the Portuguese in Angola had destroyed a RAC settlement in Cabinda. Point 28. A key argument for expanding the trade in Africans was that if London did not pursue this bestial path, it would fall behind other European powers. These included not only the usual suspects, the French, the Spaniards, the Dutch, the Portuguese, etc., but also the Turks, who too were producing sugar, a prime British commodity. There was also concern about the Africans seeking to keep all Europeans under their command via arbitrage and manipulation, propelling an impetus toward pan-European concord or whiteness as a binding and corrective measure. Unless stern measures were taken, said one Londoner in 1714, say adieu, not only to the African but to the plantation trade. 29. London was deluged with petitions in the late 17th century demanding a widening of the slave trade, particularly from planters hailing from Barbados and merchants on the mainland. Point 30. While this debate was roiling in London, there was a continuing conflict with France, Spain, and the Dutch, not to mention Scotland, or as one analyst put it, Papists and Jacobites, and run-of-the-mill antagonists that was increasing the developing idea that London could not compete effectively absent a robust trade in Africans. 31. In a sense, the rising merchant class had the best of this argument, one of the many reasons they prevailed in the end. But their critics countered that dragooning more Africans came with a price. A moral argument increasingly was being made concerning the degradation of the African, but, as well, it was a danger to increase the number of Africans in the Caribbean, as history exemplified. It is possible to view the proliferating moral argument against slavery as a reflection of the reality that increased enslavement brought real danger to colonists and colonialism. It was easier for moralizing to occur when subduing Africans seemed to be encountering violent difficulty. The explicit agenda of an unnamed Jamaican merchant in 1708 was animated by similar concerns. He complained of the cruelty targeting the poor wretches, the Negroes, who were really treated worse than brutes via an insupportable tyranny and oppression. His words contributed to a growing apprehension about the indomitable problem presented by mass enslavement. He lamented that the enslaved did help to make Jamaica merchants some of the happiest people in the world, while the merchants did in return make them, the enslaved, the most unhappy, the most wretched and miserable part of the creation. He was so bold as to append remarks by an enslaved African who decried the haughty, cruel men who commit the blackest crimes without a blush. 32. What may have been weighing on this Jamaican merchant's moralizing mind was the tempest erupting on his island that same year, 1708, when on the 29th of July a plantation in the mountains was the scene of massive slave revolt that took some effort to repress. 33. By 1712, the governor of Jamaica was seemingly furrowing his brow, wringing his hands, and gnashing his teeth about the racial ratios, which spelled danger, particularly given how very small a force at best was at his disposal to repress revolts on so large and plentiful an island. This, along with a foreign enemy, the comprehensible apprehensions of the planter class which they could not conceal, from their Negroes, and the obvious insolence of the Africans, which was very great, was a blueprint for a debacle. He demanded from London an addition of white people amongst us, with this important category going undefined, quite typically, allowing for the arrival of more problems in the form of dissident Irish and Scots or disguised French Catholics, or otherwise this island may be liable to some very unlucky disaster by an insurrection. 34. For the Negroes on the island of Jamaica being 80,000, it was said in 1714, and the white people not above 2,000, the former may at any time rise and destroy the white people. Besides, Jamaica had a formidable neighbor, referring to the French on Hispaniola, which increased the peril, as the internal and external antagonists could combine. This meant additional subsistence to soldiers in the region over and above their pay, increasing the cost to the exchequer, which was bound to grow, since the Negroes had lately cut in pieces 2 white men. 35. A premonition of worse to come. One possible remedy was enunciated in 1709 when the British authorities in the Caribbean pledged to free Africans who fought against the Spanish and French, but was constructing a system that provided an incentive for fighting for freedom, the proper way to inspire the oppressed. A problem for these critics was that the Utrecht Treaty of 1713-36 inter alia, allowed suppliers from the Sceptred Isles to supply Spanish colonies with Africans, thus opening the door further for the rising merchants, but this too led to further squabbling with Madrid over numbers, duties, smuggling, raw conflict, and the like, meaning more conflict and war and, inexorably, more attacks on Carolina. 37. Utrecht was a defeat for Madrid, which also ceded strategic Gibraltar to London, providing little incentive for Spain to cease arming Africans to attack fragile British mainland colonies. It also led to a defeat for the important region surrounding Barcelona, cynically betrayed by a London that had pledged assistance for separatism claims. Both betrayal and defeat opened the door wider for Spain's and Britain's reliance on armed Africans, with huge consequences for colonialism. Yet by involving British merchants so heavily in Spanish-controlled territory, Utrecht signaled that RAC supporters had good reason to fret that the rise of private or separate traders meant a victory for the latter's apparent cavalier attitude toward national sovereignty. Clarence Munford argues that it was Utrecht and the Asiento, or the Concord on the slave trade more so than reforms of the slave trade in London in the late 17th century that was the turning point for capitalism, since, he says, at that juncture, capitalist relations of production predominated only in the Netherlands and perhaps in England after 1689-38. Whatever the case, the waves of history seemed to be moving in favor of the rising merchants and the capitalism that propelled them. To be fair, squabbling over the rich bounty that was the enslaved predated 1713, with raids and invasions by foreign powers often serving as a cover for slave poaching. 39 In the late 17th century, opportunistic New York City merchants such as Frederick Phillips, Thomas Marston, Robert Glover, and John Johnson profited greedily from the piratical poaching in slaves during King William's War, when the threat of naval attack prevented laborers from England and Europe from crossing the Atlantic in adequate numbers, and the attendant labor shortage in the colony and throughout North America caused a rise in the price of enslaved Africans. 40 Still, as London got more deeply enmeshed in the slave trade to Spanish territories, older strains of bigotry flourished, as the Jewish population in Jamaica somehow was accused of pro-Madrid sentiments, given their Iberian origins, and attempts were made to tax them heavily. 41 Londoners could look at the Spanish Empire and glimpse a reflection of what could befall their domain. In 1701, one Englishman recounted how scores of years earlier the notorious Sir Francis Drake encountered in Panama the local version of the then marauding Maroons of Jamaica, the Cimarrons, or Cimarrons, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters, the Spaniards, and grew since into a nation under two kings of their own. They extremely hated the Spanish, which made them a mirror image of the Maroons and their relation to London. Bringing more Africans to the hemisphere could bring more allies for London, particularly if deposited on Spanish territory, but could bring more enemies too, making this commerce exceedingly problematic. 42 Such was the dilemma of the colonizer. The escalation of the slave trade in the wake of 1698 and 1713 brought head-spinning profits and mortal danger alike. So the issue was joined, on one side, a flowering movement critical of mass enslavement, not least because of the danger presented to settlers in islands such as Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua, and, on the other side, those who were seized with the notion of the Brobdingnagian profits to be accrued and the Herculean task of taming a continent that, it was thought, could only occur with mass enslavement of Africans. But even this stark contrast does not capture the tensions within the pro-slavery bloc, for example, that between planters fearing the rising strength of merchants who controlled the main source of capital, Africans. And even some of those thought to be ardently pro-slavery were having second and third thoughts, particularly those smaller planters and merchants in the Caribbean itself, who had a first-hand view of the peril presented by skewed racial ratios, a perception that led inevitably to a compromise, accelerating the slave trade but depositing more Africans on the mainland, where racial ratios were more forgiving. By the spring of 1701, Africans were selling better in Virginia than in Jamaica. 43 As early as 1762, it is estimated that most of the enslaved in Virginia came to the colony directly from Africa and were never seasoned in the Caribbean, which itself was a mixed blessing, since if they had come from the latter, they might have learned the basics of revolt in training schools in Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua, and if they had come from Africa, they may not have been acculturated into not revolting. 44 But it was also in 1701 that the Virginia authorities pointed to their vaster territory, necessitating more Africans, as a possible liability, given the large open frontier they had to defend by sea and land and the imminent dangers of an impending war and scarcity of freemen, and ye remoteness of their plantations one from another, together with the fears of an insurrection from their servants and slaves, in case of an invasion to join ye enemy. 45. The flux brought by more Africans sheds light on what was revealed in Virginia on the first day of spring in 1709, when happily discovered was a dangerous conspiracy formed and carried on by great numbers of Negroes and other slaves, for the destroying of settlers. 46 Anxiety rose when officials received intelligence of several illegal, unusual, and unwarrantable concourses, meeting and assemblings of Negro, mulatto and Indian slaves at quarters where there are no white or freeman overseers, and more particularly apparent plotting of a notorious insurrection. 47 Then happily discovered was yet another dangerous conspiracy formed and carried on by great numbers of Negroes and other slaves for making their escape by force, while destroying Europeans in the process. 48 A few months later the Africans were going away with arms and the militia had to be roused to pursue them. 49 A few months after that, the authorities there were debating laws for preventing the insurrection of Negroes. 50. Shortly thereafter, a top Virginia leader was opining that the fear of enemies by sea, except pirates, had been reduced, but the insurrection of our own Negroes and invasions of the Indians are no less to be dreaded. 51 Nonetheless, Lieutenant Governor Alexander Spotswood thought in December 1710 that an intended insurrection of the Negroes might be in store, necessitating the need to prevent the meetings and consultations of this terribly disgruntled force. 52. By 1711, officials were continuing to debate and stressing better securing government and Her Majesty's subjects of this colony against attempts of Negro and other slaves to revolt. 53 In the midst of this turmoil, the decision was taken to try Salvatore an Indian and Scipio a Negro slave for high treason, leading to a sentence of death on the premise that their execution and exemplary punishment may have a due effect for deterring other slaves, though this proved to be faulty reasoning. Still, the head of the African along with one of his quarters along with other selected body parts were placed conspicuously in the most public place. 54 Undeterred was the Negro Will, who, a few months later, was accused of levying war in this colony. 55. Frantic officials in Virginia sought to prevent Negro slaves assembling together and targeted a Negro slave notoriously active in stirring up Negroes in Surry County to levy war against HM government. 56 It was there that the Council of Trade and Plantations was told that an intended insurrection of the Negroes was exposed, to have been executed on Easter Day with the perpetrators executed in turn. 57. The tug of war between the RAC and the private traders, with the latter emerging triumphant, did bring the long-awaited slaves to colonial plantations, but part of the package was a surge of instability brought by the arrival of more infuriated Africans. The instability was magnified by continually disturbing reports coming from the Caribbean and Panama about various fugitives and Maroons who had attained a degree of freedom and, it was feared, had murderous designs on settlers. 58 That the Africans being brought to provinces such as South Carolina often came from hot spots such as Jamaica and Barbados did little to erode nervousness. 59 Spotswood argued that the small farmer opposed bringing in so many Africans, but powerful merchants and some planters quite typically steamrolled their sentiments. 60. Undeniable was the point that despite the instability brought by an influx of Africans after the rise of free trade in their bodies, importers of this commodity railed at the notion of higher taxes, so as to curb their arrival and pay for the added costs of their presence. There was violent opposition to this, it was said, particularly by the merchants in England and even by the RAC, as their putative mutual enmity was exposed as overstated. This opposition occurred even though the final cost would be shifted to the planter, but, it was felt, this tax would reduce the overall shipments, thus harming sellers in whatever guise. And this would harm the colony, given the need for slave labor for what was described boldly as rapid expansion westward. Unsurprisingly, merchants triumphed once more. 61 Not least since more land meant not only more slaves to sell but an attractive enticement to dangle before potential settlers, who were so necessary to overwhelm these same Africans and indigenes. Land grants, along with a complement of rights celebrated later as an emblem of the Enlightenment, were akin to offering a material incentive combat pay to a soldier about to enter a war zone, which is what a good deal of the settlements were at that juncture and for a considerable time thereafter. Also difficult to refute was the suspicious timing of the waves of unrest in Virginia, coming as they did on the heels of the uncertainty leading up to the Act of Union bringing Scotland more firmly under London's dominion in 1707 and the wars and conflicts that led to the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713. It would have been difficult for Africans to pick a better opportunity to unnerve the settlers. 62 There was a dizzying array of alliances between and among European powers in the first few decades of the 18th century, not to mention betrayals of the most cynical type, all of which left settlers exposed and jumpily unsteady, not the strongest negotiating position for them in the face of militant indigenes and Africans. 63 London kept a careful eye on the unavoidable fact that Jamaica, in some ways the jewel in the Caribbean crown, was increasingly producing great wealth and was surrounded by Spanish and French settlements which sat uneasily beside an island with a great number of rebellious Negroes in the mountains who frequently do a great deal of mischief. These Maroons were accompanied by apprehension of an insurrection of their own settlers, Negroes, being about 40,000 in number and very insolent, and not 3,000 whites able to bear arms in the militia. 64 But it was not as if Jamaica was the only problem in the region. In St. Christopher's, it was felt that the leadership in neighboring Guadeloupe was so weak that the Negroes tended to take advantage of it to plunder the whole colony, a situation discovered at the last second, leading to nearly 40 of the leaders punished by will and fire. Naturally, in St. Christopher's there was a desire to profit by this occasion, up to and including conquest of this island, i.e., Guadeloupe, the kind of opportunism that symbolized the arbitrage opportunities open to Africans willing to manipulate one set of colonizers against another. 65 Given the demonstrated instability in the Caribbean, a wise would-be planter would have set up stakes on the mainland, despite the fact that wealth seemed to flow more readily from the Caribbean isles. Thus, in Maryland, the enslaved population grew at an extraordinary rate between 1658 and 1710. In 4 key counties, there were about 100 slaves at the beginning of this era, perhaps 3% of the total population. By 1710, there were over 3,500 slaves there, constituting 24% of the total population, and from 1695 to 1708 alone, at least 4,022 slaves arrived in the province. 66 In neighboring Pennsylvania, European servants were providing problems quite typically, with William Penn himself griping in 1683 about complaints that this group was so audacious as to sell and dispose of the goods and monies of their masters, a great loss facilitated by a phenotype advantage that Africans did not share. 67 Africans presented their own special problems too, as in 1705 in what was to become the Keystone State, it was observed that difficulties have arisen, about the manner and trial of Negroes committing murder, manslaughter, buggery, burglary, rapes, attempts of rapes and other high and heinous, capital offenses. 68. New York, which early on had become a center of slaving, also had developed searing attendant issues. In 1699, there were moans about preventing abuses daily committed by Negro slaves and Indians. By 1700, there was legislation against such abuses, though agonizing quickly emerged about this bill and the alleged greater liberty to Negroes it provided, more so than the law of England gave to Englishmen, which thus would encourage them in stealing and committing robberies and other villainies. 69 In 1702, the authorities carped that the number of slaves in the cities of New York and Albany, also in other towns within this province, doth daily increased, and they have been found often times guilty of confederating together for various ill practices, among which were seeking to kill or destroy their master, or burning of houses or barns or barracks or corn, or killing cattle. It was deemed illegal for 3 or more to confer, as opposed to 5 in Virginia, giving an idea of the fright at the risk. A common whipper was designated to address violators. It was a crime for a slave to assault any free man or woman professing Christianity. The enslaved were also barred from fleeing to Quebec, which was of great concern during this time of war with the French, for of late Africans had done precisely that, apparently carrying intelligence with them, which was of very pernicious consequence. By the early 1700s, a law was passed for preventing the conspiracy of slaves, with the death penalty assigned to those who did so with their masters reimbursed. 70 By 1703, the authorities felt compelled to debate an act to prevent disorders in the night, with an informative predicate, whereas great disorders, Insolences and burglaries are at times raised and committed in the night time by Indians, Negro and mulatto servants and slaves to the disquiet and hurt of Her Majesty's good subjects. 71. As the foregoing suggests, France in Canada presented a challenge to New York and the region sprawling northward, just as Spain challenged South Carolina. In Albany in 1687, officials expressed apprehensions of the French, a problem magnified since there are so few of His Majesty's natural-born subjects, the greater part being Dutch. 72 2 years later, in what was to become the Empire State, in the midst of all these troubles, there was another difficulty. We are daily alarmed with rumor of war with France. 73 per usual, there was confluence of the foreign and domestic threats. By the late 17th century in Massachusetts, there was fear that enslaved Africans were little more than Catholic agents, as apprehension rose that this seditious labor force would join an invasion force and wreak havoc on New England and would destroy all the English and save none but only the Negro and Indian servants. 74. In the early 18th century, when war between Paris and London erupted yet again, the enslaved that reached Quebec were deemed to be free. Apart from the incentive this provided for the enslaved to flee, it affixed in the mind of the African for decades to come the idea of Canada as Canaan, the site of refuge for those fleeing the Union Jack, then the Stars and Stripes. So many embarked on this route to freedom that on August 4, 1705 a law was ratified punishing with death every African found above Saratoga. A pressured London complemented this draconian bill by mandating conversion and baptism of the enslaved, but this alleged sop was quickly followed by a 1707 law that made the 1705 law seem mild by comparison. Slaves, not assuaged, responded on Long Island, reacting to the deprivation of certain privileges, they murdered their master, his wife, and children. 75. Yet London had a problem in seeking to bar Africans from fleeing to Canada, a point that emerged directly in mid-1711 when conflict typically exploded between London and Paris and an attempt was made by certain mainland colonists to recruit Africans to enlist in a force to invade Quebec. Yet the commanding officer announced peremptorily, "I immediately ordered them to be discharged." 76. Left unclear was how these British settlers could compete effectively with other European powers if Africans were treated with such cavalier disregard. Ultimately, London would have to yield on this front, but this simply created yet another problem with settlers whose model of development presupposed slave labor encampments stocked to the brim with Africans and the gross brutality that inevitably accompanied them. New York had a dual problem, however, for simultaneously, it was recruiting Africans as slaves at a formidable clip, which created problems of instability that neighboring Quebec could profit from, while discharging Africans who might want to aid in alleviating this prickly matter. For with the loosening of restrictions on the slave trade, lucrative contacts in Madagascar in the late 17th century, not to mention similar ties to South Carolina and Jamaica, were developed by some avaricious New Yorkers. 77. Moreover, there was a lingering fear in Manhattan that despite the reconquest of 1673, some of the Dutch there had not been fully assimilated into the developing identity of whiteness, an apprehension confirmed when some of them refused to pledge their allegiance to the English. Governor Edmund Andros wanted them resettled upstate, but would that not simply move them closer to potential collaborators in Quebec? The reluctance of the authorities to allow Catholic priests in the colony also betrayed a certain apprehension. The religious Cold War waxed in Manhattan as King James II, previously the Duke of York and successor to the throne following the death of Charles II in 1685, vetoed New York's Charter of Liberties and commanded all churches there to conform to the Church of England liturgy. Leisler's Rebellion, the local manifestation of the Glorious Revolution, revealed the volatility of a settler population that was torn by confessional, linguistic, natal, and social antagonisms, contradictions that were made to order for African manipulation, which may have been the case when congruent with Leisler's upsurge. Africans in 1689 rampaged through the then farming village that was Harlem, as if they were marking out territory for future conquest. 78. Compounding the security problem faced in New York was the reality that when Irish troops dispatched from London arrived in New York in 1700, They immediately began brawling and causing injuries, resulting in a court-martial that condemned 4 to be shot, 2 of whom were spared only seconds before the fatal volley. 79 When New York passed a bill seeking to prevent soldiers and sailors from deserting Her Majesty's service and servants and slaves deserting their masters or mistresses, the yoking of these apparently disparate issues came clear and revealed why barring Africans from the armed forces in the face of a French and indigenous threat could be foolhardy. 80 Like South Carolina under siege from Spanish Florida. 81 The Northeast faced a similar challenge from Quebec. 82 In 1709, it was thought proper in New York to reinforce a bill for preventing the conspiracy of slaves and to pass a similar bill a few years later. 83 That same year, anxious officials were seeking frantically to keep track of the Africans brought to the colony by separate traders and at what rates sold, as apprehension was rising that an insuperable problem was being created. Willful killing of Indians and Negroes was to be punished with death and a fit penalty imposed for the maiming of them, though it was doubtful if such solicitude would tamp down the rising fury of the oppressed. It was made clear that this initiative was in response to the oppressed being seduced from their allegiance to the New Yorkers by French priests and Jesuits. 84 In 1710, in neighboring New Jersey, it was deemed necessary to enact an act for deterring Negroes and other slaves from committing murder. 85 In Connecticut, by 1680, the number of enslaved Africans was not great, but many of them had roots in tumultuous Barbados. 86 Earlier, despite their paltry numbers, Africans were barred from the militia. Already, as was to become the case regionally, opposition to slavery was congealing, but not on moral grounds but on the basis that this institution harmed the interests of poor Europeans. 87 By 1708, suggestive of the increase of Africans in the hemisphere, legislation was debated to punish severely any Negro or mulatto servant or slave who would disturb the peace or shall offer to strike any white person. 88 By 1715, legislators in Connecticut were mulling various conspiracies, outrages, murders, burglaries, thefts, and other notorious crimes at sundry times and especially of late that have been perpetrated by Indians and other slaves. They had thought there were different circumstances of this colony compared to the plantations in the islands, which had a well-justified reputation for riotousness, but now they were not so sure, realizing that even supposedly favorable racial ratios were no savior. 89 Thus, by the mid-18th century, what became the Nutmeg State had several plantations larger than those in neighboring Rhode Island, which was already notorious as a site for dispatching of slavers. 90 This was no small matter, since by 1730, southern Rhode Island was nearly one-third African, nearly all being slaves, and as an outgrowth of this trend a few decades later, nearly half of Newport's richest residents had an interest in the slave trade. 91 By 1755, only New York City and Charleston, South Carolina, had a greater percentage of slaves. 92 This was part of a regional trend. As early as 1687, a French Protestant writing from due north was observing that there is not a house in Boston, however small may be its means, that has not 1 or 2 slaves. There are those that have 5 or 6, suggesting how extensive was this labor force. 93 Though slavery was to be centered south of what became the Mason-Dixon line, the extensive involvement in the slave trade of the region closer to Quebec meant that British settlers generally had to be alert to the growing reality of rebellious Africans. Suggestive of how extensive enslavement had become since the entry into the market of private traders, in 1709, Emmanuel Barzelia, being a Spaniard, complained that he was sold at Roanoke as a slave, this after being sold for a slave in New England, though he was a Christian, born free. 94 Massachusetts, which had endured the massive bloodletting of vicious wars with the Indigenes and was to endure more conflict with the French in coming years, was in serious need of replenishing its labor supply. 95 Though a 1690 plot there that involved Negroes and Indigenes collaborating with the French in an attack on the colony may have led to concern about the African presence. 96 Earlier, Africans and Indigenes had been barred from bearing arms, but passing a bill is different from it becoming an all-encompassing reality. 97 The iconic figure of this colony, Cotton Mather, was not singular in living in deathly fear of a slave insurrection. 98 The other side of the coin was represented by his compatriot Samuel Sewall, who was inspired toward abolition after reading of similarly inclined Londoners. 99 Thus, the determinative events of 1688 laid the groundwork for a great leap forward for capitalism, fueled by enslavement of Africans, not least in North America. Yet ironically, as the economy grew on the mainland, it also laid the groundwork for a unilateral declaration of independence. The development of the forces of production also opened the door wider for a massive influx of Africans, a key component of capital which could also be a potential gravedigger for all those so bold as to exploit their labor. This reality leaped to the forefront of consciousness in Manhattan in 1712 and, at the other end of the colonial chain, in South Carolina soon thereafter. 3. Revolt. Africans conspire with the French and Spanish. Early in the morning of a moonlit day on April 6, 1712, fires also illuminated the sky in lower Manhattan. What had happened was that a few dozen determined Africans armed with guns, hatchets, knives, and other purloined weapons gathered in an orchard at the rear of a house in the city's East Ward, burst into an outhouse, set ablaze that building, and then ambushed the settlers who rushed to extinguish the fire. Preferring death to capture, a number of the rebels fled to the countryside and committed suicide before they could be detained, while others were arrested, approximately 70, about 21 were executed subsequently. 9 settlers had been murdered, but this did not arrest the continuing plotting of Africans against the authorities, at times in league with the French and Spanish and the indigenous. Since the total population of this future metropolis was reportedly a mere 6,307 at the time, of whom no fewer than 945 were Negroes, disrupting the status quo violently was not as difficult as it was to become. 1. The message delivered with a thump to colonists was that it did not require an African majority, for example, in Jamaica or a good deal of the Caribbean, for this dark-skinned population to wreak havoc. The great trek to the mainland from the islands had not brought a safe refuge from the burning rage of Africans. Perhaps if danger could have been contained on Manhattan, there would be lesser reason to worry. But subsequent events were to show that the reforms of the slave trade, while delivering more African labor designed to propel the mainland economy, also had delivered perils in a broad swath of territory stretching from Massachusetts to Carolina. London then had to determine if the model of development involving mass enslavement of Africans was viable, though this piercing thought had yet to penetrate the consciousness of most settlers. Perhaps understandably, mainland colonies, notably Carolina, embarked on a desperate search for more white settlers in order to outweigh and countervail the presumed and actual threat posed by rebellious Africans. However, the ill-defined nature of whiteness could easily allow for the infiltration of putative or actual foes of London from Madrid and Paris, not to mention Dublin and Glasgow. Besides, who would want to accept a colonial assignment that could easily lead to butchering at the hands of Africans or the indigenous or both? Inducements had to be offered, emoluments that eventuated in a purported democratic republic that further clipped the wings of the monarchy in 1776. These benefits were an appropriate sequel to the reforms of the slave trade, which too had weakened the crown that had delivered a bounty of free labor to the mainland, serving to enrich some of those who had been simple commoners in Britain. Yet contrary to subsequent generations of U.S. patriots, the rights offered to settlers hardly formed a template that could be extended easily to Africans, precisely because thwarting Africans was at the heart of this offering. Understandably, Governor Robert Hunter of New York, who happened to be Scottish, was irate about the tumult of April 1712, denouncing this bloody conspiracy designed to destroy as many of the inhabitants as they could. To be fair, the chief executive had wondered if brutalizing Africans had a downside. He knew that it was undefined hard usage of these slave laborers, "I can find no other cause," he confessed, which sparked this revolt, though he underlined that some of the conspirators were prisoners taken in a Spanish prize, and by reason of their color, which is swarthy, they were said to be slaves and as such were sold. But this rough racist injustice, which came to characterize these colonies and their successor states, probably swept within its ambit those who did not carry the disfavored status that was slavery, and they revolted accordingly. 2 Such crude practices could only further inflame men of color under Madrid's rule, who played a key role in the military in this empire, to despise London and its colonies even more. Governor Hunter was not remorseful, though he had received petitions from several of these Spanish Indians, as they are called, representing to him that they were free men, subjects to the King of Spain, but sold here as slaves. He did not apologize for the fact that among the disreputably handled detainees was a woman with child, nor did it ruffle his sang-froid that some were burnt, others were hanged and broke on Yewili 3. Others sought to draw the appropriate lessons, as in Pennsylvania, where policy-makers resorted to a kind of tariff war to curb the importation of a human commodity that had proven to be quite dangerous. But this only created further problems, with irritated merchants and employers generally forced to stare down suddenly expensive European workers, and since Africans were simply diverted to next-door New Jersey, it was unclear if this quasi-abolitionist tactic designed as a life-saving measure was as practical as it appeared. 4 Other colonial lawmakers sought to assuage both sides by discriminating in their exports in favor of Africans against those with roots in the riotous Caribbean, but the 1713 granting of the Asiento to London tended to undermine this nervous policy. 5 As allowing British merchants entrance to slave markets in the Caribbean served to create a larger market for slaves that could easily be diverted to the mainland by smuggling or otherwise. There had been attempts in New York to lay duties on these African imports, but, as was evident, this had not solved the problem of their unruliness. 6 Nonetheless, post-1712 this tariff war continued, and in 1716 yet another tax was placed on this troublesome import. 7 As things turned out, this measure was just as ineffectual in limiting the presence of Africans as similar measures for preventing and suppressing the conspiracy and insurrection of Negroes and other slaves were in barring this disturbing eventuality. 8 For simultaneously in Massachusetts, not that far away, others were pressing for easing tariffs on imported Africans. 9 There were other considerations that rattled settlers, not least being the alleged role of a Frenchman, Elias No, in stirring up the Africans. Actually, this supposed perpetrator was a Protestant, which should have put him on the side of the angels, but with French Quebec sitting menacingly on the colony's northern border, could one be sure about his alleged religious affiliation? The authorities barred Africans from attending his school, though No persevered until the year 1722, when he died. 10 The man in question was said to have been confined several years in prison in his homeland and 7 years in various galleys because of his Protestant faith. Upon release, he came to New York and became a trader and a presumed devotee of the Church of England. In 1704, the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts opened a branch in New York seeking to convert the enslaved. This Frenchman joined them and began going door to door beseeching the oppressed, but this was a tough assignment, not least because of the accurate perception that the converts would face continuing bias, even if Christian. He persevered, taking great pains to provide catechisms and the like, and he began to make headway. By 1708, the number of devotees was increasing, though when some asked to be baptized, they were threatened with being sold to the netherworld that was Virginia. As this controversy was developing, the 1712 revolt happened, which was all the more troubling since the fearsome Coromantes were said to be involved, and like their counterparts in the Caribbean, it was said that their plot involved liquidating the entire settler class and taking power. As rumors flew about the role of missionary work in fomenting rebellion, No maintained a low profile which only increased hysteria, as his school was blamed. 11 That there were French-speaking defense witnesses in and of itself was not reassuring, irrespective of the content of their testimony. 12 In 1706, an act had been passed to encourage Christianity, though critics who increased in number after April 1712 had argued that adopting this religion could backfire, facilitating the freedom of the enslaved because of apprehensions about these religionists in bondage. 13 New York's 1709 law preventing the conspiracy of slaves now seemed like an eerie anticipation of April 1712. 14 After April 1712, further legislation was enacted to prevent the running away of Negro slaves out of the city. and County of Albany to the French at Canada, a reflection of both internal and external threats. 15 That such a law was passed again in 1718 suggested that the colonists had either bad memories or a repetitive problem. 16 That the settlers sought to bar Negro and Indian slaves above the age of 14 years from going in the streets without a lantern, and a lighted candle only served to illuminate the intractable problem faced by a colony reliant upon a volatile labor force. 17 Yet this colony, like others, faced a dilemma, as the case of No suggested. Weeks after April 1712, the legislators convened and reproved the hellish attempt that had swept through Manhattan. This convinced them of the necessity of putting that sort of men under better regulation, which was understandable, but the method suggested was questionable. Take away the root of the evil, it was exclaimed, by accelerating the importation of white servants. But from whence were they to come? Neighboring Quebec? Ireland? Scotland? There were only so many English available, after all. 18 Besides, New York was not the only colony seeking whites, who also were in demand in the Caribbean, Jamaica not least, for similar reasons. And would not the frantic scurrying for more whites simply allow Paris and Madrid to deposit their nationals in Manhattan and create more turmoil? Had they forgotten so soon the presumed lesson of the presence of No? And with the demand for whites skyrocketing, would not that mean offering this favored group more benefits? For example, land taken abruptly from indigenes, which could only spell more conflict? The problem faced by colonists, particularly as the Africans learned the English language, a skill often useful in their arduous labor, was that it became harder to quarantine them and keep troubling news about Quebec and the indigenous away from their eager ears. Nor was it simple to keep the disturbing news of April 1712 away from other Africans on the mainland, particularly given New York's role as a busy port. It did not appear that officials in usually placid New Hampshire in 1714 blamed a rash of great disorders, insolences and burglaries said to be committed in the night time by Indian, Negro, and mulatto servants and slaves on the fiery events of 1712, though it would have been understandable if they had. 19 It was not just the area that came to be known as Dixie that was wrestling with the fraught matter of reconciling the perceived need for bonded African labor with the often homicidal reality of their embattled presence. In 1720, authorities in New York were eagerly awaiting an arrival of Africans from the Caribbean, though imports from there were all too familiar with plots designed to rout Europeans. 20 By 1721, there was intense worry in Manhattan about yet another designed insurrection of the Negroes within the city. 21 By 1726, records reveal that 180 Africans were imported from the Caribbean and none from Africa, a trend that had been duplicated roughly as early as 1701. Of course, there had been a period during these few decades when Africans were brought from Madagascar, tellingly, almost all by private traders and none by the RAC. Yet another developing trend. 22 By 1727, hapless legislators were reduced to a catch-all offering of a reward to any who might apprehend any Indian or Negro slaves offending any acts they had passed previously. 23 But it was the other end of the chain of colonies severely threatened South Carolina which endured an ongoing spate of instability before and following April 1712. Months later, Dr. Francis L. Ejaw, then in Carolina, tellingly referred to the Manhattan turmoil. Later, in early 1714, he anxiously referred to what occurred Christmas last, when a rumor spread of an intended conspiracy of the Negroes against us all like that of New York. The plot he referenced had formed in Goose Creek, where there is a good number of fine Negroes. The matter has been examined very diligently by our government, he added reassuringly. Worrisome was that the assumed ringleader was from the Caribbean and of a very stubborn temper, who had enticed some slaves to join with him that they might take their liberty by force. 24 What may have frightened some Carolinians about the presence of French Negroes was the rabble-rousing role of an African from Martinique. He was of a very stubborn temper, said Dr. Elijah, and had enticed some slaves to join with him. His execution did not necessarily squash the disaffections of the enslaved. That the perpetrator was from Martinique 25 and not Spanish Cuba may have been soothing. Less assuring was the zealot-like presence of Elijah, yet another French-born Anglican, not unlike Noah, who just happened to be at the scene of this simmering volcano. Elijah actually had arrived there in 1706, that he spoke 6 languages suggests his ability to assay diverse communities. Still, he was in accord with sordid settler sentiment as it ricocheted through the centuries, as he estimated disdainfully that the Africans he encountered were generally very bad men, chiefly those that were scholars. 26. In retrospect, it is easy to infer that the Africans arriving in droves in the mainland colonies were bringing with them a raucous instability that threatened the viability of the entire colonial project, as they served to embolden the indigenous and the Catholic powers alike. As early as 1698, the crucial year that witnessed reforms of the slave trade, colonial officials in the city that became Charleston expressed alarm at the number of Africans arriving in town and urged counterbalancing with the arrival of more Europeans, but, once more, the problem was from whence would they come. 27. Suggestive of the complex problem faced by the settlers was the point that in 1706 an African brought news of the landing of invading Spaniards, yet the colonists would have been justified in suspecting that this news was a tricky feint designed to distract their attention disastrously, or even that the African was a double agent of the invaders. 28. Actually, Madrid's men, dispatched from St. Augustine, were joined by those of Paris, dispatched from the Caribbean, all destined for the Carolina coast in a sizable fleet that included hundreds of men, including considerable numbers of Africans and the indigenous. 29. Slave trade reforms were successful in delivering more chained laborers, but this did not seem to arrest growing anxieties among settlers. A year before the Manhattan Uprising, the governor of South Carolina spoke with halting anxiety about the great quantities of Negroes that are daily brought to the colony and, just as important, the small number of whites that come among us. One result of this imbalance was how insolent and mischievous the Negroes are become. His worst prognostication was corroborated when an African named Sebastian and a band of hardies raided plantations, burning and plundering as they moved along. 30. In the prelude to this tumult, there was the usual anguish about potential invasions by the Spanish. 31. As ever in official Charleston, there were misgivings about the French and Spaniards, their public enemies who had attacked only recently. So uncertain was officialdom that they decided, fatefully, it was necessary to have all the mulattoes banished because of their alleged perfidy in the late invasion. 32. A maneuver that could only imperil the colony further. But they had few options, since the Spanish in Florida, who armed mulattoes, often waltzed into Carolina and wreaked chaos before departing, and they felt they did not have the time to make fine distinctions among those who were not pure white. 33. Balefully acknowledging the horns of the dilemma on which they were hoisted, defenders of Carolina slaveholders in 1712 put forward a bill that in its preamble recognized the importance of bonded African labor, but lamented that these workers were barbarous, wild, and savage, which meant extensive measures to restrain the disorders, rapines and inhumanity to which they are naturally prone and inclined. Thus, perversely anticipating the import of their vaunted Bill of Rights, amending their sacred constitution after the overthrow of British rule, it was ordered that every owner or overseer must have his Negro houses searched every 114 days for runaway slaves and mischievous weapons. No requirement for a warrant by a magistrate was mentioned. 34. Curbing these dangerous imports enraged merchants and planters who profited from this dirty commerce, while bowing to these businessmen could threaten colonialism as a whole. That the Spanish in particular were not opposed to arming Africans placed competitive pressure on London to acquiesce in a similar fashion, though this too could serve to jeopardize colonialism, given the heated opposition to such a strategy by most settlers. All of these strains and more came to a head in Charleston's vicinity in the early years of the 18th century. Already the slaveholders in 1708 had decided on what was thought to be unthinkable. 35. In case of actual invasion, it was said, it would be necessary to have assistance of our trusty slaves in service against our enemies. 36. Settlers were in a desperate bind. Doubtlessly they feared actual invasion by Spaniards or Frenchmen or the indigenous or a combination thereof. But how did concessions to trusty slaves comport with the routine brutalization of Africans? Or were settlers simply trapped between the internal foe that was the enslaved and the external foe that threatened invasion? Unsurprisingly, it was then that there was a coinciding between banner years of importation of Africans and a war with the indigenous that threatened to wipe out the colony. 37 In 1710 in Virginia, reports trickled in of some Negroes going away with arms, and it was to be feared they were gone too long for benign purposes and may have meditated insurrection, necessitating a call to raise the militia, thus disrupting production. 38 In 1712, colonial authorities were also told about neighboring Virginia that just as the militia of this colony is perfectly useless without arms or ammunition, the insurrection of our own Negroes and the invasions of the Indians are no less to be dreaded. 39 Actually, as frightening was the former, it may have been outstripped by the latter. In 1715, the so-called Yamasee War erupted in South Carolina. This mass uprising of the indigenous could have led to the elimination of the entire settlement. Settlers may have then agreed that both African and indigenous uprisings were similarly frightening. This insight may have been notably perceived by John Barnwell, referred to bluntly by his sympathetic biographer as an imperialist who hailed from Dublin and whose conversion from Catholicism to Protestantism seemed to enhance his ferocity toward his slaves, 9 of whom were lost during this conflict as they departed for a presumed better life. Though Virginians knew what their fellow settlers were up against, they drove a hard bargain before lending assistance, agreeing to send one armed man southward in return for a Negro woman whose ability to produce even more slaves enhanced her value, making the bargain seem more unequal than it initially appeared. But then Carolina reneged on the reasonable grounds that Negro men would have rebelled further if women had been dispatched northward. 40 This would have been inviting a slave rebellion is the conclusion of one analyst, not a result then desired by settlers. 41 But Carolina then was the land of unappealing options. 42 For it was not long before the authorities there were contemplating the distasteful prospect of seeking further to arm the Negroes when faced with a great emergency presented by indigenous warriors. By these means, it was added, perhaps overconfidently, they will be empowered to resist a greater force than the Indian enemy. 43 Yet was it also possible that these armed Africans could have fled into the willing embrace of either the indigenous or their fellow Africans in Spanish Florida, further debilitating the settlement's security? So unattractive were the options in Carolina that it was also in 1715, though faced with an uprising of the indigenous, that some Carolina slaveholders began exporting Africans to New York, which was aided by the latter reducing taxes on these perilous imports, which may have been foolhardy considering what Manhattanites had endured only recently. On the other hand, getting rid of troublesome property made sense, though reducing the labor supply did not. Yet the colonists, as best they could, were grappling with an incompliant problem: how to exploit the labor of Africans shamelessly but not to the point where they would rise as one and destroy them all. 44 Then, in 1720, as the embers of the Yamasee War had yet to be extinguished, Carolina was faced with an insurrection of Negroes that had been happily suppressed, though some of the perpetrators managed to escape to the Spaniards at St. Augustine. Not unconnected was the frightful reality that of late years the number of Negroes has much increased in proportion to that of white people in Carolina, the number of white men being computed at no more than from 1,500 to 2,000 and their Negroes at 14 or 15,000 odds that were not enticing. 45 This imbalance may have been inspiring to the Africans who intended to once more liquidate the European settlement. 46 Making this plot even more bone-chilling for settlers was that it was a combined Negro Indian plan that had as its design seizing power, and in May 1720 was launched with the murder of at least 2, perhaps more Europeans. 47 During this murderous row, there had been reportedly a very wicked and barbarous plot of the Africans, who had plotted to destroy all the white people in the country. This plan was squashed, with many of them, meaning Africans, taken prisoners and some burned, some hanged, and some banished, but, as was hardly atypical of the era, their conspiracy was evidently coordinated with an offensive of the indigenous, for as the Africans were playing the rogue or not playing their assigned role of bolstering colonizers, a small war involving the indigenous erupted with these same settlers. "We increase daily in slaves but decrease in white men" was the coda to the cycle of conflict, but as long as merchants held sway in their determination to flood the colonies with Africans who then conspired to slaughter settlers, it was unrealistic to expect an increase in the number of Europeans. 48. The whole province was in danger of being massacred by their own slaves, it was reported mournfully, though the failure to succeed did not quench the militant thirst for freedom of the Africans. For in 1721, the monarch in London was informed that the Africans again had come close to nearly succeeding in a new revolution, which would probably have been attended by the utter extirpation of all your Majesty's subjects in this province. There was a number of extermination plots, one in 1728 and yet another in 1730, which almost came to pass. According to one spectator on the scene, there was a conspiracy among their Negro slaves to have murdered in one night every white man in the province, to have taken such of the white women as they liked. The Negroes in each family should murder all the white men of the family they belonged to. 49. But still, Africans kept arriving in Charleston, as if someone had a death wish. 50. Actually, it was deeper than that. The perceived need for slave labor camps was so profound and the profits from them were so mind-boggling that local elites felt they had little choice but to run the risk of mass murder. Thus, by 1734, it was estimated that the number of Africans in the province was about 22,000, about 3 times the number of European inhabitants. With settlers well aware of events due west in French-influenced territory and at the Quebec border, there was a constant apprehension that agents of Paris would instigate insurrection in Carolina. Cried the colonial governor in 1729, "Nothing is so much wanted in Carolina as white inhabitants," though his definition of this racial category probably did not include French or even Irish Catholics. 51 who could easily have exploited his fierce racist desire. Thus, a few years later in adjacent North Carolina, the governor was disconsolate about the perceived dearth of supplies of Africans from the continent itself, leaving his charges with the necessity to buy the refuse, refractory, and distemper from other governments, though it was a fair inference by this juncture that each boatload of Africans from across the Atlantic too contained a fair amount of individuals eager to shed the warm blood of settlers. 52. And even if there had been a desire to curtail the import of angry Africans, the British did not control the entire mainland, and rampant smuggling meant that it was not difficult for contraband to reach territory claimed by London. Thus, in June 1719, the first ship from West Africa was said to have arrived with hundreds of enslaved Africans in New Orleans. 53 By 1721 a steady stream of slave ships was arriving in Biloxi, and by 1737, up the Mississippi River in Illinois, the population of Africans had doubled in 5 years. 54. Often the guilty flee when none pursue, and this may have been the case in this instance, for it is not evident that the murderous events of 1720 in Carolina were part of a much larger conspiracy, involving Catholic powers and diverse bands of the indigenous. Still, settlers felt they had cause to believe that their massacre was scheduled, and perception can be as caustically illuminating as reality, engaging psychological impact. Fears of mass poisoning and bloody insurrection were palpable, and inexorably a trust deficit was heightened between the erstwhile master and slave. Africans continued to make their way to St. Augustine, where the possibility of devising successfully gruesome plots was not unlikely. Soon Spanish emissaries were on the ground in Carolina, presumably for diplomatic and commercial reasons, though colonists there suspected their motives were malignant. For by the 1730s, Africans had become the most stalwart component of the militia in Florida and were supposedly being compensated handsomely for Carolina scalps. 55 The dilemma faced by Carolina colonizers was glimpsed when during this same time evidence emerged that they had shifted from focus on the external threat coming from Florida to the internal one presented by Africans. Though the fact was the two were tending toward merger, this shift became, according to one perceptive analyst, perhaps the strongest influence in the province on public policy. 56. As ever, legislative remedies were devised as if they were a magical amulet, though their deficiencies were symptomatic of the colony's weakness. Thus in 1725, it was mandated that every slaveholder with 10 Africans should hire one white servant man or boy of a proper age as a kind of monitor over this troublesome property, and that all proper encouragement be given to any merchant, masters of ships or others who will undertake to import such white servants. Rowdy Irish or French or Spanish Catholics presumably did not fit the bill. Other measures called for retrieving Africans who had fled to Florida, which was as dangerous as it was risible. 57 On the one hand, colonists sought to limit the number of Africans, knowing full well that to do otherwise was a major threat to security. On the other hand, the lust for the profit Africans produced was so mesmerizing that it tended to override commonsensical judgment. Actually, the authorities did pay attention to ethnic, and often closely related religious, origins beyond their obsession with securing more white settlers. First of all, the Spanish and French gave them little choice in this regard, not to mention the oft-suspected Irish. A 1721 report noted the presence of Palatines in New York, Lord Baltimore the Papist in Maryland, Quakers in Pennsylvania, and others. Similarly, the number of Africans was tracked, 25,000 in Maryland in an overall population of 80,000, compared to 4,475 amid a population of 35,012 in 1704. But this report inferentially underscored the seemingly insurmountable obstacles faced by London on the mainland: too many unreliable Africans and not enough reliable whites. 58. As the foregoing suggests, the problem of troublesome Africans was not solely the province of Carolina, nor the South generally. Near the same time in faraway Massachusetts, there was a similar plan of encouraging the import of white male servants and preventing the clandestine bringing in of Negroes and mulattoes, yet this effort too was not successful. 59 Even in what became the Bay State, there was recognition of the audacious manner, the great disturbance, the many mischievous practices, and the grievous damage perpetrated particularly by Negroes and mulattoes, but a similarly ineffective paralysis in stemming the problem at the root by blocking their arrival. Well aware of the security danger these groups represented, in 1723 lawmakers there were seeking to forbid them from serving militia duty at the most important fortifications. 60 Understandably so, for it was reported in late 1724 that Boston had been hit by an arson epidemic, and it was likewise well known that these villainies were carried on by Negro servants. 61. The issue of including Africans in the militia when they were perceived widely and correctly as a threat to settlements was indicative of the hard dilemmas faced by colonists. That Africans so often disappointed those who had placed trust in their benign intentions was suggestive of the point that the entire colonial project, a project that presupposed enslavement of Africans, just might not be workable. But Boston, like Charleston, faced inventive indigenous and European foes too, which provided few options beyond having to rely on Negro labor for onerous duties. By 1728, Bostonians were focused on sundry expeditions and engagements with the Indian enemy as well as the French, and the not unrelated matter of taxes on the importation of Negroes and to encourage the importation of white servants. 62. Occasional cries notwithstanding, British merchants continued to carp about such local legislation imposing duties on imported Africans, even when made payable by the importers. This meant the discouragement of this commerce, it was said sadly, a status to be exacerbated further if a proposal that future taxes be paid by the purchaser and not by the importer were to be effectuated. 63 In Massachusetts, the governor, Jonathan Belcher, received explicit instructions from the Crown in late 1731, opposing any local taxes on importation of Africans, since this was to the discouragement of merchants trading thither from the coast of Africa. 64. Meanwhile, Carolina settlers persisted in their comforting belief that combative Spaniards were detaining our Negroes at St. Augustine against their will, as this netlesome conflict showed no signs of abating. 65 Debated at length in 1726 was a bill for the better securing this province from Negro insurrections and encouraging of poor European people by employing them in plantations, but obtaining the latter was neither simple nor easy, and the wiser among them might have wondered why they should risk life itself by settling among a growing number of African insurrectionists. 66 Actually, there were signs that there were some Europeans designated as French who were willing to throw in their lot with Carolina, but the arrival of what may have been well-placed spies exemplified why this powerful category of whiteness was problematic and, even today, hardly interrogated relentlessly for fear of the dangers it carried. 67 It is not easy to naturalize, normalize and make veritably invisible a potent racial category, for example, whiteness, while subjecting it to interrogation, thereby possibly exposing its frailties. Interrogating whiteness could easily lead to a tugging of the loose threads of class hierarchy that this racial category otherwise obscured, thereby helping to unravel the colonial project as a whole. It was as if these purblind settlers were emulating a child who, in covering her eyes, imagines that in turn no one can see her too. Thus, in Carolina, there was a noticeable skepticism about the presence of French Negroes even when slaves, as they were associated with ill consequences, as if they were agents directed from Paris. Transport them to some of His Majesty's plantations or elsewhere, it was announced almost frantically in mid-1731. 68 Carolina may have heard of the extraordinary militancy by Africans that was rocking French Louisiana, led by a remarkable man of Bambara descent, known simply as Samba. First, in West Africa, he fought the French and Dutch and then was condemned to slavery in North America. During his passage there, he planned a mutiny but was discovered and enchained. As a slave on the mainland, he became valuable as a multilingual interpreter and commander of Africans deployed by colonists before leading yet another conspiracy of the enslaved in Louisiana that he was reported to have said included a design for the Africans to rid themselves of all the French at once, by making themselves masters of the capital, while expropriating all the property of the French. Despite this danger, the settlers felt compelled to continue to maintain a Negro militia. 69. Carolinians may also have heard of what had occurred in Natchez in 1729 when a calamitous revolt of Africans and the indigenous occurred. About 250 settlers were massacred, with others carried into captivity in one of the most dramatic episodes in mainland history. 70 That this was a joint African-Chickasaw crusade was perceived as noticeably disturbing, particularly since it was thought that the tables would be turned and the settlers would be enslaved. 71 This was followed by a similar conspiracy that was uncovered in New Orleans in 1731, which, like its counterparts to the east, aimed at eliminating every trace of the settlers. Perhaps a dozen Africans were executed as a result, including at least one woman with a number broken on the will. 72 In the same period, a shipboard insurrection took place on a vessel destined for New Orleans, with a group of nearly 300 Africans coming within a whisper of triumphing, halted only by indiscriminate slaughter by the crew, who murdered 45 of their cargo and wounded 47 more, with leaders hung unceremoniously. The relieved captain quickly sold the remainder in Hispaniola rather than spend more time aboard with them on the way to New Orleans. 73. In 1730, a British traveller in the Caribbean informed a friend in London about goings-on in St. Vincent that provided a disturbing pattern for those who were involved in subjugation of Africans, for their Africans, due to their skill in subversion, were treated like free people by the French. The French go there to trade and admit the Negroes to trade here and in their other islands and treat them everywhere with such justice, favor, and complaisance that they have entirely won their hearts. This was a dangerous compliment to the progress the French make in Hispaniola. 74. Ultimately, London was forced to move closer to the praxis of Madrid and Paris as it pertained to Africans, but this understandable reform clashed sharply with the model of development on the mainland, which presupposed despotic enslavement of Africans. This fueled a secessionist split and also exposes the analytical debility of simply implanting today's often unsophisticated understanding of whiteness on a period defined by sharp clashes between and among European colonial powers and settlers alike. In short, there was cause to be suspicious of Africans who carried the label French. It was also true, as said emphatically at the time, that securing this province against an enemy was a high priority, and France was included in this frightening category, though why Africans with French provenance should be likewise included was reflective of an ongoing insecurity, when even the enemy of one's enemy could not be trusted. 75. The problem for the Carolina settlement was that the other Catholic power, Spain, was even closer than territory ostensibly controlled by France. For a recent visitor to Havana could not help but notice that 360-gun ships of war were fitting out in order to destroy the fort at Port Royal in South Carolina, and, assuredly, Africans with varying origins would be included on board, and others on the ground on the mainland would be expected to participate in the assault. 76 It had become almost routine to expect bombardment near the Christmas holidays, a time when Africans tended toward maximum disaffection amid settler celebration and frequent inebriation. 77 Colonizers may have had reason to think there was a spreading pandemic. If only Carolina had been in jeopardy, then London could have dispatched more redcoats there to squash the insurgency. But surviving the Yamasee War did not mean all of the mainland settlements could now breathe easily. For it was in 1722 the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Hugh Drysdale, warned of an intended insurrection of the Negroes in 2 or 3 counties, the design of which was to cut off their masters and possess themselves of the province, a metronomic plan throughout the colonial era. This official could envision no other consequence except to make more severe laws for keeping the slaves in greater subjection. 78 Which was a predictable but by no means effective response. As ever, the authorities responded with legislation as if passing a bill could alchemically make danger disappear, speaking dolefully of very great and eminent dangers that have of late threatened, from the frequently disorderly meetings of great numbers of slaves in a riotous and tumultuous manner, involved in no less than secret plotting and confederating among themselves with the aim of contriving to rise up arms and kill and destroy, so surviving alleged perpetrators were to be sent as punishment to Jamaica and Barbados, though it was not clear what this might mean for the health of the overall colonial project. 79 A great trek had been made by European settlers to the mainland to escape rebellious Africans in the Caribbean, and now rebellious Africans were being shipped to the Caribbean. It was not as if the colonizers were wrestling with amnesia. More to the point, the colonial project had embedded within it contradictions and snares that were hard to evade, and foremost among these was the presence of resolute Africans who did not readily cooperate. Yet amnesia was about as sound an approach as any other, given the depth of the problem faced. Present laws, it was announced sadly in 1723, were insufficient to punish the secret plots and conspiracies of Africans, all of which seemed to be proliferating. 80. Thus, in 1729, William Gooch, a leading colonist, warned that Africans near the banks of the James River schemed to flee to neighboring mountains to a site where they had already begun to clear the ground with a cache of arms and ammunition. An attack was mounted against these Africans, and they were subdued, though their ambitious plan might have proved dangerous, as they mimicked the Negroes in the mountains of Jamaica whose ructions had proved so inimical to the needs of the settlers. For it was certain that even a very small number of Negroes once settled in those parts, would very soon be increased by the accession of other runaways and prove dangerous neighbors. 81 In short, as time passed and Africans poured into the colony as slave trade reforms asserted themselves, the colonizer had accomplished the feat of making the mainland seem more like Jamaica, not less, thereby eroding the import of the Great Trek. Then in 1730, an insurrection of the enslaved was slated for a different part of Virginia. Hundreds gathered in Norfolk and Princess and counties in a military formation that included officers to command them, with many managing to escape to the Great Dismal Swamp after their plot was foiled. 82 The latter site suggested the possibility of a capacious maroon encampment rivaling if not surpassing its counterpart in Jamaica. These Africans, it was reported, had the boldness to assemble on a Sunday while the people were at church, as the occasion to launch their intended insurrection. Thus, it was now ordered that every man should bring his arms to church on Sundays and holy days lest they should be seized by the slaves in their absence. 83. Then in 1731, somehow a number of Africans via loose discourses, according to a leading official, had thought that His Majesty had mandated that all among them who were Christian should be freed, but the order was suppressed by the nefarious settlers, whom the enslaved perpetually suspected for varied reasons. Slaveholders felt this was just another excuse sufficient to incite them to rebellion, leading to the severe whipping of the most suspected, in turn leading to further insurrectionary plans. 84 The repetitive nature of these alarms had occasioned a good deal of fatigue to the militia and some loss in their crops, wailed Lieutenant Governor William Gooch. 85 Actually, the plans of Africans may have been more far-reaching than even the worst-case scenarios envisioned, for at the same time, Virginia authorities were forwarding to London a box full of roots and barks that would cure the most inveterate venereal disease and that had been a secret in the hands of a Negro. Praise was lavished since only mankind will be the better for his knowledge, typically in the process of being appropriated without compensation. Unacknowledged was that African knowledge of roots and barks also proved useful in the numerous poisoning plots that arose in coming years. 86. That Africans in Virginia were being compared to their counterparts in Jamaica was inherently intimidating, for it was in this island of turmoil that contemporaneously the Duke of Newcastle was told that rebellious Negroes, if aided by Paris or Madrid, might easily make themselves masters of all they surveyed, which was not out of the question since these Africans were said to keep constant correspondence with Spaniards in Cuba. 87. The proliferating fear that Africans, perhaps in league with the indigenous or French or Spaniards, perhaps by themselves, could rise up, liquidate settlements, and take over was an animating fear during this era of tumult, and the idea that London would backslide on this fraught matter, or worse, aid such a plot, paved the way for the 1776 revolt. Earlier the authorities had sought the repeated remedy of tariffs on imported Africans to restrain their growing presence, but the profits were so immense in this hateful commerce and the methods of smuggling so well honed that it seemed foolhardy to even try to curb their arrival. For example, no British warships patrolled the Delaware River in the 1720s, and thus, smuggling and piracy were frequent, including the clandestine arrival of Africans. 88. In fact, these Africans in Virginia were producing so much tobacco that there was apprehension about the toxic effect of a glut on the market. Africans' swaggering and swashbuckling disregard for the life and limb of their would-be masters was no better illustrated than at the source, Africa itself. Like revolts on the mainland, revolts in Africa appeared to be increasing in the wake of slave trade reforms that increased the number of enchained Africans. The problem here was that more than mainland revolts, bloodshed at the source of supply tended to implicate more directly colonizers in New England and merchants in Bristol and Liverpool. This served to deepen fear and resentment of Africans, a deadly development for the enslaved on the mainland. Shipboard insurrections were becoming more common. 89. It was in early 1731 that a captain in Africa was surprised by his captives, and all his crew but 3 were killed. Months later, another captain, this time in Guinea, was murdered by Africans. In another tense episode, both a vessel and cargo were seized in Gambia, as the crew came under fire by angry Africans, a fiery battle that lasted for hours on end. The reach of these incidents soared far beyond the Caribbean and the southern mainland, as it was a captain in Boston who was warned bluntly that for your own safety, there must be needful guard over your slaves and put not too much confidence in the women nor children lest they happen to be instrumental to you being surprised, which may be fatal. 90. It was also in 1731 that the captain of a Massachusetts slave ship and his crew were slain by would-be slaves off the coast of Africa, which was followed by a similar assault near what is now Sierra Leone. Before the 1731 murders, it was the turn of a Rhode Island vessel when Africans revolted, killed most of the crew, and adroitly navigated the ship back to Africa, where it was run aground and all aboard fled to freedom. 91. William Snellgrave may have been lucky in that his slave trading near Dahomey in 1727 only led to his being detained for a lengthy period by would-be captives who became captors. The perils of this business were suggested by his meeting other European captives there during his forced stay. 92. But the colonists were like sailors bailing water from a leaky vessel, once they thought they had one leakage attended to, another seemed to emerge. Virginia settlers were sufficiently perceptive to realize that the growing number of Africans in their midst was a real peril. The RAC objected to taxes on its products, and the planters too, as was their wont, desired to have ever cheaper Africans. These tariffs, it was said, were so great a burthen upon trade that it amounted to a prohibition, while others objected stridently to this reasoning. Posing as the defenders of the poorer planters, the merchants of Bristol argued that such taxes would mean the ruin of these tobacco farmers and other agriculturalists who had yet to climb the greasy pole of success and eminence. An instruction was sent to Virginia not to pass any act that might affect the trade or shipping of Great Britain, a measure that fueled the perception that London saw these colonists as disposable, not to mention feeding the idea that the settlers might be better off on their own, or that there was a haughty disregard for the danger of having so many Africans on the mainland. 93 But London felt compelled to act since Pennsylvania and Rhode Island had taken similar steps to limit import of Africans, to the detriment of powerful interests in Bristol and Liverpool. 94. Overlaid on this conflict was the ongoing one between the private traders and the RAC, who often could unite in opposition to those who sought to restrain imports of Africans generally, and whether or not increased competition in this odious commerce drove down prices to the benefit of small and large planters alike. The RAC continued to insist that a central authority was needed, particularly to maintain forts along the West African coast, so needed to repress Africans with ideas of assaulting subjects of the crown. By 1730, the RAC had a reported 13 forts and castles along the coast of Western Africa, which were thought essential for flummoxing the exclusive pretensions and encroachments of such other European nations, yet for years now, private traders had been profiting from the protection of these forts without contributing anything to their upkeep, said a RAC spokesman. This was harming the coffers of the RAC with untold consequence for the crown should not this burden be shared. And for those concerned about independency pretensions of mainland colonists, were they not simply snookering the crown by evading expense for forts while benefiting from the arrival of enslaved Africans? 95 And did it make sense in the long term for the affluent to profit from government outlays without contributing meaningfully to government coffers? The RAC reminded one and all in 1730 of the plight of Captain James Merle, who, when his Negroes rose upon him and ran his ship ashore, it was emphasized, took sanctuary at Cape Coast Castle, where he was kindly received and entertained. Then there was Capt. Blinco trading at Witta, during the late wars in that country, who was protected by the company's fort against the insults of those who wanted his scalp. Could the private traders, it was asked querulously, play a similar role? 96. Continuing the debate sparked by 1688, there was continuing discussion as to whether or not the monarch could without consent of Parliament seek to exclude any of his subjects from trading to any parts of Africa. Potent interests in Virginia and Maryland argued that they were well supplied with Africans, but no thanks to the RAC, as the cry against burdensome government regulations grew in intensity. A Marylander asserted that his colony could absorb more Negroes if they could get them, particularly from Gambia and Angola, the chief parts of Africa from whence his province was supplied. Further, it was said, ousting the private traders would mean Negroes would be dearer and the province worse supplied. That the price of Negroes had formerly been £40, 97, but are now sold at £18, it was added. 98 Whether he knew it or not, this Marylander was arguing for a future when more Africans would be brought to the mainland, bringing more peril to this land. Inevitably there was another agenda that this Marylander did not deign to note. For the RAC was said to be owed great sums of money from mainlanders, and this now besieged company was much hindered in collecting by local courts. By not paying the RAC while encouraging private traders, sly planters, and merchants could benefit. 99 Eventually some Londoners would believe that escaping the reach of British creditors was a prime reason for the rebel revolt of 1776. The RAC was being crushed in a joint maneuver involving its debtors, who were loath to pay their bills, and private traders, who were eager to steal business with both parties, ably aided by local magistrates. This was the kind of conflict between the metropolis and the provinces that, if not alleviated, could lead to rupture. Taken alone, London and its mainland colonies might have been able to survive this argument, but there were others. In 1731, a Londoner complained of Britain's transatlantic cousins that the best of the fish they sent to Spain, Portugal, Italy, while shipping their surplus lumber, horses, provisions, fish, and other commodities to the Dutch and French sugar islands. 100 This dispute, it was said, was only with New England, for Maryland, Virginia, and the Carolinas are entirely unconcerned, but the latter provinces had their own beefs with London, disagreements that the metropolis's relations with New England tended to reinforce. Still, The remedy suggested was encouraging our sugar settlements Jamaica as opposed to Massachusetts, in which case it would necessarily follow that there will be a greater call for Negroes. 101. But this kind of thinking seemed to be worse than amnesiac, it was more like delusional. The great trek to the mainland had occurred, not least because of the real threat posed by rebellious Africans, many of whom had arrived in the Caribbean in the aftermath of slave trade reforms. But these reforms also meant more Africans being deposited on the mainland, with predictable rowdy results, and now the remedy suggested was bringing more Africans to Jamaica. If history was any guide, Africans on that island would then rebel or defect to the Maroons, and some colonial intellectual would devise the bright idea of yet another great trek to the mainland. Actually, this was worse than the comedy of errors which it appeared to be. Increasingly, New England was perceived as being an adjunct of French Hispaniola, not the British Isles, which was incompatible with the basic tenets of colonialism. 102. London might have well asked who was in charge, as its colonies traded with those with which it was warring. 103. These disreputable colonists were even accused of sharing intelligence with our enemies, to the great prejudice and hazard of the British plantations. 104. But profit tended to trump patriotism in the relation between province and metropolis. Some colonists were playing a dangerous game in consorting with Paris and Madrid, when these two powers conceivably could destroy British mainland settlements and, instead, build their own colonies there in their stead. Or instead, these British mainland settlers could simply stab London in the back and ally with His Majesty's implacable foes and build an independent republic that could then swallow the settlements of Paris and Madrid, expanding the base of support of their new regime by offering a better deal than that offered by the European powers to those who were defined as white, particularly non-affluent men. As London surveyed the colonial scene, it was not hard to spot ever stiffer challenges emerging not only from its traditional competitors in Paris and Madrid but, increasingly, from its own erstwhile colonies on the mainland. Private traders from there were challenging the RAC likewise. Ultimately and ironically, London provided the rationale and wherewithal for its massive mainland loss by eliminating Paris and Madrid as threats to its colonies during the 1756–1763 war. London pressed on, however, as the logic of colonial conquest seemingly provided no exit strategy. The RAC did not retreat in the face of this challenge. The African slave trade, it was argued in a public declaration in 1720, was one of the most beneficial to this nation, as the beleaguered African continent also produced gold, ivory, beeswax, gums, dyeing and fine woods, for which we exchanged great quantities of our woolen, linen, iron, pewter, copper, all this without exporting any money, for above all, the said coast produced great quantities of Negro servants or slaves. It was stressed that the preservation and improvement of the British colonies and plantations in America depend upon the preservation of the trade to Africa, which should be carefully preserved and protected, a goal best protected and maintained with a coherent, cohesive, and united policy in the face of an unyielding French challenge and not the kind of anarchy said to be brought by private traders. 105. There was a ferocious commercial war between the RAC and its private trader competitors, with the complaint emerging that this was causing a precipitous drop in prices of Africans, to the detriment of certain moneyed interests. The RAC was accused of not fulfilling contracts for delivery to Jamaica, making planning of planting problematic at best. In turn, private traders were accused of a dearth of patriotism by supposedly threatening to deliver Africans not to Jamaica but to Spanish interests unless their prices were met. 106. London had a problem. British subjects were profiting handsomely from the tidal wave of Africans that was coursing across the Atlantic to the mainland, but at the same time, slave labor was boosting the productive forces of these colonies to the point where these once rustic provinces were becoming formidable challengers to the metropolis, setting the stage for a lunge toward independence. Moreover, the presence of so many Africans provided a similar number of opportunities for these seditious laborers to conspire with the indigenous and other European powers alike to liquidate London's settlements. In early 1732, the former matter arose in Parliament, as legislators noted that cheap fur, notably in New England, New York, New Jersey meant entrepreneurs there were supplying hats and caps throughout the colonies and were also exporting these products to Spain and the West Indies despite ever strident protests from London. 107. Just as slavery forced Carolina to construct better roads and ferries, if only to foil rebellion, the slave trade was unabashedly the mainstay for the New England shipping industry as well as the industries that fed this octopus. This in turn fed the productive forces as a whole of this region, driving conflict with London. 108. But there was another conflict deeply embedded in that which bedeviled the colonies and the metropolis. In Maryland in 1729, lambasted were several petty treasons and cruel and horrid murders executed by Africans. These cruelties by them, it was said, occurred because they have no sense of shame, and London was commanded to allow ever more heinous punishments, for example, to have the right hand cut off, to be hanged in the usual manner, the head severed from the body divided into 4 quarters and head and quarters set up in the most public places of the county. 109 Official London, reclining in its cosseted parlors or so it was thought was insufficiently alert to the danger presented by the presence of so many rebellious Africans, and this perceived insensitivity to peril also contributed to the 1776 revolt. There seemed to be a race to the bottom by settlers, a competition to ascertain who could devise the most ghoulish penalties for Africans. At that point, connecting the presence of so many uproarious Africans to slave trade reforms which would boost the mainland economy was not a priority item for discussion. Instead, it was thought that simple survival meant repressing Africans by any means necessary. In Virginia in 1733, settler revulsion at conspiracies and insurrections among Africans meant revising insufficient punishments, leading to some being subjected to 1 ear nailed to the pillory and there to stand for the space of 1 hour and then the said ear to be cut off, and thereafter the other ear nailed in like manner and cut off, all this for providing false testimony. 39 lashes well laid on were also recommended, while slave holders were to be fined for acquiescing to meetings of 5 Negroes or slaves, while settlers found at such meetings were to be fined or whipped. This was one of the most encyclopedic bills in the entire era of colonial slavery on the mainland. 110. Slave revolts followed by ghastly punishments, fomenting more revolts with increasing intensity, destructive competition between the RAC and private traders, providing leverage to African leaders, slave traders flooding fragile settlements with Africans, thereby jeopardizing their existence, New England colonies undermining the mother country, while fortifying European foes, continuous plotting by the indigenous. Paris, and Madrid alike. London had reason to re-evaluate its colonial project in the first few decades of the 18th century and even pursue a different model of development. It was in this context that Georgia was born, as a firewall protecting the exposed flank of the Carolinas while challenging Spanish Florida and even Cuba, all of which could change the political and economic calculus in the hemisphere, not least in New England. That it was designed to develop without pesky and insurrectionist Africans only increased its attractiveness. 4. Building a white pro-slavery wall. The construction of Georgia. The drum was pounding and the words were flowing with like insistency. It was November 1733 in St. Augustine in Spanish Florida, which had long since gained a justified reputation as a scourge of colonies to the north, notably the Carolinas, from which the enslaved were fleeing in ever-growing numbers southward, where they often wound up in Madrid's military, eager to inflict mayhem on their former captors. But now an edict was being read to pulsating rhythms thought to be favored by Africans. It just so happened that Carolina ships with Africans aboard were in the harbor, which proclaimed that His Catholic Majesty himself was promising liberty and protection to all slaves that deserted to his realm. Supposedly measures were taken to ensure that this seditious message would receive a wide audience. 1. It did not take long before Carolinians began to condemn the reality of the steady stream of Africans fleeing southward, some committing murders and other mischiefs in their wake. There was a daily desertion, it was announced in 1738, which meant the decrease of the Carolinians' produce of rice and naval stores, which was the product wholly of these slaves. This edict, it was said forebodingly, was intended to cause an insurrection of slaves at the same time, causing them to massacre their masters and then to desert, an eventuality that did occur. Point 2. This was all devastating news for Carolina settlers, though not unexpected since the Spaniards had long been seeking to unseat them, with Madrid's appeal to the enslaved as a major weapon. Actually, on April 12, 1731, the Council for the Indies in Madrid had arrived at a similar decision as that of 1733, and decades before that, Africans fleeing the Carolinas often found sanctuary in Florida. Point 3. By mid-1728, Carolinians were groaning about Florida harboring all our runaway Negroes, which meant a new way of sending our own slaves against us to rob and plunder us. They are continually fitting out parties of Indians from St. Augustine to murder our white people. These indigenes were sometimes joined with Negroes. Then the dastardly Spaniards had promised 30 pieces of 8 per head for every live Negro delivered from Carolina, incentivizing the greed of the ascending capitalists, turning slavery against itself. Point 4. By 1737, Spanish depredations in the Caribbean included stealing Africans away from British possessions. Point 5. Somehow Londoners and mainland planters infrequently paused to consider why it was that the enslaved were fleeing Carolina for Florida and not vice versa. Point 6. Some Carolinians had barely unpacked their bags from Barbados in 1686 when they were set upon by invading Spaniards in contingents that included Africans, which led to the seizing and carting away of even more Africans. Point 7. As early as 1713, it was mandated by the Carolina authorities that vessels shall cruise between Port Royal and St. Augustine on the lookout for fleeing Africans and advance contingents of Africans from St. Augustine, but the labyrinth waterways of the vicinity could not easily foil the determination to become runaways. Point 8. The settler assault on St. Augustine in 1719 was one of a number of attempts to eradicate this perceived beehive of sedition. Point 9. As early as 1721, officialdom expressed mordant concern about South Carolina. The frequent massacres at the instigation of the French and Spaniards were worrisome, while the manufactures of pitch and tar meant an increase in the number of black slaves, who had lately attempted and were very near succeeding in a new revolution which would probably have been attended by the utter extirpation of all British subjects on this province. More military force was needed. No change there, but there was no answer as to where they would be commandeered. No time should be lost, it was demanded, since fortifications were but very few, which could mean not only Carolina but Virginia too could be lost. St. Augustine was a continuing menace, all of which demonstrated the danger faced by London's subjects. Surrender was not an option given the importance of pitch and tar to reducing reliance on the same commodity from the Baltic region, which had its own challenges, not least potential threats to London itself. But likewise threatening was the continuing problem of mainlanders with thoughts of setting up manufactures of their own, interfering with those of the motherland, not to mention carrying on an illegal trade with foreigners, particularly the stalwart foes that were France and Spain. Point 10. In September 1725, Charleston leaders found themselves debating once more their counterparts in St. Augustine about the failure to return escaped Africans, with Madrid's men willing to negotiate about the price but insisting that the Africans must remain. This was an order, it was announced portentously, from His Catholic Majesty himself. Dumbfounded Carolinians insisted to no avail that these Africans were goods and estates of themselves and the Spaniards were engaged in robbing, but their pleas were ignored. Point 11. For it was Madrid that thought that London's colonists were the interlopers. Spaniards had formulated elaborate claims to territory north of Florida claimed by the British. Point 12. London's colonial project in the Americas already was floundering, with Jamaicans on the warpath, mainland settlers consorting with the French, Africans rebelling aboard ships, then on the ground, and now Spaniards were threatening the Achilles heel of the mainland in the Carolinas, with a tempting Virginia not far distant. Thus, it was thought that when in September 1739 the Africans in South Carolina erupted in what came to be called Stono's Revolt, one of the bloodier episodes in mainland colonial history, the Spaniards had advanced further on the road to destabilizing their colonial competitor to the north. This was a contributing factor to a simmering conflict between London and Madrid, which overflowed in the following decade, then came to a combustible boil during the 1756–1763 war, which turned out to be a catastrophic victory for the British, weakening their European competitors as it emboldened their now liberated mainland colonists to revolt in 1776. Yet even before the pounding drums of 1733 and the bloodlust of 1739, Madrid had revealed its intention not only by enticing Africans southward from Carolina but by forming a regiment of them, appointing officers from among them, allowing them the same pay and clothing them in the same uniform as the regular Spanish soldiers. It is probable that some Carolinians perceived this as little more than racial perfidy or even a violation of the laws of war. 13. The danger to the mainland colonies provided by Spanish Florida was a preoccupation of the founding father of Georgia, James Oglethorpe, whose colony was founded in 1733 in the midst of Carolina turmoil due north. He was no stranger to the perils brought by slavery, having served as a leader of the Royal African Company, perhaps a reason why he sought to block slavery in Georgia, as this commerce was growingly being driven by the RAC competitors, private traders. 14. In 1732, he opined that given the proportion of Negroes in South Carolina, this colony would be in great danger of being lost in case of a war with Spain or France. Thus, he thought, there was a felt need to strengthen their neighborhood with large supplies of free men, meaning Europeans. 15. In 1733, he announced that South Carolina had 40,000 Africans worth at least £1 million, but poor Europeans might be a substitute for enslaved Africans in Georgia, with the added bonus that, unlike Negroes, they could be found useful against the Spaniards. 16. Oglethorpe had cause to seek an alternative to bonded African labor. During that tempestuous era, a Londoner denounced the tragical accounts of plots and insurrections among the Negroes, which were so inimical to the interests of settlers, acknowledged freely was the unavoidable point that the harsh maltreatment of this bonded labor force gave them incentive to revolt. The yoke the Negroes wear, it was asserted, will render them more exquisitely sensible of the charms of liberty, and this disproportion may encourage them to form plots. 17. Always lurking as a threat was collaboration between Africans and indigenes, not a minor consideration on the southeast coast of the mainland. 18. As the Yamasee War had shown quite recently. Nonetheless, despite the apprehension about the obvious danger provided by the increased presence of Africans, they continued to arrive in droves in South Carolina, a development that made all the more unlikely Oglethorpe's dream of a white pro-slavery wall in Georgia, bereft of Africans. Almost 2,000 Africans were brought to South Carolina during the period stretching from September 1725 to September 1726, with annual importations doubling over the next decade. 19. A typical occurrence took place in May 1735. The Carolina merchant Samuel Everly arranged for a ship from Angola to arrive in his homeland with 318 enchained Africans aboard. Even more were expected shortly from Guinea and even more from elsewhere on the beleaguered continent. Of the 318, virtually all were sold within 2 days, suggestive of the insatiable demand for slaves. Only there was an accompanying call for a good number of whites to balance them, but this seemed more like self-deluding poppycock than anything else. 20. The accelerating competition between the RAC and the private traders had done its dirty work so devastatingly that even London itself by 1731 was having to confront a growing population of Africans. 21. A concurrence that eventuated in the earth-shaking Somerset's case of 1772 and further reason to revolt on the mainland in 1776. The number of Africans in the North Atlantic region was growing mightily with little contemplation of the downside consequences. Even in New Hampshire, not renowned as a site of African presence, by the 1730s Negro slaves had become a sign of social status, as evidenced by their increasingly widespread usage and the skyrocketing growth in their numbers, more than doubling during this decade. 22. Of course, it was London that often sought to block taxes on Africans imported to the mainland, or at least to have these imposts paid by mainland buyers rather than Bristol merchants. 23. Which inflamed some settlers, not necessarily on abolitionist grounds but on the basis of the metropolis's casual disregard for the havoc that could be wrought by a growing number of Africans and the Crown's apparent indifference to same. Yet despite the danger signals, Carolina elites were reluctant to relent. In March 1734, a lengthy analysis moaned about the intestine dangers from the great number of Negroes that were now among them. The Negroes were 3-to-1 of all the Crown's white subjects in this province. Insurrections, it was concluded morosely, have often been attempted and would at any time prove fatal if the French should instigate them. 24 That same year, legislators mandated that patrols were required to search and if necessary break open all Negro houses and to take away any guns, swords, or weapons found there, though how such contraband reached Africans was left unsaid. 25 There were compelling reasons, in other words, to bar Africans altogether, particularly slaves, from Georgia, creating a presumed white wall of impenetrability blocking the militant thrusts from Spanish Florida. 26 Forming a catchment basin to ensnare fleeing Africans from Charleston, while placing more pressure on the presumed source of the problem, St. Augustine. Intimidating the rich prize that was Cuba, the strategically sited island that patrolled the approaches to the mainland, and the wealthy Spanish colony that was Mexico, was also a relevant consideration. No appearance of slavery, not even in Negroes, was to be allowed, it was said of Georgia by the colony's founder with emphasis in 1733, while at the same time it was to be a blow in the ongoing religious Cold War, serving as a refuge for fleeing Protestants from France and Eastern Europe particularly, which also served to enhance the developing and potent category that was whiteness. 27 Yet if bolstering whiteness was at issue in Georgia, the barring of Africans simultaneously suggested that this important category had been insufficiently theorized. For the absence of Africans would serve to allow class and ethnic tensions among Europeans to fester, replicating Europe on the mainland, which was not exactly the goal of many colonizers. Banning Africans would mean that Europeans would have to perform tasks they might not otherwise, while being bossed, perhaps menaced by other Europeans. Adding enslaved Africans, on the other hand, meant that brute agricultural labor could be assigned to the degraded dark folk, which would boost certain Europeans up the class ladder and enrich others. Yet bringing bonded African labor to Georgia, which is what eventually happened, would simply mean extending Carolina's problems closer to St. Augustine. Except it would be worse than before, for Georgia would be easier to overrun than Carolina, being weaker and closer to Florida. Hence, the so-called Negro Act of 1735 explicitly barred slavery in Georgia, since bitter experience had convinced settlers that it was only Europeans who alone can in case of a war be relied for the defense and security. 28 Any settlers so audacious as to employ Africans in Georgia were to be fined. 29 The fright in the region may have been so pervasive that few settlers bothered to deconstruct what was meant by white, for as Georgia was being formed in the 1730s, Oglethorpe discovered that among his troops were some who had served previously for His Catholic Majesty and others who were Roman Catholic and, ipso facto, suspect, that they disclaimed allegiance to London and confessed to espionage with the aim of exciting a mutiny in the ranks only served to increase religious cum national hostility. Oglethorpe was forced to then foil an assassination plot against himself. The bullet whizzed by his shoulder, leaving a scorch mark on his uniform. 30 With the nervous elite in South Carolina recognizing belatedly the danger they had created, in 1737 they devised the Negro Fund, which was a tax on imports of Africans to be used for relief of the poor Protestants who had arrived, lately from Europe with intent to settle. They quickly discovered, however, that collecting this impost from Negro merchants and factors was not easy, leading to many unsuccessful calls, made thereupon to the great disappointment of such poor Protestants. 31 Of course this reinforced and accelerated a pre-existing pattern that was not to disappear after establishment of the post-1776 Republic, burdening Africans in order to relieve Europeans in a way that frustrated class struggle across racial lines. This idea that Africans, despite the outsized wealth they created, were more of a hassle than a bounty was not unique to Carolina, suggestive of how the security threat they posed was becoming a common concern. As Georgia was taking off as a refuge solely for Europeans, a New Yorker concurred that honest, useful and laborious white people were the truest riches and surest strength that could be provided, as opposed to the disadvantages that attend the too great importation of Negroes. 32 When established in the 17th century, South Carolina had been hailed as not only one of the largest of London's colonies on the mainland but a site of synergy given its relative proximity to Jamaica, Barbados, and the emerging sugar colonies, thought by many observers to be more valuable still. 33 But the worm had turned, and now, given Carolina's proximity to Florida and Cuba, it was emerging as a vital threat to the entire colonial enterprise in the Americas that London had so assiduously maintained. This was particularly so given the utter turmoil that was coming to characterize the Caribbean and the Atlantic. Thus, in order to comprehend why a colony in Georgia was necessary, once more it is necessary to comprehend trends in the waters surrounding the mainland. The point is that the formation of Georgia was not only a response to intercolonial conflict with Spain, and Florida and Cuba, it was also a response to growing rebelliousness of Africans in Jamaica and Antigua particularly. This restiveness suggested that these valuable islands could be lost forever, necessitating a redeployment of capital and managerial talent to the mainland. Fortifying the mainland by constructing a white pro-slavery wall in Georgia was the response. In 1718, nautical miles away from Carolina in Bermuda, indigenes said to be Cherokee were causing an uproar. It was said they had made inhabitants very apprehensive since they were said to be collaborating with the Negroes. Many already had run away from their masters into the woods, and there was an incisive fear that this was a prelude to these antagonists seeking to invade them. 34 As Georgia was just getting started, word came from the Bahamas of an intended insurrection of the Negroes there. 35 As Africans were often valuable commodities and exiling them was often a remedy for their sedition, it became harder to contain epidemics of unrest. Already there was grumbling from Antigua about the decline of British trade in Africans by dint of importations from Dutch territories. 36 There were a prodigious number of Negroes brought to St. Christopher's, it was reported in 1726, from St. Eustatius. 37 What was going on in the region was symptomatic of the disastrous triumph brought by the increase in slave trading in the aftermath of 1688. For between this crucial date and 1707, Nevis, St. Christopher's, Antigua, and Montserrat had a similar experience with enslaved Africans, who once had constituted a minority or bare majority of the population but by the end of this era were surging to clear majorities of up to 80% with predictable devastating consequence for the life expectancy of settlers. 38 Simultaneously, Africans were fleeing Barbados for Martinique, though it was felt they were being poached improperly. 39 The RAC had reason to think it was the private traders up to their old tricks, for in 1726 this now withering body sought to prevent the carrying off of any Negroes, Indian, or mulatto slaves and to inflict exemplary punishment upon masters of ships who did so, particularly those who had been accused of clandestinely making off with Barbados slaves. 40 Perhaps these slaveholders should have left well enough alone, thankful that Africans with possibly felony in their hearts were fleeing, for it was also in 1726 that the governor in St. Christopher's traveled to neighboring Nevis, having been told there was an intended insurrection of the Negroes there to destroy all the inhabitants. 2 of the accused were executed. 41 Which may not have been the best antidote to quell the anger of those remaining Africans. 42 Per usual in the colonies, sharp contention had emerged from enemies from without and the Negro slaves within, requiring the urgent dispatching of 2 companies of soldiers, though if they had come from Barbados or Antigua or even parts of the mainland, these colonies too would have been dangerously exposed to unrest. 43 The Crown was forced to enact untenable measures to confront this threat, for example, mandating that all vessels trading near these disputatious islands should have no more than 25% passengers and crew of African ancestry, otherwise the vessel shall be forfeited. But this could empower unduly European laborers to the detriment of the grandees. 44 Necessitating concessions to the former, these concessions ultimately took the form of Herrenvolk democracy and its close relative, right-wing populism. London had constructed a colonial problem for itself, the dimensions of which were often dimly realized. For the Caribbean colonies had far-reaching difficulties beyond the obvious unforgiving racial ratios. In 1733, A commentator observed that in Hispaniola planters could go directly to foreign markets, facilitating hemispheric gains, while London's colonies had to trade through the metropolis. Then, as one dour commentator observed, there were too frequent hurricanes, accidental fire that could easily consume crops, high mortality among the Negroes, deteriorating soil, for sugar is the only thing of worth that his soil is capable of producing, and no timber, and to complete our unhappy situation we are every moment in time of war to be devoured by the enemies of our mother nation, often aided by the slaves who are really our enemies. New England was a true Frankenstein monster, building up France and Spain, while Caribbean colonies could disappear at any moment. 45. Though these complaints about the colonies were directed at both the mainland and the Caribbean, at least as of 1732 the latter seemed more valuable, though the risk of African insurrection and then collapse and total loss was probably greater. For it was then that one analyst detected that British exports to the Caribbean were vastly greater than the exports of like manufactures to New England. Likewise, imports from the West Indies were greater than those of New England. If this were so, then why should London strain the exchequer to accommodate mainland colonies that seemed to be destined for independency in any case? This suggested that the present advantage, if there be such, of New England to Great Britain must decline, and ultimately its value will be quite lost to London, through independency or otherwise. Surely, the racial ratios in the Caribbean severely limited dreams of secession from the Crown, making settlers there more dependent on redcoats than were their counterparts on the mainland. 46. If trade were barred between British North America and the French Caribbean, which was how a proper colonialism should operate, major gains to London would accrue, while simultaneously injuring the eternal foe across the Channel. This improper tie between the mainland and France was also thought to strengthen Paris's interests in the all-important African market. Similarly, said one Londoner, by encouraging our sugar settlements it will necessarily follow that there will be a greater call for Negroes, which mainland trade with the French was objectively blocking. As of this writing 1731 mainland ships were landing in Jamaica, and after selling their loading for money they carried it to Hispaniola and purchased molasses. That before this trade, the price of slaves at Jamaica were not half the price they have been since. Besides, money was being made in Boston from lumber that really were His Majesty's pine trees, but instead this capital was flowing to Boston merchants with a dubious conception of patriotism. 47 Repeatedly and mostly without tangible results London condemned illicit trade between New England and the French. 48. But it is difficult to move with determined purpose when disunity reigns, and such was the case in London, for with equal intensity there were those who felt the mainland colonies were of much greater importance than the Sugar Islands. 49 In summary, both the mainland and Caribbean colonies presented tough problems for London. The former were thought to be easing toward independency, while simultaneously these presumed moochers were draining the exchequer in order to prevent conquest by Spain or France or the indigenous in league with Africans, while the Caribbean Isles, though valuable, faced a challenge that was probably more formidable given the forbidding racial ratios. A gauge of the mind-bending instability brought by what was probably the most vexing problem Africans can be measured by the continuing unease about slavery expressed in the metropolis. In 1730, the Bishop of London expressed shock about the high mortality rate of Africans in Barbados. Out of their stock of 80,000, there die every year 5,000 Negroes more than are born in that island. In effect, this people is under a necessity of being entirely renewed every 16 years, emphasis original. Inevitably, he thought, this meant alarming insurrections of the slaves, now lately at Montserrat, which were merciful warnings of that just temporal vengeance which in all probability would overtake settlers. The sword has swung over their heads by a very slender thread, he warned. For in the region there were 230,000 Negro slaves, and upon the highest calculation, probably too high in retrospect, the Europeans amounted to 90,000 souls, which suggested how they were endangered, both from within and without, to the assaults of a foreign enemy and to the insurrection of their own slaves. Yet for the sake of a little private gain, actually a lot in retrospect, enslavement by the colonist persisted rather than the employment of a certain proportion of white servants, making the tenure of his life and possessions thereby daily more and more precarious. 50. As if these events were not nerve-wracking enough, mainland settlers then had to contend with typically dispiriting news from Jamaica. This was no minor matter, for this colony, London's largest in the Caribbean, was seen as vital to all others. It could pose a challenge to Cuba and Hispaniola, not to mention Cartagena, and the price of Africans determined there could influence the whole region. Typically, private traders and their competitors were competing vigorously in this regard, with the former underselling the latter 80 to 120 pieces of 8 per head, whereas the company sells from 250 to 300 pieces of 8 was the conclusion in 1728, the general commercial spin-off from being a slave trade emporium, visiting merchants with bulging wallets ready to spend on food, lodging, and hospitality, was sufficiently attractive to make Jamaica a handsome prize. 51. The problem for London was that the Africans refused to cooperate with this scenario. In 1716, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, was informed that this colony was in a dangerous state and almost defenseless, and that the number of white people, again curiously undefined, needed an increase to prevent any insurrection of the Negroes. 52. By 1718, complaints emerged from this mountainous island about rebellious and runaway slaves who formed themselves into several bodies, and of late have very much increased, while the presumed magic bullet several laws proved ineffectual. Ominously, some of these former slaves had departed Jamaica for French and Spanish colonies nearby with unclear intentions. 53. Matters had not improved by 1724 as a result of losses occasioned by pirates or rebellious Negroes, with again more settlers sought as a palliative. 54. By 1728, there was hysteria that Jamaica, with its commodious situation for trade and its many good harbors and bays, had become an attractive nuisance in great danger of being invaded, in case of any rupture between Great Britain and France or Spain. 55. By 1730, there was worry about the dangers that arise from disguised as well as declared Papists who could easily arrive in Jamaica given the desperation for a larger white presence, yet the bar on Catholic presence had served to discourage Protestants too, which, as the number of white inhabitants are few, may be of very bad consequence. 56. Barring bad consequence indeed was the motive behind attempts in 1730 to prevent the selling of powder to rebellious or any other Negroes whatsoever, as this tends to increasing their numbers, meaning the robbing and plundering of the remote parts to the island, to the great discouragement of new settlements. 57. By 1733, Jamaican settlers seemed on the verge of surrendering the entire enterprise to the rebellious and runaway slaves, whose population had greatly increased and become more formidable in the northeast, northwest, and southwest parts of this lands, to the great terror of His Majesty's subjects, who had suffered by the frequent robberies, murders, and depredations committed by Africans. Soon it was expected that the western parts of this island will soon become the seat of an intestine war as well as the eastern. The Africans had devised considerable settlements of their own, causing Europeans to flee, to the great prejudice and diminution of His Majesty's revenues. A hefty bounty was to be awarded to any settler so bold as to kill or take alive these rebels, except where it shall be judged necessary to execute them, as an example and terror to others. Thus, each barrack was to be duly provided with a sufficient gang of dogs for unsavory purposes. 58. As of 1734, Africans were in open revolt, planters were scurrying away in every direction, and there was a fear that the rebellious spirit of Jamaica was spreading to neighboring islands. 59. London was bracing for a possible invasion of the island by one of the nearby powers, probably Spain, and the colonists pleaded for reinforcements with little heed of the danger that other colonies might face if they were denuded of troops. 60. By July 1734, Richard Hemmings of the Assembly of Jamaica was embodying this trend, as he thought that to dispose of the estate here would be the best thing. Why? The insecurity of our country, he told his aunt in London, occasioned by our slaves in rebellion against us, whose insolence is grown so great, was leading to a collapse of the colony. The miasma of fear was such that, he continued, we are not sure of another day, for robberies and murder are so common on our roads that it is with utmost hazard that we travel them, For the methods hitherto taken to suppress them have been attended with unsuccess and so vast an expense that I can safely say that 2/3 of the inhabitants are already ruined. 61. For decades, the settlers had been unleashing lethal force against the Maroons forced to arm the whole colony. It was said in 1740, everyone began to despair when this offensive proved unavailing. This occurred despite inhuman cruelties wielded against these bumptious Africans. These runaways endured more near the space of a century, it was said with wonder, than can be found on record of any state or people. 62. The African known as Cudjoe and the Maroons he was said to represent embodied the runaway fears of settlers. History seemed to be repeating itself, for the Maroons who had so bedeviled the Spaniards in 1655 to the point that they contributed to Madrid's loss of the entire island were now seemingly engaging in a repeat performance, but with London this time as the victim. Cudjoe was thought to be aligned with a group known as the Madagascars, suggestive of the expansive geographic reach of the ever-broadening slave trade. Finally, a treaty was brokered with these rebels in early 1738, as Maroon settlements were given de facto if not de jure diplomatic recognition. But what kind of signal did this send to nearby Africans, not to mention the Spaniards, who might deduce that aligning with Africans suffering under the Union Jack could be a wise course? 63. Just as Madrid's surrender of Gibraltar to London was a telling sign of the correlation of the forces between the two powers, the treaty between Maroons in Jamaica and the Crown and the surrender of territory it mandated was an indication that British rule on this valuable island might not be eternal. And if Jamaica could be threatened by Africans, what did that mean for other possessions? Was the rise of the Maroons and the de facto abolition they represented simply a sign that the wiser policy was a Crown-directed abolition rather than a helter-skelter retreat in the face of angry Africans, perhaps in alliance with competing European powers? Would not the latter policy embody an even bigger loss than state-mandated abolition? The naysayers disagreed. The treaty with the Maroons was deemed by some as a humiliation for London and a victory for Captain Cudjoe and his compatriots, who were, it was said, to be in a perfect state of freedom, not the kind of signal to send to a labor force based on brute coercion. Still, London could rest comfortably that it would escape the fate handed to Spain in 1655 in Jamaica, since the Maroons had agreed that in case this island be invaded by any foreign enemy, the said Captain Cudjoe and his successors would fight alongside the Redcoats. 64. No wonder London's critics were furious. The concession wrung from the Maroons was their pledge to kill Europeans, and even that could not be guaranteed, for Captain Cudjoe could just as easily betray London and ally with Madrid or Paris. The situation, in short, was dicey for London in Jamaica. Would the rich colony be abandoned? What if the Spanish, in particular, worked out an entente with remaining Africans? After all, Madrid had ruled there just decades earlier. What might that mean for the overall balance in the region? Maroons were said to be in touch with Spaniards in neighboring Cuba, offering to invite their return on condition that their own freedom was guaranteed. When London dispatched 2 regiments from Gibraltar to bolster its deteriorating presence in the region, it may have occurred to Madrid to pounce on this colony on what was thought to be its land and punish the British further by aligning with the Maroons. 65. Thus, did prudence then dictate London downsizing in the Caribbean and fortifying the mainland? But would that not play into the hands of mainland colonies there already leaning toward independency? And if London were forced to abandon Jamaica, what did that portend for the slavery project in the Americas as a whole? London was trapped in a maze of irreconcilable contradictions, though the elongated response was building a white, pro-slavery wall in Georgia, which could protect colonies to the north, while menacing competing colonial powers to the south. Perhaps if the problem for colonialism could be localized in Jamaica, the wound that Maroons had begun to inflict decades earlier could be isolated and cauterized there, but such was not to be. For in 1733 to 1734, Africans in the Danish Caribbean revolted with substantial military success over a period of months, endangering the entire colonial enterprise. 66. In 1729, a murderous plot of the enslaved was exposed in Antigua. 67. But it was in 1736 that an island-wide conspiracy of the Africans was uncovered there, which was the culmination of what had been a riotous spate of unrest since the slave trade reforms decades earlier, for the enslaved intended to take the entire island and extirpate European settlement. London should not have been overly surprised, for as early as 1666 the problem of fugitive slaves had become so rampant that fear was cascading through the settlement. 68 Yet the quandary for the colonists was crystallized when, after the 1729 tumult, the accused Africans were banished to the northern colonies, where they could continue their mischief. 69 This banishment also exposed the colonial dilemma, since simply executing rebellious Africans was problematic given their value, while exiling them often miles away from friends and familiar sites would serve to alienate them further and would not necessarily convert the Africans left behind into pro-colonial advocates. The news from Antigua in 1736 was startling nevertheless. By this troublesome year, there were reportedly 3,000 Europeans and 24,000 Africans on the island. The latter were reputedly inspired by the earlier turmoil of 1729 and the news of a similarly inspired revolt in the Danish Caribbean a few years later, when 40 Europeans were massacred. This gave impetus to the gathering idea that Africans were increasingly acting in concert, a message hard to ignore on the mainland, where the African population was growing steadily. That the 1736 plot came so close to fruition after a long gestation was likewise worrisome. 70 If the trend of Africans acting in concert was on the uptick, despite the miles of ocean that separated them, then an impenetrable wall of white solidarity in Georgia was more desperately needed than first thought. The prominent Carolinian Robert Pringle, a man with varied interests over a broadening expanse of territory, was certainly acting in concert, notably in early 1739 when he expressed frightful concern to a fellow European in St. Kitts about the great mortality of that island and the not disconnected reality of his interlocutor being alarmed for fear of an insurrection of the Negroes. 71. Likewise, Europeans, it was reported in Antigua in 1736, were to be murdered and a new form of government to be established by the slaves among themselves. There was concern that this execrable conspiracy must reach the knowledge of distant countries and probably be animadverted upon with severity, that is, reach the ears of Spaniards with a mutual interest in routing the British. Seeming regrets were expressed about the enslavement of Africans that was the root of this barely averted fiasco that led to 47 Africans executed on December 15, 1736. We think it our duty, said this mealy-mouthed analyst, to advise our fellow subjects of Great Britain to consider that slavery is not our choice but necessity, it being impossible to carry on our sugar manufactures by white laborers, a thesis then being challenged due north in Georgia. 72. That this 1736 conspiracy was led by a valuable man, a master carpenter known as Tomboy, was equally troubling. Born on the Gold Coast, his crew included reportedly Creoles of French parentage, with all being initiated into the Roman Catholic religion, a troubling sign in the midst of a religious Cold War, as was the reputed French angle. The general tenor of the oath, it was announced tremulously, was to kill whites. An alleged cause illustrated the difficult straits of the colonial project. We may say with certainty, said officialdom, that the particular inducement to the slaves to set this plot on foot, next to the hope of freedom, was the inequality of numbers of white and black. A discourse that emerged on the legality of the enslaved being witnesses in court was the kind of development that would simultaneously enrage mainlanders beginning to worry about London's allegiance to bondage. 73. Antigua 1736 was a paradigmatic event, informing one and all that colonies with overwhelming African majorities were unsustainable in the long run, thus hastening a redeployment of capital and personnel alike to the mainland, which in turn hastened the onset of the 1776 revolt, as tensions hurtled northward. Abraham Redwood, born in Antigua in 1709, was present in 1736, two of the chief conspirators were his slaves. Within months, he had sailed to the mainland, depositing his young family in Rhode Island, where not coincidentally the African population soon ballooned. Redwood became a major force in Newport, where the chief library today continues to carry his name and where his contribution to what became the United States continues to be celebrated. 74. What was happening was not only capital and managerial flight to the mainland in the face of a none too slumbering volcano in the Caribbean, but also moving the problem of slavery northward, which could only heighten the pace of change as Africans who had seen terror on the face of planters took up residence in North America. Thus, John Cleland, who had an Antigua plantation, applied to bring 120 Africans with him as he evacuated to South Carolina, which was not exactly a tranquil refuge for enslavement. He thought he could employ these laborers much more to his advantage in Carolina, and compared to Antigua, this was probably accurate. 75. Nonetheless, it was not good news for mainland Africans and their destiny that by the end of the 18th century those arriving to form a new republic had been often driven to this point by the specter and reality of Europeans being slain by the enslaved. It may have been worse news when, just as the authorities were sifting through the dire consequences of Antigua, they then had to contemplate requesting aid from the French governor of St. Martin's in order to suppress a rebellion of Negroes in St. Bartholomew's. Evidently, this was a plot that involved more than one island, since Anguilla Negroes went to join those in St. Martin's, and the colonizers felt compelled to cross boundaries in a similar manner. 76. But if the perpetual foe in Paris had to be called upon for aid, then what was the point of intercolonial rivalry and war? Given bloody revolt in the Caribbean, forming White Georgia can be seen as a way station by way of detour to abolition. That is, building a pro-slavery wall was a final and futile attempt to resolve the pulverizing dilemma delivered by mass employment of enslaved African labor. When White Georgia could not hold, conflicting and rupturing approaches were in order, abolition crept ever closer in London, along with secession and doubling down on enslavement by the settlers. Thus, the threat to stability said to be brought by enslaved Africans was so great that in 1736 even William Byrd, who became fabulously wealthy by dint of his avid participation in enslavement, was beginning to suspect that bringing more Africans to Virginia would only provide kindling for a conflagration. 77. In sum, by the 1730s the suspicion was growing that slavery was morphing into a catastrophic success, that is, it had produced enormous riches and development while providing a huge opening for a stunning reversal of this model by way of African revolt, assisted by the indigenous, European foes, or both. Georgia was the response. The French are continually undermining us both in the East and West Indies, one Londoner proclaimed in 1733, and this latest province could act as a buffer, particularly if there was no appearance of slavery, not even in Negroes. 78. But proclaiming a white colony was one thing, actualizing it was quite another. Put simply, how could Georgia compete with the gravitational pull exerted by slave labor on working conditions, not to mention compensation, while its competitors luxuriated in this form of bondage? The eminent settler Peter Gordon demanded enslaved Africans and dismissed European servants as the very scum and refuse of mankind, trained up in all sorts of vice, often loaded with bad distempers. 79. As early as 1735, one prominent settler was arguing that it was next to an impossibility to proceed with the original blueprint. The Europeans were unaccustomed to the hot climate and could not bear the scorching rays of the sun. There was a great deal of difference between the expense of white servants and of Negroes, for Negroes can endure this climate without any clothes, yet another savings, whereas white men must be clothed. As for diet, it cost less to feed Africans. European poor were generally indented for 4 or at most 5 years, while Africans were in bondage eternally. Frequent running away was easier for Europeans. Of course, said this settler, they did not intend to commit the error of Charleston and allow for a great number of Africans, but excluding them altogether was ridiculous. 80. By late 1738, clamor for Africans continued to build, despite the inconveniences and mischiefs that accompanied their presence. 81. Since colonists were past masters in the devious art of smuggling, barring Africans from Georgia would always be dubious in any case. Oglethorpe, the leading colonist, objected strenuously, warning bluntly that if Africans were to be allowed, this colony must be immediately destroyed, for it would be impossible to prevent them deserting to the Spaniards, who give freedom, land, and protection to all runaway Negroes who then might return arms in hand bent on furious revenge. Besides, overturning George's original reason for being would simply empower the Negro merchants who delivered Africans and who had a penchant for flooding the market to the detriment of security and who would then direct their ill-gotten gains to lands in the colony, thus eroding the fortunes of competing interests. They would pretend that there might be some limitation in numbers, it was announced perceptively. But limitations cannot be put in practice, as experience has proved in other countries. 82. Carolina's problem, an African majority, could soon become George's problem, thus maximizing the perils faced by mainland colonies as a whole. For in the run-up to Stono's revolt in September 1739, mainland Africans' imitation of their counterparts in Antigua 1736, the number of Africans in Carolina was increasing heedlessly, as if there were not a price in blood to be paid. 83 Carolinians were not alone in their insouciance, for by 1734 colonists in Mobile and New Orleans were demanding more Africans, apparently oblivious to the threat to life and limb that their presence seemed to promise. Often they were getting them from Hispaniola, a frequent haunt of New Englanders, which suggested that these Gulf Coast Africans could soon wind up in Georgia or Carolina given this flexibly fluid market in slaves. 84 At the same time, the number of Africans in St. Augustine was rising correspondingly. 85 As debacle was courted by English-speaking settlers. This London well knew, but the promise of holding vast colonial territory, with the enchanting dreams of profit it portended, was sufficient to squash doubts. But how could London responsibly initiate a colony in Georgia under the nose of a hostile Madrid, while its own colonists were bolstering this religious foe and colonial competitor? It would have been understandable if London viewed its colonists as ungrateful wretches, demanding expenditure to protect against rampaging indigenes and Africans and European foes, while cutting deals with the latter in particular. Our sugar islands are in a declining condition, warned one Londoner in 1738, chiefly by the increase of the French settlements, buoyed by mainland treachery. If Caribbean colonies were weakened, the same fate could befall those on the mainland, which would then ricochet across the Atlantic to destabilize forts in Africa which, like falling dominoes, could then endanger London itself. Yet colonial planters wondered why they could not send their produce directly to buyers, as they continued to question the very essence of colonialism itself. 86. Carolina's proximity to the Caribbean now meant it had in many ways become the guardian blocking the path to Virginia heading northward, yet simultaneously this province with a growing African majority was subject to the machinations of the burgeoning threat posed by Spanish Florida and rampant instability in Jamaica. Georgia was the response, but was it sufficient even if the formidable obstacle of barring Africans could be attained? Then there was the unstable internal situation in South Carolina itself. In late February 1733, a report was filed concerning several large companies of Negroes meeting very lately at different places. 300 met on Sunday last, accompanied by frequent robberies, insolences, and unrestrained liberties of most slaves at this time. So far, so typical, but what was frightening was the perception that there is some plot on foot, destructive to His Majesty's subjects in this province. The alarm was sounded, no time may be lost to intercept and crush this looming danger. 87 Africans, said the leading politicos, had committed many outrages and robberies and lie in the swamp at the head of Wando River where they bid defiance. To foil their resistance, it was deemed necessary to exercise military discipline either by shooting them or otherwise. 88. It was almost as if the settler population could be diagnosed clinically with an advanced state of paranoia. But, as the saying goes, paranoids can have real enemies too, and such was the case for mainland settlers confronted daily by rebellious Africans determined to overturn the system they had been dragooned to build. When a free Negro arrived from Virginia with 7 Negroes of his own, he was greeted not with warmth as a class comrade whose existence could reassure the enslaved that eternal drudgery was not their destiny, but with suspicious investigation. 89 In a shockingly clarifying moment in the immediate prelude to 1776, A similarly well-positioned African Thomas Jeremiah was executed by rebels in an unmistakable indicator that Africans generally would not be warmly embraced by the new republic. 90 The equivalence between African and slave and African and foe continued to build, a sobering development and not a predictor of racial harmony on the mainland. Virginia, which was to become the hotbed of the rebel revolt in 1776, was likewise concerned about seditious slaves and their allies. In 1732, there were attempts to make more effectual provision against invasions and insurrections, while by 1736 there were efforts to ensure better regulation of the militia so as to render it more powerful for preventing insurrections of slaves, a campaign deemed necessary since so many Negroes are brought into the country. 91 As in neighboring Carolina, a tax was placed on the most valuable commodity Africans in order to assure that any of their potential insurrectional plans would be thwarted, the premise being that this would reduce the size of their population. That parishioners should take arms to worship on Sundays was mandated, a reflection of the time that Africans often chose to revolt. 92 And more than a Hail Mary, or, more realistically, a Protestant prayer, ensuring that they would not do so. Virginia, being a locus of valuable commerce, was unable to avoid often disconcerting commerce with foreigners. In mid-1735, leaders there were considering business dealings with the slave depot that Brazil was becoming, a deal involving tobacco and other potentially lucrative transactions in both Europe and Africa. Ultimately, said William Gooch, this arrangement meant trade to Africa should be increased, the ultimate source of wealth, though the riches flowing into Williamsburg as a result were bound to attract the eager attention of Spain. 93 It was also in 1735 that Gooch reminded London about the most recent war with Spain, when a Spanish prize was brought to his domain that included several mulattoes and Indians, said to be Spanish slaves, who may have been sold in his jurisdiction, though he conceded their status was unclear. Such questionable sales, invoking the more pinched approach to color and slave status on the mainland, often brought mainlanders into conflict with His Catholic Majesty. 94 Not to mention pushing the melanin-rich generally toward Madrid and St. Augustine. By 1735, London had begun to wonder if, perhaps, Virginians might want to elasticize their notion of privilege by emulating the Spaniards, as London would feel constrained to do by placing Africans among the redcoats by expanding the franchise to include free Negroes and persons defined as mulattoes. This would erode an advantage held by Madrid, thus enhancing the viability of Virginia itself. London's man could not comprehend why one freeman should be used worse than another merely upon account of his complexion. Why strip these groups of those rights which are so justly valuable to every freeman, he wondered. Emphasis original. 95. Gooch was dumbfounded, reminding of a conspiracy of late among those groups that the Crown wanted to reward, designed to eliminate the settlement. Such plots, he pleaded, would forever be the case. Such was the insolence of the free Negroes at that time, he argued, that the next assembly thought it necessary, not only to make the meetings of slaves very penal, but to fix a perpetual brand upon free Negroes and mulattoes, well knowing they always did and ever will adhere to and favor the slaves. Yes, this did seem to carry an air of severity, but slavery and colonialism were not for the faint-hearted, and, in any case, as most of them are the bastards of some of the worst of our imported servants and convicts, it seems no ways impolitic, as well for discouraging that kind of copulation as to preserve a better distinction between them and their betters. 96 Such disputes reinforced the settler perception that London was dangerously wobbly on the bedrock matter of persecution of the non-white, deepening the growing chasm between colony and metropolis, bringing permanent rupture ever closer. Mainland colonists were inviting disaster. They had been unable or unwilling to stanch the seemingly ceaseless flow of Africans to their shores, including those from rebellious Antigua with demonstrated plans for mayhem in their hearts, who were joining those notably in Carolina who were of like mind. Antigua was a mighty shot over the bow by the Africans, inducing others besides Abraham Redwood to contemplate abandoning ship, as it was apparent that Jamaica too, and perhaps the Danish Caribbean and Anguilla, and a spreading splotch of turbulence in the region, was jeopardizing the colonial project as a whole and even allowing European competitors to oust London altogether. Carolina had been the designated firewall protecting Virginia and points north, but then the formation of Georgia was a damaging admission that a new firewall had to be constructed and extended further south to the border with Spanish Florida. But this was a poisoned chalice, since now London's subjects were ever closer to armed brigades of Africans, many of whom sought bloody revenge against these rapacious settlers. London was forced to defend a profoundly unsettled mainland with an unusual conception of patriotism that did not rule out intimate relations with the Crown's bitterest enemies. In September 1739, what came to be known as Stono's Revolt in South Carolina exemplified the unavoidable fact that sterner measures would have to be manufactured in order to conquer those who were now routinely referred to as intestine enemies, Africans. 97. 5. The Stono Uprising. Will the Africans become masters and the Europeans slaves? What was known as Stono's Revolt, a mass uprising of enslaved Africans in September 1739 in South Carolina that led to the massacre of dozens of settlers, took place at a time of rising tension with Spain and increased restiveness by Africans, suggesting that the newest firewall that was Georgia was proving to be quite porous. The authorities thought that what instigated this frightful upsurge was the repeated proclamations issued at St. Augustine by His Catholic Majesty promising freedom to all Africans who deserted from the north. 1 Perhaps if the massacres had been confined to the fiery border between Carolina and Georgia, the problem could have been contained. But Stono was simply part of a larger conflict between London and Madrid that stretched to Cartagena. London was unable to seize the city on the northern coast of South America, nor Cuba, while Madrid, despite significant aid from armed Africans, was unable to dislodge mainland settlers in Carolina and Georgia permanently. Nonetheless, one did not have to be far-sighted to envision that London had stumbled into a corrosive long-term problem unless it could neutralize or eviscerate the advantage accrued by His Catholic Majesty in arming Africans. Contrarily, heedlessly, and perilously, manacled Africans continued arriving in the southeast quadrant of the mainland where the Union Jack fluttered, where they became ripe targets for recruitment by His Catholic Majesty. After the slaughter of 29 settlers too near the Stono River, viewed with stark suspicion was the delegation from Florida that had appeared just before this trailblazing event, supposedly with the aim of delivering a letter to General Oglethorpe, though it was generally known that he was in Georgia. An official report, after stressing that the insurrection actually depended on St. Augustine for a place of reception afterwards, pointed to the curiosity that the Spanish delegation bearing the letter included an African who spoke English very well and, presumably, briefed the insurrectionists. 3. Then shortly after the revolt, a Spaniard said to be a priest was seized in Savannah. According to an official investigation, he was tasked to procure a general insurrection of the Negroes, emphasis original. Every breast was filled with concern, it was averred with no little veracity and unbounded anger at St. Augustine, the receptacle of debtors, servants, and slaves, for understandably, during the anxious years of 1738 to 1739, Oglethorpe was obsessed with the threat from Spanish Florida and eliminating it. 5. Sifting through the ashes of revolt, Carolinians lamented the fact that the Africans increasingly surrounding them were brought from the Kingdom of Angola, and many of them speak Portuguese, which language is as near Spanish as Scotch is to English, providing Madrid with an incalculable advantage, not least since the Africans were perceived as a multiple threat, as they were presumed to be Catholic too. The Stono uprising was led by Angolans, it was concluded with disconsolation. Worse, as the triumphant Africans headed southward to liberty, their numbers increased every minute by new Negroes coming to them, some say 100. There was rapturous dancing, singing, and beating drums to draw more Negroes to them. Tellingly, even when routed, the Africans behaved boldly even as dozens of them were systematically executed. 6 Perhaps it was a reflection of Carolinians' arrogance or ignorance that reportedly they preferred the enslaved to hail from Angola, though they might be conversant in a language close to Spanish and might be Catholic besides. 7. The Stono rebellion arrived at a supremely inopportune moment for the settlers, for it was during those tense days that word arrived in Charleston that war with Spain had erupted, and it did not require a seer to imagine that the two events were connected. 8 The influential William Stevens of the colony in Georgia, which was in the crosshairs, moaned as the scent of death still hung in the air from the Africans marauding that in the midst of these hostilities from abroad, it was now settlers' great unhappiness to have a more dangerous enemy in the heart of their country, a reference to the Negroes who made an insurrection. Carolina was full of flames, he groaned. 9. The Stono uprising struck terror in the hearts and minds of settlers, solidifying the perception that though enslaved Africans were necessary for development, their presence was dangerous and, therefore, they must be even more brutally oppressed. But this bloodthirsty callousness would only serve to drive Africans further into the arms of the indigenous, Spaniards or whoever appealed to them, which then heightened the oppressive strategy of the settlers, and so on in an endless loop of destruction. When London seemed insensitive to this dilemma by seeming to take steps toward abolition, the already yawning gulf between the colonists and the metropolitans widened. Stono also potentially jeopardized the entire colonial project in Carolina. 11. It was the culmination of years of turbulence, driven by fissures among elites and emerging doubts about their ability to govern. Unfortunately for them, Africans had a say about their future. When an African was hanged in a public square as an example after being compelled to make an unsteady oration urging slaves to be content with their desperate plight, it said more about the insecurities of his executioners than his forced words ever could. 12. Carolinians were on edge for good reason, for in Charleston in August 1736 a visiting Hessian soldier observed that the entire province was at the point of experiencing the most horrible Sicilian Vespers imaginable, referring to an awesomely furious mass slaughter of despised occupiers. The entire Negro population had conspired to assault their masters on a certain night, massacre all the male white population, make the women either their slaves or use them to gratify their desires, and sacrifice the rest. They intended to attack the city, seize the magazines and massacre the inhabitants, but were thwarted. 13. More to the point, just before Stono, Don Manuel de Montiano, one of Madrid's chief delegates in St. Augustine, was chortling about the misfortune that had befallen London settlers in the region. They had embarked, he said, with 100 Negroes to build a fort, but the enslaved rose, slew all the English and hamstrung all the horses, then scattered. Supposedly, the runaways inquired about the road to the Spaniards, a path trod by innumerable Africans previously. 14. On May 31, 1738, Montiano, in presaging this massacre and the enhanced tumult to come, reported elatedly that various fugitive Africans from the English colonies who somehow were ensnared in bondage in St. Augustine appeared before him and demanded their liberty, which was promptly granted over the adamant protests of their captors, a decision that was bound to increase his popularity among Negroes. On February 16, 1739, Montiano, in an evident escalation of the conflict with London, set aside an encampment near St. Augustine called Gracia Real de Santa Teresa. The most terrified Carolinians came to refer to it haltingly as Fort Mose or Musa, the site of a battle-hardened military unit composed of Africans. 15. It is hard to separate the 1739 revolt from the ongoing contest between London and Madrid in the region. Madrid was insolent, claimed one Londoner, adding, "The only method of reducing Spain to reason was first to make her feel our power." 16. Left unsaid was that at the root of this contestation was fierce justing between the powers over the control of the fruits of the immensely lucrative African slave trade. 17. Perhaps even more troubling for Africans in the long term was the chauvinistic campaign launched by London against Madrid, seeking to prove the alleged superiority of supposedly fair-skinned, fair-haired Protestants, rather than the reputed dark, cruel, treacherous, and Catholic Spanish. This did not bode well for the abolitionist cause that presupposed a lessening of invidious discrimination targeting the dark-skinned. 18. Typically, such chauvinism targeting other Europeans was seemingly indifferent to the all-important cause of whiteness, which served to complicate the colonialism of which it was a constituent element. William Bull, a leader of Carolina, who had considerable military experience, warned days after the Stono revolt of the dire consequences of this event, as if he were reading Montiano's thoughts. If such an attempt was made in a time of peace and tranquility, he asked, What might be expected if an enemy should appear upon our frontier with a design to invade us, which, he well knew, was not a hypothetical concern. 19 Bull had been thinking along these lines even before the flames of Stono illuminated his thoughts. In early 1739, Bull recommended an expedition against St. Augustine, prompted by the dangers provided by the Spaniards giving open protection and encouragement to the Negroes. Bombs, mortars and an engineer for the use of them was demanded urgently. 20 Weeks after Stono, policy-makers in Charleston remained in an uproar, fretting that their deserted slaves now in St. Augustine might rise in rebellion against them, so demolition of that place would free us from the like danger for the future. 21 If we do not take this opportunity of attacking Augustine while it is weak, said Oglethorpe with sweeping portent, all North America as well as Carolina and this province will feel it severely. 22 Their settlements could not long survive when Negroes are encouraged to massacre their masters. Quite sensitive to this crisis, Governor James Glenn, a native of Scotland who served from 1738 to 1756, was obsessing about yet another fire in Charleston and wondering how far this accident may encourage our Negroes and other enemies to form some dangerous scheme. 23 The long-serving Glenn was tautly alert to the threat imposed by Africans, considering them more dangerous enemies than either Indians or Spaniards, since they were ready to revolt on the first opportunity and are 8 times as many in number as there are white men able to bear arms, a danger grown greater since Oglethorpe's unhappy expedition to St. Augustine. 24 These Africans, Glenn emphasized, were more formidable enemies than Indians can ever be, as they speak our language and would never be at a loss for intelligence. 25 That Africans were now ranked higher as a threat than Indians or Spaniards was quite telling, an indication of the dismal failure of the slave trade reforms, in that these measures had created a massive danger to security. If Africans were now the primary danger, would that mean more repression of them? Would it mean cutting a deal to subdue the Africans, even if it meant an entente with Madrid? Spanish and African designs were no secret, since Carolinians were often in and out of St. Augustine. There stood the influential Caleb Davis early in 1739, in search of 19 of Port Royal's most valuable Africans who had spirited away to Florida only recently. With temerity, he had demanded that the authorities in St. Augustine facilitate their capture, but to his dismay the governor refused to deliver, ascribing his refusal to the edict of His Catholic Majesty. Accusingly, Davis charged that this was a reneging on a bilateral accord between the province and Florida, but was rebuffed nonetheless. 26 Neither the patience nor the capital represented in the bodies of enslaved Africans of Carolinians was inexhaustible. Spanish plans to attack Georgia in an attempt to suffocate the toddler of a colony, in a scheme that was said to involve a goodly number of armed Africans, were no secret either. 27 Havana was said to be the point of embarkation and battering Savannah the goal, which placed Georgia in a tizzy since fortifications were still paltry. What were described happily as contrary winds saved the settlement. 28 Pithily, the lieutenant governor of South Carolina, spoke of the designs formed by the Spaniards to invade and unsettle the colony of Georgia and to excite an insurrection of the Negroes of this province. 29 In what was thought to be faraway Virginia, there was awareness of the considerable body of land forces headed from Havana. Spanish bravado, said William Gooch, was designed to intimidate the people of Georgia from prosecuting their settlements. 30 Feeling cornered, mere days after Stono, General Oglethorpe tried to arrange an attack on St. Augustine before more troops arrived there from Cuba, it was announced. But Carolina was reeling from smallpox and yellow fever, not to mention apprehension of what would occur and how Africans would react once armed settlers headed miles away. Oglethorpe may have had his opposition to the presence of Africans confirmed when he was forced to debate whether the enslaved should accompany his brigades and, if so, how many white men sufficient to guard them and oversee them would be needed. But this was a mere piffle compared to the basic matter of survival, for he knew that they had to attack Florida. If they did not, all British colonies on the mainland would be jeopardized. A defensive war had to be launched in order to free these colonies from St. Augustine, from whence their Negroes were encouraged to massacre their masters, emphasis original. This led to an uncomfortable, perhaps untenable decision, including Africans in an armed attack designed to bolster enslavement of Africans. Thus, 800 Negroes would be included in the attacking force and 160 white men to guard and oversee them, a cumbersome force at best. They were able to inflict some damage on St. Augustine in early 1740, though encountering fierce and former Carolina Negroes there was hardly uplifting. More to the point, after their initial success, they were constrained in following up, having received advice from home that the Negroes were like to make another insurrection. 31. Ultimately, it was determined that slaveholders who provided Africans to the armed forces would have their expenses subsidized, but in no case should the proportion of the militarized be more than 1/3 blacks to 2/3 white. 32 left unanswered was how effective an attacking force could be when it had to remain constantly on guard against a racial eruption within its own ranks. From London's viewpoint, did it make sense to expend the exchequer on military missions involving Africans in bloody conflicts designed to preserve the enslavement of Africans? Would it not make more sense to involve free Africans in military missions designed simply to defeat despised European enemies, for example, Spain? But would settlers bow to the idea of free and militarized Africans in their midst? And what would a free and militarized African population on the mainland mean to the militarized identity politics that was whiteness, which seemed to be based on this dark-skinned population's mass degradation? By early 1740, Spanish troops were assaulting Georgia, murdering the men there, according to Oglethorpe. "I pursued them into Florida," he said, where he noticed a fort peopled by Africans and the indigenous. They were building a new one of stone called Musa to protect the plantations they had granted to runaway Negroes who were armed and officered. At that point there were an estimated 200 armed Negroes at this site. 33 And confrontation with them could easily inspire the Africans alongside him to his detriment. 34 Nevertheless, on May 16, 1740, Oglethorpe attacked Fort Mose, but this citadel was resupplied from Cuba, which turned the tide against him, just as a similar effort had blunted a London offensive in 1702.35. Oglethorpe's forces limped home, though one observer claimed they fought like lions yet still lost their lives. 36. It was then that settlers made an angst-ridden appeal to the crown, recounting smallpox in 1738, then pestilential fever in 1739, and now insurrection of our slaves, combined with dangers from abroad. There were enemies very near and far too numerous and powerful for us, it was declared. Oglethorpe's forces had been unsuccessful, and the prognosis was dire. We are now exposed to a powerful enemy roused with resentment, and that was not even taking the threat from the French into account. 37 Subsequently, Carolinians discovered that the night before the attack on Fort Mose, many Negroes, mulattoes and other slaves between 400 and 500 all told met with Florida's governor and the bishop, at which point they were informed that if they swore by a cross and would fight well and drive the English out, they would benefit handsomely. 38. Bull captured the fears of his settlement when he lamented how slave property had become so very precarious and uncertain, to the point where their Negroes, which had been their chief support, may in little time become their enemies if not their masters. 39 And the ruling elite would be unable to withstand it or prevent it. 40 A plaintive cry that became ever more insistent as the two major mainland trends were revealed more dramatically, as London moved unsteadily toward abolition. Settlers began thinking more and more that the crown was at least unreliable and even capable of aligning with the Africans to corral the colonists. Surely, if influential colonists were mulling the wrenching possibility of the Africans becoming the masters of the settlers, a mind-boggling turn of events still difficult to imagine even today, it, minimally, presupposed that the redcoats would not ride to their rescue. It was Bull who led the rhetorical charge against Spanish Florida and its encouragement of Negro restiveness, denouncing the unsettling reality that in mid-1740 many Africans have already deserted and others were encouraged to do the same, and even those who have committed the most inhuman murders are there harbored, entertained, and caressed. 41 Bull should have been forced to consider that if Spaniards were caressing Africans while his compatriots were lashing them, then elite Carolinians should have adopted a more benign approach, but this was incompatible with their obtaining colonial enterprise that mandated brutalizing of the enslaved. Dealing with Florida and the insurgent Africans there was enough to deliver nightmares, but Bull also had to contend with great apprehensions of danger from the French and their Indians on the colonists' back. 42 Bull well knew about the ever-present threat provided by the indigenous, while the French did not seem to be in the mood to disappear either. Earlier, one of Bull's fellow leaders, speaking from Barbados, wondered about the exorbitant and surprising increase of the French in these parts. It could easily be interpreted as a sign of weakness, driven by the unfolding fiasco with Maroons, when he proposed carving up the region with Paris instead of driving them out, and even including in the bargain native Indians and free Negroes in St. Vincent, where they were in the process of gaining the upper hand. "If the French will not come into this," he said defiantly, "surely they have a premeditated design to circumvent and overrun us," to which an ordinary Parisian might nod sagely and approvingly. 43. As years passed, this concern about French encroachment did not dissipate. There arose a dispute with Paris over control of St. Lucia, with France being advantaged, according to Governor Robert Dinwiddie of Virginia, since they settled very fine plantations there with 300 French families, which meshed nicely with their holdings in Dominica and their settlement on St. Vincent. Though Virginia was many hundreds of miles away, Dinwiddie sensed that this French advance could in the long run threaten his own colony. "In a few years France will be so strong in those and other sugar islands, if the Crown of Great Britain does not interpose, that if we should have war with France, I am afraid that they will be able to invade and take all our leeward islands without any aid or assistance from Europe." 44. "The great importance of the British sugar colonies to this kingdom," said a Londoner shortly after Stono, "and the miserable circumstances they are reduced to were even more remarkable given the extraordinary progress France has of late years made, a progress that was attributable in part, it was thought, to the privileged relationship of Paris's appendages to New England. The pernicious practice of introducing French sugars into the northern colonies was unjustifiable, if not treasonous. In order to obviate such a practice, the Crown felt compelled to bend prevailing racial praxis, which may have harmed further profit-making potential, that is, coasting sloops in the islands traditionally carried a Negro crew, but the latter could not provide evidence against a white person, a real demerit in an era of rampant piracy. Thus, it was mandated that all coasting and trading vessels should carry a proportion of white men instead, but the question lingered, from whence would they come? But something had to be done about northern colonies that had developed a kind of dependency on the French to the prejudice of Great Britain. 45 According to one Londoner, and an oracle could have predicted an armed thrust toward independence by these provinces, ably assisted by France, or, minimally, existential challenges to London's mainland possessions. And that same oracle might also have predicted that to bolster their ranks the anti-colonial rebels would elasticize the crucial identity that was whiteness to better confront Africans, indigenes, and other presumed foes by welcoming the huddled masses from all of Europe and not just those from the British Isles. For even before the thunderbolt that was Stono, the Africans had begun to upset the neat plan of building the mainland as a hedge against collapse in the Caribbean, for the distance between the two regions was insufficiently great to ensure that the flames of insurrection in Jamaica and Antigua could not be quarantined there. Carolina planters, ever alert to unrest in the Caribbean and what it might portend for their own livelihood and lives, kept a close eye on this conflict-ridden region, and with the rise of Maroons and revolts, they had much to ponder. Early in 1739, the slaveholder Robert Pringle commiserated with a colleague in St. Kitts about mutual problems, the fear of an insurrection of the Negroes and the hope that their wicked design will prove abortive and turn to their own confusion. 46 Just before Stono, Pringle, ever alert to the machinations of Africans regionally, sympathized with another associate in Antigua about how, supposedly, that island has already greatly suffered by putting too much trust in Negroes, whose most recent uproarious ructions had barely been put down. 47 Then Stono erupted, and Dixie slaveholders may have been excused if they had descended into feverish conniptions and the premonition that the end was nigh. The perception was growing that London and the Catholic powers could not coexist in North America. A sober Carolina investigation reviewed the sorry record, coming, as it did, after Stono and after the failure to destroy Fort Mose. It appeared to be a summary of events pointing to a Copernican shift in London's approach to the mainland, perhaps not Africans becoming masters, as Bull had hinted, but something similarly dire nonetheless. St. Augustine had been plundered in 1702 by redcoats and may have been taken altogether but for hurried aid from Havana. Then in 1704 and 1706, Spanish and French forces accompanied by mustees and Negroes and 200 Indians retaliated in kind in Carolina. Then in 1715, the Yamassees were accompanied by Spaniards, leaving devastation in their wake. Then in 1727 to 1728, there was a repeat performance by the Spaniards, with luring slaves being a goal in all cases. Then there was the notorious edict from Madrid, transmitted by the beat of a drum in 1733, all culminating in Stono. The conclusion? Something had to give. The antagonists of British settlers had to be defeated, and the Carolina elite much preferred to see the backs of the Spaniards, the French, and their indigenous allies. 48 The problem was that the settlers' own harsh maltreatment of Africans made defeating the Catholic powers difficult. An entente with these powers, however, could open the door to a major victory for the settlers while bewildering London and the enslaved simultaneously. Shocks to a system, which is what Stono was, inexorably bring more far-reaching thinking, as the humdrum and the mundane are seen to be easily overturned. In sum, Spanish and French designs on London's holdings showed no signs of abating, which also meant that settlers' angst was not due for elimination either. Stono showed that Africans were straining to be free of the Union Jack as well, while profit-hungry settlers were willing to sell the rope that might be used to encircle their pasty necks. Suggestive of how the 1730s had marched the mainland to this turning point were the startling words of the powerful William Byrd of Virginia, who had brooded the similarly startling idea of curbing the slave trade. Fear was a major reason, for as he acknowledged freely, multiplying these Ethiopians amongst us could ignite the always hovering servile war. 49. If a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, the fact was that the Carolina-Georgia-Florida border had become the weakest link in London's chain of mainland colonies, thereby jeopardizing them all. In June 1740, William Stevens received intelligence again of another rising of the Negroes in Carolina, which, unless soon suppressed, has the appearance of greater danger than any of the former. This time Charleston was in the bull's-eye, and 150 furious Africans were on the march in defiance, he said. Reacting with brutal rage, the authorities again began executing them systematically. They were daily hanging, 10 in a day, said Stevens, though he still worried that the Africans might soon be breaking open stores to find arms, as they did the last year. Given how vastly disproportionate the number of white men is to theirs, he remained alarmed about how precarious things were. 50. This worry was not misplaced, for it was not long before Oglethorpe himself had warned to expect an invasion from both French and Spaniards, who if they succeed here intend to push their conquest as far as Virginia, since they may have too much reason to hope for success. Why? Because all North and South Carolina being full of provisions and containing 10 slaves to one white man, besides a very busy faction stirring at Carolina. 51. Yet Byrd's words were destined to be ignored, for slavery and the slave trade had become a terribly addictive drug, regularly delivering the mindless euphoria of stupendous profit while simultaneously threatening survival of colonialism. Not long after Stono, Byrd's ostensible leader, Governor Robert Dinwiddie, the Glasgow-born executive responsible for pushing George Washington forward, announced beamingly the presence of not less than 100,000 Negroes in the colonies on the Main of America, with 231,000 Negro slaves belonging and employed in the British sugar colonies, which being valued £20 sterling per head amounts to £4,620,000. Yes, he said with the utmost satisfaction, the British Empire of America is of inestimable value to the nation of Great Britain, and given that, why not increase the capital that was Africans in order to increase wealth? 52. Indicative of the crushing contradiction in which the mainland provinces found themselves was the reality that just as Byrd was considering curbs on this odious traffic, in Georgia, which had attracted the ravenous attention of Spaniards and Africans in Florida, there was already an attempt to remove the already leaky net constructed to exclude Africans. The Earl of Egmont dismissed these proponents in late 1737 as malcontents bent on great mischief, but that many had been influenced to think with them was indicative of the trajectory of the near future. 53 Oglethorpe, who railed against this veritable inevitability, found that the poor people of Savannah, many of whom are deeply in debt to a local merchant, felt obliged to sign the petition for Negroes, which affirms that white men cannot work in this province. Perhaps the poor people saw riches emerging from this deviation from the colony's origin, though Oglethorpe argued that if the petition is countenanced, the province is ruined. 54. Oglethorpe was not singular, for others also were concerned that more Africans exposed them all to domestic treachery and foreign invasion, just to gratify the greedy and ambitious views of a few Negro merchants who sought to become sole owners of the province by introducing their baneful commodity with little awareness of the terror this presented to their unadvised masters. 55. These Georgians thought it was madness to bring more Africans to their colony, given their propensity to revolt and ally with invaders. No, claimed those who were hungry for more enslaved Africans, what motivated them was something else. It was hypocrisy, they said, to talk so much against slaves and slavery and at the same time oblige their fellow subjects, natives of the same land with themselves, to go through the same labor that the Negroes they are daily commiserating are employed. 56. As so often happened for centuries to come, those who played this particular race card prevailed. To be against slavery of Africans meant you favored exploitation of Europeans. Or, to put it another way, those who favored lessening exploitation of Europeans should be in favor of enslavement of Africans. Those who prevailed were also implicitly arguing that whiteness itself would not be viable absent the presence of Africans to exploit shamelessly. Excluding enslaved Africans meant crass exploitation of European labor, which would mean class tensions and a dearth, by definition, of white solidarity. This could be a greater threat to the colonial enterprise than enchained Africans, at least in theory. Georgia was formed, as we have seen, to blunt Spanish Florida and Carolina Africans. By 1741, the cost of Africans was said to be about £30, the rough cost of passage from Europe to North America. Subsidizing this voyage, it was felt, offset the danger of larding the land with Africans. Plus, it was thought that enslaved Africans made settlers indolent and wasted time, since so much effort was devoted to ensuring that bonded labor would not defect. In effect, slavery placed the fate of the colony in the hands of those who were likely to revolt. Rice might mean African labor, but the silk to be developed in Georgia, it was said, needed only women and children. Moreover, allowing African slavery meant a skewed class system, allowing wealthy planters and merchants to also lord it over poor planters. The poor planter would feel the need to mortgage his land to the Negro merchant, allowing that merchant to gobble up readily the holdings of debtors. Besides, allowing slavery in Georgia would just move the problem of Africans fleeing ever closer to St. Augustine, thereby maximizing the problem that was supposed to be solved. These arguments were defeated. 57. After 1776, it became quite fashionable in the new republic to blame London for the ills delivered by slavery, but what Georgia reveals, as one scholar noted, is that if it was the aim of British policy to encourage trade in Negroes, the guidelines established for that colony could hardly have been less appropriate. 58. Buried in an avalanche of, perhaps, purposeful forgetfulness was a typical appeal made by one Georgia settler during this period, speaking of his compatriots: Negroes, nothing. But Negroes, is all the cry. 59. Oglethorpe and his comrades were, in so many words, demanding a Georgia exception whiteness in one colony. But how could this occur when on the Carolina border there was brutal slavery exerting a gravitational pull in one direction, while on the southern border there were armed Africans eager to invade? Ineluctably, Georgia would have to yield to the south or the north, and it did not require a sage to divine that yielding to the latter was more likely. Repeatedly, Georgia's founding father Oglethorpe counseled that Spanish emissaries are very busy stirring up discontents among the people, and inexorably, their principal point is Negroes, for he warned brusquely, there are as many slaves as there are many enemies to the government and consequently friends to the Spaniard. What was to be done? The way to overcome all this is to persist in allowing no slaves, encourage the importation of Germans 60, but what if they were Catholic, which many were? Still, the pan-European project plodded ahead mercilessly. For Oglethorpe would not budge. The Spanish, he opined, found three insuperable obstacles in their way in driving out the English from this colony, the people being white and Protestants, and no Negroes were naturally attached to the government. True, there was the percolating matter of not only Spain but also France and other saboteurs seeking to entice Georgia to absorb more Africans, being secure that slaves would be either recruits to an enemy or plunder for them. 61. But Oglethorpe had proven to be a chess player who had difficulty in envisioning the consequences of his immediate moves, for it was not long after Stono that the authorities in Georgia noted pleasingly that since the formation of this colony, the price of lands had risen appreciably. As planned, the province was a fine barrier for the northern provinces and especially for Carolina, and is also a great security against the running away of Negroes from Carolina to Augustine. However, this was serving to make the province even more valuable than contemplated initially, which in the prevailing logic of the mainland had to mean increased demand for absurdly profitable enslaved Africans in Georgia. 62, a trend he opposed. Oglethorpe had difficulty in factoring into this colonial equation the potency of stereotypes or realities, as some of his peers would have it. Early on, one well-respected settler, while acknowledging the inconveniences and mischief that the unlimited use of Negroes delivered, felt their danger could be contained simply by limiting their numbers and proportions. For one thing, it was asserted, their constitutions are much stronger than white people and the heat in no way disagreeable nor hurtful to them. 63. Initially South Carolina had been viewed as an extension of Barbados and the Caribbean generally, with Georgia belatedly organized as a protective membrane halting lancing offensives from Florida that could possibly reach the reward that was Virginia. But reforms of the slave trade sent more Africans to the region, complicating security profoundly, while developing the economy and bringing fabulous wealth to some colonists. Then Antigua 1736 and what was thought to be a humiliating settlement with Jamaican Maroons during the same era enhanced the value of mainland colonies, even though astute Londoners already had perceived that the Europeans and Africans arriving with regularity there were increasing the tendency toward independency. But options for the crown were narrowing. Evidence was emerging that in light of the calamity in Jamaica, settlers were not only liquidating their holdings but were now selling Africans at fire sale prices to Spaniards. 64, a clear signal from an important market that combined with French plans in the region indicated further pessimism about London's future in the hemisphere. Then Stono, related plots, and Madrid's penchant for collaborating effectively with Africans began to raise further doubts about the future of the mainland provinces. Tentative moves toward abolition by London could possibly checkmate Madrid, with the creation of a buffer class of free Negroes who could then be armed, but would not this infuriate mainland settlers, impelling them recklessly toward independency? Thus, the British Crown had to contend with an incipient abolitionist tendency which the potential of losing the entire colonial investment through African revolt tended to bolster, yet this was a trend which was to enrage settlers in 1776. A British pastor travelled overland from Maryland to Georgia in late 1739 and was highly displeased with what he espied. The miseries of the poor Negroes angered him. "I think God has a quarrel," he thundered, "with you for your abuse of and cruelty to the poor Negroes." Given the atrocities perpetrated against them, he wondered why there were not more instances of self-murder among the Negroes, or that they have not more frequently rose up in arms against their owners. "Virginia has once and Charlestown more than once been threatened in this way," he said in a manner that suggested he would welcome further revolts. He twisted the knife further by warning that a foreign enemy is now threatening to invade you, which combined with African unrest could spell doom for the entire colonial project. 65 His words were mirrored by those of Samuel Johnson, who began to attack slavery as early as 1740.66. It needs to be considered that incipient abolitionism is hard to disconnect from comprehensible concern about the stability of the bloodily profitable slave system. This British cleric might have noticed in his peregrinations that there had been a large influx of Africans to Delaware after 1713, and about 2 decades later this group was almost 20% of the colony's population. At that juncture, as war with Spain loomed ominously, the Africans regionally revolted and aimed at uniting both the eastern and western shores of Maryland under their control, with an uncertain future designated for the settlers who then proceeded to rally and head off this upsurge. As this desperate squashing unfolded, perspicacious settlers were aware that France too was beating furiously the drums of war, with London's settlements as a lush target. This was not disconnected, it was thought, from a spate of attacks on masters by the enslaved. 67. It was then that Delaware's Lieutenant Governor George Thomas warned about the domestic insurrections of the Negroes, spirited up by emissaries from our enemies, which fomented, he noted with understatement, melancholy reflections. That the administrative center that was Newcastle was without any guard at all made the situation even more dire, particularly since Spanish privateers took many prisoners on the coast last summer. 68. What to do? Like a mantra, Carolinians decided it was absolutely necessary to get a sufficient number of persons into this province, in light of the unhappy accident at Stono, treating as mere detail from whence in Europe they would come and how to bar Catholics and other presumed pro-Madrid forces from infiltrating under racial cover. Suspecting such a ruse, an early prominent settler in Georgia pointed to what he saw as the strict connection between popery and unrest among Africans, a frequent colonial-era complaint, which entente with Paris and Madrid post-1776 would tend to eliminate. 69. Yet colonial leaders did not seem to understand that religious bigotry was at odds with the idea of bringing more whites to the mainland. Constructing a truer pan-Europeanism, which would erode the stain that was anti-Semitism, was a possible remedy, for example, but this too was not easy. Although Jewish migrants to Georgia had a justifiable concern about Spanish incursions in light of the Inquisition 70, when Savannah settlers pleaded for the delivery of more enslaved Africans, their petition was signed by above 117 freeholders with a conspicuous exception: the Jews applied for liberty to sign with us, but we did not think it proper to join them in any of our measures. 71. Further militarizing of the settler class was another remedy pursued with little consideration as to what this might mean for the culture created. 72. The many late horrible and barbarous massacres perpetrated against the white inhabitants of this province by Negro slaves, who are generally prone to such cruel practices, made it necessary that constant patrols should be established. It was announced by Carolina elites in late 1739.73. The authorities were so bold as to propose the ultimate sanction curbing the importation of Africans, though well-honed smuggling techniques were not easy to overcome. 74. Weeks after Stono, the well-connected Robert Pringle was grousing about the proposed very high duty on Negroes, but noted the gaping loophole that it would not take place till 15 months after it is ratified, so there remained time to import a pretty many Negroes, and, in any case, he thought he could still block this unwanted tax. 75. As resistance to taxation merged with hunger for slaves in a way that was to vex the mainland for years to come. Despite the imminent threat to security brought by the presence of so many Africans, like hopelessly hooked addicts, there were those who were so enamored with the slave trade that they were willing to risk life itself in search of its magnificent profits. What is startling about the Carolina-Georgia border at this juncture is how droningly repetitive were the problems, and how just as repeatedly there were concerted attempts to evade these same problems. The increased presence of Africans served to increase insecurity, inspire Madrid, heighten the military burden on London, and incite further secessionist strains with its colonies. Dangers truly lurked, as Oglethorpe's expedition to St. Augustine suggested. Madrid and London had reached the snare of war, in a theater of conflict stretching from the mainland through the Caribbean to South America. 76 The events immediately preceding and following Stono were part of a larger tapestry of war between the two powers, colorfully abbreviated initially as the War of Jenkins' Ear, which included Admiral Edward Vernon attacking Portobello in July 1739, leaving London agog. Then there was the bombarding of Cartagena in March 1740, leaving major losses on both sides, before a retreat to Port Royal 77 making Madrid play defense circumscribed its ability to launch an offensive against Georgia and Carolina. In the short term, conflict with Spain brought opportunity, more privateers, driving up profits, and grumbling certainly about conscription, though relieving pressure on mainland settlers was a prime cause of this anti-Madrid campaign. When Cuba was taken, the Duke of Newcastle was told, Great Britain will then be in the absolute possession of the key of the West Indies, of an island most valuable to herself and to these her northern colonies. The whole navy of England could dock there. As to the American levies, they were proceeding briskly, even beyond what could have been expected, which was thought to be a positive sign for future efforts to oust European rivals altogether from the hemisphere, though this optimism did not take into full account that these levies or conscripts were increasingly sullen about what was befalling them. 78 Still, attacking Cuba indicated how seriously London took the idea of relieving the mainland by going to a major source of the difficulties endured by Carolina and Georgia. It did not take long for this bright-eyed optimism of July 1740 to encounter sobering reality, with the Crown's chief military delegate in New York reporting by September 1740 desertions from His Majesty's ships of war and land forces, which had been so frequent that it was reaching the point where his forces may be unable to protect either trade or country. 79 Upon landing in Jamaica, mainland draftees commenced promptly grousing about their pay. 80 Others all of a sudden had become very sickly, with hundreds crowding into the island's already less than commodious hospitals. 81 To be fair, not long after landing, 9 officers and about 100 men from Virginia had been buried, suggestive of their difficulty in adjusting to the environment. 82 An adjustment Africans were thought to make with ease. As noted, in addition to Havana, Cartagena was an attractive target for London, and here, Africans under the Union Jack could prove crucial, not only because of the presumed impact of the climate but also, as one analyst observed, because this importantly cited town contained about 4,000 Spanish inhabitants and near 20,000 mulattoes and Negroes who are all at their ease and would be thought very rich in any other place. Ebony soldiers could infiltrate more effectively, it was believed. Similarly, Veracruz, also in the gun sight, was a city where, it was reported, most of the inhabitants are mulattoes of a tawny dark color, while there were a number of Africans there who had become considerable merchants, though little consideration was given to how the relatively deprived Africans under the Union Jack would react to what could only be considered surprising scenes. 83 As things turned out, the 1741 Battle of Cartagena was a watershed moment in the mainland push toward separation from London, in that African troops were deployed promiscuously on both sides. 84 Reminding the Crown that the mainland project of relentless despotism toward Africans had severe limitations, that mainlanders pursued this project while not being renowned for their competent martial skills in the field could only raise further questions in London as to whether following the settlers' unreconstructed anti-African policy was the wisest course. Yet Cartagena was a larger lesson for London, for in 1741 the Redcoats seemed on the verge of a stunning victory, after seizing this port and fortifications, but then their attempted penetration of the town itself was repulsed, with Africans playing a major role in the defeat. 85 Though this conflict was driven in no minor way by Madrid's quest to conquer London's mainland colonies, the denizens of the latter were not pleased when they were conscripted to fight, which was understandable since so much filthy lucre could be garnered via slavery and the slave trade, which slogging through Cartagena could forestall. Worse for London was the Crown simultaneously recruiting and arming Negroes for this war, which gave heft to the increasing plaint on the mainland that settlers were being treated like slaves, for in a certain way, they were. 86 When London moved to pay settlers at the same rate they compensated Jamaican Negroes, Such a claim could more easily gain traction. 87 Africans from Jamaica were also authorized to share in the booty of plunder, alongside mainland settlers, which was the truly bounteous wages of war. But this too could launch the upsetting charge that the Euro-Americans were being treated like slaves. 88. Early on, Lord Cathcart was optimistic, reporting in August 1740 of his greatest joy in having at least 3,000 with him from North America, which, he said, heightens greatly the hopes we have of success, particularly in taking the rich prize that was Havana, the presumed source of the rampant insecurity of the mainland. 89 But as the settlers began to desert their posts or suddenly fell into a very bad state of health or even refused to serve, the Crown had to rely even more on Africans, which only magnified their ongoing problem. 90 In March 1740, Admiral Vernon told of the scandalous desertions that were a shock, as subjects were going over to the enemies of our religion, as well as our country. 91 Which some of his contemporaries saw as indistinguishable. It did not take long before Admiral Vernon decamped to Jamaica with the aim of raising 1,000 chosen Negroes to serve in a continuing attack on Cartagena. Planters in Jamaica, perhaps wishing to rid themselves of troublesome Africans, offered to raise 5,000 instead. 92. This increased reliance on Africans occurred not least because of reports from Havana that the city was armoring. A Spanish prisoner told the Royal Navy that fortifications had greatly augmented, along with the number of troops, which included a sizable number of the Negroes and mulattoes. 93. It is not evident that London considered the full impact of militarizing Africans, not least those from Jamaica, which had attained a justifiable reputation for fierce militancy on their skittish colonists, who were not ignorant of Antigua 1736 and the recent bloodshed at Stono. Nor did Londoners, or settlers for that matter, seem to fully comprehend the incongruity of recruiting Africans armed and otherwise to fight on their side in the hemisphere, with the ultimate aim of preserving racist despotism on the mainland. 94 But with the competitive pressure placed on London by Madrid's long tradition of arming Africans, it was also not evident if there was any viable alternative available. For London's part, it seemed that the conscripted mainland settlers slotted to fight in Cuba and Cartagena were more problematic than were armed Africans, since the former required more tending and the latter could be treated more roughly at less expense. 95. Then there was the internal squabbling among the fractious mainland settlers, complicated by differences in the value of their respective currencies and resultant disputes about who was being paid more or less. One settler could not avoid recalling 1716, when Virginians had to rush to the rescue of South Carolina, and the stinging recollection that their sacrifice was not compensated adequately. 96 Then London worried about the political reliability of those who were ostensibly on their side. Since many of the American soldiers, said one analyst, were suspected to be Irish papists and, ergo, not so closeted fans of His Catholic Majesty. Yet manpower deficits meant these suspects had to be deployed at strategically sited Cartagena, though cautious voices advised to employ them principally on board the fleet. Would not replacing these presumed papists with Africans make more sense, since what was flaring with Spain was more of a religious than a racial conflict? 97. Moreover, as should be evident at this point, the settlers' model of development heavily dependent on tireless oppression of Africans was incongruent with London's developing global ambitions, which did not rule out arming Africans. This settler model meant increasing appeals to London for rescue from Madrid's forces bolstered by Africans, which could only mean diverting attention from what was becoming a lucrative preoccupation, India. Thus, as the first anniversary of the Stono revolt approached, the authorities in Charleston and Savannah urgently requested protection and assistance in anticipation of yet another attack from St. Augustine. But what would have been the response if armed Jamaicans had been deposited in their midst? 98 Yet, as time passed, London was becoming more not less dependent upon armed Africans. 99. For to meet the Spanish challenge, Lord Cathcart and the Duke of Newcastle assembled a force that the former termed the most considerable ever sent from this kingdom to the West Indies, a major logistical feat that could not have functioned optimally without the deployment of Africans. 100 The fleet assembled was one of the largest ever seen in the New World, said one wondrous commentator, signaling the major stakes, with 37 major vessels and 13 others, carrying 1,820 guns, 15,000 sailors, and 12,000 land troops. Yet at Cartagena in 1741, Admiral Vernon suffered extremely heavy casualties among land forces with tropical fever, which some colonists thought Africans were immune to, cutting a prodigious swath through the redcoats. There was a near collapse of the siege, followed by a hasty retreat to Jamaica, then the launching of an equally fruitless attack on Santiago de Cuba, with the incurring of more significant losses. Initially, Admiral Vernon was contemptuous of the mainland conscripts, only deigning to use them as laborers, an insult that did not enhance their devotion to the crown, particularly since settlers' losses had been staggering. Massachusetts alone had a mere 50 survivors out of its original 500 volunteers. 101 The notion that Africans could more easily navigate the summer heat of Cartagena and presumably Cuba too took hold. 102 London had rarely if ever conscripted so heavily among mainland settlers, and though a credible claim could be made that defeating Madrid's forces was in the colonists' interest, this view was occluded by the buckets of blood that were shed. When Londoners began referring to these draftees as Americans, it helped to congeal an identity distinct from that of the sceptred Isle, a kind of emergent Americanism. When Admiral Vernon referred to them as slothful, they keenly felt his scorn, and this did not increase their already dissipating patriotism. The conscripts may have taken umbrage at the idea of taking Cuba with the idea of resettling these mainland settlers there, a thought that had occurred to leading Londoners. When the mainland draftees were referred to contemptuously as fit only for cutting fascines bundles of sticks with Negroes, this may have curdled the emergent idea of American separateness verging on independency in a brew of pre-existent anti-London and anti-Negro sentiment. 103 It is not as if British troops from Europe were excellent, as one witness termed them raw, new-raised, undisciplined, a fact known to everyone. Their officers were little better, being either young gentlemen of uncertain but suspicious provenance who by way of reward found themselves commanding men. Still, even this sharp-tongued observer was dismissive of the American troops, who were in general many degrees worse, but the officers in particular were composed of blacksmiths, tailors, shoemakers, and all the banditti that country affords. As for the key posts they filled as engineers, bombardiers, and gunners, well, worse never bore the name or could be picked out of all Europe. 104 While mainland settlers were bickering with the metropolitans and licking their wounds, Spaniards were mobilizing. In October 1741, the authorities in Madrid recalled that in 1737 His Majesty had mandated the extirpation of the English from the new colony of Georgia, and the time was now opportune to accomplish the destruction of Carolina and of its dependencies and, in the process, to inflict a damage that will ruin and terrify them. The orders were explicit: devastated by sacking and burning all the towns, posts, plantations, and settlements. 105 By December 1741, the Royal Navy was advising that the coast of North Carolina is very much infested with Spanish privateers, who have even landed in the country, and carried off hogs and black cattle to the great terror of the inhabitants of those parts. 106 By May 1742, Don Juan Francisco de Guimes y Horcasitas was coolly and confidently advising that he was expecting at the very least that his forces will without the slightest hindrance forthwith destroy all the plantations as far as Port Royal, in the process of seeking to lay waste to Carolina and its dependencies. Part of his far-reaching plan involved trying to find means to notify the Negroes so they could effectively collaborate in the cause, effectuation of which would certainly mean the complete success of Madrid's plans. 107 By May 1742, 8,000 men had been dispatched from Cuba to invade Georgia and South Carolina, and they successfully reached the outskirts of Savannah. Seemingly crafted to intimidate these settlers was the presence of an entire regiment of Africans, staffed by African officers, and another similarly outfitted regiment of mulattoes. Predictably, mainland Negroes fled to enemy lines, worsening the crisis. 108 One flustered Georgian concluded accurately that the Spaniards depended much upon a revolt of the Carolina Negroes for victory. He thought they had inserted spies and correspondence among the Negroes. 109 Oglethorpe agreed that the Spaniards have intelligence amongst the Negroes, adding mournfully, "I know nothing can stop them because of this distinct advantage." 110. The metropolis too seemed stunned by the sight of armed and uniformed Africans assaulting mainland settlements. In distant London, there seemed to be shock at the heavy deployment of Africans by Spanish forces and, perhaps, more than a scintilla of nervousness, since this would inevitably place competitive pressure on redcoats to act similarly, which in turn would enrage mainland settlers. In the Spaniards' attack on Georgia and plan to seize Port Royal, they said the London Gazette had a whole regiment of Negroes, with a company of grenadiers. The reporter was astonished to see Negro officers walking along with the governor of Augustine on shore, and that they were dressed in gold and silver lace clothes like other officers, and that they were kept in the pay as the other regiments, as if this were stranger than bizarre. 111 This conflict received maximum coverage in London, including the illuminating detail about the incorporation of former Carolina Negroes in Madrid's Camp 112, a trend that could spell doom for London's mainland settlements in the southeast, if not beyond. Also scrutinized in London was an account of a Spaniard taken prisoner in Georgia who was interrogated about armed forces in Havana and replied that half were mulattoes and Negroes. Surprised interrogators asked if they were slaves and were informed, no, they belonged to the militia. 113 After a knife was put to the throat of a British prisoner by the Spaniards, he somehow escaped and reported to the authorities that his captors had a whole regiment of Negroes, commanded by Negro officers, clothed in the same livery as the other Spanish regiments. 114. Madrid felt that enslaved Africans in Georgia and the Carolinas would rise up and join the invaders and set the entire southeast aflame. With victory, the plan was to enlarge the Presidio at St. Augustine for further thrusts northward. Oglethorpe felt that 40,000 Carolina Africans would be either an assistance to the invader or a prize worth near £800 sterling to them. 115 Observing from Virginia, Governor William Gooch anxiously noted the presence of Spanish forces that landed somewhere to the southward of Georgia, and perhaps, not coincidentally, evidence that had emerged of a dangerous conspiracy formed by our heathen neighbors to attack Pennsylvania and Maryland. 116 Eliza Lucas, the daughter of a former governor of Antigua, may have had a sense of déjà vu when in the summer of 1742 she found that 1,200 Spaniards had landed off the coast of Georgia, bringing with them alarm and apprehension of danger immediately concerning their plans for the Negroes. 117. There was understandable concern in Williamsburg for, according to Madrid's man in the region, Carolina once ruined and destroyed, the extermination of London's colonial dependencies will follow. Thus, when Spain suffered a seemingly decisive setback in 1742, 1743 blocked in its attempt to crush Carolina and Georgia, exhortations of pleasure poured in from the governors of New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, North Carolina, and the Bahamas. In retrospect, this setback was momentous. It may not have been a true turning point in the struggle for hegemony on the mainland between Madrid and London, still, it was of no less import than the victory over France that was to come in Quebec thereafter. 118 Nonetheless, it was a harbinger of the reality that befell His Catholic Majesty from 1756 to 1763, when in a truer turning point Spain was ousted from Florida. But for London, these proved to be calamitous victories, setting the stage for now less harried colonies to make a separate peace with Paris and Madrid against the interests of Britain, sly trickery that eventuated in the formation of the nation now known as the United States of America. Stunningly for London, Carolina settlers persisted in trading with Spanish Florida, while fearsome attacks against them continued to be launched from this strategic peninsula. 119. For Oglethorpe, this also proved to be a Pyrrhic victory, for by July 1743 he had abandoned the colony he founded in Georgia never to return. He had lost decisively the battle against African slavery, now a growing presence that was slated to increase with the punishment inflicted on Spanish forces. It was an ignominious conclusion for a man who had formerly been tied closely to the Royal African Company, whose fortunes were eroded by the rise of private traders, a group growing in importance on the mainland who then triumphed once more in the colony that he founded. 120 At best, he was an imperfect critic of slavery, since it was well known that he had owned slaves and a plantation in Carolina, which compromised his faux abolitionism in Georgia. 121. How could a white pro-slavery wall be constructed next door to Charleston, where Africans from the Caribbean and elsewhere were constantly arriving? On January 8, 1743, William Stevens of Georgia heard a strong rumor of the Negroes rising and that 40 of them were, on horseback in Carolina. Weeks later, he heard about 30 Negroes from Carolina who were by agreement to join the enemy if they could, perhaps heading his way. 122 Seditious Africans could not be kept out of Georgia, so enslaved Africans might as well be allowed. This seemed to be the cockeyed reasoning among settlers. In retrospect, it is easy to say that seeking to block enslaved Africans from Georgia was truly a fool's errand. It did not take into account how whiteness on the mainland could be easily torn asunder in a welter of religious and ethnic and class tensions among Europeans, unless enslaved Africans were there to solder and weld this otherwise unwieldy racial category. Surely the retreat of the Spanish offensive on the mainland in the 1740s, blocked from taking over the southeast quadrant, made it easier to ignore Oglethorpe and introduce more enslaved Africans into Georgia in ever-increasing numbers. 123 By the spring of 1743, the border between Florida and territories to the north was not on fire, an eerie contrast with the constant fighting that had kept the border aflame almost continuously since Barbadians began to land in telling numbers in South Carolina. In 1670.124, as quiet seemed to be descending on the border, enslaved Africans began arriving in greater numbers. The Earl of Egmont was informed of overstocking Georgia with slaves, to the point of abuse. This was not consistent with the safety of this province, it was said, yet because that trade yielded great profit, there was no end of importing. Indeed, as of March 1742, the writer continued, there were several ships that were already commissioned to pour slaves upon us. 125 On cue, a Georgian cried out for even more Africans to arrive. 126 But Londoners were to find that as long as Africans were pouring into mainland settlements, this was tantamount to the delivery of more agents of Madrid bent on creating mischief. The Spanish challenge to the weakest link of London's chain of colonies, the Carolina-Georgia-Florida border, in other words, had suffered a setback but was far from being vanquished altogether. 6. Arson, murders, poisonings, shipboard insurrections. The fruits of the accelerating slave trade. If the threat to mainland colonies presented by the de facto African-Spanish alliance would have been contained on the Carolina-Georgia-Florida border, it may have been possible to downplay the existential threat to British North America. However, just as London and Madrid were crossing swords in the area just north of St. Augustine and beyond, a series of damaging fires in New York in 1741 raised the specter of taking this conflict into New England, Canada, and beyond, with potentially catastrophic consequences for the British Crown. 1 As an investigation announced tremblingly, there was a wicked and dangerous conspiracy set on foot by white people and diverse Negro slaves and others to burn this whole town and city and to murder the inhabitants. This horrid conspiracy was unraveled too, while leaving frightening memories of 1712. What was worrisome for some New Yorkers about this reputed plot of enslaved Africans was, like Stono, it too tended to implicate the ubiquitous hand of Madrid. Yet since France in nearby Quebec could also lend a hand more readily in New York and New England than it could in Charleston or Savannah from its perch in Mobile and New Orleans, this also made these events particularly upsetting. London faced a dilemma. The derided Catholic powers were collaborating with Africans, many under the Union Jack, to destroy British North America. Nascent London abolitionists would have thwarted this design by becoming more solicitous to Africans, but this could only serve to enrage the settlers, pushing them toward independency, either by being ousted forcibly by Madrid and Paris in league with armed Africans, or being routed by settlers, in league with these very same Catholic powers. London seemed to be destined to relinquish many of its jealously guarded gains in North America. An official investigation of the 1741 conspiracy in New York pointed the finger of accusation at Spain. There was a cry among the people, it was stressed, the Spanish Negroes, take up the Spanish Negroes. Evidence was presented that these Africans with ties to Havana and Madrid were talking of burning the town down, and thus, 5 Spanish Negroes were convicted of the conspiracy. One of these gentlemen had been noticeably busy, it was reported, having been concerned in 2 conspiracies in the West Indies, the first at St. John's, the last at Antigua in the year 1736, the latter being an especially blood-chilling plot that portended the total liquidation of European settlement. His punishment for 1736 was being ousted from Antigua, but this time no chances were being taken. It was declared that the court sentenced him to be burnt at a stake. Yet the lesson was not learned altogether, 4 other defendants were punished by being shipped to Newfoundland. Perhaps a bit of water could have been the reasonable antidote to this fire plot thought to be centered in Lower Manhattan, but investigators revealed a much larger villainous design of a very extraordinary nature, that is, the Spaniards had employed emissaries to burn all the magazines and considerable towns in English North America. 3 After all, there were wicked white people who with Africans sought to lay the city in ashes and to murder and destroy the inhabitants, and who, too, had a hand in the great number of public houses in which Negroes have been entertained and encouraged by rum and other strong liquors, which was a principal instrument to their diabolical villainies. 4. The ominous presence in this plot of those who were defined as white also suggested to the most perspicacious settlers that an independency gambit had to be accompanied by attractive enticements for European recruits, lest they be seduced by incentives provided by antagonists of these budding republicans, land seized from indigenes and then allotted to recruits, and, after much wrangling, a Bill of Rights was one response. This was not the only insight illuminated by incendiarism. Belatedly, it was realized that the liquors that had been an essential element of a destabilizing trade offensive in Africa could boomerang, with even Oglethorpe warning that rum and spirits could destroy the troops and laboring people here, as it hath done to the armies in Jamaica and Cuba. 5. Sufficiently spooked, the New York authorities sprung into action, offering a reward to any white person that shall discover any person or persons concerned in setting fire. £100 was the sum offered. 6 Jack, a Negro man, who had been convicted in this late conspiracy, aided the state in ferreting out discoveries and was provided a pardon for his troubles. 7 Africans generally were terrorized in the wake of this plot. The chief victims included Othello and Quack, who agreed to be hung, rather than immolated. 8 There were 5 Spanish Negroes, it was said, who had arrived in New York only recently and had been sold as slaves, though it was felt they were pretending themselves as free men. They too were convicted, then 4 were pardoned, with the 5th unlucky soul executed. 9 This bloodlust was a priority since the authorities found it dangerous and inconvenient at this juncture for investigators to journey up the Hudson River to Albany in light of the presumed danger and the relative closeness to French Quebec especially. It was noted tremulously, as they have great reason to be apprehensive that there are many white people and Negroes concerned in the said conspiracy not yet apprehended. 10 Already New York was nervous about the French presence in Cape Breton and Louisbourg. 11 While the Spanish incursion into Manhattan was so significant that their currency was not only circulated but coined there, though this was highly irregular. 12 France was known to harbor a corps of battle-tested Africans in Louisbourg. 13 Which motivated the New York legislature to enact a bill to prevent the running away of slaves out of the city and county of Albany to the French at Canada. 14 Still, despite the real nervousness about the presence of Africans, New York settlers continued to be major players in the slave trade, which guaranteed that disobedient captives would continue to arrive. 15 Mainland settlers were repetitively clamoring for more whites, though rarely considering how this layered identity opened the door for pernicious infiltration by Spaniards and Frenchmen. Did they not fully understand the import of this relatively recent racial identity? Or were they so frightened that they flailed and opted for what appeared to be the simplest remedy? Did the growing salience of whiteness tend to ease these religious conflicts? On the other hand, since African slavery was at the root of their enterprise, this sorely limited officialdom's choices for residence and, probably, intensified the terror aimed at these unfortunate Negroes, who, unlike their European allies, could not hide in plain sight and were visibly obvious embodiments of sedition. In the prelude to 1741, officials in neighboring New Jersey were fielding complaints about much damage and molestation from piratical vessels, especially from vessels fitted out from the Spanish islands in the West Indies, particularly Cuba, where armed Africans were known to proliferate. 16 These Spaniards had a growing number of African minds to influence, for the latter's numbers were growing not only in New York but also in New Jersey. In 1737, there were almost 4,000 Africans in New Jersey, and over the next 8 years, this number increased sharply. 17 The spate of fires that hit Manhattan spread across the river to Hackensack, as 2 slaves were convicted of setting fire to 7 farms in 1741 and were sentenced to be burned at the stake. 18 By 1744, there was an attempt to curb this influx by placing a tariff on imported Indian, Negro, and mulatto slaves, an attempt to raise revenue and heighten security. 19 What made 1741 so intimidating to mainland settlers was not only the breadth of the plot and the context of raging war with Spain in the hemisphere but the preceding events as well. In September 1730, a New York City brigantine returned with a terrified crew after a number of Spanish mulatto and African pirates had boarded the vessel and seized its cargo as it sailed through the Windward Passage. In 1736 in Manhattan, a suspicious blaze caused severe damage, which was said to be the handiwork of disgruntled Africans. As with other parts of the mainland, the numbers of Africans were surging in New York with little sensitivity to the downstream consequences. According to one source, between 1732 and 1754, more than 35% of those who disembarked at the port of New York were Africans, with the 1740s war with Spain hampering arrivals from the British Isles. The role of Africans in the labor force assumed even greater importance. As the number of disaffected Africans increased, also growing were reports of arson. Suspicious blazes had become Manhattan's frequent companion, as alleged acts of arson were thought to be lit by discontented Africans, with women playing a leading role. In short, the conflict with Spain exacerbated ordinary tenseness, for in addition to the routine hardships visited upon the downtrodden when war arrives, the deployment of armed forces from Manhattan to the Caribbean left this future metropolis vulnerable to the compounded vexation of servile insurrection and foreign invasion. Not only did 1741 bring a potentially devastating conspiracy, but it also brought an unsolved crime wave and yet another spate of mysterious fires. Typically panic-stricken colonists turned vigilante and began seizing Africans in the streets indiscriminately and escorting them rudely to the city jailer. Recalled was the reputed participation of Spanish-speaking Africans in the tumult of 1712. If it was any consolation, Catholics of various ancestries too came under heavy pressure, but that only meant that Angolans, who were well represented in Manhattan, would receive extra scrutiny. The nervous Manhattanites were not reassured when during the trial of the accused in the wake of the 1741 plot, discussion emerged about how the defendants had been discussing Admiral Vernon's assault on Portobello, with firm allegiance to London not confirmed. 20 If the truth were ever known, claimed one high-level official, there are not many innocent Negro men, an opinion that hardened over the decades, if not centuries. They were thought to be inspired by priests, sent by Madrid. 21 After this plot was detected, the authorities in New York continued to rail against the encouragement of popery and its dreadful effects, which were also perceived in the propagations of the Moravians. 22 This only worsened an anti-Catholic bias that already was persistent. By then, in many mainland settlements, followers of this faith were doubly taxed, unable to vote or hold office, possess arms or decent horses, have churches or schools, and in Virginia, they were not even allowed to be witnesses in any case, civil or criminal. By 1741, about a quarter of New York's population of about 11,000 was African and, understandably, they were seen as prime targets for recruitment by Catholics, who at times were treated like them. 23 This bias led to a severe clampdown on Africans from heavily Catholic Cuba sojourning in Manhattan, which in turn deepened their hostility toward the settlers, but the settlers felt they had little choice, not only because of the ongoing tension with Spain but also because if these particular Africans were adjudged to be free, then it would be difficult to have testimony of slaves admitted against them. For example, in the trials of the accused in the 1741 plot. 24 settler apprehensions were confirmed when an African confessed in the aftermath of the uncovering of the 1741 plot that only recently he had been walking and talking with an African from Cuba, and they decided to repair to a tavern for a beer, where he was introduced to this vast conspiracy and asked to take an oath involving setting afire houses and killing slave holders. 25. The tendency of mainlanders to improperly dragoon Africans who were subjects of His Catholic Majesty, then enslave them, repeatedly roiled relations between London and Madrid and deepened the animosity of Negroes, particularly in Cuba, toward their northern neighbors. 26. Particularly in the incendiary year of 1741.27, it seemed that there was a presumption in favor of the alleged slaveholder in mainland courts when an African or mulatto or indigene was brought before jurists and claimed as property. 28. This facilitated slavery but did little for London's reputation among these aggrieved groupings. It was as if London settlers were telling the world that not only would they refuse to accept an enhanced status for Africans, but they would not accept other powers doing so as well. This may have benefited the settlers, but it could only serve to heighten Africans' antipathy to London, which was not helpful in hemispheric struggles for power. When during this tumultuous era Africans were even fleeing French rule in New Orleans for a presumed better life in Havana, this should have emitted a gusty indicator to London as to the direction of political winds. 29. This last point was hard to ignore, for as one contemporary analyst put it, Spanish Negroes were crucial to Madrid's enterprise because they had gained fighting experience while serving in the Spanish fleet. In fact, it was assumed that the Spanish would assault the port of New York. 30. Perhaps in response to competitive pressure from Spanish forces, by the 1740s, London was employing ever more African regiments, notably in Jamaica, at a time when increasingly African sailors were being employed in many of the major European navies and merchant marines. 31. With mainland draftees continuing to display a noticeable dearth of enthusiasm for fighting abroad, London's choices were narrowing. As flames were erupting in Manhattan, an officer of the Royal Navy was baleful about not having sailed sooner to Jamaica for want of men, as between 30 and 50 having deserted by the enticements of the people of Boston and the large wages given by the merchants. 32. Nonetheless, just before this, there was sober debate about taking Havana, a place of very great strength according to one British official. Jamaica was to be the launching pad, with already 500 men raised in Virginia, though little evident thought was devoted to how normally rebellious Jamaicans might react to the presence on their territory of mainland settlers with a substantially different attitude toward those of the darkest hue. 33. Yet despite this deteriorating situation from the Caribbean to Quebec, with the northeastern mainland colonies being outflanked, Massachusetts was reluctant to move away from moth-eaten policies. No Indian, Negro, or mulatto, except one servant of the captain's, was allowed to be enlisted or retained to serve at His Majesty's castle guarding the entrance to the main port. Though friction with Spain was increasing, Massachusetts lawmakers found it necessary to debate a bill designed to prevent mutiny and desertion, yet stepped up efforts to bar Africans. A call was made to recruit 1,000 men to send to the Caribbean, with a bounty dangled as an emolument. In fact, the exchequer was strained by further inducements, for example, more bleeding money, as the original sum was deemed insufficient. 2 men petitioned for more funds in light of their extraordinary experience in raising companies of volunteers for the expedition to the Spanish West Indies, though there was still reluctance to deploy Africans at the prime castle in Boston, a port city thought to be more civilized than Charleston. 34. As intensified pressure was placed on Africans in Manhattan in the aftermath of the 1741 plot, due north in Boston there were groans about the defenseless condition of a fortress of the utmost importance to the safeguard of the province. This was the case, though simultaneously it was reported that 2,400 of His Majesty's finest men from this province were involved in hostilities in Cuba. It was felt appropriate to dispatch 1,000 Negroes to this distant clime. However, This latter move could cause this victimized group to espy a group of their type facing different circumstances than within the Bay Colony, possibly implanting seditious ideas or causing them to be less prone to accept bigotry after jeopardizing life and limb on behalf of the Crown. Since it was acknowledged that more men were needed for this Cuban venture, this could only increase the importance of Africans, who were less able to demand more funds, more bleeding money and the like. 35. Thus, as the battle in the Caribbean was coming to a head, one white soldier successfully petitioned to be granted 100 acres of the unappropriated lands of the province in full satisfaction in enlisting soldiers for the expedition against the Spaniards, though this could have well brought the colony into further conflict with expropriated indigenes. Africans were hardly in a position to demand as much. 36. Telling was that even local policymakers had taken great pains to discourage conscription, an indicator of a growing separateness from the Crown. 37. Simultaneously, one Scottish writer recalled that when the time arrived for Admiral Vernon and his officers to attack the Spanish Caribbean in the early 1740s, the 1,000 Negroes they carried from Jamaica on that expedition was sufficient force to have taken the town of St. Iago de Cuba, 38, which, if true, upgraded the importance of Africans as it downgraded the need for enlisting mainland settlers. Furthermore, some local leaders were objecting to the enlistment in the Crown's forces of the indigenous, though they had acquitted themselves well in combat in Canada in 1711. Apparently there was both racist and pragmatic concern about these potential recruits, the latter grounded in reluctance to see a group that had yet to be subjugated wholly to receive military training. 39. In short, settlers were both resisting fighting and seeking to block others from doing so, calling into question their viability as subjects. Still, one outgrowth of the developing political trend was the opening of more opportunity for mainland settlers, with the entire province of Georgia, for example, desiring Africans. For example, Rhode Island's reputation as a headquarters for the trade in Africans increased after this turning point of the 1740s, as Spanish interests absorbed mighty blows, despite, or perhaps because of, Spain's Manhattan Offensive. This included more Africans being brought to Newport, not to mention others being dragged to the southern colonies and beyond, particularly to the Caribbean. This profit in turn stimulated more dreams of independency. 40. Not a typical Rhode Islander was Godfrey Malbone, who had major interests in both Newport and the base of Independency, Virginia, where he owned 50 enslaved Africans. 41. This association of Newport with the slaveholders' dominion that was Virginia was hardly happenstance, since the former harbor town at this juncture was as busy or busier than Boston or New York, engaged in a highly prosperous trade with the Caribbean and Africa. The first of the enslaved arrived there in 1690. The profit on one journey to Africa could be as much as $6,500. 42. The middle of the 18th century marked a turning point for the mainland, as represented by the reality that in 1730 Rhode Island had an African population of 1,648, but by 1755 this number had almost tripled, and then represented 11% of the province's population. 43. As the number of Africans in the Northeast increased, this made this region ever more similar to the Southeast, uniting the two, providing both with further reason to support slavery, to resist slave revolts, and to question the trend. In London to rely upon Africans to confront Madrid, all of this was occurring as the Crown was beginning to place more emphasis on its mainland investments, as Jamaican Maroons and Antiguan seditionists continued to give Caribbean settlers reason to make the great trek to the mainland. Thus, ships from this ocean-bound colony anchored by Newport suffered frequently from shipboard slave uprisings, probably because it was the leader among the provinces in this hateful commerce. The first mover's advantage it gained in the aftermath of slave trade reforms continued to be felt. 44. A revealing incident occurred well before the acceleration of the slave trade in the middle of the 18th century, when a Newport vessel headed for the Caribbean with almost 100 enslaved Africans aboard and suffered a devastating revolt. Perhaps as a result, there was significant pressure internally for Rhode Island to move toward European indentured labor, as the province's chief executive argued that the unruly tempers of the Africans made them unsuitable as a mass labor force. 45. Of course, Such a shift did not preclude the reality of Newport slave ships continuing to dump Africans in the southeast. The assimilation of Africans in the province proceeded fitfully, which should have alerted wary settlers of the perils of Africans' alienation. The eminent Ezra Stiles was disturbed to find that the majority of Africans in Newport refrained from attending local Christian churches 46 for reasons he found hard to fathom. Nevertheless, if there was a challenger to Rhode Island in the dubious category of insurrections aboard slave ships, it may have been Massachusetts. This province was a leader in both slave trading and falling victim to shipboard insurrections, all of which engendered further hatred of Africans on the part of families of murdered ship crews, their communities, and others as ripples of resentment continued to flow. 47. There was a noticeable acceleration of shipboard revolts beginning at the midpoint of the 18th century, when commercial interests were in the process of retreating from or being chased away by rebellious Africans in the Caribbean to the mainland and were seeking to bring along more enslaved Africans to develop North America. To the credit of the Africans involved, their contumaciousness probably helped to decrease the number of Africans who were to be enslaved, as their militancy placed a high premium on slavery that many Europeans were unwilling to pay. 48 This was discovered by the Irishman Nicholas Owens when in December 1750 he set out from Liverpool to enchain Africans as slaves. Arriving in West Africa, he quickly arranged for the detention of 80 unfortunate souls, who were packed inside a vessel with a cargo of ivory. But then he had the misfortune of encountering a former French ship staffed by Africans who had slain their captors and commandeered the vessel. Owens and his crew tried to overawe these Africans, but as he recounted, the slaves behaved so as to make us give over the attempt with loss on our side. Then Owens and several of his mates were seized by Africans and enslaved in retaliation before escaping. 49. Similarly, the Caribbean, notably Jamaica and Antigua, had garnered a well-deserved reputation for developing African bellicosity and came to be disfavored in this regard by the notorious Negro merchants, who began increasing their commerce in Africa itself rather than engaging in transshipments of human cargo from these islands. Disrupting the link between the Caribbean islands and the mainland drove the latter provinces closer together, solidifying bonds, which too stimulated more dreams of independency. 50. Traveling to Africa for slaves meant the ensuing of more venomous discord, bolstering more anti-African bias, jeopardizing the flexibility of London if it contemplated heeding nascent abolitionism by seeking to better confront Madrid by co-opting Africans. Thus, by May 1747 off the coast of Guinea, Africans rose against their European captors and killed a number of them, though 2 of the crew jumped overboard to escape. 51 In 1754, there was an uprising of Africans aboard a Bermuda slave vessel. Strikingly, an individual identified as a Spanish slave was said to have murdered the captain and other European mariners. Since Robert Pringle, Henry Lawrence, and numerous other mainland entrepreneurs used Bermudian vessels to correspond with their counterparts elsewhere, and since mainland periodicals routinely credited Bermudian captains with reporting major events, the 1712 revolt in Manhattan, for example, this revolt was not easy to ignore. 52. This was particularly true for Lawrence, who was to become a leading rebel against London's rule rather shortly and whose immense slave holdings would be jeopardized if abolitionist stirrings and increased solicitude toward Africans became reality. He was one of the mainland's largest slave traders and had close ties to Newport and Philadelphia. As the slave markets of the Caribbean were transformed in the mid-1750s, he played a key role as Africans were sent to his homeland, South Carolina, from French slavers. He controlled a vast business empire, but trade in Africans was at the center of his many dealings. 53. London's colonies in the hemisphere were not one wholly unitary unit, but it was fair to say that events in one portion reverberated in another, as suggested by the exodus to the mainland after Antigua 1736 and the impact on the mainland of the contemporaneous ongoing revolt of the Maroons of Jamaica. Thus, when in 1753 a major uprising of Africans rocked Barbados, which involved, inter alia, beating to death a European man, the case received somber headlines due north, especially in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The settlers on this sugar island were lucky in a sense, since the uprising was aborted before the enslaved had launched their intended total destruction of the settlers. 54. The acceleration of the slave trade as the middle of the 18th century approached revived the old argument about the Royal African Company versus private or separate traders, and to that extent it was proper for colonists, be they in Barbados or Bermuda or Baltimore, to see their fates as conjoined, since the fuel for their development Africans arrived from the same source. Will not every British planter in America and every West India merchant, it was argued in 1745, grant that the Negro trade on the coast of Africa is the chief and fundamental support of the British colonies and plantations in America? What if London's most formidable rivals, for example, Paris, monopolize the whole African trade to themselves? Will they not naturally furnish their own colonies with the best of Negroes, and suffer Englishmen to purchase their refuse only, and that too at an exorbitant rate? Was it not true that the wealth and naval power of Great Britain is, in a great measure, owing to the extensive commerce and navigation to and from its American colonies and plantations, and that these must be totally ruined and undone if unsupplied with Negroes? What would happen if Paris made alliances with local Africans just as it had been doing with mainland Africans? Would a bunch of diffuse private traders be capable of mounting a counter-offensive like the Crown could? 55. But the RAC had been losing momentum steadily since the late 17th century. By 1749, the forts on the coast of Africa, so needed for the propulsion of this odious commerce, were in great distress, it was reported. The idea was taking hold in certain London quarters that the homeland was losing the race for wealth and influence to Paris because of the latter's supposed advantage in dominating the African slave trade. And this, it was said, was due to the erosion of strength of the RAC, dissolved to the great joy of both of the Dutch and French, which was a scandal. The Negro trade alone was of a most prodigious consequence, and during the heyday of the RAC was the most flourishing of any in the kingdom and the most beneficial to this island of all the companies that ever were formed by British merchants. This trade was of momentous significance for the Caribbean holdings of London, which could hardly be maintained if France dominated the commerce in Africans from its bases in West Africa and Hispaniola, and, it could have been aided by mainland settlers. This French upsurge had laid a sure foundation to supplant Britain in its whole American commerce in general. With urgency, it was asked rhetorically, are we not indebted to those valuable people, the Africans, for our sugars, tobaccos, rice, rum and all other plantation produce? And the greater number of Negroes imported into our colonies from Africa, will not the exportation of British manufactures among the Africans be in proportion, they being paid for in such commodities only? Was it not true that the general navigation of Great Britain owes all its increase and splendor to the commerce of its American and African colonies? 56. Yet the French had the upper hand in Africa, it was maintained, since in the parts of Africa where they resided, they were the only purchasers of Negroes, and consequently having no bidders against them, they were able to make their own market. Contrarily, the case is quite otherwise on those parts of the coast where the British Company have settlements because of the competition brought by the separate purchasers or private traders. This naturally raises the price of Negroes to the detriment of London's overall interests. Moreover, Paris did not tax enslaved African imports to its colonies as much as London did, perhaps providing another advantage. Hence, if Paris gained the upper hand in the slave trade, London's colonies would be obliged to depend on the labor of the white men to supply their place, which would not be competitive, and perhaps worse, they will either soon be undone or shake off their dependency on the Crown of England. For white men cannot be obtained near so cheap, a point recently thrashed out in Georgia, emphasis original. Further, if this were to occur and white men supplanted Negroes in planting, this would mean the drain of the country's husbandmen, mechanics, and manufacturers too, ruining Britain's economy. The provincial tail wagging the metropolitan dog, and being savaged by a French mutt, was what was envisioned, and the decline of the RAC was an essential part of this nightmare. 57. London was trapped in a rickety contraption of contradictions that all seemed to point toward shedding, perhaps involuntarily, a good deal of its holdings in North America. There was a tendency in London, and certainly among the settlers, to see enslavement of Africans and its inevitable complement, the slave trade, as essential to a robust confrontation with its European antagonists. 58 But the kind of slavery being imposed in London settlements was even more repugnant to many Africans than the situation in Havana and Cape Breton, which were more willing to erect a buffer of free Negroes. This may have been an acceptable burden for London, except that its crafty colonists were busily cutting deals with those same antagonists, France most notably, which was to eventuate in 1776, and these manipulative settlers decreased the maneuverability of the crown when they railed at the idea of such a buffer. Besides, it was not as if Londoners were unaware of the dangerous path the settlers, and they themselves, were pursuing. The Earl of Egmont was told as much by a premier settler, William Byrd of Virginia, when the latter observed that growing numbers of Africans make them insolent, and foul means must do what fair will not, creating a public danger or the fearsome servile war. So, he said as early as 1736, consider an end to this unchristian traffic, lest they prove as troublesome and dangerous everywhere as they have been lately in Jamaica, site of the militant Maroons. We have mountains too, he reminded London, and so as much mischief as they do in Jamaica could arrive on the mainland. 59. Byrd's words were comprehensible, since there were an estimated 6,000 Africans in Virginia in 1700, but by 1756 there were more than 120,000. 60. There were about 1,000 Africans next door in North Carolina in 1700, by 1730 there were 6,000, and by 1765 about 65,000. 61. As the number of Africans grew, measures to bar their insurrection were passed, with their subversive activity deepening enmity toward them. 62. Lubricating the path to both opposition to incipient abolitionism and increasing enmity toward Londoners who moved in that direction. After a knockdown battle in Georgia, the enslaved African population increased dramatically. Between 1750 and 1766, the number of the province's Negro denizens grew from around 500 to about 7,800. 63. Even the powerful Byrd and the Earl of Egmont seemed powerless in the face of those merchants and planters who refused adamantly to halt the slave trade, which was to create momentum for secession. 64. The wider point was that as the number of enchained Africans grew, the number of furious Africans grew too, meaning the plotting against slavery also increased at a frenetic pace. This intensified the anxiety of settlers, which was not assuaged when signs of incipient abolitionism or even recruiting and arming Africans to better confront His Catholic Majesty began to surface in London. Instead of bowing to the sentiment, some settlers moved in an opposing direction. In North Carolina in 1754, there was a concerted effort to hamper those who were seeking to curb the trade in human beings. Even the clandestine trade from the Cape of Good Hope to Madagascar was approved, since to do otherwise it was said violated the rights of major merchants. 65. Curbing the slave trade to the mainland in the mid-18th century was difficult at best, and whether these barriers failed or succeeded, the subsequent momentum created was tending to facilitate independency. The larger point was that, to a degree, the region sprawling from the northeastern part of North America through the Caribbean to South America was a unitary theater of conflict, and the obdurate attitudes toward Africans that had calcified in the area stretching from Savannah to Boston were often counterproductive to London's larger schemes, notably the need to divert capital and troops to India. This thought may have occurred to the New York merchant Charles Hicks, who had been residing in South Carolina for years, before arriving in St. Augustine at an emotionally charged moment between London and Madrid. There he saw hundreds of armed Africans, including some who had fled Carolina and others from Veracruz. In fact, he thought the Spaniards there had a great dependence upon the Negroes and, therefore, were very desirous of another expedition to Charleston, assuming that Africans there would join their assault. Indeed, he well knew that former Spanish prisoners in Carolina used to tell the Negroes there that they would come for them, and the Negroes seemed well pleased. 66. However, London found that despite the cost in lives and funds, the easier course was to wage war against Spain and eliminate this threat, rather than to seek to alter the policies and attitudes of mainland settlers. Thus, in 1743, when it had been thought that the southern border had been pacified, leaders were still being annoyed by the Spaniards, who were urging Africans across the border to commit massacres and assassinations and the burning of houses. For example, what had transpired in Manhattan. This was proof, said officialdom, that His Majesty's subjects are never likely to be free from their horrible and mischievous endeavours until an enemy so barbarous be removed. 67. But London, which already controlled a gigantic and growing empire, could hardly afford to shun indefinitely the idea of arming Africans en masse, not least when mainland settlers often seemed so reluctant to enter into combat. Moreover, unrest was already bubbling over in Scotland and manifesting itself in Boston, leading to a grand revolt north of England in the 1740s, at a time when London was seeking to confront a daunting challenge from Spain. 68 The epical Battle of Culloden in 1745 caused some Scots to look back in anger at the Act of Union of 1707, bringing Scotland more firmly into the United Kingdom, with one acerbic critic arguing that the concord was corrupted since it was brought about by the distribution of a sum of money among the Scots aristocracy and greatly against the wishes of the Scottish nation in general. Recalled was a 1719 plot hatched in Spain to invade and overturn the 1707 Pact, with plenty of Scottish aid, it was thought, which was only nipped in the bud at the final moment. 69 A complement to London's plan a few years earlier to aid Catalonians in revolt against Madrid. A Scot visiting Jamaica in the 1740s noted knowingly that the Scots abroad were very remarkable for standing by their countrymen. Most of all the Scots I knew in Jamaica, he reminded resolutely, were Jacobites, not necessarily good news for the Crown. 70 Some of those who were defeated at Culloden were exiled to Maryland, where they could enjoy a further opportunity to make devilment at the Crown's expense. 71. Thus, writing in 1747, a Scot visiting Jamaica espied a conspiracy among the Negroes, for a general insurrection to destroy all the white people. The Africans he encountered were stubborn, resolute, and revengeful creatures in their own way, exhibiting low cunning which they employ in theft or revenge. There were computed to be about 100,000 Negroes there, and by a law of the country, for every 10 Negroes, there ought to be one white man, but this had been so little observed that he found only one white man for 50 Negroes, and the white servants that come, or are sent thither, are the very scum of the earth, and, generally speaking, prove good for nothing. Worse, in Cuba there were much better government and discipline among the Negroes. This Scot seemed as if he wanted to opt for the Spanish model when he spoke of meeting a Jamaican, of Negro parents, educated in England, who was a superior genius, leading him to conclude that it is not color but genius and education that makes the man, a thought that would not necessarily be embraced on the mainland. Yet even this thoughtful Scot drew the line at Jews, opting for a less forthcoming attitude, which could only narrow the base of support for London in the region. 72. This was all very worrisome. But given that it was a Scot writing at a time of unrest in Scotland, London justifiably could have viewed his words with jaundice. Was he simply seeking to mislead? Was his implicit praise of Spanish Cuba an indirect indicator of his true loyalties? Was his anti-Semitism a further way to undermine the Crown? If London had to look askance at reports from a perpetually restive Jamaica that indicated brewing troubles just because it emerged from a Scot, might this be an indication to pull back altogether from this island and relocate to the mainland? Or perhaps it meant that the Crown should rely more heavily on Africans and less on potentially disloyal whites who happened to be Scottish. It was estimated subsequently that 1/3 of whites in Jamaica were Scottish, suggestive of the Crown's perplexities. 73 If Scots were considered to be unreliable politically, then London would be inched ever closer to the remedy of increased arming of Africans, which would then serve to jeopardize further the allegiance of mainland colonies. 74. Compounding the dilemma was the point that London also had to be concerned about the presence of Dutch residing in its mainland colonies, not only in Manhattan but in Savannah also. 75 Holland had been ousted from ruling Manhattan and the vicinity merely decades before, and London had reason to believe that not all in this province had been reconciled to British rule, not to mention the perception that Spain's previous rule of part of the Netherlands had left a deep imprint there inimical to London's interest, which could be transferred across the Atlantic. In elite colonial circles, analyzing and unpacking whiteness appeared to be anathema, which could only allow festering problems to flourish, ethnic and religious tensions between and among Scots and Irish and English and the Dutch in the first place. Such tensions weakened the colonies, making them easier to fall prey to foreign invasion or insurrectionary Africans or both. Thus, London routinely demanded more white settlers in its provinces in the Americas, while it was well understood that this did not mean all who fit this description, for example, those with sympathies to Madrid and Paris, but this was hardly articulated. It was as if the elite did not interrogate whiteness, then no one else would either, and the inherent frailty of this unstable category would somehow magically disappear. By 1745, the question of how to protect the colonies while some settlers were bent on flooding the streets and plantations with Africans had been broached in the streets of London. At this juncture, the Cartagena debacle and calamitous events such as the Stono and Manhattan revolts, all of which implicated the destabilizing role of Africans, were well known. By that point, South Carolina was in a familiar pose, on its knees begging the Crown to send more troops to confront its multiplying internal and external foes. Of course, said one Londoner skeptically, these troops were to be paid from Great Britain but under the command of the governor, though this combination had hardly eliminated the threat from abroad and at home. It is very certain that South Carolina is overstocked with blacks in proportion to the number of white people, said this astringent critic. After data from customs there were examined, it was noted that Charleston was bringing from 2,000 to 3,000 Africans annually to its shores. As George Burrington saw things, if the will and means could be galvanized to make proper laws and regulations to restrain the rich planters from keeping dangerous numbers of Negroes, then London would not be at the expense of paying a standing force to keep them in obedience. There was a certain logic to this view, but it clashed sharply with the hegemonic views of the rich, not least Henry Laurens, who within years was to be revered as a founding father of the new republic. 76. Burrington's point was echoed in Georgia, where one settler observed that Negroes would be hurtful in Georgia as long as there is a war with Spain. The problem was, said John Doble, that some of his fellow Georgians were stark mad after Negroes and, quite literally, were willing to risk poison in order to effectuate their demented schemes. 77 Yet, in what was to be a commonplace in the post-1776 Republic, there was an astonishingly broad white united front demanding more slaves in Georgia. I find that all from the highest to the lowest vote for Negroes, Doble was told by a comrade, and look upon me as a stone in their way toward which they direct all their spite. Dirty tricks were suspected in pursuit of their goal, as this correspondent had fear that his letters may be intercepted. His opponents were so exceedingly bold as to bring over black slaves in defiance of the king and express orders, and at this dangerous time of war, when Africans were known to be unwilling to defend the Union Jack. 78. Moreover, Burrington and Doble could have mentioned that it was not only Charleston that was clamoring for more redcoats, a presence that would subsequently be scorned when billeted in local residences, helping to shape the successful rebels' vaunted constitution. For Delaware also demanded more British military men. They were absolutely necessary to, it was added, to supply the West India Islands with bread, meat, lumber, and many other things involved in an extensive bilateral trade involving 400 ships or more, which enriched the exchequer in London, though there was nearby not any fortification, which jeopardized Philadelphia. 79 In Maryland in 1745, there was fear of invasion from the French and Spanish, which was bound up with religious politics and the crisis in Scotland, and a resultant request for fully manned battleships. 80 Due south in North Carolina, the governor was pleading for more British troops in 1753, since if redcoats were visible, the Negroes who have lately attempted an insurrection, will have the less to discourage them to repeat their attempts. Plus, fortifications at the mouth of this river near Wilmington were in a defenseless condition. There was also a growing contraband trade, particularly of French rum and molasses. which was fortifying the Parisian foe. 81. This was not a unique problem. Georgia was formed in large part to blunt Spanish Florida, but its formation extended London's border dangerously close to the French domain in Mobile. By 1754, the governor of Georgia was irately demanding troops since the French were conspiring to persuade the Indians to attack the English. 82. As ever, there was suspicion about the French since they were not perceived as being sufficiently anti-African and were willing, like Madrid, it was thought, to dispatch African agents to stir up the enslaved on the mainland. 83. Burrington's fellow British subject Henry Ellis, who had served the Crown as a governor on the mainland, also sought a remedy for the fix in which the settlers found themselves. It was Ellis who recommended forming a buffer class of free Negroes and mulattoes between Europeans and Africans, not unlike what was evolving in southern Africa and parts of Latin America. He proposed that enslaved Africans should be freed at the age of 30 in the Georgia he ruled, but, as with a similar proposal in Virginia, it met with a stone wall of resistance by settlers determined to construct a racist despotism. 84. This was also a course of action that complicated the effort to checkmate the more expansive attitude toward Africans that obtained just across the border in St. Augustine. Africans, in short, were a major antagonist, but mainlanders were reluctant to curb the seemingly ceaseless flow of Africans who were arriving, which was raising searching questions in London about their judgment, if not their sanity. It was still true that in the 1740s in Charleston there was a search for revenue combined with apprehension about racial ratios that led to an attempt to tax slave imports. According to policymakers, the supposed barbarous and savage disposition of these Africans may hereafter prove of very dangerous consequence to the peace and safety of this province, a concern driven by memories of Stono and their barbarously murdering settlers. The only question to decide was if the purchaser or the importer should pay these duties, though if history was any guide, this province would continue its proven ruinous course. 85. Charleston, as a major port of entry for enchained Africans on the mainland, often set the pace for its slave-owning neighbors. So, yes, there were mainland leaders who realized that unleashing more Africans in their midst was a recipe for a debacle, but with planters retreating from Antigua and Jamaica to the mainland and a continent to conquer, alternatives to the present course were few. Before being ousted, Oglethorpe had warned of the mutinous temper in Savannah, fomented by the Spaniards, which was but part of their scheme for raising a general disturbance through all North America. Their correspondence with the Negroes, he advised, too fatally manifested itself in the fires of New York, but his was a voice hardly heeded. 86. Yet by early 1744, some elite Carolinians were soberly pensive. The Africans were quiet, but they had not always been so, and in any case, recent stormy events they had spawned in Antigua, New York, and Jamaica were sufficient warnings of the danger of this force that may be turned against them. Like others of that time, they recognized that they had to be alert to events not only in their backyard but also in colonies thought to be distant. 87. Most likely, Madrid felt that as long as there were Africans in the colonies north of Florida, there was a chance that London's rule could be toppled, for a few months later, a Georgian was counseling that the Spaniards intend to invade, as a great number of vessels and troops were expected from Havana and St. Augustine. 88. A troubling sign arose when a few Carolinians actually began to defect to Florida, Africans in tow, in an act considered to be treason. 89. After all, slavery appeared more stable in what was to become the Sunshine State than due north. When these fleeing settlers voted with their feet in favor of Madrid and not London, they tended to indicate that the latter's model of colonial development would have difficulty surviving in a head-to-head contest with His Catholic Majesty's provinces. The bind in which Carolina found itself was exposed when Africans were sold to merchants in Florida. This too, it was thought, could bring fatal consequences, not only denuding the province of labor but strengthening a foe and meaning taxes fall heavily on those who remain, though the overriding concern was that the Africans so sold to the Spaniards might be employed in the murdering and plundering of His Majesty's subjects. 90. Buying Africans, selling Africans every turn seemed to bring peril. Likewise, Carolina policymakers were debating bills to prevent the stealing, carrying, enticing and inveigling away Negroes and other slaves, though one would think that reducing this population's sizable numbers would be their goal. 91 The gravamen of this law was not unique to Charleston, for simultaneously in Delaware, Spaniards were landing and carrying off enslaved Africans while plundering plantations. 92 Those Africans still stuck in Carolina proved to be so conspiratorial that it would have been understandable if the authorities felt they had sold the wrong slaves to Spaniards. For in early 1747, a plot by Africans to poison fellow residents was revealed. 93 Just one of many such plots that seemed to increase along with the slave trade. 94 Poisoning proved to be a recurring crime in colonial North Carolina, perhaps exceeding that other favorite, arson. Nevertheless, consistent with Stono, murder or attempted murder occasioned almost 25% of the executions of enslaved Africans in what was to emerge as the Tar Heel State, and most of their victims were of European origin. 95 Thus, as Africans began once more surging into the mainland in greater numbers, increased disorder and combustibility accompanied their presence. And once more the authorities raised the alarm. This repetitive cycle, dragooning more handcuffed Africans, then warning dejectedly about their presence, suggested that these settlers were either playing a dangerous game or wagering that in the end they could effectively squash an African insurgency by sheer force of arms. Thus, in late 1748, officials in Virginia acknowledged that it was absolutely necessary that effectual provision should be made for the better of ordering and governing of slaves, free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians, and detecting and punishing their secret plots and dangerous combinations. Indicatively, it was noted that many Negroes, under pretense of practicing physic, have prepared and exhibited poisonous medicines, by which many persons have been murdered. 96 African herbalists in South Carolina too knew far more about plants than most local doctors did, and, unsurprisingly, by the early 1750s the province was gripped with hysteria over stories about poisonings by Africans practicing physic. Evidently some Africans knew of botanical poisons so lethal that even the most competent official physicians in the colony had no effective antidotes. The local press argued that the horrid practice of poisoning white people, by the Negroes, has lately become so common, that within a few days past, several executions of these alleged herb manipulators have taken place in different parts of the country, by burning, hanging, and gibbeting. 97 Similar executions also befell Africans in Georgia who near the same time were accused of attempting to poison slaveholders. 98 During this same period, a prominent slaveholder, Charles Purry, was murdered in his home in Beaufort, South Carolina, by his slaves. Reflecting the brutality of the slave system that had ensnared these Africans, he was stabbed in the eye and the chest and thrown into the river, his body weighed down with various items. Only the accidental recovery of his body the following day prevented the planned murder of two other prominent planters. A similar fate befell the father-in-law of William Drayton. The latter man was also part of the elite. Another African accused of poisoning his master was sold to Jamaica in May 175099, an island where his belligerents would fit nicely. 100 The fright about poison was so pervasive that those Africans who purported to devise antidotes could gain freedom. 101 A traveler in 1750 conceded that the dangerous art of poisoning is known to the Negroes in North America, as has been frequently experienced. The fact that some of their poisons did not kill immediately made their handiwork even more effective and hard to detect. 102 Indeed, if subsequently enacted slave codes in Georgia and South Carolina can withstand reasonable inference, they cry out with the conclusion that slaveholders in both provinces had become obsessed with the notion that they might be poisoned by enslaved Africans. 103 Troubling for the colonists was the idea that poisoning slaveholders had spread to Massachusetts by 1755, as two Africans, male and female, were executed in Charlestown for doing so. 104 In faraway Louisiana, the authorities passed a bill forbidding the import of Africans from Hispaniola because so many deaths of Europeans of that island had occurred because of poisons administered by Africans. 105 But these plots by Africans may have been minor in conception compared to what occurred in 1748, when an African in South Carolina issued an astounding confession about a conspiracy of him and his comrades to rise and cut off and kill the white people of this province, and then to make their escape to St. Augustine. But first they would set the town and magazine afire. They would also murder all the Negroes that would not join them. One enslaved woman, in discussing her purported role in the plot, said she wanted to live as well as white people with a good deal more. Another corroborated the overall contours of the conspiracy, though adding that Antigua might be their ultimate destination. 106, a barely comforting substitution. But what made this plot soar in a sense beyond Stono and revealed the uncouth seams of London's colonial project was the alleged participation of an Irishman, and presumed Catholic, Lawrence Kelly, who hailed from Pennsylvania and had been in Carolina for 15 years. When queried, to the relief of the settlers, he asserted that he knew no one in St. Augustine, though this response could not erode the possibility that the desperate search for whites had led to the inevitable, sleeper or long-term agents of Madrid stirring up Africans. Then Thomas Russ, one of the white people charged, was interrogated and revealed that he was born in New England, which could be seen as suggestive of regional strain that would implode in the next century, in 1861. Then John Matthews, also white, was charged and responded that, yes, he knew Russ but knew nothing of the conspiracy. 107. Several Africans conceded that this plot had been hatched in concert with others of their status from surrounding plantations, and that some white persons too were involved, which widened the circle of mistrust. 108. That their design was taken seriously was demonstrated when the governor took time out from his busy schedule to query witnesses himself. It was then that Kate, a Negro woman, declared that a boat with white men was to rest nearby in order to carry off the Africans after they had perpetrated their bold deeds. 109. The targeted slaveholder, James Akins, was understandably outraged by this plot, while Henry Lawrence, whose ministrations in aiding the arrival of so many Africans to Charleston branded him as a veritable accomplice, confirmed the existence of a horrible insurrection intended by the Negroes there. 110. It would have been understandable if the governor had inferred that the participation of an Irish Catholic meant that the ubiquitous hand of His Catholic Majesty was asserting itself. If so, what did this mean for the policy encouraging whites generally to become settlers? Was this not just further invitation to Madrid and Paris to create deviltry? And since whites were thought to have been involved in the Manhattan conflagration of 1741, did this episode in Carolina suggest that the increase in the number of Africans on the mainland also meant an increase in the kind of plotting of which they were so obviously capable? If those who were defined as white were conspiring against slavery, did this mean that London's incipient abolitionism had to be confronted more directly? If so, what did that mean for tranquil relations between the provinces and the metropolis? And did this also mean that, perhaps, incipient republicanism had to make itself more attractive precisely to foil the prospect of the germ of abolitionism spreading into the ranks of ever more Europeans? The broader point was that the proliferation of poisoning schemes, gruesome murders of slaveholders, and participation of Irish or white men in slave revolts all pointed to an escalating crisis on the mainland. As imports of the enslaved rose notably to Georgia, with pent-up demand for this valuable commodity which rested uneasily and dangerously close to vulnerable Carolina, revolts of the enslaved rose accordingly. And as these two yoked elements rose, a third rose in turn, incipient abolitionism. And as incipient abolitionism began to flower, settler confidence in London's ultimate intentions fell correspondingly. When Africans continued fleeing to Florida, as they did repeatedly in the 1740s 111, it was apparent that more firepower would be required to eliminate the Spanish threat and safeguard London's settlements. By this juncture, the ban on slavery in Georgia was a virtual dead letter, eroding Oglethorpe's dream of building a white pro-slavery wall to block this mass flight. With inauthentic courage, Georgia mandated that each planter should employ one adult European male capable of bearing arms for every 4 African male slaves. 112. But even if this had been sufficient to tie down the Africans, it was not clear what that would mean in case of a Spanish invasion. Thus, Georgia had evolved from being a putative firewall into a transmission belt for Spanish thrusts into London settlements. In the same year as the abortive 1748 plot in South Carolina, Lawmakers in Virginia felt it necessary to legislate further about raising a competent militia, in light of the fact that they were exposed to the invasions of foreign enemies by sea and incursions of Indians at land, and great dangers may likewise happen by the insurrection of Negroes and others. 113 by 1749, it seemed that the view a few years earlier that the subversion from Spaniards had been eliminated was bizarrely inaccurate. From St. Augustine, said one writer reporting from Charleston, they seduced and encouraged our Negroes, or slaves, to desert from Carolina, then gave them freedom. There is hardly a week, it was said with distress, but a dozen of them go off at a time in canoes. 114. The rabid confusion this turn of events was creating was indicated when in 1755 Georgia enacted a slave code that simultaneously sought to pulverize Africans while allowing them to join the militia. Why the contradiction? It was simply a reflection of a painfully redundant problem: how to enslave Africans so as to develop the economy, while hindering their ability to rebel in league with settlers' antagonists. 115 Countering these Africans was made all the more difficult because of the terrifyingly close proximity of Spanish St. Augustine and French Mobile. Yet despite this implanted fissure of placing Africans in the militia, 116 a cure that was arguably worse than the illness through the same period, London was continuing to receive reports about Georgians trading with these very same putative enemies, Spain and France. The same accusation was laid at the doorstep of the affluent Carolinian James Edward Powell. 117 In 1756, there was an unusual number of Spanish ships docking in Charleston on voyages from Cuba, said to be involved in an illicit tobacco trade. 118. Perhaps, rather than seeing these men as having a novel conception of allegiance to London or even as ungrateful hypocrites, it might be better to see them as premature U.S. patriots. That is, economic logic was impelling them like a swift river current towards secession, while London was seeking to restrain their business dealings driven by the luscious bounty of African enslavement. Paris and Madrid had burst the dam and were more than willing to encourage settlers' shady bargains, and, thus, these mainland men chose not to fight this trend but embrace it, along with the pretty profits it delivered. The combined strength of Paris and Madrid could outweigh that of London and could preserve the existence of a new republic, which would then call for a temporary ceasefire in the religious wars by enshrining in its constitution freedom of faith, bringing hosannas of praise from the presumably enlightened. The presumed enlightened then could cheer as the new republic garroted the divine right of monarchs, while undermining the challenge provided by a rising population of enslaved and the feisty indigenous by opening the floodgates and admitting a tidal wave of European, or white, migrants. The latter, overjoyed by the opportunity to be reaped in a new continent and their Enlightenment cheerleaders. 119 could then readily turn a blind eye to the existence of enslaved Africans, and even their frequent revolts, which had propelled the lunge toward secession in the first instance. This blindness also made it difficult to acknowledge that the fire-lit skies of Manhattan were also enlightening, and that the repetitive poisoning plots provided a foretaste of what fate still awaited many settlers unless there was a radical course correction, which arrived duly during the years stretching from 1756 to 1763. 7. The biggest losers. Africans and the 7 Years' War. The beginning of what has been called the 7 Years' War in 1756, also denoted as the French and Indian War, between London and mainland settlers on the one hand, with some indigenes and Africans, and the usual antagonists, European foes, the indigenous, and Africans, on the other hand, was a continuation of what had become a decades-long conflict. 1 For our purposes here too, what is critically important is the impact of this conflict on the tangled issues of slavery and the slave trade and the growth of secessionist sentiment. In short, this war led to Madrid being ousted from Florida and for a brief period, Cuba as Paris was evicted from Quebec. But, once more, this proved to be a catastrophic victory for London, for when pressure was eased on mainland settlers as a result, they seized the opportunity to revolt against the crown with ample aid from the Catholic powers. Ultimately, this led to creation of a slaveholders' republic that then ousted the European powers from leadership in the African slave trade and gobbled their mainland provinces in the process, meaning Africans were the biggest losers, along with their indigenous comrades. Though it had been thought that Spain, a noticeable nemesis of London, had been defeated decisively in the 1740s. In 1750, Carolinians were negotiating feudally with St. Augustine on a pact guaranteeing the mutual return of escaped Africans or capital flight 3. But since the flow of Africans was generally one way, headed southward, there was little incentive for Madrid to negotiate in good faith. Even though supposedly there had been a cessation of hostilities between London and Madrid as of 1748 in the wake of their latest combativeness, 1752 saw Spanish privateers seizing a sloop sailing from Antigua, perhaps the most problematic of colonies, to New York and taken to Puerto Rico. Restitution was demanded by the powerful governor of Virginia, though odds were that this demand would be rebuffed. 4. As ever, the external threat made the internal one appear even more fearsome. In mid-1755, Governor Robert Dinwiddie was irate about the villainy of the Negroes when the province faced any emergency. This was always fear ed, which was no exaggeration. 5. Near that same time, Spaniards were brazenly committing acts of piracy against ships sailing from Jamaica to Virginia, seizing rum, coffee, wine, silks, sugar, and slaves. Similarly frightening for mainlanders was that the Spanish crew in this instance included an Irishman, 6, giving sustenance to the suspicion that the slave conspiracy a few years earlier in Carolina may have involved Madrid. Subsequently, Virginia's governor was informed that the colony's militia does not amount to 7,000 men and was thinly spread over a widely extended country. If there was a foreign invasion, the province contained 50,000 Negro slaves to whom, no doubt, an invader would proclaim liberty upon their joining them. 7. Governor Dinwiddie was forced to admit that what had bamboozled mainland colonies in the 17th century was persisting in the 18th also, the combined danger of Negro insurrection and foreign invasion. 8. The only change was that the flood of arriving Africans in the wake of slave trade reforms simply made the danger more palpable. In the immediate prelude to 1756, suggestive of how on edge the settlers were, Virginians were debating whether they should arm some of the most trusty of their slaves and were considering how to keep and increase the aversion which happily subsists between Negroes and Indians. 9. Stoking enmity between the latter two was a strategic initiative by colonists. By 1756, the cry arose from Hanover, Virginia, that there are so many black foreigners among ourselves as may justly alarm our fears, and in South Carolina they are much more numerous than the county militia. Now if the French should invade our frontiers, and if the Indians that are now neuter, should join with them, and if these united forces should pour down upon us and meet with the welcome reception and assistance from so powerful an enemy among ourselves, then scenes of blood, cruelty, and devastation would open in our country. For the doubters, it was added ominously, it is not so improbable as we could wish. 10. These black foreigners could very well be followers or sympathizers of His Catholic Majesty if recent history were a guide, thus compounding the perils discerned. Yet symptomatic of the stiff challenges faced by mainland settlers was the fact that by 1760 even Georgia, where allergies to abolition and Africans seemed interchangeable, there was spirited discussion concerning Negroes that may be trusted with arms in the militia. 11. The colony had opened the floodgates, and Africans had flowed in accordingly. The overall population tripled between 1760 and 1773, while the population of slaves almost quintupled, and as had been predicted since 1733, the security of the province plummeted accordingly, a situation hardly assuaged by considering the arming of Africans. Mainland colonies had become the land of limited alternatives. Repetitive wars with indigenes and Europeans alike and the constant bleeding of slave resistance had taken an appalling toll on settlers, which was exacerbated by the calloused brutality of military discipline, which fueled desertions and mutinies and the occasional strike. 12. Arming Africans to guard a system based on enslavement of Africans was both a non sequitur and emblematic of a system being ripped apart by multiplying contradictions. Something had to be done, particularly since competitors were placing more not less pressure on mainland settlements with every passing day. Just as Spain placed pressure on British settlers to arm Africans when it pursued this policy, France's policy of providing ever more lavish presents to the indigenous provided a similar motivation for Britain. 13. Thus, once more, London was forced into the breach, shedding blood and treasure in copious amounts for 7 long years, not least because settlers' disastrous policies toward Africans created enormous opportunities for Madrid and Paris to exploit handsomely. What resulted was a disastrous victory, for pushing the Spanish out of Florida and the French out of Quebec by 1763 eased pressure on mainland settlers and infuriated Paris and Madrid, which now had incentive to bolster a rebellion against British rule. That London felt it necessary to tax the settlers, in a real sense, this war was for their benefit, combined with the already yawning economic chasm between colony and metropolis to create conditions for the rise of a new republic, certainly taxing of imports of slaves, which was also of military significance, further eroded London's support both on the mainland and within important centres such as Bristol as well. In other words, the 1756 war was both a solution and a problem. Yes, ousting Spain and France from their North American strongholds was a plus for London, but it arrived with a profound cost. Settlers too were running a grave risk whenever the spectre of all-out war was brooded. The eminent Carolinian Charles Pinckney, like others, felt that the 1756 war would mean that the Africans would take advantage of the flux and, as had been their habit, rise upon their masters and cut their throats in hopes of obtaining freedom. 14 This thought may have occurred to Samuel Davies of Virginia, who in 1757 was reduced to beseeching his Africans to remain loyal to him in the face of a possible French invasion. As if the same did not apply to his class, he denounced the potential invaders as cruel, barbarous people who punished Africans with death in the most shocking manner. 15. Colonial Philadelphia, in many ways the leading mainland city, was typical in that 1756 marked the onset of a decade in which slavery reached a zenith, as the assorted accumulated factors of the rise of private traders, the retreat from the Caribbean to the mainland, and the generating economic engine of these colonies now seemingly running on all cylinders, all began to assert themselves forcefully. Feeding this phenomenon was the drying up of the supply of indentured German and Scotch-Irish labourers, a process driven in part by events in Europe and by London's vigorous recruiting for its war machine. Thus, 1762 was the peak year of importation of Africans in Philadelphia's history to that point, and it also happened to be the year when, in a remarkable development, London ousted Madrid from the key colony that was Cuba, a major fruit of the war. Yet, while the mainland was heading toward a rosy dawn of renewed enslavement, London was inching toward abolition, even among Quakers, virtually isolated in Philadelphia as vigorous opponents of enslavement. Manumissions were rare until the eve of 1776.16. Many settlers, even those with abolitionist stirrings, had yet to grasp the unavoidable tie between exploitation of the enslaved and expropriation of native lands, and how one fed the other. 17 Yet in Britain, William Hogarth, whose fame as a painter had yet to evaporate when he passed away in 1764, in his illuminating art had associated the servitude of Africans with moral corruption, while portraying the darker-skinned as independent personalities. 18 It was this view that was rising in London, as an opposing viewpoint was ascending in mainland provinces. As the population of Africans increased in Pennsylvania, so grew the diversity of their origins in a manner that emitted troubling signals. By 1762, there were advertisements calling for the return of fleeing Africans with roots in Guadeloupe and facility in a multiplicity of languages, not to mention Spanish Negroes, whose record of stirring unrest was well known. 19. The number of Africans in the colony of New York doubled between 1723 and 1756 and, with the French and Spanish threats then dissipated, ultimately tripled during the 6 decades between 1731 and 1790.20. The African population in New York City increased by over 20% every year between 1756 and 1771.21. It was during the heat of war that New York merchants began to increase investments in the African slave trade, as if they anticipated the ultimate result in 1763. Shipboard insurrections too received more prominence as a result, which may have had the impact of accelerating antipathy toward Africans. thereby paradoxically hastening the trade's acceleration. 22 Yet shipboard insurrections were precisely the violently distasteful acts that fueled the abolitionist sentiments of Londoners who held dear Hogarth's images of Africans. In 1761, West Africans on board a vessel departing the Gold Coast launched a bloody revolt, with 20 of their number murdered as a result. But increasingly, such bloodshed was seen on the west bank of the Atlantic as a mere cost of doing important business. Despite the clear difficulty in delivering Africans to Manhattan, by 1756 there were almost 20,000 slaves who lived within a 50-mile radius of New York City. At that moment, slaves constituted about 25% of the total population of what is now New York City and the present-day suburbs of Westchester and Suffolk counties, as well as Bergen County, New Jersey. Male slaves were about 60% of the total enslaved population in these agricultural regions, which was not a prescription for stability. 23. Nonetheless, there was a gift to slavery on the mainland delivered by London's vigorous prosecution of the 1756 war. This was accompanied by an incompatibility of growing abolitionism within the British Isles and growing enslavement in its provinces. Naturally, the emblematic province that was South Carolina did not elude this trend, that is, the irrepressibly turbulent scare about the African presence following the Stono Revolt had dissipated by the mid-1750s, when imports of Africans began to creep up steadily again. 24 As the number of Africans grew along with crazed agitation about their ultimate intentions, political discord was muted among the settler elite, as merchants who owned plantations cooperated with planters who were dependent on the export trade, a tendency that rose with the war. 25 The mirror image of their concord was an extraordinary number of plots by the enslaved leading up to and continuing during the 1756 war. 26 As the 1756 war was winding down, one key low-country district was all too typical of the surroundings. Of the adult males there between the ages of 16 and 60, there were 1,064 Africans but only 76 persons defined as white. Yet when hundreds of Acadian refugees poured into Carolina, Governor James Glenn was among those who expressed utmost uneasiness since, it was felt, they may watch opportunities and join with the Negroes. Among the opportunities was the fear that Negro chimney sweeps were thought to be preparing the ground for mass immolation of the slave-holding elite and their allies. 27 Still, why not embrace fellow whites, particularly given the numerous Africans all around? There was still a kind of religious war at play, and whiteness was hardly a hard fact but akin to a fervent projection. In other words, when the provinces demanded more white settlers, they hardly had patriotic French Catholics in mind. What they had in mind was what was to evolve Europeans willing to tolerate African enslavement and unwilling to conspire with foreign antagonists against their slave society. Hence, since France was at war with Britain, it was felt this would override all else, particularly since these Catholics were an early victim of ethnic cleansing. In 1756, a prominent slave dealer observed that religious liberty extended to all, meaning, for example, the High Church, Low Church, Quakers, New Lights, Old Lights, Anabaptists, etc. All save the Roman Catholic, who is utterly denied the public use of his profession in almost all parts of America. 28 The unease at the arrival of the Acadians could have created more suspicion of London. How dare the Crown dump potential subversives and religious oddballs in their province, which suggested the dilemma faced by the Crown in that even seeking to bolster the white population might lead to exasperating attitudes among mainlanders. The question was not trusting whites but trusting the French. Consider that during the war it was suspected, widely redolent of decades of history, that London's foes were enticing Africans in the colonies with promises of freedom in return for aid. In the pivotal New York, New Jersey region, a 1756 report expressed anxiety about too great intimacy between the Negro slaves and the French neutrals in this province, which may at this time tend to stir up the Negroes to an insurrection when such numbers of the province's militia are detached to the frontiers against the French. 29 This was not a trivial matter, since during this war enslaved African men were enlisted in the New York militia through various means and accompanied redcoats to Distant frontiers where Frenchmen were prevalent. 30. A metropolis edging closer to abolition and colonies moving in the opposite direction, a paradigmatic colony frowning on the arrival of what today would be considered racial brethren to countervail a disproportionate number of Africans. Such factors were creating an unsustainable relationship that collapsed by 1776. As ever, the infighting between the private traders and the now withering RAC seemed to overshadow the overarching conflict with the European powers. Looking back from 1744, one Londoner saw nothing but negative and little but the advance of European competitors from the time the RAC monopoly eroded in the late 1690s up to that present moment. 31 Private traders may have benefited from this erosion, but as one analyst argued in 1748, it was necessary to keep up the awe and respect of the barbarous natives, by a power that can punish or protect them. 32 And private traders were not sufficiently cohesive to do this, compared to an entity akin to the once formidable RAC, this argument did not prevail. 33 And, according to some observers, served to pave the way for the rise in this important commerce of European competitors. 34 Which could only mean harming London's interests in the colonies and making warfare in 1756 inexorable. Thus, from Barbados, in some ways a more valuable colony than Jamaica, came the 1752 report that there had been no Negroes supplied by the Royal African Company for many years, they were all furnished by separate traders. 35. Thus, although it appeared that Britain and its colonial appendages were acquitting themselves well in the race to enchain Africans, a growing chorus of voices in London and the Americas disagreed, asserting that actually the race was being lost to European competitors. A tendency was rising that came to define the emerging republic. As retrograde forces grew in strength, they complained and whined paradoxically about their weakness, as if they realized deep in their hearts that the reactionary nature of their conquests would inexorably generate a fierce and debilitating response. Thus, these flesh peddlers felt that their opponents were grabbing the hardy Africans, leaving to London, it was emphasized, the tender, effeminate Negroes, who were absolutely unfit for the hard labor of the sugar colonies, meaning these slaves must always be a loss and disappointment to the planters. For the planters, this also meant one great cause of their being now deeply in debt, and must be their ruin. London was losing, it was thought, in the race to enslave Gold Coast and Witan Negroes, places where the French were powerful competitors of the British and by the various encouragements given in Paris are enabled to pay a higher price than British private traders. 36. These latter West Africans, it was reported, were the most valuable and so necessary for the subsistence of sugar plantations, as they were hardy and are inured to labor, which was not the case with other Negroes from Angola and Calabar, and those from Gambia. Leftovers then were consigned to London's settlements. 37 If London was actually losing to Paris in a battle for such a valuable resource as Africans perceived as the most worthy of the enslaved, this could mean further momentum for war to reverse this gathering debacle, which would also mean taxes on settlers to pay for the war, since Africans were the essential coin of their realm. For as one propagandist argued, the settlements were an inexhaustible fund of wealth and naval power to this nation, while the erosion of the RAC's monopoly had served simply to erode British power and empower European rivals. 38 But this propagandist, like others, seemed befuddled by the rise of private traders and merchants and the newly enhanced age of capitalism they represented. The controversy about increased taxes also affected that most valuable of commodities, Africans, with some Virginia interests objecting in stern terms in the pivotal year that was 1756 about the prospect of such a policy. 39 Which was nothing new. 40 By 1760, objections to such imposts had hardly budged, though the preamble of proposed legislation in the Dominion noted that due to insults and encroachments of the French, there was a need to raise £20,000, so an additional duty of 10% was imposed upon all slaves imported or brought into this colony and dominion for sale, but this was a great disadvantage to the settlement and improvement of the lands in this colony, as it prevents the importation of slaves and thereby lessens the fund arising from the duties upon slaves, so this law was hereby repealed. 41 This meant the arrival of more Africans in the middle of war. Though this troublesome property had a demonstrated propensity to take advantage of the encroachments of the French and Spanish. Importing more Africans and throwing caution to the winds was part of the culture of mainland colonists. After all, though an objective naysayer could argue that bringing more Africans was folly, the settlements were still standing and, by some measures, thriving, which was hardly a reason to change course, or culture. What upset many settlers was taxes on imported Africans, not the presence of this valued commodity. 42 Associating the lifeblood of government taxes with fearsome Africans was destined to complicate future administrations on the mainland. Thus, the danger notwithstanding, by 1747 Governor Gooch of Virginia was gloating about the 2,000 Africans imported the last summer from the coast of Africa. 43 Yet simultaneously he was moaning about the misfortune of having the capital of the city, speaking of Williamsburg, burnt down, whether by accident or design, has not yet been discovered, though from the circumstances, there is reason to suspect the latter. 44 The estimable Gooch had difficulty in connecting the influx of Africans with the rise of instability. In the midst of the 1756 war, potential migrants in Britain were apprised of the attractions of South Carolina. They were told of a tax that was so heavy on imported Africans that it amounted to a prohibition and, thus, was forced out of existence, but now the war too had prevented any from being imported, at least officially. I do not find that in above 9 years' time, it was announced in 1761, our number of Negroes is diminished, but on the contrary increased. This growth had reached the point where the Negroes bred from our own stock will continually recruit and keep it up, if not enable us to supply the sugar colonies with a small number of Negroes which could thwart presumed French control of the most bountiful slave territories. Left unsaid was what means, particularly crude means, were used to engender procreation. Also left unsaid was whether the growth of shipboard insurrections had created an incentive for settlers to breed their own stock. Yet, when the exchequer turned to raise revenue to pay for this war, it would be hard-pressed to avoid taxing the growing number of Africans, irrespective of how they arrived in Carolina. Thus, it was reported, in 1724 there were 14,000 white people in the colony and about 32,000 slaves, mostly Negroes, while as of that writing, the former had grown to 25,000 and the number of Negroes amounted to 39,000, though the latter figure was more precise because a tax is paid for them. 45. As some Londoners saw things, Madrid was seeking to reverse the logic of history by seizing Georgia and Carolina. 46 But the strategic problem hardly addressed frontally was whether bringing more Africans to Charleston and Savannah could more readily effectuate Spain's dream. As late as 1762, Benjamin Martin, a leading colonist, was ranting that the frontier to the southern province of North America was exposed to danger by the Spaniards, who laid claim to all the lands from St. Augustine, as far as Charlestown. The southern provinces of North America are now become objects of the highest consequence of the French also, from their lair in nearby Mobile. 47. Paris and Madrid were also, it was thought, denying Bristol and Liverpool merchants their due in the slave trade. As one self-described proprietor put it, this security threat was aided immeasurably by the French, our most dangerous trading rivals. Parisians were challenging these settlers on all fronts, particularly in the realm of control of human capital, since whatever deprives the American planters of slaves, or enhances the price of them, he said, is essentially detrimental to the colonies. 48 But even this candid assessment ignored what others well knew. Mainland settlers were busily engaged in mutually profitable business deals with London's most dangerous rivals, as Britain was engaged in what was thought to be a battle for supremacy, if not survival, in a death match with these rivals. War had recurred yet again, but, once more, in order to gain a fuller picture of its manifestation on the mainland, more background on events in the Caribbean in the period leading up to 1756 is necessary. For the 1756 war was about the future not only of the mainland but also of the Caribbean. French strength in Hispaniola and Spanish strength in Cuba were more than a match for London's Jamaican bastion. Underlying all of these empires of slavery was the African slave trade, the fruits of which had helped to drive conflict between the European powers in the 1740s, rather than being a departure. 1756 was a continuation. 49. That is, as London settlers felt compelled to retreat from the Caribbean to the mainland in the face of Maroons and various liquidation plots engineered by Africans. 50. This was only increasing the Crown's headaches. In 1754, some voices in London were still begging for more white people to settle in Jamaica, so as to be able to defend that great island, but any who scanned headlines regularly would view such a proposal with extreme skepticism. In the middle of the conflict with Maroons, a similar call was made in order to form a barrier against the rebellious Negroes for the security of the old planters, and fell on deaf ears. It was truly remarkable, it was conceded, that the lands appropriated for these would-be settlers in Jamaica was in the neighborhood of the rebel Negroes, as if proponents were actually seeking to discourage settlement. Besides, the remaining planters in Jamaica wanted to send their sugar and produce directly to foreign markets, without being obliged to bring them first to Great Britain, which was opposed by the manufacturers, as these planters too sought to have their profiteering trump allegiance to the Crown and its closest allies in London. Even during the late war, London found smugglers from Jamaica were dealing with Spanish dominions, a la mainlanders. Indeed, it was charged, war with Spain was profitable to the island of Jamaica elites, at least as all war with Spain is, though ruinous for Great Britain. But despite the contribution to the exchequer, Jamaica was not the mainland. It could not as easily flout prerogatives of the Crown, not least because mobilized Maroons limited planters' options. 51. Perhaps London, or even colonists, would draw the obvious inference that mobilized Africans on the mainland could limit independency options similarly. Of course, it was improbable that Jamaica or the other sugar colonies would be abandoned altogether, particularly since these territories allowed for a more forthright and proximate challenge to Cuba and Hispaniola. Moreover, there was a kind of integration between and among London's colonies, with events in the Caribbean reverberating on the mainland. David Cutter Braddock was an example. He spent a good deal of time in Savannah, where he was a major landholder, but also was in and out of Jamaica, the Turks Islands, New England, and Charleston on a regular basis. 52. The ampler point was that African rebelliousness was serving to drive settlers from the Caribbean to the mainland, which increased the importance of the latter, helping to contribute to the 1756 war. In Jamaica, Braddock may have heard that planters were complaining about the cost of Africans, which was rising. And even if there was concern in London about adding to the ungovernable supply of this island, perhaps greater concern remained about the impact of their presence in terms of the conflict with Madrid and Paris and their allying with these powers. Pressure from these powers had hampered trade with the mainland. For example, the supply of horses from North America, especially from Rhode Island. Horses were now twice the price as before, and unless the price of sugar rises, the planter can't go on, he must be ruined. But there were two particular matters that had concentrated this former Jamaican planter's mind more than others: the price of slaves and the burden of taxes, which were linked, for if the latter increased, the planters would be disabled from purchasing every year a fresh supply of Negroes. Slaves were bought chiefly with the produce of manufacturers, including firearms, gunpowder, spirits, tallow, some India goods, woolen goods. But paying more taxes meant buying fewer Africans, which meant producing fewer manufacturing goods. Yet if Africans were still being snatched and could not be disposed of in London's various settlements, then the surplus would be sent to the Spanish coast for gold and silver, allowing more Africans to populate Spanish settlements, which seemed contrary to London's long-term interests. 53. Worsening London's strategic dilemma was that some Jamaican Africans were fleeing to Cuba, as their counterparts in Carolina were fleeing to Florida. The consequences to this island will be very fatal, opined one subject in 1751.54. By 1760, yet another significant slave rebellion rocked Jamaica, the only surprise being that the planters were caught unawares, with agitated undulations from this revolt flowing like molten lava in coming years. 55. While still confronting boiling unrest in Jamaica in the middle of a war, London then had to deal with what was described as an intended insurrection of the Negroes in Bermuda, which was repressed barely. 56 This had been preceded by acute food shortages caused by a spate of French privateering, which was thought to have motivated the Africans there, suggesting their objective alliance with London's enemies. 57 Paris had its problems too, for in the late 1750s a major slave conspiracy erupted in Hispaniola. As had been the pattern, Africans chose the time of war between the major powers to assert and leverage their own power and influence, which put them in a better military position. The problem for London was that concessions to Africans to foil such conspiracies would not be accepted happily on the mainland and could serve to accelerate the incipient push to independence. Of course, disposing of these Africans on the mainland was one way out, which is what occurred in Manhattan, Philadelphia, and various other North American sites, but such transfers were not an ideal remedy given Africans' demonstrated restiveness. Moreover, since planters and governors worried that pulsating unrest in one colony was a boon to another, African subversion probably increased fractiousness between and among the provinces, to the detriment of London's overall colonial project. 58 It remains true that in the 1760s in Massachusetts, the argument rose more forcefully that security meant getting rid of slavery and, perhaps, Africans, to a conclusion that was driven largely by reaction to events beyond its shores, for example, Manhattan 1741 and Jamaica 1760. It was evident by then that there was an irreconcilable clash between how British settlers chose to maltreat Africans and the reaction of this besieged group, which was thereby incentivized to ally with European rivals and the indigenous alike, to the detriment of these same settlers. As the 1756 war was concluding, there were more sales of Africans from Massachusetts to far-flung sites. 59 A kind of ersatz abolitionism that was to become au courant in the Republic. Ultimately, there was a conflation on the mainland of getting rid of both slaves and Africans generally, since the latter in whatever guise were perceived as a threat to internal security. In the immediate aftermath of the war, legislation was introduced in Boston to bar the importation of enslaved Africans. 60 While another was designed to tax imports. 61 Similarly, in Delaware, measures were introduced to bar importing of slaves in the aftermath of war, alongside more draconian regulation of those who remained, including proscribing profane swearing. 62 Still, the market for Africans was so deep and liquid that it was unclear if Boston, or Newcastle or Wilmington, could be a real mover of the market. On the other hand, a scant century later, forces from Massachusetts were battling vociferously their erstwhile mainland compatriots in Dixie, and the issue of the future of African bondage hung in the balance, as the complicated saga of capitalism propelled by slavery entered its terminal phase. Again, ready alternatives were not perceived by settlers as being readily available in the mid-18th century. During the summer of 1757, a mainland slave trader was moaning about the great decay of trade in these parts, speaking of coastal West Africa, occasioned by the French War and scarcity of English shipping, which had affected dramatically the price for Africans. The Africans purchased were as difficult as ever, he thought, straining to retain their ancient customs without alteration, while treating attempts to impose Christianity upon them thought to be a condition precedent to assimilating them successfully to enslavement with ridicule or laughter despite his most strenuous efforts. 63 Repeatedly, France was denounced during this war for having its vessels lying in wait for the slave traders who sped from Newport with cargoes of rum destined for Africa and thence to the Caribbean with Africans in chains. 64 With the African trade hampered, obtaining Africans in the Caribbean, despite their manifest tendency to create disturbance, at times seemed like the least horrible option. Massachusetts was simply not a market maker in this regard. But as long as Madrid and Paris, as was their wont, were determined to collaborate with Africans against mainlanders, the neat solution of reliance on the Caribbean market remained problematic at best. Bringing Africans from Antigua to the mainland, which was occurring in the prelude to 1756-65, also brought an uncertain benefit to those who were poised to rebel against London, while it reminded the metropolis that, perhaps, a different policy toward Africans and enslavement might be warranted. Wiping out Spanish settlements in Florida and even Cuba and ousting the French from Quebec would slice the Gordian knot, it was thought. Nonetheless, there was a recognition in London that the Caribbean and settlements generally were hardly stable and were replete with unforeseen circumstances. Thus, it was said in 1753, Cromwell's war with Spain, though it procured to us Jamaica, weakened our other islands by the numbers drawn out of them for the St. Domingo expedition. Would the ouster of France from Quebec and Spain from Florida lead to a similar result? More than this, what was acknowledged then has been little recognized since, that is, the Negroes are ever true to their own interests, without being at all slow in apprehending them, and they were hardly wedded to London as Antigua 1736 and Carolina 1739 well showed, but, in a pinch, would align with Paris, Madrid, the indigenous, or all of the foregoing. 66. But London too was encased in a trap of its own making. More slaves to the colonies meant more opportunity for European competitors to weaken or overthrow British rule. Taxing African imports so as to restrain their presence and raise revenue to better confront competitors meant alienating mainland planters or Bristol or both. Thus, at the midpoint of the 18th century, London's prospects in the Americas were not as bright as they seemed. Relocation from the Caribbean to the mainland and driving more Africans to the latter can be seen in retrospect as analogously disastrous as Napoleon's invasion of and then retreat from Russia. The 1756 war, however it turned out, was unlikely to reverse this dim picture, as even a victory simply delivered a further disaster. Massachusetts, which was a cradle of revolt against the crown, symbolized this problem, for it had formidable problems in confronting its population of Africans, while keeping a wary eye on Quebec, a problem that accelerated in the prelude to the 1756 war. Actually, this was just the flip side of solving the knotty matter of having within one's borders numerous European settlers who were determined to get on with the nasty business of ousting the indigenous and making fortunes and, thus, were not as inclined to participate in ambitious ventures that might take one to Cartagena or Santiago de Cuba. Before the war, these male settlers were hassling the authorities with various and creative means of avoiding conscription 67 to the point where elites were thinking the unthinkable and emphasizing the great number of Negro men there who may be made very useful in case of an invasion. Now obliging the said Negroes to take up arms was being pursued. 68. But the Africans might have been less enthusiastic than those who were seeking to command them, for by 1747 there were riotous proceedings involving armed seamen, servants, Negroes, and others in the town of Boston, tending to the destruction of all government and order. Following impressment 69 by 1748, both problems merged when Africans were jailed for arson and European settlers were still proving to be troublesome soldiers. 70. Settlers were absconding and deserting 71 and those who remained, said Governor William Shirley, were engaged in riot and insult upon the king's government. This extraordinary revolt by a mob was occasioned by conscription. The revolt against the draft was slated to be crushed by force, with the need to fire upon M. Unimpressed, the accused rioters threatened to burn a 20-gun ship being built for His Majesty. This outrageous tumult, this inexcusable insurrection was worrisome, particularly since the militia charged with the crushing of it was very tardy in responding. Perhaps worse, the reason for this unrest was disturbing, since the uneasiness was propelled by the difference made between the Sugar Colony Islands and His Majesty's colonies upon the northern continent, insofar as London was exempting the former from the kind of conscription visited upon the mainland. 72 Evidently the rioters did not accept the idea that the sugar colonies had a deficit of whites and could not spare them because of a surplus of mutinous Africans, which meant that Boston would have to carry an extra burden, providing yet another rationale for 1776 and disassociating from a dangerous Caribbean. In Philadelphia, even indentured servants of European descent were putting forward what were described as cogent and strong reasons why they should not face enlistment. 73. Sooner rather than later, these rioters were taking up arms against the crown. Sooner than that, Jurists in London could point to policy reasons as to why it might be wise to move toward abolition, to display more solicitude toward the abhorred Africans so as to better confront European competitors. But indentured servants may have objected to being transported to the Caribbean to fight in a war whose strategic implications for the crown may not have been well understood by them or even seen as being in their direct interest. Easier to understand were the labor shortages that hit Pennsylvania. Once these laborers found themselves in Cuba, a development which led to the bringing of more Africans to this colony, which was like trying to douse a fire with gasoline. But as the 1756 war unfolded, Governor Shirley would have none of this, feeling that survival itself was at stake, arguing that when a country is in danger of being lost to the enemy, it is not a time for the government of it to enter into critical dissertations as to whether the enlisting of indented servants for defense could mean promoting a tendency to lessen the importation of them into the country for future tillage of the land, and to increase that of slaves. 74. Yet the French had not taken a vacation while their antagonists to the south of Quebec and to the east of Mobile were ensconced in internecine conflict, as border raids and boundary disputes continued to rage. 75 As late as 1756, Quakers and others were seeking military exemptions. 76 While other Europeans were forcing an exemption of sorts by deserting and mutinying. When a decision was made to take a census of enslaved Africans in Massachusetts. 77 It was easy to infer that the authorities wanted to ascertain where potential enemies or contrarily, potential defenders might reside, a paradox that neatly summarized a problematic dilemma. If Negro defenders were sought, this could contravene the provincial policy of racist autocracy, and it was too ghastly to digest fully the consequences of taking a census of potential enemies. By 1758, one slaveholder was petitioning for compensation after his Negro servant had joined the military but was now sickly and no longer of service nor ever likely to be, illustrating that defending the province would be costly. 78. This petition was not singular, suggesting a number of explanations, including masters, quite typically, gaming the system at a time of crisis. 79 Africans themselves were petitioning for compensation after joining in the expedition against Canada, compensation that was being refused to them, 80 which could make their brethren less willing to defend the crown or to attack its foes. This was no minor matter when European settlers were devising all manner of excuses to avoid military service. If Massachusetts had been unique, perhaps the problem of settlers' reluctance to fight could have been downplayed, but in Virginia too, Governor William Gooch was carping about events in Albany, where there was great desertion among the troops, occasioned, by their want of pay. The several provinces, Virginia excepted, not having advanced that payment for them. 81 By 1758, George Washington, who was particularly hostile to the idea of arming Africans, was reporting that smallpox was devastating his troops, providing an unpromising circumstance. 82 By 1759, mutiny and mass desertion had become the hallmark of mainland soldiers. Entire regiments simply refused to perform any duty whatsoever. On May 29, 1759, a Rhode Islander was shot for desertion, and a fellow settler from Connecticut faced a similar destiny on 15 June, a trend which could hardly inspire their loved ones or, perhaps, others to swear allegiance to the crown. 83. Reporting in 1761 from Martinique, where the French governor had just been taken prisoner and articles of capitulation had been drafted, the leading redcoat invader, General Robert Monckton, was waiting impatiently for troops from Carolina that had yet to arrive, while vessels that he expected from New York were already deemed to be not adequate even before touching the shore. "I have already been obliged to buy some provisions as a result," he lamented, and he was requesting some from England, though London might well have asked, "What about the closer mainland?" 84. This had to be taken seriously, since the 1756 war was not a cakewalk for London, as a 1757 meeting between the governors of North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania demonstrated. Conferring with the Earl of Loudoun, grave concern was expressed about the danger of the enemies making an attack on the province of South Carolina, either by sea from St. Domingo, or from the Alabama fort of the Creek Indians on the head of the Mobile, for which reason they have agreed that there ought to be 2,000 men employed in the defense of that valuable province of South Carolina and to secure Georgia. 85 The worst fears of these executives may have been realized when in mid-1759, John Pendarvis of South Carolina, described as a free mulatto, expended a hefty sum of £700 currency for arms and ammunition for the intended purpose of waging insurrection against the white people. 86. By 1760, Governor Henry Ellis of Georgia thought he had found the remedy to this problem of intrigues of the French. I have been able to set the Chickasaws upon the Cherokees, but with little contemplation of the long-term consequences of stirring ethnic antagonism. 87 This diabolical tactic proved unavailing in his Carolina neighbor, for by late 1761, the authorities were complaining that military contingents had been reduced so low by desertion and the like that the province had become dangerously vulnerable. 88. Old habits, particularly profitable ones, die hard, however, and in the heat of the 1756 war, London's preeminent William Pitt was remonstrating Virginia's governor about the intelligence he had received of an illegal and most pernicious trade, carried on by the king's subjects in North America, and the West Indies, as well as the French islands, not to mention the French settlements on the continent of America and particularly to the rivers Mobile and Mississippi. This enabled and served to sustain and protract this long and expensive war, as large sums in bullion were being sent by the king's subjects to French hands. This ignominious trade was a danger. 89 It was pronounced correctly. The only trouble was that already these Virginians were swiftly moving beyond seeing themselves as true king's subjects. Actually, a dominant theme of the 1756 war, which makes it a virtual dress rehearsal for the 1776 conflict, was the repeated accusation that settlers were double-dealing, collaborating with the French, as redcoats fought them. "I have undoubted proofs," said the leading redcoat, Lord Geoffrey Amherst, in 1762, of the enemy being supplied with provisions from almost every port on the continent of North America, though at that precise moment there was the greatest demand for provisions to supply the king's troops. 90 While the redcoats were battling to seize Cuba and relieve pressure on beleaguered settlers, Lord Geoffrey knew that merchants, particularly those of Pennsylvania and New York, were entering into schemes for supplying the Havana with provisions. 91 Pitt had also heard from Governor Shirley of Massachusetts, who too was outraged by the pernicious trade carried on by the northern British colonies to the French settlement in Hispaniola. 92 Shirley, who had traveled from South Carolina to the Bahamas by early 1760, found this to be a very large trade and very lucrative, involving about 80 or 90 vessels. 93. Settlers had their own complaints. Affluent Carolinians could not have been pleased when European settlers were dispatched in late 1761 to Barbados, where they had a chance to witness the spectacle of great exertion in raising 500 volunteers completely armed and clothed and 500 Negroes similarly outfitted. There were 300 Negroes at Antigua and an expectation that other islands will raise their proportions. 94 In Barbados, Carolina's progenitor, any master with 30 or more slaves was obliged to contribute 1 man to the armed force, with fines for non-compliance. 95 Carolina settlers may have wondered understandably about the long-term viability of their prized investment in human commodities when these Africans were arming nearby. Such conscription was even more necessary in light of shortfalls among mainland settlers. Reporting from Barbados, James Douglas in 1761 was waiting anxiously for forces from America, which, quite typically, had yet to materialize. Yet His Excellency and the gentlemen of this island, who had a more severe security challenge, were nevertheless very zealous in having voted and raised 500 white men and 600 Negroes to sustain the Crown's forces, which Antigua and the other islands will also do, Douglas added. This was crucial since he was expecting momentarily enemy privateers while his troops were busy in the intended attack. 96. As the pivotal year that was 1762 dawned, leading redcoats, not least due to resistance to military service on the mainland, were raising a corps of Negroes for service in Jamaica with the aim of attacking Cuba and marauding as far afield as New Orleans. Thousands of men were involved, though still expected was a detachment from North America of provincials. Exquisitely detailed instructions were devised for the care and feeding of the latter. Special care should be taken to ensure that they be treated with all such proper attention and humanity, that they may not return home disgusted with the service, but on the contrary, will feel motivated to engage militarily on future occasions. But little attention was devoted to the problem created of having settlers serving in a similar capacity as those whom they viewed as slaves. Like an associative law of mathematics, did not that imply that these colonists were no more than despised Africans? In a stunning misunderstanding of provincials, London decided that the settlers and the Africans should have an equal share in all booty gained from the enemy in common with regular troops and in proportion to their respective numbers, rank and pay. In retrospect, given such a mandate, what may be shocking is that the revolt against British rule on the mainland commenced formally in 1776 and not 1762, or earlier, when this idea was first ventilated. Point 97. But did London have an alternative? Mainlanders were objecting strenuously to fighting, while the major population center of Africans, that was Jamaica, was typically afire, all this in the midst of a crucial war. In May 1762, Lord Albemarle spoke freely of the great utility of the slaves to Major General Monckton's army. I believe he had near 3,000 from His Majesty's Islands, made all the more important given the great uncertainty of his receiving any from Jamaica, as that island has been so much alarmed for some time past, compelling the redcoats to go on a buying spree. I purchased near 100 blacks at Martinique, with others bought at St. Kitts and Antigua. He wanted even more and was considering raising a corps of free Negroes besides, which could only give this group leverage that could be wielded in favor of abolition. Point 98. London was in a bind. Jamaica, it was said, alone could easily raise a great number of armed Africans, since there were 4 Negro towns and at least 600 who are all good marksmen, being the remains of the Negroes who were formerly in rebellion, bush fighting being their principal forte. Resorting to reliance upon Africans who had exacted more than their share of British blood was indicative of the quandary faced by London. Point 99. Mainlanders were not the only whites upset by the turn that this war was taking. As the siege of Havana was accelerating in August 1762, troops in nearby Guadeloupe focused on something else altogether. Subaltern officers were irked that they were to be deprived of rich spoils of war slaves. It was a subject of discontent, the lords of the treasury were informed. It was unclear if mainlanders were among the grousers, but surely their outlook was reflected among these malcontents, which suggested to London the problem of their inclusion within the ranks. Point 100. As the war gained momentum and the fecklessness of mainland settlers became more evident, Henry Ellis, who had served as governor in Georgia and knew well of the hair-pulling about slavery that occurred there, was toting up the changing situation. With Florida taken, London could then deprive the Negro of an asylum, a Spanish policy which had ruined many of the king's subjects in America and had left the southern frontier in a weak and unsettled condition, though the soil and climate were excellent. It was a single step from this realization to its complement, that a more forthcoming attitude toward Africans could reduce the need for asylum, transform the weak and unsettled frontier, and develop a more bountiful colonialism. Except this would have undercut the established policy of the settlers. Point 101. Gaining the Negroes to our interest, Ellis argued, by assuring them ample liberty and promising them lands on one of the neutral islands, where a black colony might be settled, would be highly useful to this nation. Speaking of Britain, though he did not consider that this prospect could terrify mainland settlers, who had been intimidated by St. Augustine for decades and were to be hounded by Haiti for decades to come. As for the settlers, he saw them as an attacking force against Havana, cannon fodder in a sense, since they were entirely free from danger, an opinion not widely shared on the mainland. Point 102. A 1756 law in troublesome Antigua illustrated the challenge to which Ellis responded. The small number of our able men and the nearness and populousness of the French islands make it absolutely necessary that our whole force should be constantly preserved in a good posture, and this could be accomplished by dint of the many free Negroes theretofore not incorporated into any of the regiments of this island. Yes, several fatal accidents had ensued previously from entrusting arms and ammunition with Negroes, but the present crisis did not admit many alternatives. With the need to curb restlessness among the unabashedly gladiatorial Africans of Antigua by building a buffer of free Negroes and the continuing security threat posed by European competitors, London was moving in a direction on this island that would have found favor with Ellis. 103. The 1756 war seemed to conclude with a smashing victory for London. Though popularly much of the subsequent analysis has focused on the ouster of France from Quebec, in terms of the slavery that provided propulsion to the mainland, the ouster of Spain from Florida, and from Cuba for a while, was decidedly more profound. The rear base and material aid for fleeing Africans was decimated, opening the door to increased importation of Africans to Georgia and Carolina particularly. The apparent eradication of the threat from both Spain and France to the mainland set the stage for the North American colonies to follow up aggressively on their wartime intimate dealings with London's European antagonists and forge what amounted to a de facto alliance against Britain, as was reflected in 1776. This was occurring as London was a few years away from a judicial ruling that seemed to suggest that abolition was arriving within the empire, and if Henry Ellis is to be believed, a reordering of the role of Africans in certain colonies was also in store, which would place them at odds with mainland provinces. Colonists paying attention may have noticed that beginning in the 1760s there were a string of cases in English courts concerning slavery in England. 104. France's ability to appeal to indigenes had provided sustenance for this war, and in its aftermath London chose to try to hinder settlers from moving further west, seizing their land and compelling Africans to work it. 105. These measures infuriated land speculators, notably in Virginia, including George Washington. 106. Thomas Jefferson, Arthur Lee, and Patrick Henry, that is, a murderer's row of rebels. Choctaws and other indigenes were undermined akin to Africans when European powers were ousted. This was good news for settlers, who could now take the land of the indigenes and deepen enslavement of the Africans. 107. The Virginia elite was also taken aback by the cooperation between Africans and indigenes during the war. What caused general consternation, according to a correspondent of the lieutenant governor, was indigenes saving and caressing all the Negroes, which seemed to be a prelude to an insurrection with the most serious consequences. 108. It was also noted with concern that the enslaved were convinced, as one Euro-Virginian admitted, that the French will give them their freedom, and the concomitant threat of slave uprisings shaped indelibly the colony's wartime mobilization. 109. The 1756 war, in short, lit a fuse that then exploded in a revolt against the crown in 1776. Likewise and not unrelated was the changed circumstance for captive Africans, who continued arriving by the boatload on the mainland but now found weakened rear bases in Quebec and St. Augustine, previously used to launch punishing attacks against British settlements. 8. From Havana to Newport, slavery transformed. Settlers rebel against London. By 1762, London had been at war for 6 years with France but also Austria and Russia and had suffered draining losses, worsened by mainlander desertions, mutinies, and general dissent, though the conflict in North America was, to a certain extent, for their benefit. During this time, Spain had been far from neutral, as its privateers preyed upon vessels sailing from New York to Jamaica in particular. Then Madrid chose to throw in its lot formally with the eventual losers and join their ranks. 1. The moral, political, and economic impact of the resultant fall of Havana in 1762 to British forces was incalculable. It was a mighty blow to Madrid's entire position in the hemisphere and, for our purposes here, was a major step toward the 1776 revolt. 2. Early in the climactic battle, a British officer noticed that those Cubans he was confronting were mostly mulattoes and Negroes. 3. London had its share too, as did the provinces, for the Earl of Albemarle was, he lamented, in despair because of a perceived deficit in this crucial sphere and emphasized the need to raise as many Negroes at any price as I cannot do without them. Left for further deliberation was how to forge cohesion among the diverse combatants. 5 The point was that both sides were enlisting armed Africans, which did not augur well for the mainland policy of intensified racist tyranny. Indeed, it would have been comprehensible if alert pro-slavery mainland settlers had been ringing dissonant alarm bells and shouting from the rooftops about this policy of arming Africans as a matter of state policy. Combined with creeping abolitionism in London and growing disgust there with provincial trading with the avowed enemies of the Crown, these were ominous signals that the colonial status quo was not sustainable. Furthermore, free trade in Africans mandated a deep and liquid market for this valuable commodity and often meant easing the sale of Africans throughout the Caribbean. This was one way to get rid of troublesome slaves, but those in this category were often in rude good health and robustly creative, so deporting them to a competitor made little sense at a time of conflict between empires. 6 One way out was to crush an opposing empire, hence the 1762 siege of Havana. Thus, the capture of Havana was greeted rhapsodically by some colonists on the mainland. The capacious harbor of Havana, where the galleons from Portobello and Veracruz rendezvous on their return to Spain, was a true El Dorado, thought the militant Boston cleric Joseph Sewall. 7 Other colonists acknowledged that they were aware that this venture was not in their best interests since they were not necessarily appreciative of the world historical significance of this campaign. Instead, many of them were angry, noticeably about the major casualties endured. It is estimated that about half of the provincials fell victim to various camp and tropical diseases, and a third of the entire force perished from such causes. The division of the booty was particularly outraging, not just sharing with Africans, but the lion's share was taken by redcoat officers. For example, a whopping 40% of the 1,000 men who departed Connecticut died, while those who returned to this colony took home about £1 for each private. 8 This paltry sum was doled out, though it was estimated that when Havana was conquered, as much as £10 million in goods and the like were seized, adding to a dissatisfaction that grew further in 1763 when the Crown sought to block colonists moving further westward. 9 In Pennsylvania, settlers in 1763 launched a paroxysm of violence targeting the indigenous, a trend that, according to one observer, evolved to the point leading up to and following 1776 whereby exterminating Indians became an act of patriotism. London's mandates against moving further westward and avoiding yet another conflict with indigenes was ignored flagrantly. 10 Fueling the growing anti-London revolt was the feverish hunger for the land of the indigenous that combined with the rapt desire to enslave Africans to toil on this very same land. Yet post-1763 London was perceived as a formidable hurdle to this remunerative process. In faraway Michigan, a reason besides the obvious seizure of land for this obsessive concern for indigenes was glimpsed. The Hurons were being pressed to deliver up Africans for various misdeeds with little tangible result, as evidence emerged of deepening collaboration between the two subordinate groups. 11 A tie that regurgitated the dire memories of the Yamasee War, decades earlier in Carolina. In the long run, an alliance between these two groups yoked to London could threaten settlers as a whole, as the 1812 war, a few decades later, demonstrated. 12 While colonists saw their profit-making thwarted, British royalty and leading officers reaped handsome dividends from the plunder of Cuba. The Earl of Albemarle and Admiral George Pocock took home hundreds of thousands of pounds by themselves. This division incensed provincials, while many Londoners found it hard to understand why the outcome of the 1756 war mandated that Florida would be retained and Cuba returned. 13 From the settler viewpoint, the maddening juxtaposition was the sight of Londoners reaping a beautiful bounty in Cuba, while they were barred from doing the same in the furthest reaches of the mainland. Outraging the colonists further was that after being blocked in what was deemed to be a fair share of the plunder of Cuba, they petitioned for land grants in the territory stretching west from Georgia and the Carolinas, but the Crown balked at what amounted to yet another war against the indigenous. This refusal was yet another step toward 1776, as the settlers ditched the Crown, embraced republicanism, which widened their base of support by retreating from rule by hereditary ancestry and moving toward rule by race, then moved aggressively to execute their land grab on territory to be worked by even more captive Africans. 14. In a series of swaps, London returned Cuba but ousted Madrid from Florida, which had a devastating impact on the fortunes of Africans in the region. When Spaniards departed in 1763, they were joined by numerous indigenes and Africans who wanted no part of Anglo-American colonialism. Though Negro freedom became a remote possibility in Florida during the following 20 years of British occupation, it is striking that this 14th colony did not revolt successfully in the years following 1776, and this may have been attributable to the lingering legacy of Fort Mose and St. Augustine and the militant legacy that railed against the pro-slavery project of the rebels. 15. Still, there was a discernible tension between mainland colonies now freed to pursue pro-slavery policies with gusto and London, which was more susceptible to hemispheric trends and had begun tiptoeing toward the antipode of 1776, 1772 and tentative abolitionism. After all, London had made extensive use of armed Africans during the 1756–1763 war, 16 not least during the all-important siege of Havana, and, unlike colonists, did not have to fret about this policy backfiring on the banks of the Thames, in contrast to settlers, who were justing for influence with Africans and the indigenous along the James River and other tributaries. London had its eye on Cuba for some time, as this strategically sited island commanded the entrance to the Gulf of Mexico and, appropriately, was shaped like a pistol pointing at the mainland. Havana supplied St. Augustine, which in turn threatened Georgia, Carolina, and points north and, thus, was targeted by the Redcoats in years immediately following the Stono Revolt. On June 8, 1742, a flotilla left Havana with a sizable complement of armed Africans. According to a witness, the design is to enter the province of Georgia, then proceed to the Carolinas and destroy whatever they can along the way, with the whole country to be sacked, inflicting a heavy blow on England. 17. There was also continuing concern about Africans in Jamaica deserting and receiving succor in Cuba to London's disadvantage, and as an outgrowth, the Redcoats sought to attract Africans from Cuba, which necessitated pursuing policies that would not necessarily be embraced on the mainland. 18 Throughout the 1740s, Havana remained in the crosshairs. 19 And in response, Spanish Cuba showed no surcease in arming Africans. 20 Which left London few choices beyond responding similarly. A problem for London, however, was that colonists often refused to accept the concept of Africans under Spanish jurisdiction being free and not enslaved. That is, if one from this category arrived at a mainland port, he was liable to be enslaved and sold, which was harmful to British-Spanish bilateral relations, not to mention giving these men even more incentive to desire war against the mainland. 21. The broader context was the transition from the Crown's emphasis on the Caribbean colonies to the mainland colonies, but the former were not to be dispensed with until the 20th century, and until that point, London found it difficult to pursue the kind of rigidly racist policies pursued in Georgia northward. Cuba, the largest Caribbean island by far, exerted magnetic pull on its neighbors, and the Crown found this hard to resist. By 1763, propagandists in London were assessing this context, and there was still no unanimity of opinion as to whether the mainland was more valuable than the Caribbean. To that extent, it became easier to bend to the Havana model. One analyst sought to split the difference and declare that both the mainland and the islands were equally valuable to London, though it was added purposively, all possible care should be taken to prevent His Majesty's subjects from purchasing sugar, rum, and particularly molasses in the French islands, by prohibiting their importation into North America. When pursued, such an approach was destined to alienate mainland merchants who had profited handsomely over the years from thumbing their noses at such policies. As this analyst saw it, there was a seamless garment that linked Great Britain, Ireland, North America, the West India Islands and Africa, and this integrated commerce with the slave trade as the essential glue was of greater advantage to this country, than all our trades whatsoever. It was hoped that the war with France would provide the Crown with more leverage in obtaining the Africans deemed to be most valuable from the Gold Coast, Popo and Ouida, who were most valuable for the laborious cultivation of sugar cane, since their experience in very barren areas made them ideal and exceedingly adaptable workers for extremely fertile areas. Besides, this part of West Africa may have contained more gold than Brazil, increasing its value. The 1756–1763 war was critical in hammering Paris and Madrid in the region, and, if French Hispaniola could be detached from the mainland, this would improve the fortunes of London's sugar colonies. Moreover, with the defeat of Spain in Cuba, London could begin to challenge in the lucrative metals market, in which Peru and similar colonies had become hegemonic. 22. At this juncture, ever greater victories seemed to loom for the Crown, with France and Spain humiliated. Madrid was denuded of about 20% of its entire navy with its 1,762 defeat, undermining its ability to defend Cartagena and points southward. The relative ease with which Havana was taken left little doubt as to which European power was destined for hemispheric, perhaps global hegemony. But a closer look revealed that this immense victory contained the seeds of an immense setback. The British plan to take Havana involved a combined force of 4,000 redcoats and provincials, a regiment of 500 free Negroes and 2,000 enslaved Africans from Jamaica, and a number of pilots from the Bahamas who were familiar with the north coast of Cuba. 23. One did not have to be a sociologist to envision that it would not be easy to mesh such a force, particularly the provincials, with the Africans. The plan of attack was well considered also. Before the actual assault, London informed Governor William Henry Lyttelton of Jamaica of the need to recruit a certain proportion of free Negroes in this expedition, since such would greatly contribute to the success of the enterprise. A considerable number of slaves too had been found extremely useful in the late war with Spain. So, Lyttelton was instructed to rustle up 2,000 slaves at Jamaica for immediate service. 24. Sending them abroad did seem a better idea than allowing them to create a ruckus at home, particularly considering that as of 1760 Jamaica was, per usual, aflame. Besides, as of June 1762, the Earl of Albemarle was issuing a typical plaint, "I wish the North Americans were arrived." 25. As the moment approached to storm the beaches of Cuba, the cry rose, "The more Negroes, we have the better." 26. As they were much wanted. 27. Recalled fondly by one leader was the great utility of the slaves to Major General Monckton's army at the reduction of Martinique. I believe he had near 3,000 from His Majesty's Islands. 28. These Africans from Martinique also proved to be valuable in the taking of Havana. 29. This absence of mainlanders was even more inopportune, for at a crucial moment of empires clashing, some of His Majesty's most important subjects were missing in action. Moreover, free Negroes in Jamaica, perhaps smarting from previous mistreatment by the Crown, did not seem enthusiastic about joining this expedition. Perhaps they realized that if captured in battle, they could easily be re-enslaved, or that, by foul means, some who marched beside them under the Union Jack might devise the devious idea of seeking to manacle them. In addition, Jamaican planters were at that point reluctant to commit their most valuable property, fearing losses and inadequate compensation. So the Crown was reduced to heading to Martinique to buy Africans there, which was not the ideal way to build an invading force. 30. When the mainlanders did finally turn up, according to Lieutenant General David Dundas, they were more prone to retreat than advance and were more sickly than most, as they wilted under the summer heat of Cuba. 31. To be fair, the Earl of Albemarle, who may have been more dedicated to this mission than most, confessed in June 1762 that a hot climate does not agree at any time with my constitution. 32. So he too was melting in the warmth. There was a perception that Africans fared better than Europeans in warmer weather, an environment that characterized the Caribbean and a good deal of South America, and with that idea in mind, a far-sighted Londoner could easily envision the continued deployment of Africans to wrest territory away from Madrid. In July 1762, redcoats were busily bombarding Havana and its obstinate and gallant defense, but this burdensome task was complicated by increasing sickness of the troops, the intense heat of the weather and the approaching rainy season. This obviated, said the Earl of Albemarle, my being so sanguine as to our future success against the town, particularly as we have no news of American reinforcement. 33 After Havana had been conquered, the Earl of Albemarle, now better acquainted with the climate, found it to be certain that the only season in the year for troops to act is from the beginning of November to the latter end of March. 34. It was stressed to Admiral Pocock that he should purchase Africans at any price and obtain as many Negroes as possible, which gave automatic leverage to counterparties, 35 Africans not least. Thus, His Majesty's finest officers in the spring of 1762 were scurrying about the Caribbean, not just to Martinique but to St. Kitts and Antigua too, seeking Africans for an important invasion. A number of them were to be armed. 36 This want of men makes our situation rather ticklish, said one British leader, as at a critical moment he was reduced to trying to hope for the best. 37. By June 1762, Admiral Pocock was told that armed Negroes under the Union Jack had landed in Cuba, though in disguise. 38 But at that point, the Redcoats realized they may have been outfoxed, for it was then that Admiral Pocock was informed that their foes had seized the opportunity to attack the Crown from the north, that is, Spanish and French battleships were spotted near Newfoundland at a time when protection of this coast was entirely bare from Canada to Florida. This was incomprehensible to General Amherst, since parts of their own dominions are at stake in the Caribbean, though he recognized instinctively that his foes were capable of creating great mischief. 39 Alarmingly, cried Sir Francis Bernard, there is not a man of war north of Virginia. 40 This emergency meant that the Redcoats scrambled to divert forces to the north. 41 Possibly jeopardizing the potent Cuban mission. This had to be done since a report from Halifax revealed that internal enemies, the Indians and Acadians, 42 were on the march, all of which enhanced the need for more Africans, as it led to searching questions as to why settlers could not protect adequately His Majesty's colonies. Meanwhile, back in Cuba, a spirited defense had been mounted. A detachment of armed Negroes and mulattoes with each corps was spotted under the Spanish flag. 43 Finally, in August 1762, troops from New York arrived in the theater of conflict, the excuse for their tardiness being they had fallen in with 3 French men of war and some frigates and suffered a great loss, which would have been much greater had the French acted with vigor and judgment. 44 It was hard to ignore the reality that by the time these mainland mailingers arrived, Havana grandees were already contemplating the wording of the Articles of Capitulation. Provincial tardiness notwithstanding, Havana was taken. It was a glorious conquest, said the beribboned Robert Monckton, who was uniquely qualified to make such a pronouncement. 45 Actually, said another interlocutor, it was the most glorious stroke that ever was struck by British arms. 46 The attack was so vigorous and impetuous, said the Earl of Albemarle, that the enemy was instantaneously driven from the breach. 47 The Spanish endured a considerable loss, he added, with upwards of 3,000 sick and wounded jammed in the churches and convents, as bodies were being buried hurriedly. Bursting with ambition, he targeted New Orleans next, though he acknowledged, my army is very much reduced and needed more than a little rest and good food, which he thought will soon recover them. Cuba needed to be properly secured too, which required even more troops. 48. Still, it was unclear when another time would arise when veritable eternal foes would be so frantically on the run, and the Earl of Albemarle was baying for blood. Why not take St. Augustine and Pensacola? I should imagine that a conquest might easily be made, he opined. As for the eastern end of Cuba, it was a mere thorn in the side of the Jamaican people that should be removed. 49 Also slated to be removed, he thought, was the Bishop of Cuba, whom he found to be a very dangerous man, equal parts troublesome and impertinently litigious. 50. These were ambitious plans, and if history were a guide, armed Africans would be required, though official London did not seem to contemplate fully the danger of arming Africans to guard a system based on enslavement of Africans. Perhaps, like some analysts in the 21st century, elite Londoners were probably thinking excessively in class and ideological terms, assuming that armed and adequately compensated Africans would not necessarily sympathize with enslaved Africans. The Somerset case was now less than a decade away, and the Earl of Albemarle did not issue an edict freeing the enslaved. What he did do, however, was promulgate a measure bound to irk slave traders and others who were fans of free trade in Africans. Descending upon Havana were men from the mainland who had shown little compunction about enslaving just about any African within sight, and they may have thought that this island could absorb many more slaves. At that moment, there may have been about 32,000 slaves in Cuba and about 4,000 in Havana. 51 The measure crafted by the Earl of Albemarle pandered to the sentiment before adding carefully that in order to prevent many evils and abuses that would arise from an unrestrained importation of Africans, it is absolutely necessary to limit the number annually to be introduced. To do otherwise, he said, would be hurtful and prejudicial to London's other sugar colonies. Thus, John Kenyon was allocated the sole license and liberty of importing Negroes into the island of Cuba, which shall not exceed 2,000, that is, 1,500 males and 500 females, with imprisonment for those colonists so audacious as to disobey this edict. 52. This may have been seen as a sign of good faith by Africans instrumental in taking Havana, but it was not viewed similarly by many mainland settlers. It was a throwback to the era preceding the rise of the separate and private traders, an enhancement of the crown and a blow to the proliferating class of merchants. It was a defeat for free trade and the sweet magic of the marketplace it was thought to bring. It was the kind of burdensome regulation and government interference in commerce that was to leave Republicans drunk with rage for years to come. Nevertheless, the Crown had reason to be disappointed with the response of the planter class regionally, whose interests were now being protected by limiting imports of Africans to Cuba, since they either held back on committing the enslaved to battle or charged a pretty penny for their services or sought to finagle unwarranted compensation in the event of casualties. 53 Mainland settlers were lollygagging and seemed in no hurry to join the fray and were blocking the integration of Acadians into their community, while some Irish and Scots were deemed to be of questionable reliability. Besides, there had already been loud mutterings about independency in North America. Recruiting armed Africans was, in a sense, the least bad option. Yet even this seemingly shrewd calculation elided the overriding contradiction. Considerations of class and ideology aside, how long could one depend upon armed Africans to protect a despotism based on battering Africans? For as long as mainlanders were determined to equate African with slave, even well-compensated men of ebony would be in jeopardy. The settlers evaded this aching anomaly when, after independence, they moved to open the doors wide to further migration to their shores of Europeans from the Atlantic to the Urals, thereby eluding the religious Cold War, hastening the forging of a truer whiteness, though still marred by a disuniting anti-Catholicism and a continuously eroding anti-Semitism, and trying to make sure that weapons were kept far distant from the eager arms of Africans. In short, the option that prevailed in the Republic was securing white men in arms to protect a system based on enslavement of Africans while expropriating indigenes' land. The upshot of the 1756–1763 war was to provide an energy boost for the slave system, which is why there was so much anger on the mainland about London's decision to limit the slave trade to Cuba during its brief rule. Compared to the island, by the 1770s heavy importations to the mainland meant the market for the enslaved there was, in a sense, glutted. 54 This suggested that a bounteous profit could have been made by exporting Africans from the mainland to the island. Thus, shortly after the war ended, a London bureaucrat noticed that the number of Negroes is constantly increasing in America, particularly since there was more care in breeding them than is taken in the West Indies. Their number had doubled in recent years in Rhode Island, while those in New York had grown to about 14,000 and Pennsylvania's was reaching toward 20,000. This bureaucrat concluded that if their growing number was taxed, it would both decrease their growth and encourage the deployment of more European servants. 55 But bureaucratic blather about limiting the number of mainland Africans had been spilling forth for years with little visible impact, which suggested that the Crown was not in touch with reality. Hence, despite this bureaucratic admonition, by the early 1770s Africans were flooding into the mainland, particularly to Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia. Part of this trend was a rush to acquire the enslaved in response to the non-importation agreements targeting London, that is, mainland rebels disgusted with London not least because of taxes imposed to pay for the costs of the 1756 war had moved to curb trade with the British Isles, which had the not accidental impact of strengthening mainland merchants and weakening metropolitan competitors. Naturally, after Madrid was ousted from Florida, imports of Africans gyrated upward since flight southward was curbed, which should have conciliated those colonists upset with the Cuban limitations. 56 But this too brought complication since this peninsular province was close to the Bahamas, and there were mostly blacks and mulattoes, it was reported in 1768, who possessed a very bold and daring spirit which makes it necessary to have a proper force, that is, a garrison as soon as possible. 57 The 19th century would reveal that the Bahamas presented a threat to mainland slavery just as Spanish Florida had earlier. 58 For ineluctably, those Bahamians with arms would include Africans, complicating the existence of slavery there and in Florida. And since Cuba was back in Spanish hands, the opportunity was reignited for Havana to resume its noisome meddling in the internal affairs of British colonies. Africans were continuing to flee from British soil now the Bahamas to Havana, which, said a leading official, was very detrimental to His Majesty's subjects here whose property chiefly consists of their slaves, a practice worsened by Cuba's claim that sanctuary was provided under the ridiculous pretense of their becoming Catholic. 59 Those who had fled, he said, were engaged in turtling and had managed to get within 10 leagues distance from Cuba. 60 Thus, by 1769, the Captain General in Havana was arguing that he had no authority to deliver up the fugitive Negroes of the island, which suggested that the problem of fugitive slaves from Georgia had migrated even more from Florida to Cuba. 61 A further complication was the evident discord that accompanied the British takeover in St. Augustine, where the African presence was easily detectable. Whenever a fire broke out or a robbery occurred, the Negroes were immediately suspected. 62 It did not take long for a British subject to counsel the arrival of more Germans from the Rhine and Protestants from the southern provinces of France, not to mention migrants from the islands of Greece. 63 But would bringing in more nationals from the eternal foe across the channel in the shaky name of whiteness actually resolve or exacerbate Britain's underlying security problem? For consistent with past practice, the victory in the war just seemed to be a timeout before the Catholic powers reloaded. Even after Havana had been seized and Spain was reeling, Whitehall, that is to say, official London, continued to warn leaders in Virginia that the French and Spaniards in Florida and Louisiana have long, and too successfully inculcated an idea amongst the Indians, that the English entertain a settled design of extirpating the whole Indian race, with a view to possess and enjoy their lands. 64 This was a perceptive prediction as things turned out, but it also outlined neatly how venturesome settlers' dreams were seemingly designed to deliver war, while draining London's pocketbook. Thousands of miles to the south, Madrid and London clashed over control of what came to be referred to as the Falklands by the latter and the Malvinas by the former. 65 A controversy that stretched into the 21st century. By late 1770, William Bull of South Carolina was being warned that a declaration of war with Spain was daily expected, 66 which meant renewal of what it had been thought the war had solved, that is, Madrid's encouragement of slave revolts, along with more frazzled nerves leading to hasty and ill-measured decisions by provincials. Spain's aggressiveness and the supposed inability of the war that had concluded in 1763 to resolve matters satisfactorily can be overstated. For fortunately for slave owners, those in Georgia found that the pursuit and return of fugitive slaves was much simpler and easier once London took over Florida. 67 The African population of Georgia was growing steadily, and with it the inevitable revolt. By 1765, a number of fugitives banded together and withdrew into the swamps along the Savannah River and at times made marauding forays into neighboring colonies. A few years later, Africans fresh off the boat from their homeland went on a rampage and slaughtered their overseer in the field, killed 3 more Europeans, and wounded others before being overwhelmed. 68 Confident that capital loss in the form of fleeing Africans would now be curtailed, slaveholders in Georgia went on a frantic buying spree, despite the danger of such a course. The Caribbean was the principal source for those Africans entering by sea via Savannah and Sunbury, a reflection of the retrenchment from that region driven in no small part by the seeming inability to suppress Maroons in Jamaica and plotters in Antigua and elsewhere. John Laurens, member of both a prominent Republican and leading slave-dealing family in Carolina, in the late 1760s warned hirelings bringing Africans from Jamaica, "Be very careful to guard against insurrection. Never put your life in their power for a moment, since slaves were antagonists who could never be fully trusted." 69 This tempestuous though not inaccurate advice was a reflection of the turmoil brought by steady arrivals from a rebellious region. 70 Thus, the enslaved population increased exponentially, growing from 600 in 1751 to 15,000 in 1775, with the Caribbean being the major source in the early period and Africa in the later. With such an increase arrived a destabilizing delirium driven by fear of the ultimate intentions of this abused property, frenzy that was hardly assuaged when it appeared that London was moving either toward abolition or conciliating Africans or both. Strikingly, it was in Jamaica that a trend also arose that was to sweep the mainland, planters and merchants analogizing their relationship to London as that of slave to master. 71 Astute Londoners came to realize that there was a dialectical connection between the extraordinary brutalizing of Africans by planters and merchants and the concomitant fear that a worse fate would befall these elites. Surely, the growing spate of slave conspiracies that accompanied and followed the 1756 war were designed to provide these entrepreneurs with an indication that their worst phantasms could easily become realities. Apparent overtures by the Crown to the Africans did little to dissipate these febrile fears. In retrospect, the elite's real trepidations about being overrun by Africans might have driven this fear of their becoming enslaved, a trend that was also evident on the mainland. In the mid-1760s, North American slave dealers began importing Africans from Martinique despite their widespread reputation for hell-raising, causing officialdom to force the return to the island of some of them. 72 One scholar has asserted that this massive influx from the Caribbean changed the culture of the mainland enslaved. 73 If so, it contributed immeasurably to a pre-existing combativeness, adding to the colonists' malaise as they faced off with London and its growing abolitionism. The arrival on the mainland of Africans from the Caribbean was even more remarkable since there was a general and understandable suspicion of Africans arriving from this tumultuous region. 74. The high-strung dread of slaveholders was not altogether misguided. For example, in what was to become the British colony of Guyana, an Akan leader from West Africa known simply as Cuffy led a fierce revolt of 2,500 of the enslaved, who were well armed and for a while claimed to have seized power in the 1760s. 75 This rebellion in Berbice on the northern coast of South America was thus subject to manipulation by Madrid. Africans visited bloody retribution on the most odious of slaveholders. 76 There were two destructive fires of suspicious origins. In Barbados in 1766, in a colony where European settlers were outnumbered by Africans by at least 4 to 1. 77 In Tobago, the years 1770 to 1774 were each marked by violent slave revolts, with rebels holding out for periods ranging from 11 days to 6 weeks, with 80 Europeans all told being slain. In Dominica, Africans were poisoning Europeans with hugely fatal effects, while in the British Windward Islands, there were numerous instances of Africans slaying their masters with knives and other weapons. 78 By 1773, redcoats were strapped while seeking to overturn a fierce rebellion of the enslaved in the nation that became Belize. 79 Like a firefighter besieged by a corps of energetically dedicated arsonists, redcoats were scurrying from pillar to post in a vain attempt to dampen flames. While as some Londoners saw things, mainlanders were busily bringing even more pyromaniacs to town. Uneasiness about the Caribbean meant that some Georgians also established their own transatlantic connections and participated directly in the slave trade following the war and the years leading up to 1776. Thus, nearly as many enslaved Africans arrived there in 1765 as had reached the colony from overseas during the preceding 15 years. In each of the years stretching from 1770 to 1774, over 1,100 enslaved Africans arrived, with the apex arriving in 1774. It was Georgia that in 1774 opposed initially and adamantly a provision put forward by the rebels in their Continental Congress, establishment of which was a concrete step toward independency which would have discontinued the slave trade. In coming decades, mainland slave traders were to replace their British counterparts as champions of the slave trade and, thus, had a financial incentive to break decisively with the Crown. Some Georgians in the days following the colony's establishment in 1733 had warned that allowing the wicked Negro merchants to establish a toehold would turn into a foothold, as they used their heft in crop production to dominate the entire economy. Predictably, slave dealers leveraged their clear advantages at settlement time following harvests to strengthen their overall position in other commercial endeavors, a trend which was of great moment for the future of the rebels. 80. In neighboring South Carolina, there was so much concern about the mass arrivals of Africans in the 1760s that one settler thought it would be unwise to continue eliminating the indigenous, since their lands would soon be reoccupied by runaway Africans, who would soon become even more formidable enemies than the indigenes. These Africans, this internal enemy, it was emphasized, were daily increasing, and over these we ought to keep a very watchful eye, lest they surprise us, leading to the settlers' common death. 81. Charleston had the largest Negro population of any city on the mainland, constituting about half of the city's population by 1765 and 61% of the entire colony. Adding to the flux was the importation of 42,000 Africans between 1760 and 1774. Characteristically, in December 1765, rumors spread through Charleston of an impending revolt of the enslaved. 82. Imports of Africans were especially high in 1765, and there were several encampments of runaways near the Savannah River for these recent arrivals to reside in, if they had the gumption. 83. Hefty rewards for these subversives were offered, with little noticeable impact on their running amok. 84. As they were reported as continuing in their depredations on the inhabitants in that neighborhood with impunity, setting fires, a white child was burned to death, stealing, firing weapons randomly at settlers, and the like. 85. By one estimate, between 1769 and 1773, the African population of this colony leapt from 80,000 to 110,000, bringing with it difficult adjustments for all. Newly arrived immigrants, journeymen, apprentices, even slave-holding master mechanics were not completely satisfied with a system whereby their livelihood was being challenged and undercut by a flood of slave labor. This cutthroat competition brought unsteady employment for many of them, but this did not necessarily turn them against slavery, as there was an outweighing fear of an actual cutthroat revolt of the enslaved. Instead, it formed a basis for dissatisfaction with London, which was seeking to restrain these same men from moving westward. It also brought unity with other elites, who were difficult to cross in any case. 86. There was a similar concern about how slavery was distorting the labor force in Virginia. 87. Which did not seem to produce abolitionists either. The leading anti-London rebel, Christopher Gadsden, like Lawrence, his fellow Carolinian, was immersed in the issue of slavery. He was a trailblazer in terms of forging white unity bonds forged between and among European settlers across class and, at times, ethnic and religious lines in the face of a Negro majority. It was a variation of the long-standing argument that the actual cutthroat threat from Africans should be sufficient for such unity, that is, that the prospect of slave insurrection should remind the white poor of their presumed identity of interests with their racial brethren, who happened to be filthily wealthy planters and merchants. Gadsden's view was that the elite should at least be seen as fulfilling obligations to those who were less affluent. Without this maneuver, he said, it would be little less than madness to keep importing Africans. 88. Thus, in South Carolina near the same time, far-reaching apprehension was expressed about the presence of so many Africans, referred to by one observer as an internal enemy that one day may be the total ruin of the province. 89. Brouhahas about taxes and revolts were spreading in the aftermath of the 1756 war, indicating that a crisis was morphing into something far more dangerous. In North Carolina, strenuous objection was raised in 1765 to taxes to be imposed upon imported Africans, an impost that helped to ignite revolt. 90 The objectors did not seem to connect the continuing influx of Africans with what was confronted in 1766, a general insurrection of our Negroes, as Lord Charles Greville Montagu of South Carolina put it. The preceding Christmas of 1765, many of the Africans had fled to the swamps, and he then sensed that a dangerous conspiracy and insurrection was intended. Heedlessly, Africans kept arriving, which said one Carolinian must render the settlers less formidable to a foreign or an Indian enemy. 91 By 1767, reports trickled in from one key county about armed runaways raising a ruckus. 92. Similar apprehensions about revolt had occurred to Virginians, notably when in 1765 legislators found it necessary to pass 5 bills concerning slaves committing capital crimes and for the more effectual punishing of conspiracies and insurrections of them. 93 Just before that, an African by the name of Bob was on trial for administering poison to a physician. 94 In 1767, a man described as a respectable member of the community warned bluntly that enslaving Africans was dangerous. Pointing to ongoing insurrections in Jamaica, to imagine, he concluded, that we shall be forever exempted from this calamity, is an infatuation as astonishing as it will be surely fatal. 95 This respectable man may have been reacting to contemporaneous news from the unbridled Isles due south, wherein elites were requesting reinforcements for protection and security from rebellious and runaway Negroes and an invasion by foreign enemies in case of a war. 96 In 1770. An insurrection was detonated in Hanover County, resulting in a pitched battle between 15 settlers and almost 50 Africans. 97 That same year, there was a huge and raging fire at Shadwell Plantation in this province, thought to be set by the enslaved. Thomas Jefferson's prized violin was barely rescued. 98. There was a great increase in the number of Africans in Jefferson's homeland between 1727 and 1769. But after 1772 these numbers began to decline. Most of these Africans were arriving from Africa, not the Caribbean, but as is apparent this did not seem to suggest that they were less willing to revolt. 99 In Virginia, founding father George Mason echoed this viewpoint, reminding that the primary cause of the decline of Rome was introduction of great numbers of slaves. 100 Subsequently, it was Mason who raised the specter of the reviled Oliver Cromwell and his instructions sent to Virginia to arm the enslaved if need be, to restrain the settlers, and the long ago dangerous insurrections of the enslaved in Greece and Sicily. 101 Such sobering sentiment recurred on the mainland as settlers began to contemplate the idea that London would arm Africans in order to crush their bubbling revolt. It has been acknowledged that in South Carolina the decision to revolt against London was made simpler by the sentiment that the Crown could no longer ensure domestic tranquility and was, in essence, seeking to turn slaves against their low country masters, leaving slaveholders with no choice but to create a new authority, not least to more effectively suppress Africans. 102 The point here is that this feeling was not exclusive to South Carolina alone. For in Boston, there were weighty concerns about Africans too, this time of the armed variety, for the Crown had dispatched Negro troops there at a moment when there was already proliferating bigotry. In 1768, redcoat officers encouraged some of these Africans to attack their masters and, in a final flourish, asserted that they should be able to drive all the Liberty Boys to the devil. Outraged, several Bostonians lodged complaints about a dangerous conspiracy. Unsurprisingly, this incident stirred acidulous consternation and caustic concern about London's long-term plans. Unsurprisingly still was the reality that among the leading slaveholders and rebels were Samuel Adams, John Hancock, and James Otis. New England had been the epicenter of the slave trade for decades, and it was the region's leading personality John Adams who, it was reported, resorted to racism in opposing the Stamp Act of 1765. 103 Not incongruous was the fact that before 1770 the majority of pro-slavery rebuttals seeking to refute a growing stream of British abolitionist propaganda emerged from the mainland colonies, particularly those of the North. 104. Hence, when in the post-war era Massachusetts and other colonies moved to bar the further importation of enslaved Africans into the province 105. Arguably this was due to prejudice and unease about the continuing and dangerous presence of this stigmatized group as much as humanitarianism. In Connecticut in the early 1770s, attempts were made to limit the presence of enslaved Africans because it was injurious to the poor and inconvenient, with fines assessed to those who disobeyed. 106 Inconsistent with Boston, in any case, was the haughty rebuff in 1767 given to a bill shaped by the Quakers introduced in Newcastle, Delaware, designed to ban the further importation of Africans. 107 Rhode Island revealed the Janus-faced approach of the colonies to the slave trade, as voyages from Newport reached their apex in 1772.108. As 1776 approached, colonists were torn about slavery and the slave trade. What has been represented subsequently as abolitionist sentiment was more of a fear about the dangerous presence of so many Africans perceived as agents of various powers and their impact, as Connecticut suggested, on the poor, that is, Europeans with little means of support. On the other hand, slavery was a major source of wealth, and repudiating it meant repudiation of powerful elites, which would be difficult at best. Thus, in the spring of 1772, official Virginia railed against importation of slaves, particularly since it greatly retards the settlement of the colonies with more useful inhabitants and may in time have the most destructive influence. 109 This latter point was notably true, but this did not necessarily suggest abolitionist influence, but pointed to a future when the Old Dominion would gain added notoriety as a breeder and exporter of Africans. Colonists were upset with the taxes imposed by London to pay for the costs of war and colonization. 110 Though, as we have seen, objections to taxes in, and by, the colonies long preceded 1763.111. Understandably, enslaved Africans were a major target for taxation since they were one of the most significant repositories of wealth. Besides, taxation could restrain importation of a force liable to ally with indigenes and foreign invaders alike, to the detriment of settlers. 112 However, such taxes were at times seen as cutting into the profits of powerful slave traders and hampering further economic development, for which slave labor was seen as the ne plus ultra. 113 Thus, His Majesty was told that increased taxes on slaves were a prejudice and obstruction to commerce, notably discouraging the culture of tobacco and by raising its price to lessen its consumption and consequently the national revenue. 114 Some men in the Rhode Island elite argued passionately that the Sugar Act hindered severely their capacity to engage in slave trading to Africa. 115 Naturally, some men within this elite chose this moment as they did during the war to engage in arbitrage as between this elite and London. This list included Aaron Lopez, a whaler, smuggler, and slave trader in Newport, who capitalized handsomely as a battle raged between conservative anti-London merchants and wealthy landowners, on the one hand, and another group of merchants, on the other. In 1765, the Sons of Liberty declared a non-importation initiative targeting the receipt of all British goods to protest the Stamp Act, promulgated in London, but this did not deter Lopez and others. 116 Disunity within the elite did not necessarily stultify secessionist plans. Instead, such fractiousness may have contributed to increased desperation, ill-feeling, and impaired judgment. Meanwhile, in London, colloquies erupted in 1766 concerning the Stamp Act. One lawmaker argued that the price of an effective male slave had fallen from £80 to 50 since this bill was enacted, but this was countered by the allegation that the number of ships heading to Africa had fallen virtually to zero. It was suggested that not a vessel will go as long as the sugar duty and molasses duty continue. The exportation of lumber and British manufactures must fall in proportion. 117. Post-war euphoria had given way to gloom and doom. The torrential inundation of Africans crashing onto the shores of the mainland, bringing with them more horrid scenes of inhumanity and the reality that Madrid in particular held an advantage over London because of its differing attitude toward the Negro and eagerness to arm him, All served to propel a transformative abolitionist movement. 118 This in turn served to heighten apprehensions on the mainland as to what was London's ultimate intention concerning Africans and settlers, that is, would the former be deployed to impose discipline on the latter, an abrupt turnabout from the tyrannical bigotry and slave labor camps that had become de rigueur? In that context, June 1772 proved to be a watershed, clarifying in the eyes of many settlers that London was moving toward abolition, which could jeopardize fortunes, if not lives, as Africans seeking retribution were unleashed. This was the import of Somerset's case, but, likewise, the same could be said of the Gaspee affair, which took place days before this important ruling was made in London. There had long been an illicit trade carried on in Narragansett Bay in Rhode Island. Taking note of the trade carried on by some settlers during the war with the French and as part of the post-war dispensation, London placed armed vessels there in 1764, which was not accepted with equanimity by settlers, particularly when the Crown's military began stopping vessels and seizing some as complaints increased. As London saw things, this was all about piracy and illicit dealings. The settlers saw an attack upon commerce. A climax was reached on June 10, 1772 in the wee hours of the morning, when a brig arriving from Africa, the Gaspee, entered Newport and was boarded by officers of the Crown. In response, a mob of about 500 male settlers rioted, burning the British ship. Yet what seemed to inflame the settlers was not only that the miscreants were to be tried in London but that the chief witness against them was a Negro, raising unsettling questions about the presumed equality of this mudsill group. The rioters had conscripted Aaron Briggs for their escapade, oblivious to the growing idea that he might have more in common with the Crown than with the settlers. He was to serve as a witness against one of the colony's elite and a prominent pro-slavery advocate, John Brown, whose surname was bestowed upon a university in Providence. "I saw John Brown fire a musket," said Briggs, "and the captain of the schooner immediately fell from the place he was standing." The proclamation of King George III said that members of the crew of the vessel were dangerously wounded and barbarously treated. The Earl of Hillsborough apparently did not grasp the graveness of what his comrade on the scene told him about the Browns, the principal people of that place, the ringleaders in this piratical proceeding, that is, should they arrest the parties charged by the Negro Aaron. Briggs, described variously as a mulatto lad of about 16 years of age, he may have been 18, was at the heart of a dispute that deepened the schism between the Crown and the mainland. Speaking from Boston, Governor Thomas Hutchinson was enraged by so daring an insult, which was guaranteed to rouse the British lion, which has been asleep these 4 or 5 years. Brown and his companions should be arrested and tried, he concluded. Settlers were equally furious, with one local writer calling himself Americanus carping about a Star Chamber Inquisition and adding that to be tried by one's peers is the greatest privilege a subject can wish for. Indeed, it was said, to live a life of slaves is to die by inches. The youth who actually knew something about slavery, Briggs, had been bound as an apprentice at the age of 5 until reaching 24 as a laborer on a farm. He was carrying out a task near the shore when he was beckoned by those who were about to riot. He was given a handspike, the rest were armed with cutlasses and muskets. It was then that he spotted Brown and watched aghast as the attack unfolded. Daniel Hormondon, who was on the scene when Manhattan went up in flames in 1741, was dispatched to adjudicate in Rhode Island and found himself amidst a similar conflagration. He promptly informed London that the Negro evidence was at the foundation of this inquiry and had much plausibility. Worrisome was the state of anarchy that he espied not only in Rhode Island but, as well, in their sister colony Connecticut. In fact, the Crown knew that this case attracted great attention throughout the English colonies. The House of Burgesses in Virginia was among the official bodies that were up in arms, with Thomas Jefferson and Patrick Henry among those leading the clamor. Interestingly, and in a dramatic illustration of the contrasting dreams of Africans and Europeans on the mainland, Briggs may not have been forcibly drafted, as suggested, but sorrowing to the Gaspee and boarding it as a way to escape bondage, just as those who were with him saw attacking the Crown as a step toward liberation. 119. Understandably, Some analysts have concluded that this inflammatory incident was a crucial moment leading to an enhanced revolt against British rule. London long had been concerned with settlers' commercial activity, notably with France. Then there was the issue of being taken to London to be tried, but the accelerant that made this blaze difficult to contain was the presence of Aaron Briggs as the chief witness, signaling that the Crown was moving in a direction different from the settlers on the touchy question of Africans, which helped to solidify the gathering notion that London was moving toward having this despised group impose discipline on settlers. The Gaspee, a vessel 68 feet in length with 8 guns and a crew of about 30, became a tangible symbol of what settlers viewed as oppression. Interestingly, Rhode Island, where the slave trade had reached new heights and where smuggling was probably more developed than in all of North America, 120 reacted most strongly to this incident and, thus, could fairly be considered the actual cradle of revolt against the Crown, more than Boston or Lexington or Massachusetts as a whole. Apparently His Majesty himself took a personal interest in this case, and he may have been rattled by the fact that the decision was made to try the defendants in London precisely because it was felt that no Rhode Island jury would convict the defendants. It was this incident that led directly to the formation of the Committees of Correspondence and the Continental Congress. It was the first blow for freedom, crows one historian, greater perhaps than the more famous Boston Tea Party, which occurred over a year later, as many of those involved in burning the Gaspee later turned out to be important patriots. 121. Ezra Stiles, who also became a prominent patriot, confided to his diary that there was nothing more alarming and that nothing more contributed to establish a union and confederacy of the colonies than this incident. It was obnoxious, alarming, and arbitrary, he spat out, adding noticeably acerbic words about Briggs, the Negro Indian witness who seemed curiously tutored and instructed, adding to the perception that Africans were being used to bludgeon colonists. 122. Stiles's ire was a reflection of the growing conflict between the local elite flush with profits from the slave trade and the Crown. Besides Stiles, Nathaniel Greene, regarded as second to George Washington as a rebel military leader, was also involved. This was no scruffy mob that struck what could fairly be called the first sturdy blow for independency, but the local elite. Yet they were backed by others, insofar as the Crown's investigators could find hardly any to testify against them except, quite tellingly, Briggs. 123. By the fall of 1774, the revolt against British rule was evident, and the attack on the Gaspee was still at issue. A petition from the American General Congress to His Majesty objected to colonists being tried in London for offences committed in the colonies, which was both a harbinger of the U.S. argument about states' rights, vis-a-vis Washington, and an indicator that the productive forces, fueled by slavery, had grown to such a point in North America that it was viewing itself as a separate jurisdiction. But this petition, driven by the Gaspee, went further in its bill of particulars by questioning Parliament's moves in Quebec in abolishing the English and restoring the French laws and not cracking down more on the Roman Catholic religion throughout those vast regions that border of the westerly and northerly boundaries of the free Protestant English settlements. Also questioned was the continuing presence of the British Army in the colonies, and though it was not noted, racial incidents such as those that occurred in Boston in 1768 may have been a factor here too, for in full-throat declamation, the petition thanked the Creator since they were born the heirs of freedom and not in a land of slavery, that is, degraded into a state of servitude. 124. The more colonists analogized themselves to slaves, the more they revealed the nature of the society they sought to construct and how sensitive they were to tampering with its chauvinistic dynamics. The case of the Gaspee, according to one scholar, was a proximate cause that led straight to 1776 in that it led directly to the formation of the intercolonial web of alliances, the activities of which led relentlessly to colonial union and finally to successful collaboration in resisting British rule. 125. But standing in for Africans as a class, Aaron Briggs veered in a different direction. For just before the Gaspee, Lieutenant Governor William Bull of South Carolina had warned advisedly of the danger of seeming to place Africans on a footing of equality with their masters, as it might tempt slaves to make resistance and deter masters and managers from inflicting punishment with an exemplary severity which was so necessary. Thus, contrary to royal humanity, which argued otherwise, Bull demanded that a settler charged with slaying a slave should be spared the death penalty. 126 There was good reason for Briggs to side with London against the settlers and good reason for the latter to do otherwise. In the siege of Havana, the Crown confronted energized African troops who fought Africans under the Union Jack, as mainland settlers were deserting and mutinying. Allowing these Africans to share in the booty infuriated settlers, a state of mind that was worsened when the slave trade to Cuba was circumscribed and further movement westward in North America was obstructed. Then, to top it off, London sought to impose taxes on slaves and scuttle a profitable smuggling business, which often involved the slave trade, while seemingly, as with their booty decision, appearing to equate Africans with settlers in the case of Aaron Briggs, a proposition that still nettled decades later. 127. A disproportionate share of the colony's traffic in slaves was borne by Newport's ships, and striking at the ocean province could easily be seen as a blow against the entire slave system. Then in the 1770s, as anger at London was rising, the legislature in this maritime colony moved to penalize those who freed their slaves, as if to send a message to burgeoning abolitionist sentiment in London and to a future Aaron Briggs. 128. As the crisis with London accelerated, an opportunity arose for Africans to engage in arbitrage, playing upon the contradictions between the colonizing power and the settlers. 129 Just as they had taken advantage in the past of contradictions between settlers and the Catholic powers. But this proved to be a dangerous ploy when the settlers revolted successfully, driving London from the 13 colonies and leaving the Africans to confront the none too tender mercies of self-righteous republicans. These premonitory settler apprehensions flowing from Rhode Island may have dissipated in the fullness of time, but, instead, seemed to be realized when in June 1772, as the Gaspee was still being digested, the Crown appeared to be taking a step toward abolition of slavery within the empire, which marked yet another step toward independency of the mainland colonies. 9. Abolition in London. Somerset's case and the North American aftermath. As things turned out, June 1772 was not only on a level with July 1776 as a determinant of the future of British North America but, in a sense, was a necessary stepping stone to the latter, better recognized date. Slaveholders had long felt uncomfortable in London, objecting to disapproval there of their brutal floggings of their Africans and the perceived laggardness in retrieving runaways. As Somerset's case dragged on, more antipathy to slavery was engendered in the British Isles, further outraging colonists who had normalized this form of property as any other, like a steed or a parrot. When the abolitionist Granville Sharp bashed colonists in this regard, Benjamin Franklin struck back vigorously. When days after Gaspee the decision was rendered in Somerset's case and it was reported as ending slavery, the insecurity of slaveholders increased, while the self-assertion of the enslaved had a similar uptick. Some of the enslaved took the case as a cue to flee, with some seeking to make it all the way to London, while Charles Carroll of Maryland, one of the richest men in the colonies, experienced difficulty in disciplining his cocksure property almost from the time the case was rendered. Influential personalities in the metropolis were beginning to recoil at the enslaving habit of the colonists, spawning mutual rage that was not restrained when the latter began to argue that they, the settlers, were being treated like slaves by London. 1. Lost in the furor was the judge's limited decision freeing an enslaved African belonging to a settler, who had escaped to the metropolis. The Crown and the colonies might have been able to downplay this decision, taken alone, but given the preceding real and imagined slights, non-importation agreements, reluctant mainland conscripts, the specter of unleashing armed Africans against the settlers, it was not easy for an already tattered relationship to survive. Colonists refused to be short-sighted and insisted rightfully that just because the decision was limited to England did not mean that London would refuse for all time to extend its substance across the Atlantic. James Somerset, the ostensible cause of this turmoil though catapulted to fame in London, was born in Africa and was carted to Virginia by a slaver in 1749, at which time Charles Stoyart, a merchant of Scottish origin residing in Norfolk, purchased him. Somerset then moved at Stoyart's behest to Boston, then to Britain. That this case was seen as influencing the fate of slavery as a whole is evidenced by Stoyart's revelation that not himself but the West Indian planters and merchants were paying the fees for this case. Point 2 That this case was seen as embodying multiple ramifications was suggested by Somerset's multiple domiciles and, especially, his 4-year stay in Boston, where African insurgency seemed to be rising. Point 3 Stoyart, on the other hand, had distinguished himself earlier in the eyes of London, by performing civilities to the Spaniards in 1763, after which Francis Fauquier told him, "I will provide notice of your intention of going to London, who I doubt not will show you all civilities," which in retrospect, seems like anticipatory sarcasm. Point 4. The case that in June 1772 prompted a tsunami of abolitionism started innocently enough, according to counsel for the enslaved. It was on December 3, 1771 that the slave known as James Somerset was found to be shackled on a ship in the Thames bound for a westward destination when this matter was revealed to anti-bondage advocates. He had been bought in Virginia originally, but his tendency to bold led his master to seek to sell him to Jamaica, hence his being found on the Thames. A writ of habeas corpus was drawn up demanding that the body be produced before the courts. Somerset's counsel did little to suppress the concerns of slaveholders about the far-reaching nature of this case. Slavery produced a horrid train of evils, he argued, and if not checked, would proliferate in London, not just spreading from our own colonies, said counsel, but from Eastern Europe and Africa too, with destructive consequences, quite dangerous to the state. In words that colonists should have heeded, he warned that those who are excluded from the common benefits of the Constitution, are interested in scheming its destruction, and anybody familiar with the Maroon Wars in Jamaica or the history of South Carolina would know why he referred contemptuously to this pernicious institution that was slavery. Point 5. This case, as much as any other, demarcated the yawning gap between the colonies and the metropolis, underlining an identity in the former that was boldly different from the latter. This case, as much as any other, defined the emerging view which was to characterize the Republic's key leaders, a defense of slavery which confronted awkwardly the Crown's long-term interests in Cartagena, Havana, and St. Augustine. Point 6 This case, combined with the November 1775 bombshell dropped by Lord Dunmore in Virginia when he threatened to unleash armed Africans on a brewing revolt against the Crown, solidified opposition to London, ushered into existence a new republic, and ossified for decades to come a caste-like status for Africans, seen widely among settlers as thinly disguised revolutionaries eager to collaborate with foes of all sort to subvert the status quo. Point 8 Understandably, the only fitting rebuke for revolutionaries bent on abolishing private property, albeit in themselves, was a steely counter-revolution. The reading public had plenty of opportunity to parse the details of what came to be referred to as Somerset's case, which helped to harden the notion that London favored the enslaved over the slaveholder. This was understandable since, as the historian James Walvin sees it, this case in effect meant that enslavement was outlawed in England, 9, which illuminates why so many Africans were familiar with Lord Manfield's opinion. Point 10 Thus, understandably, the case was much discussed in Virginia, both in the press and face-to-face. 11 It was reported in at least 13 British newspapers, several widely circulated magazines, and almost 24 newspapers in North America. Contemporary analysts felt it had implications not just for the British Isles but its possessions too, and it is this perception that served to fuel anti-London sentiment, which was to detonate in 1776.12. Historian Stephen N. Wise argues that this case was even more influential in America than in London, with one observer at that time concurring, while moaning that the case would cheat an honest American of his slave. 13 Historian Michael Groth has a point in asserting that in one sense, slave-holding patriots went to war in 1775 and declared independence in 1776 to defend their rights to own slaves. 14. Actually, newspaper readers had much to ponder generally, notably in the Keystone Colony that was Virginia, for their headlines blared about Africans being armed by London 15 and Paris 16 suing for freedom in Scotland 17 and, naturally, plotting revolt in Jamaica 18. It would be easy for settlers to perceive that the worm was turning, that they were surrounded by Africans who could easily be enlisted by the colonizer to squash their incipient revolt, a perception that seemed to be realized in November 1775 with the remarkable edict of Lord Dunmore. Unsurprisingly, the momentous decision of June 22, 1772 was not embraced warmly by the majority of settlers. On the other hand, a Manhattan journal reported with skepticism about how on that pivotal day in London a great many other blacks came before Lord Mansfield, who had delivered the opinion of the court, and bowed first to the judges and then to the bar, with symptoms of the most extravagant joy. 19. This appreciation of Mansfield may have been a personal signal to this jurist, who had a young Negro woman living as a member of his family, generally unthinkable in North America, not to mention his being a powerful Scot, a part of the kingdom that was to distinguish itself as a fount of abolition. Following Mansfield's opinion, more cases followed his precedent, indicating that the appreciation of these Africans was well placed. 20. A self-described West Indian said in 1772 that the case was of full concern to America, and it had engrossed much of general expectation which could have well applied to both the Caribbean and the mainland. 4. It was announced portentously, this was a case not of slavery but of property, more than this, a type of property authorized by Parliament, and if property, therefore in Negroes, was repugnant to the law of England, it could not be the law of America. What next? Judicial activism abolishing private property in general? What was needed was both a strengthening of the demos, or at least those who were property owners and slave holders, and strengthening of parliamentary-style bodies, both of which were to be calling cards for rebels in 1776. Moreover, it was announced forebodingly, this case could well stir insurrections in America. And what about the impact in the homeland? This writer had traveled to France and saw hardly any Africans, a result of a conscious policy, since Paris was concerned that otherwise the race of Frenchmen would in time to come, be changed in stark contrast to London. But now with this decision, the sluice gates would be opened and Africans would now arrive in waves, meaning stain and contamination, not to mention the undoing of revenue-producing colonies. 21. Edward Long of Jamaica, who knew more than most how easy it was to rile up slaves, argued passionately that with this legal decision, slave-holding might perhaps be very well discontinued in every province of the North American continent, and surely it would harm profitability. More than this, it was a direct invitation to the Africans in the hemisphere to mutiny or flee to London. They would bribe captains to flee, thereby corrupting the well-wrought and profoundly crucial system of transport. It would empower competitors, especially Paris, and tear the empire apart. 22. A newspaper in Boston was among those that worried about the case's implications. 23. Journalists there may have learned about the enthusiastic reception for the Negro poet Phyllis Wheatley in London, which astonished even her. Samuel Estwick, not known to be one of her supporters and a confidant of planters in Barbados, felt that the case would inspire slave insurrections, which was understandable since they had been spurred by much less. 24. Another pro-slavery advocate said that slavery in the Americas was just a form of villeinage, and this institution continued in full bloom even after the Magna Carta. Besides, Georgia was a negative example of societies that barred slavery, bringing economic stagnation, and in any case, it did not deter other powers from pursuing enslavement. 25. But in the long run, it was Wheatley not Estwick whose perception about London's attitudes were more incisive, for it was in England that abolitionists pressed for her freedom. And her wariness about how this new status would be viewed in Boston was underscored when she requested that a copy of her document of liberty be safely stowed in Europe, which could allow her to escape the benighted colonies for a more enlightened home. 26. Other Africans in the colonies exceeded Wheatley in actually seeking to escape to London, with their erstwhile masters left behind arguing that this London decision had spurred their wanderlust. 27. One in this group was Abel, 40 years old, 6 feet tall, literate, a violinist and pilot. I have whipped him, his master confessed unashamedly, "I believe scars may be seen upon his body as a result." He had been to England and now wanted to return. 28 This attempted flight to freedom was reflective of the anomaly of the era. Settlers saw escaping from London as the goal, while Africans saw escaping to London as the objective. 29 One scholar of this era has argued that in this volatile context it was often the slaves who incited the British. African American initiatives began in the fall of 1774 when very few white Americans were angry enough at Britain to favor independence. Before that, Abigail Adams found that a group of enslaved Africans in her province planned to make a proposal that if they were freed, they would take up arms against the settlers. 30 There was a conspiracy of the Negroes, she warned her spouse, the future U.S. President. 31 The enslaved in Bristol County, Rhode Island, joined the Loyalists. 32 John Adams should not have been surprised by this turn of events. After all, he had served long and faithfully as a counsel for slaveholders and once argued that Massachusetts presumed all Africans to be slaves. 33 In the fall of 1774, James Madison had anticipated Dunmore's edict, noting that only recently a few of those unhappy wretches, meaning Africans, met together to conspire with redcoats on the premise that by revolting, then they should be rewarded with their freedom. 34 Madison's interlocutor, William Bradford, agreed that there was a well-founded apprehension about an insurrection being excited among the slaves, but hoped against hope that London would disdain such a slavish way of conquering. 35 Coincidence or not, it did seem that Africans were spurred to heightened activism after June 1772. In Boston in early 1773, a group of Africans in petitioning for freedom contrasted sharply their treatment with the treatment of Africans by the Spaniards, who supposedly did not possess the sublime ideas of freedom that Englishmen have, and yet acquitted themselves better in this regard. Speaking in behalf of their fellow slaves in this province, they expressed a desire to return to Africa. 36 Peter Bess and his much besieged African comrades would have found that in Boston, those who were pro-London often represented the enslaved in court, while rebels routinely represented masters. 37 Repeatedly, Africans in Boston and their backers denounced the anomaly of rebels prattling about liberty while endorsing enslavement. "Why," said one commentator in 1773, "this was a sheer solecism of language. There was not a right to bring them from their own country, it was said of the beleaguered Africans, and, thus, they ought to be returned thereto, at the public expense, if they choose it, which, doubtless, would be the case with many." 38 Appealing directly to the province's governor, the Africans, in a cry that resonated even more insistently after the founding of the Republic, seemed desperate enough to throw in their lot with the Crown in return for concessions. "We have no property. We have no wives. No children. We have no city. No country." 39 Manhattan in particular had good reason to worry about the turbulent drift of events. For much of the 18th century, New York City held the largest percentage and the second largest absolute number of enslaved Africans of any port town in British North America. This demographic imbalance fed shivers about the long-range ambitions of Africans. When in 1774, amid violent scenes of loyalist reprisals against rebels, 2 slaves murdered their masters, known supporters of the rebel cause, fright rose about a crushing maneuver by a London African Axis. 40 Some settlers were beginning to see the revolt against British rule not only as a thrust toward independency, opening even more the growingly profitable trade with Hispaniola and France, but as a simple attempt at survival in the face of a perceived attempt at their liquidation propelled by London and Africans alike. The planter class was explosively angry about Lord Manfield's démarche as a result, with one among them claiming that now slave-holding might perhaps be very well discontinued in every province of the North American continent situated to the north of the Carolinas. What would now befall the slave traders who had piled into this odious business with the shriveling of the Royal African Company? Echoing the democratic-sounding rhetoric emanating from the mainland, it was stated that the legal opinion thwarted Parliament and was a kind of unwarranted judicial activism. Worse, it was thought, the end result would be miscegenation, creating individuals like the Portuguese and Moriscos in complexion of skin and basement of mind, a venomous and dangerous ulcer, in other words. The result would be bloodshed and a spirit of mutiny and untold horrors. 41. Even before June 1772, one Londoner complained that Africans do not certainly consider themselves to be slaves in this country, nor will they put up with inequality of treatment. The number of Africans in the Isles was estimated to be 15,000, but Granville Sharp, the abolitionist, thought it was higher, perhaps 20,000. Some Londoners found it disturbing that some of these African men were marrying English women, while the major planter Edward Long complained that the lower class of women in England are remarkably fond of the blacks, raising the dreaded spectre of miscegenation. 42. Contrary to Long's fondest hope, this was, in a conservative sense, an indication of the danger of allowing slavery to fester. Anticipating conflicts between London and Washington that would animate the early 19th century, a propagandist wondered what would happen if a slave ship bound for the mainland from Africa somehow was blown into England. Would this property be confiscated? Was it not dangerous to have one set of laws in the metropolis and another in the colonies? Was this not simply deepening a split, virtually mandating formal separation? And what about the reputed 15,000 Africans in the British Isles? Would not their numbers increase to the point where the kingdom would be transformed? 43. To close observers, it may have seemed already that London's emissaries on the mainland were exhibiting shakiness on the bedrock issue of slavery. When an African was sold in Boston, Governor Thomas Hutchinson of Massachusetts displayed a remarkable solicitude toward this man's claim that he was actually born free in Lisbon. Instead of dismissing the claim peremptorily, Hutchinson sought the aid of the Earl of Dartmouth in resolving the matter. 44. Yet another London-based analyst observed that though the number of Negroes in the southern colonies of North America is equal, if not superior, to that of the white men, their condition is truly pitiable, their labor excessively hard, their diet poor and scanty, their treatment cruel and oppressive. In itself, this was simple quotidian truth, though rarely acknowledged on the mainland, but the conclusion was the point that was driving thoroughgoing change. They slaves cannot but be, it was reported ominously, a subject of terror to those who so inhumanly terrorize over them. 45. James Swan, a Scot writing in Boston, also spoke of the odious nature of slavery in the eyes of every British subject. With eloquence, he denounced the crimes attending the slave trade and the extreme cruel usage the Negroes meet with in the plantations. Virginia was singled out. "My blood runs cold at the thought," he declaimed. In a growing trend signaling a growing dispute, he assailed bitterly the hypocrisy of slaveholders bemoaning lack of freedom. "Why, one could just as well," he stressed, "start making slaves of British subjects if this dirty business were not halted." Setting at liberty those who were enslaved was his abolitionist demand, though his failure to detail compensation for slaveholders reified the view that those of his ilk were the dangerous radicals whose jurisdiction settlers must escape. 46. In these scalding analyses of slavery, these opinion molders were simply reflecting the considered opinion among a goodly number of Africans, including the soon-to-be renowned memoirist Olaudah Equiano. 47. This fabled African arrived in London weeks after the Somerset case was rendered, providing him with a ringside seat at the making of history. 48. Equiano also spent a good deal of time in Belfast, and, not coincidentally, by the late 1760s anti-slavery sentiment there had hardened. 49. Like Equiano, Ignatius Sancho wanted a harder line taken against the rebels. 50. Sancho was so hostile to the rebels that he seemed to skew reality to make it fit his fond hope that they would be defeated. 51. Equiano's and Sancho's anti-rebel sentiments were mirrored at the highest levels, for it was Maurice Morgan, top aide to Sir Guy Carleton, who in 1772 published one of the first proposals for gradual abolition. 52. It was becoming commonplace for leading intellectuals in London to find it painfully ironic that brutalizing mainland slaveholders were in the vanguard of those yelping for liberty. 53. Quite typically, these abolitionists, most notably, the heroic James Ramsay were often quite hostile to what were seen as hypocritical cries for liberty by slaveholders. 54 Their anger may have come to a boil when Virginia's eminent Richard Henry Lee compared the situation of his fellow colonists to Egyptian bondage, which could very well become the fate of every inhabitant of America, that is, every white inhabitant. 55 Ramsay, says one scholar, hated American rebels. 56 According to a Nigerian authority on these matters, Englishmen who had not lived in the West Indies and America had not been so depraved by plantation mentality and were thus enabled to accord some degree of humanity to black chattels. Hence Lord Manfield's decision and the negative reaction to it due west. 57 The Somerset case both reflected and propelled this growing abolitionist sentiment in London. Plans for abolition were being devised, as well as plans to circumscribe the slave trade. One bold Londoner envisioned a time when the blacks of the southern colonies on the continent of America shall be numerous enough to throw off at once the yoke of tyranny to revenge their wrongs in the blood of their oppressors and carry terror and destruction to the more northern settlements. This insurrection on the continent would then provide incitement in the islands and a signal for a general and merited carnage, featuring horrible cruelties and the most furious revenge, which may end to the disadvantage of the whites. The issue was brooded of settling free Africans in Florida, which would have recreated the pre-1763 problem faced in Georgia and the Carolinas of slaves north of St. Augustine finding refuge. Colonies of free Negroes tied to London would shake the power of Spain to its foundation, that is, settlers' foundational interests were to be sacrificed in the process. 58 If settlers had gotten hold of this inflammatory pamphlet, they would have been justified in viewing it as an ominously dangerous straw in the wind. Now it was not just the enslaved of Antigua contemplating the liquidation of settlements. This chilling denouement was now being discussed in ostensibly more respectable sites in London. In such a context, independency ousting London, adopting a truer whiteness by calling for a formal truce in the religious Cold War, and, thereby, broadening the base of support for a new republic seemed like common sense driven by the mandate to survive. With a bow to predictability, London's interests were sacrificed in 1776 by the settlers. Still, this fiery rhetoric was becoming the rage among London's abolitionists, who found it easier to clamor for total abolition of slavery, while their mainland counterparts leaned toward gradualism. 59 Nonetheless, there was a relationship between abolitionists on both sides of the Atlantic, particularly the tie between Granville Sharp and Anthony Benezet. The latter thought that the rebelliousness of Africans meant that some of the colonies could fall under the dominion of their slaves in the Caribbean and could awaken settlers to the alarms of danger they faced. 60 But Benezet also knew that the cost of an African was increasing along with growth in rice and indigo production in South Carolina and Georgia, meaning the arrival of even more Africans. 10,000 were expected, he said in the spring of 1773, tellingly exposing his justifiable concern. These colonies appear so stupefied and their hearts so hardened by the love of gain, he moaned, that it is feared nothing less than a blow from heaven will rouse them from their lethargy. 61 Actually, it was the double blow from Somerset and Dunmore that roused them, though not necessarily for the better. The rage of settlers notwithstanding, Lord Manfield's decision was not necessarily a radical break from the train of history but, more, a logical progression. The siege of Havana and previous battles in Cartagena had shown that in the immediate future, London would need more not fewer Africans in its contestation with the Catholic powers, and it did not require a fortune-teller to discern that arming Africans in order to keep other Africans enslaved was not a sustainable project in the long term. Moreover, the Maroon Wars in Jamaica showed that if something sufficiently severe was not done, the entire colonial project could be lost. The fecklessness of mainlanders when it came to fighting, deserting, mutinying, trading with the enemy, hinting broadly about independency indicated that other options should be explored, and undercutting the source of their wealth which had boosted independency in the first place, that is, enslaving Africans, did seem to be an appropriate rejoinder. Then there was the growth of abolitionist sentiment in London and Scotland, which seemed to be gaining in strength with every passing day and was driven in no small measure by the riotous obstreperousness of Africans themselves. In any case, as early as 1748, Virginians had reason to argue that just because a mainland slave was in London did not mean manumission ipso facto. 62 In 1749, Dudley Crofts, a Caribbean slaveholder, had asked if the status of his slave property was altered as a result of his being in England. Lord Manfield's ruling was 2 decades away, but the fact that the question had to be asked then was indicative of changing times. 63 About a decade after Crofts's inquiry, a verbal war had erupted in London between the pro-slavery lobby and its growing list of detractors. In a sense, this was a reflection of the reality that as the slave trade surged in the prelude to 1776, more Africans were turning up in the Isles, further stoking debate. 64 The legal status of slavery in London was contested long before 1776, as suggested by the clandestine sneaking of Equiano into town in 1762, underscoring the reality that the master did not feel he had an unquestioned right to sell his property. 65 Given the venom directed at Lord Dunmore subsequently, the momentous year of 1775 had begun ironically with public addresses of praise to the governor for his determined attitude toward the indigenous in Virginia. 66 Lord Dunmore had not stinted in confronting indigenes, but as a faithful servant of the crown, he diligently opposed efforts of colonists to move westward, seizing land of the indigenes to the consternation of settlers. 67 But as Lord Dunmore became the first full-fledged villain of the rebels, denizens of the Dominion came to believe that he was seeking to incite indigenes against them. 68 Which may have stemmed from the perception that he was obstructing land grabs. In assessing Lord Dunmore, colonists had a lengthy record to draw upon. Even before his abolitionist proclamation, he opined auspiciously in retrospect that the Africans were on the side of the government. A leading redcoat general concurred and added, "We must avail ourselves of every resource, even to raise the Negroes, in our cause." 69 Just before June 1772, he was acknowledging that the people of this colony are very anxious, this time about a bill to lay an additional duty upon the importation of slaves, a measure devised because there was already just cause to apprehend the most dangerous consequences of demographic projections. Actually, the issue was not only lessening Africans' number but even the total expulsion of them, since the proportion of Africans was growing spectacularly, thus imperiling the colonial project. This disproportion was said to be sufficient to alarm not only this colony but all the colonies of America, since in case of a war with Spain the people with great reason tremble at the prospect of this external force aided by an internal foe. Finding the proper means of averting a calamity so alarming was a priority, he thought, but how could this be done when planters demanded slaves and merchants profited from same, and as Lord Dunmore was to find, London too might find a specific need for Africans. 70. Colonists should have applauded in 1772 when the regime in Virginia sought to impose taxes on imported Africans, even if they were arriving from Maryland and the Carolinas, for this was effectively limiting the numbers of those who could slit their throats, but some were too blind to see. 71 Surely, there was still a profit to be made via bonded labor, and this factor tended to override all else. But even before the Edict of November 1775, Lord Dunmore had made decisions that settlers found difficult to applaud. On May 1, 1775, for example, as revolt was percolating in Williamsburg, he warned apocalyptically, "I shall be forced, and it is my fixed purpose to arm all my own Negroes and receive all others that will come to me, whom I shall declare free, unless colonists halted their unrest." 72 Like Somerset, this was a direct threat to exalted private property, a threat not only to nationalize this wealth but to deploy it in armed assaults. It is difficult to imagine words better designed to ignite revolt among a class of settlers who had grown affluent on the basis of tyrannical bigotry. Lord Dunmore, on the other hand, was focused on those who he thought would have been satisfied to cut his own throat. This was part and parcel of the threats against him, Dunmore said, complaining of the dangerous measures pursued by his detractors. If not treasonable, he thundered, it was minimally one of the highest insults imaginable. Speaking in May 1775, he knew then that his opponents were apprehensive of insurrections amongst their slaves, some reports having prevailed to this effect. Seeking to soothe them, he purred that he had made gunpowder less accessible not because of his opponent's behavior but to keep the Africans from seizing it. Not being dupes, the enraged settlers were not buying this notion and, instead, their fury then became uncontrollable. 73. In June 1775, Lord Dunmore refused assent to a bill for paying militia with a duty on slaves, a maneuver subject to various interpretations. 74, not all of which left him in a positive light among settlers. His Excellency should have considered events in South Carolina, where the debts of a number of gentlemen escalated when they felt compelled to pay Negro merchants for slaves, while stiffing dry goods merchants. This not only hindered overall economic growth, it signaled the peril involved in being perceived as tampering with the interests of powerful human traffickers, for example, taxing their commodities as London had done. Even discussing taxes to be imposed by a growingly unpopular leader, not least taxes on enslaved Africans, was bound to excite passion. 75. Typically, as November 1775 approached, rumors of slave conspiracies poured into Williamsburg, and by July 1775 word had reached there about events in neighboring North Carolina and the allegation that Governor Martin was plotting in league with Africans. 76. As these unnerving events were unwinding, Virginia periodicals were bulging with similarly disturbing reports about Africans joining London's navy in Newport, site of the heralded Gaspee controversy, while other Africans were joining the Redcoats in Boston. 77. Concomitantly, there was a widespread belief among Africans that somehow it was their fate that was driving this tumult and it was their freedom that settlers wanted to block and that London was on their side. 78. Surely the articulate Negroes of that era were appalled by the hypocrisy of slaveholders yelping for liberty while continuing to enchain slaves. 79. And, thus, leaned toward London. 80. Thus, when in November 1775 Lord Dunmore in Virginia issued his famous or infamous, in the view of settlers, edict offering to free and arm Africans to squash an anti-colonial revolt, he entered a pre-existing maelstrom of insecurity about the fate of slavery and London's intentions. For some settlers, this stirred savaging memories of slave insurrections and poisonings and the overriding concern, stretching back to Oliver Cromwell, that somehow London would sacrifice settler interests on an altar with Africans wielding a sword of retribution. As 1776 approached, the idea was growing in London that if settlers persisted in their escapades, they could be brought to their knees by inciting Africans against them. 81. That Lord Dunmore accompanied his proclamation with a declaration of martial law to confront treasonable settlers and traitors was viewed with molly goodnighty by settlers. Viewed similarly by the governor's ostensible constituents was his threat of reducing their houses to ashes and spreading devastation wherever he could reach. By speaking so bluntly, the governor helped to convert moderates into radicals. Of course, in November 1775, he was responding to disturbing signs of armed resistance to the crown that had been in motion for more than a year. 82. Thus, when the influential planter Landon Carter got wind of a scheme for the Negro Command, he was incredulous, refusing to accord the least credit to a thing so inhuman as well as so dangerous. Then with resignation he accepted the bitter reality. 83. November 1775 was preceded by April 19, 1775, it was then, announced South Carolina rebels, that the actual commencement of hostilities erupted with the Crown, at the behest of the British troops in the bloody scene, near Boston. But quite tellingly, these patriots instantly linked this fraught moment with the dread of instigated insurrections in the colonies which Lord Dunmore had foreshadowed, and this insightful factor provided causes sufficient to drive an oppressed people to the use of arms. By June 1775, the rebels' Continental Congress, a direct challenge to London's sovereignty on the mainland, chose to make inquiry concerning insurrections of slaves. 84. Settlers from what became the Palmetto State knew that a military attack upon their ranks was often accompanied by an insurrection of the enslaved, eager to take advantage of the resultant flux. Josiah Quincy arrived there just before the epical battle at Lexington and remarked pointedly on the great fears of insurrection that were abundant. 85 In May 1775, as highly motivated delegates assembled at the Continental Congress, one of Charleston's leading figures received word from Arthur Lee, then in London, to the effect that the Crown was planning not only to deploy indigenous allies against the colonists but, as well, to encourage an insurrection amongst the slaves. Similar fears arose in Georgia, all of which served to forge in the crucible of independence the entirely understandable idea that Africans were hostile to formation of the Republic. 86. On May 29, 1775, a local periodical reported a purported plan in London to ship 78,000 guns and bayonets to the colonies for use by Africans, indigenes, Roman Catholics, and Canadians in order to subdue settlers. When the royal governor arrived in Charleston on June 19, 1775, he was told that it was believed universally that the ship that brought him had on board thousands of arms for Africans to effectuate an insurrection. 87. Influenced by events in South Carolina, similar fears arose in Georgia, since by 1775 nearly half of the population was African. 88 Thus, in May 1775, Georgia's governor received news of a skirmish in Boston with alarm, as the report was accompanied by the news that redcoats were on their way to South Carolina and that slaves were being liberated, with the entire region in an uproar of ferment. Colonists were turning en masse against him, and he could envision no other result except an anti-colonial rebellion. 89. Setting aside the veracity of these swirling rumors and allegations, they certainly suggest that an anxiety-ridden state of mind was descending on many settlers as 1776 approached. Frazzled nerves led to hasty decisions, at times wrong-headed, and often violent retribution visited upon those who were seen as a source of insecurity, Africans, for example. Even before the Dunmore Proclamation, colonists were up in arms in light of alleged attempts by the Crown to incite the Africans against them. 90 Of course, the Africans hardly needed external assistance to rebel, as events in Norfolk months earlier suggested. 91 Nevertheless, when 200 Africans instantaneously flocked to the Union Jack after Lord Dunmore's call, panic set in among settlers, with their erstwhile governor denounced as a tyrant, while Africans viewed him as a liberator. Not the last time that a racial divide emerged over a fundamental matter on the mainland. 92 The edict was far from trivial, since at the time it was estimated that as many as 2,000 Africans would fight under the Union Jack in response to Lord Dunmore's proclamation. The rebels in response felt obliged to reverse field and allowed Negro enlistment in their ranks, as in a repetitive pattern, the alleged tribunes of liberty were moved toward practicing what they preached by those whom they accused of suppressing their liberty. 93. Thus, this edict, says one historian, did more than any other British measure to spur uncommitted white Americans into the camp of rebellion. The competition in the sweepstakes may have been Lord Manfield's controversial opinion. Even in New York, where Lord Dunmore once served, angry Long Island farmers burned him in effigy as they fretted about Africans being too fond of British troops. Contrastingly, the edict reinforced a pre-existing pro-London tendency among Africans, manifested most directly when more of this group fought alongside the Redcoats post-1776 than alongside the successful rebels. 94. Thomas Jefferson claimed that as of July 1775 separation from Great Britain was not on the settler agenda, but the proclamation was said to have changed all this, turning the temperate toward zealotry. Ironically, this proclamation had a similar impact on what was becoming war, as the Emancipation Proclamation did on another war decades hence. 95 Jefferson had reason to know, as he was informed directly, that great numbers of Africans had flocked to Lord Dunmore, and as a result, the person of no man in the colony is safe, when marked as an object of their vengeance. 96. Certainly, Jefferson's comrade Patrick Henry was vociferous in his reproach of Lord Dunmore, whose edict was said to be fatal to the public safety and dangerous besides. 97 Dunmore was no fan of Henry, terming him a man of desperate circumstance who in May 1775 had advanced near the governor's abode and there encamped with all the appearances of actual war. 98 There was growing anarchistic rebellion in the colony, with Lord Dunmore himself barely escaping detention by the rebels. 99 However, Patrick Henry and his comrades thought they had reason to wage actual war against the Crown, for in August 1775 a Patriot preacher in Maryland warned that Lord Dunmore was tampering with the settlers' Negroes, all for the glorious purpose of enticing them to cut their masters' throats while they are asleep. Gracious God! 100 Somehow, a revolt against London was morphing into a revolt against Africans, in a repetitive pattern that was to stain the resultant republic for decades to come. There were other, more personal motivations that led to this momentous month. The rowdy rebels had detained Lord Dunmore's spouse, causing her to flee to London by August 1775, while he was hiding out on a ship offshore. 101 Virtually as much as any individual, Lord Dunmore along with Africans in Antigua and Jamaica who chased settlers to the mainland could well be considered a founding father of the Republic. So much loyalist recruiting was occurring among Africans as a result of his edict to the fury of rebels that a Connecticut slaveholder advertised that his Negro wench was now pregnant and bids fair to make more recruits for Lord Dunmore. 102 On the eve of 1776, there were about 16,000 persons of African descent in New England, who were thought to be potential foes of the anti-London revolt. That slavery was firmly entrenched in this region in 1776 made these fears understandable. 103 Further south in Philadelphia, a headquarters of anti-London feelings, the anger toward Lord Dunmore had attained hyperbolically stratospheric heights. 104 Adding highly inflammable fuel to the fires of rebellion, that such rhetoric was echoed in Maryland was indicative of the trepidation induced by his notorious edict. 105 On the east bank of the Atlantic, the feeling was that Lord Dunmore was seen as a nobleman of a firm and resolute disposition who was treated with respect initially by Virginians before he became engaged in a violent altercation with them over the whole militia law, which could be seen as a preemptive measure on his part to weaken those who were opposed to London's rule, then to bludgeon them with armed Africans. This supporter of His Excellency knew that the province had a prodigious multitude of Negro slaves, which by his counting amounted to twice the number of the white inhabitants. This imbalance, it was thought, left the latter fearful and desperately desiring a measure that would allow each county to raise a company for its protection, which the Crown sought to block, leaving colonists fearful that London and Dunmore were conspiring against their interests. 106 With the growth in population of Africans and the resultant sense of incipient settler revolt, Dunmore's edict came at a sensitive moment. If his edict could have been seen as a purely local matter denuded of wider consequence, the toxic fallout could have been more easily contained. But alas, this was not so, for what motivated Dunmore was part of a larger mainland pattern. The pro-London Thomas Hutchinson knew that in South Carolina the Negroes are very insolent. He then referred to a controversial case wherein the settlers had tried a free Negro for saying that if the king should send troops, he would join them. Thomas Jeremiah may have been innocent of this charge, but his ancestry and the colonists' incitement helped to condemn him. He was found guilty of exciting the Negroes to an insurrection, then executed. When the colonial governor began to raise an objection, the settlers bluntly informed him that if he offered to stay execution, they would erect gallows before his door and make him the executioner of the Negro, in a kind of blood oath that came to solidify the construction of whiteness when lynching became a blood sport decades later. But on one detail Hutchinson was wrong, or at least premature. Surely, he concluded, such a tyranny cannot last. 107 In a pattern that was to be repeated after the coming of the Republic, it was London that sought aggressively to save the life of this African Jeremiah before he was hung and cremated on August 18, 1775. The royal governor thought his only crime was being a prosperous and free African in a city filled with poor and destitute Europeans, making this episode a harbinger of the lynchings that scarred the landscape in Dixie a century later. Yet since the governor was warned bluntly that if he intervened, he too might be in jeopardy, his hand was stayed. 108 Nevertheless, one contemporary scholar has a point in asserting that as matters evolved, the invading British Army and Low Country blacks shared a common foe in the Republican slave masters of the Low Country. 109 Shedding further light on Jeremiah's execution, his class status as a property owner notwithstanding. In South Carolina in 1775, Africans were thought to outnumber settlers to the ratio of 5 to 3, which only increased the skittish insecurity of the settlers. 110 But it was even more skewed than this, for according to one source by 1776, in the 3 Low County districts of Georgetown, Charlestown, including the city, and Beaufort, there were 53 slaves to 3 settlers. 111. Reputedly a leading redcoat played upon this sensitive factor, reminding these settlers of their vulnerability, asserting that if their rebelling continued, it may happen that your rice and indigo will be brought to market by Negroes instead of white people. That is, they could be ousted from their high perches and in a reversal of fortune become subject to the diktat of those whom they were accustomed to ruling. That was in March 1775. In May, South Carolina dispatched energized delegates to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. 112 Unwittingly, perhaps, London had helped to construct a black scare that propelled settlers toward secession, with untoward and unhappy consequences for the Africans left behind when the Crown was defeated. From Philadelphia, William Bradford informed James Madison about a recent Negro conspiracy in Charleston and worried that Virginia would witness the same. Bradford's panic was exacerbated when he considered that Africans thought that the conflict between settlers and London was all about their enslavement, which was not altogether wrong. As for the condemned Thomas Jeremiah, Bradford recited to Madison the chilling words of leading rebel and slave trader Henry Laurens, who thought it to be true that the accused was guilty of a design and attempt to encourage our Negroes to rebellion and joining the king's troops if any had been sent there. 113 The point was not necessarily if Laurens was accurate in his sentiment, the point was the state of mind of rebels who were coming to believe that a London African combine was mounting against them, leaving secession a unilateral declaration of independence as the only way out. Already the other prong of revolt, settlers' growing economic strength fettered by London, was asserting itself in that the decision had been taken by the rebels that no commodities should be exported from the mainland to the British Isles or British Caribbean. 114 This was further transforming the political economy, as one slaveholder in 1775 mandated that no clothing for his property should be imported from the Isles. Instead, 10 black females were to be employed in spinning solely. 115. Still, by making his plantation more dependent upon often seditious slaves, this master was opting for a sour alternative, which was why months later Robert Carter decided that this enterprise was to be carried on by whites only. 116. Lord Dunmore's bold move stirred the pot of unrest irately on all sides, quickening the pace leading to the 1776 revolt. Yet his edict should not be viewed in isolation but as part of a broad tapestry that both illustrated and prefigured his startling words. For in neighboring North Carolina, the governor had outraged settlers when the rumor was floated that he intended to imitate Lord Dunmore and unleash the Africans against them. Actually and in private, Governor Josiah Martin conceded that armed Africans could be quite useful in crushing revolt. 117 But he undercut his case among settlers when he suggested that he was against giving encouragement to the Negroes unless there was an actual and declared rebellion by the dissidents. 118 That these words emerged in August 1775, just weeks before Dunmore's stinging démarche, only contributed to the growing panic among settlers that they were to be overrun shortly, leaving them with few options beyond revolting and tossing aside the crown. The Earl of Dartmouth was correct when he averred that the situation of Governor Martin was in many respects similar to that in Virginia. 119 With the prospect of an intercolonial contagion. Irrespective of whether London planned to incite Africans to thrash settlers, many among the latter certainly thought this to be so. Whether theirs was a guilty fear born by cruel exploitation of Africans is another story altogether. Arthur Lee, as noted, had made a similar rabble-rousing claim, and because he had been educated in Edinburgh and had practiced law in London, it was assumed widely that there was something to this story. Yet a colonial official branded his assertion fictitious, though it had inflamed the populace. 120 That the Republic was called into being in part by fear of African insurgency did not bode well for the population that became U.S. Negroes, than African Americans. Still, the proliferating sentiment that Governor Martin was entertaining such utterly inflaming notions helped to tip the scales against him among settlers. The presence there of thousands of Africans, many of them relatively recent arrivals and hardly assimilated to nonviolence, was hardly reassuring to settlers. 121 Not for the last time, mainland settlers sought to unite Europeans upon the basis of fear and hatred of Africans, part of the connective tissue that knitted together the identity that was whiteness. What gave such disquieting claims weight, however, was the unavoidable reality that Somerset had set aloft the notion that London was moving toward abolition and the settlers not so much. Slave pilots, for example, so useful in navigating the numerous inlets in North Carolina, were among the first to ally with London in its dispute with the settlers. 122. Janet Shaw was passing through North Carolina then and noted that an edict of the Crown on June 12, 1775 had offered a pardon to all rebelling settlers who sought conciliation, but somehow, this was not what they heard. Instead, she recalled, they were told London was ordering the Tories to murder the Whigs and promising every Negro that would murder his master and family that he should have his master's plantation, and, she said, somehow the Africans believed this to be true, which meant that a heavy price would be paid. She was stunned to ascertain that an insurrection was hourly expected. There had been a great number of them, meaning Africans, discovered in the adjoining woods the night before, most of them with arms. This had forged a remarkably high level of solidarity among settlers and terror against Africans. She was told that this negrophobic artifice was a wily trick intended in the first place to inflame the minds of the populace and in the next place to get those who had not before taken up arms to do it now and form an association for the safety of the town, even though by this juncture she found it likely that the Negroes will revolt. 123 Whatever the case, a signal factor in instigating presumed loyal subjects to become fire-breathing radicals was the very idea that London was stirring a dreaded servile revolt. 124. Convincing settlers that Africans would rise and murder them all was a charge that did not seem far-fetched in light of Manhattan 1712, Antigua 1736, Stono 1739, Manhattan 1741, Jamaican Maroons, and all the rest. That London seemed to be moving toward abolition in 1772, which had been preceded by arming Africans to fight in the Caribbean, gave ballast to the claims made against Governor Martin. Settlers in North Carolina already were rattled when an enslaved African named Sanders was found guilty of having shot a colonist. The defendant, though worth a considerable £80, was accorded a wrenching verdict: burn the said Negro alive. 125 Such alarms were consistent with what James Madison thought he knew, for it was in January 1775 that he was informed of a plan by London to emulate Martin and Dunmore by arming the enslaved to squash his revolt. 126 A few months later, the future president shakily referred to tampering with the slaves, as he alluded to Dunmore's plan to make great use of them in case of escalating conflict. The truth was, said this diminutive and bookish Virginian, that Dunmore was meddling in the only part in which this colony is vulnerable. If we should be subdued, he warned gravely, we shall fall like Achilles by the hand of one that knows that secret. 127. In retrospect, it is hardly stunning how many rebels either anticipated Lord Dunmore's edict before it was written or predicted something similar, all before November 1775, 128, suggesting that it was a logical outgrowth of ongoing trends, including the increasing use of Negro troops from Cartagena to Havana, the perceived unreliability of certain Irish and Scots, the negative reviews of mainlanders' fighting capabilities on behalf of London, the import of Somerset's case, and the like. From the opposite shore, settlers reprimanded Lord Dunmore's proclamation for providing encouragement to a general insurrection, which they threatened unsubtle could mean inflicting the severest punishment upon Africans, making it plain, any Africans so bold as to be involved in conspiring to rebel a wicked step were promised death while being excluded all benefit of clergy. 129 Those African soldiers captured in battle were designated for sale as slaves in the Caribbean. 130 Surely an incentive, if any were needed, for the Africans to fight even more ferociously against the settler revolt. Dunmore was accused of a major sin: he had rendered insecure property and had exposed settlers to the dangers of a general insurrection. 131 Dunmore and Martin had become the twin towers of treachery, embodying the direst fears of settlers. They were lumped together with the rebels' sternest London critic, Samuel Johnson, whose words, said Benjamin Franklin, were applauded in Parliament. Supposedly, Lord Dunmore and Governor Martin were already carrying one part of the Johnson project into execution, by exciting an insurrection among the blacks. 132. There is little doubt that Lord Dunmore had tossed shale oil on a raging fire in November 1775.133. Lord Dunmore's Ethiopians, as they were termed, garnered a form of revenge when they inflicted damage in Virginia, a grand sack of a number of homes, as one observer put it. 134 All this was unfolding in an overheated atmosphere, with rebels worrying that an Indian war is not improbable, alongside the typically dreaded insurrection of slaves. 135. Thus, in early November 1775, Lord Dunmore landed at Norfolk with dozens of grenadiers and a band of loyalists and Africans. There they confronted successfully rebel militia. Quickly he issued his edict and it was downhill from there. By December, a declaration of war by the rebels was promulgated. The animosity Dunmore engendered was captured by the Virginian John Norton, who denounced the cruelty and wicked acts of the Crown's forces, after pillaging the plantations on the rivers for some months past, taking Negroes, burning houses, and like depredations. Lord Dunmore capped it all off by issuing a damned, infernal, diabolical proclamation declaring freedom to all our slaves who will join him. 136. With a few Scotch excepted, boasted Richard Henry Lee of Virginia, Dunmore had united every man in the colony. Indeed, if London had searched the world for the man best suited to wreck its cause and procure union and success for the rebels, it could not have found a more complete agent. 137 He was not far wrong. Intriguingly, one writer also thought that those few who backed Governor Martin in North Carolina also included Highlanders of Scotland, a brave and hardy race. 138 Lee could afford to brag because as of early October 1775, the rebels had received by land from Baltimore and other sites substantial amounts of gunpowder which had been purchased in the Caribbean. 139. Lee was not wrong in his implication that Dunmore was no outlier or loose cannon but was operating well within the bounds of leadership thinking set down in London. A proposal emerged in Parliament as early as January 1775 calling for the abolition of slavery and thus humbling the high aristocratic spirit of Virginia and the southern colonies. 140 It was also in November 1775 that a remarkable debate erupted in Parliament as to whether all the slaves in America should have the trial by jury. A formal motion was introduced on this terribly fraught matter, accompanied by a proviso to annul all laws on the mainland to the contrary. Amidst pained remarks about a civil war underway, the vice of slavery was denounced, and though instant abolition was not yet on the agenda, clearly designated way stations along the way were. This jury measure then was seen as an auspicious beginning to that end, which was to extirpate slavery from the face of the earth. Tossing down the gauntlet before mainlanders, it was announced brazenly, let the only contention henceforward between Great Britain and America be, which shall exceed the other in zeal for establishing the fundamental rights of liberty to all mankind, a contest in which London was confident it could easily best those who were enamored with enslavement. But more than noble aims were involved. One official compared the mainland to a chain, the upper part of which was strong and the lower weak, referring to Virginia southward, on account of the number of Negroes in them. It was intimated that if a few regiments were sent to the latter provinces, the Negroes would rise and embrew their hands in the blood of their masters, which did not seem overly perturbing and probably underlined why there was opposition expressed to conciliatory offers to the rebels. 141. What fueled the intensity of this conflict was the perception in London that the rebels were little more than hypocritical gas-bags, a perception fueled by the bruised, human, property of the latter. It was also in the South, it was said in Parliament, where the spirit of liberty was more high and haughty than elsewhere, that is, precisely where there was a vast multitude of slaves. Where that is the case in any part of the world, those who are free, are by far the most proud and jealous of their freedom. Freedom to them, it was said wisely, is not only an enjoyment but a kind of rank and privilege, increasing exponentially the profundity of the state. In such a people, it was stated, the haughtiness of domination combines with the spirit of freedom, fortifies it and renders it invincible. What to do then? Suggesting that Lord Dunmore might actually have been less radical than some London counterparts, it was suggested to reduce the mainlanders by declaring a general enfranchisement of their slaves, with jury trials being a first step. 142. These were radical measures that most U.S. Negroes would not enjoy for decades. Suggestive of the growing chasm between the metropolis and the provinces was that trial by jury for Africans discussed in London in 1775 was miles ahead of the civil rights discourse in the emergent republic. In a way, some of the more trenchant critiques of the colonists and their motives for revolt were confirmed by them. The important rebel James Iredell responded angrily in June 1776 to a purported diabolical plan by London of exciting the enslaved to cut colonists' throats and to perpetrate universal massacre. With bitterness, he said knowingly, resentment for such cruel usage had added spurs to our patriotism. To a degree, by seeking to enlist the Africans, London accelerated the resentment of the settlers, leading directly to its substantial losses in what had been a mighty British North America. 143. Thus, one leading slaveholder had a point in arguing that late Acts of Parliament were tending to create a mighty difference between His Majesty's subjects on the mainland and London, leaving settlers with the choice of seeking to continue as freemen or to become slaves. 144. The slave trope emerged too in May 1775 at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia, which embattled South Carolinians attended, along with John Hancock and other leaders. London's alleged attempt to convert colonists from freemen to slaves was decried heartily. The Gaspee was alluded to in referring to hearty efforts to seize Americans and carry them to Great Britain, to be tried for offences committed in the colonies, yet the overarching fright was the horrors of domestic insurrection. 145. Subsequently, John Adams mused about the melancholy account he heard from Georgians and Carolinians, particularly their apprehension that a redcoat offensive would mean that 20,000 Negroes would join them, since the Negroes have a wonderful art of communicating intelligence among themselves. The saving grace for the rebels was that many allies of the Crown too were slaveholders and were reluctant to unsheath the weapon of abolition. 146. Florida, then under British rule, did not join wholly the 1776 revolt and provides an indicator of why the Dunmore Edict and the spectre of arming Africans was taken so seriously. Because of the Spanish heritage, it became simpler for the governor to create 4 militia companies composed of Africans. During the post-1776 conflict, Africans played a significant role in Florida's defense and in launching offensive raids against Georgia. 147. June 1772 and November 1775 were powerfully important landmarks on the road to July 4, 1776. Compelling loyal subjects to revolt against the Crown required a pervasively profound threat to the colonist status quo, and the rapidly changing status of the African was tantamount to such a threat. The dilemma for Africans who sensed that freedom and an enhanced life were more likely to come from the metropolis, as opposed to the rebels who had devised a model of development based on their mass enslavement, was that if their understandable alliance with London did not pan out as conflict with the rebels sharpened, they would be bereft, surrounded by a sea of hostile U.S. patriots eager to pulverize those who, in their mind, had engaged in the darkest of betrayals. 10. The Counter-Revolution of 1776. Lord Dunmore's proclamation effectively barred any possibility of rebel reconciliation with London. As one subsequent analyst put it, the people rose in revolt at the idea of an army composed of Africans, many fresh from the wilds of Africa tromping through North America. The reign of terror this augured did arouse the entire colony as nothing else could have done, and, in so many words, forced war. 1. In response to this controversial edict, Virginia militarized further, forming 32 new volunteer companies and embarking irrevocably on the road to revolt. 2 Even the Duke of Manchester in May 1776 conceded that the Americans were greatly incensed against the king for giving orders to arm the Indian tribes against them, and encouraging the blacks slaves to rise and cut the throats of their masters. 3 Lord Dunmore's edict appeared in full in many British newspapers, and Parliament debated it. Although the point is at times lost sight of in the glow of rebel victory, the fact was that there was staunch opposition to secession in London, and for good anti-slavery reason. 4. London may have misjudged the virulence with which the colonists would view this edict, as suggested by a 1770s encounter in England endured by Josiah Quincy of Massachusetts, who was admired by both John Adams and Benjamin Franklin. A Whig sympathizer observed how lucky it was that Quincy had come, since more than two-thirds at that time thought the Americans were all Negroes. Perhaps thinking North America was demographically akin to the Caribbean helped bolster the controversial edict. An angered Quincy, in turn, reverted to the now familiar and effective rallying cry of the rebels, replying that the majority in the Isles not only thought they were mostly Negroes but still treated them as such. 5. Lord Dunmore's proclamation should not have been viewed as overly shocking. Since Somerset's case, there had been growing polarization, with some pro-slavery militants beginning to develop ever more racially colored justifications for slavery in response to incipient abolitionism. In early 1775, some anti-rebel advocates had anticipated Lord Dunmore by proposing an armed assault on the southern colonies, since Africans would instinctively back the redcoats, bringing a quick end to the conflict. Even Edmund Burke had mulled the explosive idea of general enfranchisement of the enslaved in order to reduce the South. Samuel Johnson had toasted the next insurrection of the Negroes in the West Indies and declared himself quite willing to love all men except an American. Earlier he had referred contemptuously to mainland settlers as a race of convicts who sought to convert Africans to Christianity in order to make them docile. 6 Settlers in South Carolina and Georgia acknowledged in 1775 that if a mere 1,000 redcoats had landed in the latter province, and if their commander had handed out a few enticements to Africans accompanied by a declaration of freedom for them, he would be instantly joined by 20,000 Africans, including those fleeing from South Carolina. 7 All the while, colonists were grousing about being treated like slaves and yearning for secession. During the first week of December in 1775, rebels convened, and the white-hot rhetoric flowed with passion about despotism, focused heavily on the edict. Lord Dunmore, it was said, was assuming powers which the king himself cannot exercise. Strategically, their first resolve chose to offer a pardon to those Africans who shall return in their duty, though it was unclear how many accepted this offer. Tactlessly, this was accompanied by another resolution promising death to those Africans who followed Lord Dunmore's wicked step, which excited our slaves to rebellion. 8 Lord Dunmore had startled the insurgents, said Governor Thomas Gage in Boston, leaving him with few who were friends and leaving the opposite party numerous, active, and violent. 9. Plantations had been ravaged, claimed rebels in early 1776, at the behest of a lawless plundering soldiery and the more savage slave, with the wives and children stripped almost to nakedness, their very bedchambers invaded, as they were treated with every indignity. 10 By March 1776, Lord Dunmore was endeavoring to raise 2 regiments here, one of white people, the other of black. He should not have been surprised to ascertain that recruitment for the former proceeded very slowly, while the latter proceeded very well. 11 By April 1776, Major General Henry Clinton, a leading redcoat, was gloating alongside the Cape Fear River about the 40 or 50 Negroes that had joined his forces. "I have determined to form a company of them," he said. 12. The rebel response was swift, retributive, and, as noted, angrily vengeful. Africans captured after fighting alongside redcoats were to be properly valued, then dispatched to the Caribbean or Central America, there to be sold with the proceeds repaid to their respective owners, provided they are not unfriendly to American liberty. 13. But luckily for the rebels, many of Lord Dunmore's African forces were felled by smallpox. 9 or 10 of his black regiments every day, said one observer. 14 A stunning 150 of these Negro forces had died within a short time, said one journalist. 15 And the fact that other Africans were fleeing en masse to British lines could not compensate for the shortfall. 16 By May 1776, Thomas Jefferson was informed that these shattered remains of the Ethiopian regiment were still planning an attack, but now the prognosis for success was decidedly grim. 17 In response, Lord Dunmore's detractors charged that in addition to speedily inoculating the blacks for the smallpox, his lordship also sent ashore affected wretches, in order to spread the infection, but it was happily prevented. 18 Lord Dunmore soldiered on, but depleted forces were not a prescription for strangling the infant of revolt in its cradle. 19 This outbreak of smallpox arguably foiled the plan to deploy Africans to squash the settlers' rebellion. Thus, by June 1776, the British mariner A.S. Hammond acknowledged bluntly that Lord Dunmore and his fleet were in much danger from the enemy, but if there had been more healthy Africans, he boasted, I do not think it would be in the power of the rebels to dispossess us. But such was not to be, and by August the same Hammond was lamenting the sickly and weak state of the troops under Lord Dunmore's command, 20 which doomed him to failure. If that were not enough, anti-London forces displayed remarkable unity, with Hammond marveling that not a single man of any sort of consideration left the rebels' ranks. 21 He did not connect rebel cohesiveness directly to the November 1775 edict of Lord Dunmore. Intentionally or not, Lord Dunmore had poked a stick into a hornet's nest. One historian has observed that as early as the 1760s in Virginia it was likely that every white person in the eastern counties knew of a free person who had been killed by a slave. Thus, individual whites had nightmares about waking up amid slaves or feeling the first spasms of a stomach contorted by poison. They had just endured a remarkable spate of slave plots driven by the flux brought by the 7 Years' War. 22 And now it was being suggested that Africans armed by the state were going to be unleashed. Colonists had endured actual poisonings by the enslaved, had to squash slave revolts instigated by Spaniards, and now confronted Africans armed by London. It is little wonder that the settlers rose as one to oust London's rule. Still, the rebels faced a real problem in launching war when so many within their ranks had counseled theretofore policies that meant bringing more Africans to North America, thus hampering their chances of prevailing against London. Thus, by December 1775, George Washington had endured a change of heart and now was willing to allow Africans in his ranks, a policy switch that was blamed on the British. There was a class element in this reversal, however, in that free Negroes were to be allowed, not the enslaved. 23 Still, given settlers' veritable phobia toward Africans of any sort, this was a breakthrough. However, as suggested by the aftermath of their victory, which led to a curtailment of the rights of even free Negroes, this was a temporary change of heart at best, driven by the relentless exigency of conflict. Apparently when Washington arrived in Boston to confront the Redcoats, he was shocked to find so many armed Africans. 24 And even during the dark days of early 1779 he resisted the policy of arming our slaves. 25 Lord Dunmore had forced the hand of an outraged Washington and clearly influenced his reversal, as Africans too numerous to mention were in the process of fleeing to British lines. On the other hand, wittingly or not, London became identified with what one scholar has described as race war and black supremacy, 26 ideas which united settlers irreversibly as it complicated the post-war future of Africans insufficiently blessed to escape the charnel house of North America that had been created to entrap them. The conclusion stressed by one perspicacious writer, that the Negro was viewed as not an American, a permanent outlier, an eternal alien, should be viewed in this context. 27. Washington was joined by Jefferson in reversing field in that in the heralded Declaration of Independence of July 4, 1776 he sought to include language upbraiding the Crown for inciting enslaved Africans, but this incendiary language was stricken. 28 Also deep-sixed by Jefferson was language he described as reprobating the enslaving of Africans, but representatives of South Carolina and Georgia objected strenuously, though he admitted that our northern brethren, many of whom profited enormously from the slave trade, also dissented. They had been pretty considerable carriers of Africans to others, said the future president with accuracy. 29 Like many Africans, the exiled Thomas Hutchinson, the last colonial governor of Massachusetts, found Jefferson's declaration to be the epitome of casuistry. If the rights enumerated were so absolutely inalienable, he asked querulously, how could the august delegates reconcile depriving so many Africans of their rights to liberty? 31 Astonished resident in Bristol, England, remarked after reading the declaration that one would imagine that the Parliament of Great Britain had treated the rebels with as great cruelty and as much injustice as they rebels treat their Negro slaves. 31 As for the final member of the founding Troika, John Adams, as the unveiling of Jefferson's handiwork approached, he was in intense dialogue about events in North Carolina, whose governor, Josiah Martin, was deemed to be Lord Dunmore's companion in perfidy. The future president's interlocutor informed him in April 1776 that this governor's reputed wicked maneuvers had totally changed the temper and disposition of the inhabitants, that our friends to liberty, meaning rebels, support for the crown virtually disintegrated. A total separation is what they want, Adams was told. Independence is the word most used, with in many counties not one dissenting voice. 32 Adams found this to be very encouraging, as he renounced the baseness and cruelty of his correspondent's enemies and embraced the wisdom, virtue, and valor of North Carolina. 33 It was in June 1775 that the feasibility of neutering London's advantage among Africans by taking abolitionist steps was recommended to Adams, though worry was expressed that this could simultaneously wreck the rebel cause among the all-important slaving lobby. Thus, this step was to prove to be a bridge too far for all concerned. 34 This also indicates why observers should view with skeptical restraint the crassly pragmatic post-1776 attempt by rebels to recruit and assuage Africans as suggested by Washington's overtures to free Negroes, a solicitude that virtually disintegrated on cue after London was ousted from the 13 colonies. Adams was a savvy politician in that he was able to ride the wave generated by Governor Martin, though Africans were the losers in almost every respect. 35 Echoing the perverse motto of the era, it was Adams who bluntly informed the Crown that the settlers won't be their London's Negroes. 36 Yet the dilemma of the settlers there was exposed when it was revealed that within months of Governor Martin's perceived perfidy, enslaved Africans were still pouring into the colony from abroad. 37 Governor Martin was accused by his opponents of arming the slaves against their masters, and they advised that this claim be published as an alarm to the people about the horrid and barbarous designs of the enemies. 38 Governor Martin was outraged by the assertions falsely imputed to him, though by this point he had lost credibility with his supposed constituency. 39 By April 1776, what Governor Martin allegedly had proposed had been transformed into the more expansive proposal that governors in different colonies have declared protection to slaves who should imbrue their hands in the blood of their masters. 40. Unfortunately for Martin, Africans in North Carolina were in the process of rebelling, which was the problem with rebutting the idea that they were aligned with London, for once this latter idea took off, it became captive to the plans of unruly Africans who did not necessarily coordinate closely with the Crown but whose plans were ascribed to London nonetheless. Just as settlers earlier had pointed to the supposed ubiquitous hand of Madrid in explicating African rebelliousness, which had the advantage of evading responsibility for their own awful maltreatment of slaves with their armed revolt against His Majesty, it was now the ubiquitous hand of London that was the despised culprit. For Governor Martin's denial seemed hollow when in July 1775 an intended Negro insurrection was uncovered in his backyard, a revolt bent on destroying the inhabitants of this province without respect to age or sex. Reputedly, the combatants were to be armed by the state and, said rebel leadership, settled in a free government of their own. Reportedly, considerable ammunition was found among those formulating this accursed plan, designed to make settlers easy prey. 41 Thus, by July 1775, one settler in this colony seemed on the verge of a nervous collapse. Sound the alarm, cried John Simpson. 42 That a number of Africans said to be instigated by the Crown to revolt had secreted themselves in a fort near New Bern did not aid London's cause. 43 Once more there was a contagion at play, for in the months leading up to July 1776. There were various disturbances and alarms among the enslaved in Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, which alarmed and dismayed settlers accordingly. 44. Increasingly, the bill of indictment against London was the perception that it had aligned with Africans against the settlers, confirming the calcified biases of those who long held a conception of perfidious Albion, not least in South Carolina, where the long-standing African majority had kept colonists on edge. 45. Gabriel Manigault, a leading member of a leading family in the future Palmetto State, seemingly seeking to reassure himself, as much as others asserted in September 1775 that there was not so much reason to be afraid of the Negroes as was at first suspected. 46. But, understandably, this was hardly a unanimous opinion. A keener indication of the trend that eventuated during the war emerged when George Washington was told in 1776 that in Charleston redcoats were quite deftly and successfully encouraging our slaves to desert to them. 47. Others in Charleston were stunned by the curious fact that during this time of tumult Negroes were engaged with white persons in wholesale robbery, reminiscent of a role often played by colonists, pirates. 48. So as the new year of 1776 was unfolding, a panicked rebel leadership found that a determined force of runaway Africans had gathered on Sullivan's Island, hard by what is now Charleston, to harass the Patriot War effort, allegedly in conjunction with British warships. For London and the Africans, this was a double-edged sword, associating the former with the horrors of Negro revolt, while associating the latter with resistance to what was coming to be seen as a sacred cause. Suppressing African resistance became a crucial component of forging settler unity and the solidifying identity that was whiteness, which cut prodigiously across religious, ethnic, class, and gender lines. The forging of settler unity and the congealing identity that was whiteness also consolidated the developing connection between settlers' fear of alleged British enslavement, their own possession of Africans as chattel, and the fear that the relationship between master and slave could be reversed to their crushing detriment. 49. Again, these perceptions did not arise in a vacuum but were bolstered by the preceding decades of insecurity, often brought by Africans aided by external forces, the Catholic powers, and then London almost effortlessly assuming this villain's role. Though the Charleston elite had good reason to suspect that bringing more Africans to their vicinity was inimical to the prospects for a victorious anti-London revolt, the enslaved kept arriving nonetheless. 50 months before the Declaration of Independence, the Continental Congress meeting in Philadelphia forbade slave importations into any of the 13 United Colonies. 51. Which was wise, since many of these Africans could be converted into redcoats, but this measure proved difficult to enforce, given perceived production needs and skillful smuggling talents. 52. Enslaved Africans continued to arrive in the colonies regularly, as the rebels continued to natter on about liberty, and as evidenced by the thwarting of Jefferson's words to rebuff this trend, powerful interests seemed to envision no alternative to this mortal danger. More Africans were arriving and being implanted in fertile soil that associated their presence with an increasingly discredited foe in London, though, evidently, their presence was deemed necessary nonetheless. These contradictory strains were creating a symbiotic loathing and reliance upon Africans, with murderous surveillance deemed necessary to ensure they were at all times under control, a trend that did not necessarily abate with the founding of the new republic. In addition, the continued importation of this problem people was costing hundreds of thousands of pounds sterling, driving a portion of the colony's elite into debt. Though this was understandably viewed as necessary for the economy, it was also the equivalent of continued importation of potential enemies. On the other hand, the slave trade had to be reconfigured, since relying upon Liverpool and Bristol was made more difficult by war. Why should human traffickers in Britain send slave labor to those who were rebelling against the crown? Moreover, rebelling against foreign creditors can at times make smart business sense, particularly if you can outgun them. That the embattled settlers ultimately succeeded in ousting the British from the astronomically lucrative slave trade indicated they were astute assessors of a prime factor in developing capitalism. Risk. 53. Samuel Johnson may have had this issue in mind when he claimed that the rebels' revolt was driven in part by associations of fraud to rob their creditors. As he saw it, this meretricious method defined their rebellion in that they boasted of their contributions to the last war, a war incited by their outcries and continued for their protection, a war by which none but themselves were gainers but which they did not want to pay for in taxes. Above all, he was flabbergasted by their constant prating about liberty while continuing the enslavement of tens of thousands. How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes? He asked mischievously. In words that could only deepen the schism with the rebels, in 1775 he counseled abolition of slavery and added none too diplomatically about the Africans, if they are furnished with firearms for defense and utensils for husbandry and settled in some simple form of government within the country, they may be more grateful and honest than their masters. 54 Arm the Africans and indigenes to combat the rebels, he declaimed. 55 Naturally, Johnson was rebuked sharply by the rebels and their supporters, with the denunciation of Lord Mansfield also included for good pro-slavery measure. 56. A London parliamentarian had suggested that if the settler revolt was successful, the then profitable relationship between the Caribbean and the mainland would be disrupted, meaning the inevitable ruin of the former, thereby jeopardizing the slave trade and slavery. 57 This was prescient in a sense, for it is striking that after the revolt succeeded and Republicans surged to leadership in captaining the slave trade, abolition deepened its hold on London, which led inexorably to the destruction of slavery in the Caribbean. When the Republic was established, slave traders there, coincidentally enough, assumed control over one of the most important markets for the enslaved, that is, the mainland, which could then be leveraged for expansion into allied markets in Cuba, Brazil, and elsewhere, not to mention North America itself, while London was left with, mostly, small Caribbean islands. 58 By the early 1790s, Republicans held a majority position in supplying Africans to Havana, placing them far ahead of those who had been the leaders, Madrid and London. 59 This development explicitly rebuked the irksome 1762 Declaration of London concerning Cuba that had circumscribed mainlanders' participation in what was to become a deliciously profitable trade in human flesh. This also carried implications for Cuba's neighborhood. In 1770, there were about 250,000 Africans in Hispaniola, and by 1790 this figure had doubled. What needs to be considered in this context as well is the extent to which Euro-American slave dealers provided the demographic imbalance that led to the Haitian Revolution. 60 Gentry was the war's clear victor, says one perceptive historian of the eruption in Virginia that led to the founding of the U.S. 61 He could well have added the overlapping but distinct category of slave traders. Other than Virginia, South Carolina too had a major problem in launching an anti-London revolt, while worrying that its chances could be snuffed out easily by a rebellion of the enslaved. As in North Carolina, the border with Georgia was also afire, with the rumor that leading royal officials were plotting to ensure that slaves would become masters and masters would become slaves. 62 A rumor given weight by the controversies involving Lord Dunmore and Governor Martin. John Stuart, London's man in St. Augustine, dismissed this notion, though his very residence echoed memories of a time when organizing Africans to attack settlers was par for the course. He admitted that nothing can be more alarming to the Carolinas than arming Africans, while conceding the instrumental nature of such a claim in that its repetition meant that leaders of the disaffected parties easily carried into execution their plan of arming the people, meaning settlers, instead. 63. Stuart's residence in Florida may have given him a warped view, for this province was the dog that didn't bark, though it was under London's rule, like those 13 to the north. Why did Florida not join the secessionists? Arguably, the legacy of Spanish Florida had not dissipated, that is, the presence of a corps of armed Africans and what had become an industry of annoying Georgia by providing refuge to escaping Africans. Still, there was worriment about arming Africans to confront rebels, though this was hardly avoidable. Moreover, Seminoles and Creeks had pledged to back the crown. As things turned out, Scores of armed Africans prevented the defection of Florida. 64 It is possible too that anti-Catholicism also hampered the attempt by the rebels to triumph in Florida. 65 A factor that may explicate the failure to bark of another conspicuously silent canine, perpetually restive Quebec, still smarting over perceived Anglo domination to this very day. A century earlier, in the aftermath of Bacon's rebellion, elites had accelerated the deployment of race and religion to sanctify rule through whiteness, but Florida and Quebec suggested that by 1776 this remained a work in progress. Whatever the case, weeks after July 4, 1776, Africans were flooding into St. Augustine from Georgia and the Carolinas, in a replay of what had occurred when Madrid was in control of this strategically sited port. 66 Simultaneously, with the pressure eased on that front, British officialdom was able to dispatch forces from St. Augustine to Virginia, a force that likely included Africans, for as one rebel noted at the time, the presence of these redcoats had brought exceeding bad effects, among the blacks. 67 For a year after these words had been uttered, rebel leadership in Georgia spoke nervously about the British troops in St. Augustine and what that portended for the vast numbers of Negroes there, who were sufficient to subdue them. In point of number the blacks exceed the whites, and the ready channel of supply and secure retreat which St. Augustine affords, render them much to be dreaded. 68. Also hampering London's response was a factor that should have been anticipated, a factor that had caused the Crown to retrench to the mainland in the first place. Africans in Jamaica were on the warpath, necessitating the dispatching of troops that could have been helpful in smashing the rebels' revolt. 69 At a crucial moment in 1776 when London needed to concentrate its forces on the mainland, Sir Basil Keith, the governor, was alarmed by the amazing and dangerous disproportion of the slaves. There 70 which merited immediate attention. Thus, weeks after Jefferson's declaration, Vice Admiral Clark Gayton of the Crown's forces confessed that mariners had to be diverted to suppress a general insurrection of the Negroes, forcing martial law and mandating that a flotilla be kept in the Caribbean instead of heading northward for the safety of Jamaica. This was deemed prudent since the rebellion there was to have been general throughout the island. 71 Seemingly pleased, one mainland periodical reported breathlessly that in Jamaica provisions have become very scarce since the Negroes had actually rose and cut off several plantations. Derided were the humane butchers of Britain who in 1772 had ordered forces redeployed from the island to the mainland in order to cut mainland settlers' throats and now were reaping the whirlwind. 72. Ironically, a mainland revolt driven in no small part by opposition to abolition and perceived friendliness of the Crown to the Africans was aided immeasurably by a revolt against the Crown by Africans. Ironically still, just before the Africans revolted, the elite in Jamaica, not unlike their mainland counterparts, were complaining bitterly about taxes imposed upon the importation of the enslaved, though these imposts may have saved their lives. 73. For a good deal of the post-1776 conflict with the rebels, London had to monitor carefully the unruliness of the Africans in the Caribbean, not least their combining with their counterparts in what was to become Haiti, which hindered the ability to suppress the rebels. 74. At the same time, London was becoming increasingly dependent on Africans, but because of the demographic imbalance racially in its colonies, the Crown was being forced in a direction contrary to that of the rebels. 75. With Paris aiding the rebels, London was rebuffed when it turned to France with a proposal to form a cartel against the Africans. 76. Thereby compelling the Crown to pursue few options beyond working out an entente with Negroes. There were many ups and downs on the road to formation of the new republic, but the die was cast with Somerset's case and Lord Dunmore's edict and the decades of history that undergirded both. As the rebels cut deals with the once derided Catholic powers, especially France, the Crown's destiny was sealed. In a sense, London was lucky to escape with Canada. Yet all of the years in which London complained about settlers' trade with Paris and Madrid was an ironic premonition of what such commerce would lead to in the post-1776 era. What one insightful historian has defined as a white settler revolt and the white American War of Independence was triumphant. Thelma Wilsfoot adds that for many Africans, it was their relocation to the British side, not the long march to victory in the U.S., that meant moving from slavery to freedom. For the upshot of the triumph of 1776, she says, brought about the reassertion of slave owner control over the enslaved black population in the new republic. 77 How many Africans fought on the wrong or losing side is open to debate. 78 Though it is evident that for the most part and understandably Africans did not see their best interests vindicated by the establishment of the republic. 79 When the import of Somerset's case was extended to Scotland in 1778 and expanded the perspicacity of these Africans was vindicated further. 80 According to one commentator, enslaved Africans on the mainland secretly wished the British Army might win, for then all Negro slaves will gain their freedom. It is said that sentiment is universal amongst all the Negroes in America. 81 And this pro-London sentiment continued virtually until the surrender of the forces of Robert E. Lee, distinguished scion of a founding family who thought he was simply solidifying their legacy. 82 Thus, the Connecticut legislature was not atypical in never demanding that masters free their slaves who fought in the anti-London revolt. 83 Delegates at the first Constitutional Convention in the state of New York deemed it to be highly inexpedient to debate slavery. 84 At the Constitutional Convention that encompassed the states, it was future President James Madison who argued that the still bothersome Somerset's case necessitated that the U.S. Constitution include a rigorous clause mandating the return of enslaved fugitives, a policy that irritated relations between the Republic and the Crown for decades to come. 85 Both sides, but particularly the Crown, fighting thousands of miles away from headquarters, found that African soldiers often were more disciplined than others, perhaps because they had more at stake. Few Africans, unlike Europeans, had farms to tend during the harvest season, a time when the desertion rate among those with this obligation soared, as London discovered when it was conscripting forces for Havana and Cartagena years earlier. 86 Few Africans had Africans to monitor on said farms either, making it easier for them to focus on the tasks at hand. Few Europeans had to worry about being sold into slavery if captured on the battlefield. Those with such troublesome property had further reason to despise London when, after the revolt's success, the Crown refused to compensate numerous Republican slaveholders after their Africans fled. 87 According to one account, about 20,000 enslaved Africans joined the Redcoats, roughly the same number of European loyalists who joined regiments. 88 Which does not account for free Negroes who acted similarly. Among the latter was Benjamin Whitcuff, a free Negro from Long Island, who joined the Redcoats early on and spied for nearly 2 years before the rebels caught him and hung him, though British troops arrived minutes after the rope was tightened, cut him down, and saved his life. He was joined in his pro-London crusade by an unnamed Negro who participated in a plot to kidnap George Washington. 89 Another free Negro, Samuel Burke, claimed that he personally slew 10 rebels in one battle in North Carolina. 90 The presence of so many enslaved Africans handicapped the rebels, particularly in South Carolina. In March 1779, a theme was sounded at the Continental Congress that was to resound throughout this conflict. Carolinians, it was reported, were unable to make any effectual efforts with militia, by reason of the great proportion of citizens necessary to remain at home to prevent insurrections among the Negroes and prevent the desertion of them to the enemy. Because great numbers of the Africans were susceptible either to revolt or to desert, rebels defensively and explicitly, in the crude practicality that became their hallmark, sought to form their own Negro regiment, if only to lessen the danger from revolts and desertions by detaching the most vigorous and enterprising from among the Negroes. 91 That same year 1779 a French diplomat captured the dilemma of the rebels and, ultimately, why the Africans were to suffer so grievously for decades to come. The Africans, he said, repeating a phrase that had become tellingly common, are the intestine enemies of this colony, he opined. But the number of white men is too small in proportion to raise an outcry against the emancipation proposed by the English. 92 It appeared that the repudiation of the Crown by the rebels had evoked the patriotic temper of the British while causing them to cast a jaundiced eye upon the repudiators. Noted writer and anti-slavery advocate Thomas Day captured this mood when he proclaimed that slavery was a crime so monstrous against the human species that all those who practice it deserve to be extirpated from the earth. 93 Even today there are those in the Isles who have refused to accept the glorious narrative that encapsulates the rebels' revolt in the US. Charles Hazel of Tipperary, Ireland, recently pointed to the Royal Proclamation of 1763 as the ignition for rebellion in 1776, since it expressly forbade land ownership and settlement beyond the line of the Appalachian Mountains, which was to be reserved for Indian country but which the settlers desired, along with a generous stocking of slaves. For some colonials, he says, this was hard to stomach, a lengthening list that included George Washington. 94 The real flaws of the U.S. Founding Fathers, according to David Paul of the United Kingdom, writing recently, were inherent in their motivation for the revolt against British rule, since they objected to a government that sought to protect peaceful Indians from the theft of their land and feared a court system that had started to have grave doubts about enforcing slavery, that is, Somerset's case. They therefore had to create a devolved structure that would stop central government interfering with local courts' enforcement of land grabs or enforcement of slavery, he asserts. 95. Whatever the case, it is evident that there is a disjuncture between the supposed progressive and avant-garde import of 1776 and the worsening of conditions for Africans and the indigenous that followed upon the triumph of the rebels. Moreover, despite the alleged revolutionary and progressive impulse of 1776, the victors went on from there to crush indigenous polities, then moved overseas to do something similar in Hawaii, Cuba, and the Philippines, then unleashed its counter-revolutionary force in 20th-century Guatemala, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Indonesia, Angola, South Africa, Iran, Grenada, Nicaragua, and other tortured sites too numerous to mention. It is also worth reiterating that the potent concept that is racism is necessary but insufficient in explaining the past and present plight of those who are now designated as African American. 96 More to the point, this beleaguered grouping has endured the misfortune of fighting and losing a struggle that led to the formation of a slave-holding republic. 97 Then a Jim Crow regime. 98 And then becoming enmeshed in the inevitable structural inequality that flowed from indecisive victories over powerful antagonists determined to implant bondage and apartheid. 99 Of course, there have been self-inflicted wounds over the decades, poorly understood, foremost being some U.S. Negroes' participation in the assault on Native American sovereignty as Reconstruction was writhing in its death throes. 100 Nevertheless, it has been inadequately comprehended that those of African descent in North America have suffered grievously from economic political persecution too. Their clumsy attempts to adhere to the diktat of Euro-American elites notwithstanding, the simple term racism does not necessarily encompass this multi-headed hydra. This is the sad destiny of those who have not triumphed wholly over powerful foes. It is also the case that it is much too generous to conclude that the former slave-holding republic has suffered from a tragic flaw. It is more accurate to aver that this polity has suffered from a design flaw, that is, that it was not accidental that the fabled founders somehow forgot to include all of the former colony's denizens in its bounty. Unavoidably, this design flaw led to a blazing conflagration that concluded formally in 1865. In some ways, 1776 was an outgrowth of 1688, the result of free trade in Africans and resultant restiveness of overwhelming slave majorities in the Caribbean that drove the Crown to retrench on the mainland and the concomitant growth of the productive forces there, allowing North American colonies to strain at the leash held by the colonizer. Likewise, 1861 was an extension of 1776, the failure to resolve the netlessome matter of slavery indeed, augmenting this atrocious institution culminated in bloody civil war. Strikingly, the supposed trailblazing republic and its allegedly wondrous constitution had a fatal design flaw in the form of enhanced slavery, which caused it to crash and burn by 1861. As with Lincoln's anti-slavery edict, Lord Dunmore's offer applied most directly to Africans whose masters were not on his side. Like Lincoln, Lord Dunmore faced a strategic disadvantage on the battlefield which forced his hand. Williamsburg had an African majority but was also a tinderbox of rebel enthusiasm. In this context, his edict was too attractive to resist since London's forces were stretched thin, reaching deep into the Caribbean not least, the long history of Africans rebelling against colonists was a lore that Lord Dunmore could hardly ignore. 101 But for the Africans who sided with London and Lord Dunmore, their decision, though understandable, was catastrophic, as the victorious rebels were able to claim the high ground of the Enlightenment, making their foes, even enslaved ones, appear to be misguided counter-revolutionaries. The dilemma for those tarred as pro-London Negroes, which in the eyes of some meant the entire population of the enslaved, metastasized when the new republic flung open the doors for immigration. Thus, the first Congress in 1790 enacted a naturalization rule that made citizenship relatively simple to attain for Europeans. Free white persons who resided in the United States for as little as 2 years could be naturalized. Subsequently, nativists complained bitterly that some of those gaining citizenship scarcely knew of the Republic's existence before arriving at a mainland port. Yet, like starry-eyed devotees of the Enlightenment, they failed to note how this naturalization process aided Republicans in overcoming the demographic challenge delivered by so many Africans and indigenes. 102. Of course, to be fair, 1776 with its determined assault on the divine right of monarchs was inspirational globally, even to those who sparred combatively with the Republic, such as Ho Chi Minh. 103 and V.I. Lenin. 104 This foreign embrace of 1776 may be more a result of diplomatic niceties and protocol than anything else. The anti-monarchical emphasis of the Republican revolt pragmatically forged a wider base of support by which the crown could be attacked. It is not self-evident that the aristocracy of class and ancestry that obtained in London was less humane and more retrograde than the aristocracy of race that emerged in the aftermath of 1776 in the territory stretching south from Canada. Speaking of Canada, this massive nation is a kind of control group allowing for a measurement of the fruits of 1776. Is it the case that those groups, for example, Africans and the indigenous in the first place who have been disfavored south of the St. Lawrence Seaway, have fared worse than those of like ancestry north of this artery, notably in a way that would justify and sacralize the bloodletting that created the Republic? And speaking of more loyal appendages of an erstwhile empire, it is quite telling that Australia, so similar to the US in so many ways, has endured a raging controversy about its origins as a violently implanted redoubt of white supremacy in a way that dwarfs and overshadows any such conversation in the presumed revolutionary republic. 105. It is also true that the Republic became a welcome refuge for asylum seekers fleeing barbarism in Europe. But context is necessary here too. The despotic dictatorship of Rafael Trujillo in Santo Domingo played a similar role, particularly for Jewish refugees who were turned aside elsewhere in the 1930s. 106 But few would downplay his meretricious motives in seeking to perfume via whitening his malodorous misrule by doing so, or would fail to consider his contemporaneously complementary massacring of darker-skinned Haitians in the thousands. 107 It would be ironic indeed if a perverse form of affirmative action were deployed to excuse or rationalize the misdeeds of a budding superpower, while trumpeting racially questionable offers of refuge, then simply castigating similar misdeeds of a developing nation. Yet, though the creating of revolutionary regimes in France, China, and Russia among others has been subjected to withering analysis of their respective real and imagined debilities, the United States of America largely has escaped similar scrutiny of its origins, though it has been apparent for some time that the blessings of liberty escaped the grasp of the Africans and the indigenous most terribly, and this was hardly a matter of happenstance. And to suggest blithely, as some have, that 1776 created a template for the subsequent extensions of liberty to those who were initially excluded is similar to giving the jailers of apartheid credit for the enfranchisement of Nelson Mandela, while eliding neatly the stark commonalities that have linked white supremacy on both sides of the Atlantic. 108. Indeed, given the braiding of slavery with independence in the origins of 1776 and the emergence of a superpower as a result, it is unavoidable that those who are concerned with overturning the toxic legacy thereby created have to build more consciously and forthrightly an anti-racist, pro-equality movement of global proportions. Sadly, simply tinkering legislatively and judicially in the domestic realm, given the current balance of forces, is plainly not up to the gargantuan task at hand. This conclusion also derives from the many years I have spent as a political activist, as executive director of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, and as counsel to the premier hospital workers union now headquartered in Manhattan. After voting in and participating in 109 numerous U.S. elections including that of 2012, I find it striking that today the pundits are buzzing about the imminent decline of the Republican Party in light of the fact that this entity depends heavily on the white vote in a nation where this group's percentage of the electorate is declining. 110 Yet, remarkably, few are those who actually inquire as to why the sector tends to lean in a conservative direction. 111 And, least of all, the deep historical roots of this phenomenon in a nation where not only was citizenship determined on a racist basis, but, furthermore, benefits were dispensed by the state in a similar fashion and not just to elites. 112. Few of the pundits have wondered if conservatism among Euro-Americans, notably in the working class and middle class, may hark back to the founding of the Republic and a time when opportunity included becoming the owner of land once controlled by indigenes and stocked with enslaved Africans. 113 Many in these classes likewise scrutinize with skepticism the opportunity today for multiracial, multi-class coalitions which have advanced considerably beyond this troubled though still blindly heralded era. After all, when a comfortable majority of Euro-Americans voted across class lines for a Klansman and Nazi David Duke for governor of Louisiana in 1991, was this a simple display of false consciousness or a cagey wager that the clock of history can be reversed, particularly when there is glorification of the grimy origins of a former slave-holding republic? 114 Surely, the pro-Nazi majority had little incentive to dismiss the Black Scare which helped to propel a good deal of Duke's success. When this phenomenon helped to propel the founding of the tendentiously glorified republic in the first place. Meanwhile, the descendants of enslaved Africans continue to suffer astronomical rates of incarceration, are disproportionately accorded the death penalty, and endure all manner of ills, with few scrutinizing the origins of the Republic in search of a reason why. As I write, the ills just noted, which can fairly be seen as part of the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow, continue to be worked out in the most advanced capitalist nation, where I happen to reside. This is a cautionary note when contemplating the trajectory of the alternative modernity, socialism. It would have been premature to administer last rites to capitalism on the basis of the horrors of slavery, and, similarly, the well-known human rights violations that accompanied the rise of socialism should not be interpreted to mean that this project too is destined for permanent interment. These ills which continue to afflict the descendants of enslaved Africans in North America and the reasons why which stretch back to the Republic's founding are an issue that should animate study of and activism within what is now the U.S. as the 21st century unwinds.